Critics, the public, audience voting. I clenched my fist briefly. We'd won. 385 chapter. Letty's survival program, WISE, invited 500 spectators to this performance. It wasn't like a typical variety show audience chosen by lottery. They had brought people from specific corporation-affiliated universities, high schools, and hospitals. The president pompously claimed it was to secure objectivity in the judging panel, but some people still profited from it. Jackpot. Among the high school students excited to see idols, the teacher, though pretending not to be one, pumped a fist. I'd never come to something like this for fear of being recognized. What's going on? She had once passionately loved an idol in her school days, then quit the fandom, yet that passion still burned years later. A general stan, though. Indeed, she liked every idol under the sun. Thanks to that, she enjoyed this survival show with just the right amount of interest, no more, no less. She watched all of episode 5 that aired yesterday and was already speculating about today's stages. They did a team round just now. Maybe another solo round will follow. Naturally, she recalled the most intense solo battle, the deathmatch between Shin Jae-hyun and Cha Eugene in episode 4 last week. They absolutely tore it up. Wow, these two really get why the president randomly used a pass. I'd do the same. To be honest, in a normal survival show, Cha Eugene would have won by character alone, lol. Letty's president really has an eye few. Cha Eugene sticks out, not Luti style, but Shin Jae-hyun's performance felt more polished. Congrats to Team Cha Eugene on gaining so many stands. Their stage successfully inherited the trolling spirit of Ryu Jinwoo versus Jin Chael and poured more fuel onto the fire. A curious phenomenon emerged. Unlike a standard survival show, where every contestant battles every other, this in-house competition functions differently. There's a demand from viewers trying to gauge the future group formed through it. If they debut like this, it'll be a perfect fit, loudly crying face. But the influx of general viewers, focused more on individuals than teams, was triggered by the supplementary class, especially Cha Eugene, who shone like a comet. It was wild. For days, chaos raged as old viewers were labeled the establishment and newcomers trolls. It even reignited controversies from the previous episode. People saying Jinwoo only lost because they couldn't bear to send Chael home. Stop that. There was a pass, lol. Does the president have it out for Ryu Jinwoo? He could have used the pass but treated him so cruelly? LOL, his stands are so defensive. If WISE debuts him, group fans are going to be exhausted. But all that conflict dramatically settled when episode 5 aired yesterday. Keyword, sexy. That stage, teased by audience spoilers and a 5-second pre-release, already had hardcore viewers buzzing. Shin Jae-hyun and Cha Eugene performed together again, and Ryu Jinwoo joined them in a full team performance. The pre-release clip showed Cha Eugene's solo shot that absolutely killed under the spotlight, as if asking, do I fit in with this company, or what? Wow f***. K. Unreal, what is this guy? Who says Cha Eugene doesn't suit Luti? From today on, he's the face of Luti, no contest. Then, Shin Jae-hyun, overflowing with leadership, gently coached the team through rehearsal, reminding everyone of the in-house survival's essence. They're really debuting as an official group soon. With fewer candidates, it made sense that all top performers would debut together. The heartwarming scene of recruiting sideline members and Jinwoo's awakening calmed everyone's stress. They seemed so close. I'm so satisfied. Did you see Jinwoo's look? It was like declaring they'd tear up the K-pop scene. Is this the start of a cultural revolution? I'm already imagining how great it'll be to debut and do a solo concert, loudly crying face. If Jinwoo's off-team life had looked unbearably painful, feelings might have differed. Luckily, it was moderated just as intended, though not entirely under his control. Like the teacher in the audience thought. That guy was obsessed with cleaning. Ryu Jinwoo. I like cleaning because it clears my mind. Ryu Jinwoo. So I'll tidy the restroom too. No one told me to do it. Jinwoo's 3 set of chores didn't build an image of domestic mastery. Instead, it was broadcast at 10 times speed. His mad dash to sweep and scrub the dorm contrasted comically with the other stunned members, and the production team loved it. Obsession hot springs. Untouchable. Pouring the fiery passion that fueled his performances into housework was received like a cute meme. Feature of a good student. Just does it. Nothing else matters. He must have had great upbringing lol. Jianwu's stress relief is turning into a house goblin? Ah, it's so sweet and cute, but also hilarious loudly crying face. Amazingly, everything got rationalized, and the gilded image didn't crack. If Park Mundi in Jianwu's body had known, he'd be appalled, but the comedic image effectively eased tension. Shin Jae-hyun caring for Jin Chael and his team was a two-for-one scene, softening criticism of Jianwoo. So sweet loudly crying face he must have been struggling too, and yet he still looked after his junior's mental health. He's hardened up with determination, looks good. Can't wait for the stage. And now, as a spectator, she could peek ahead to the next chapter beyond that stage. Let's begin the first performance. Eek! The teacher snapped out of her reverie and focused on the stage. I wonder who's up first. She picked a popular contestant in her mind and watched dark silhouettes ascend. A flashy stage, a SOSO stage. Performances exceeding expectations, ambitious but disappointing stages followed. What? Most audience members, who rarely saw such live performances, were having fun and eagerly voting. The president hadn't bothered to tell them they held the voting power, so opinions were brutally honest. The winner is Jin Chael of Honor Class, with 371 votes. Usually, there was an overwhelming victory, but sometimes contestants were evenly matched. In those cases, existing participants tended to get more votes, a first-mover advantage. Oh, that's Yoon Shin. The teacher voted casually for whoever attracted her. Backstage, the next contestant watched via monitor, got into character, and moved to the waiting area. His upcoming stage was a famous American male solo dance pop song, reworked into a vocal-centered arrangement. But here's the secret. I've actually done this stage before. He had practiced it months ago for his agency's month-end evaluation, then dropped it at the last minute. Yet he didn't feel guilty. They won't know if I don't really perform it. It's natural I could pick a song I've practiced. It's not cheating to save stamina for a better live show. Called Club Main Vocal by Ryu Jianwoo in VDIC days, the honor class contestant justified it. Complaining about his snug pants, he took his place. Beside him stood Ryu Chong-woo, calmly waiting, smiling and chatting like he felt no nerves. He really cares about image that much, huh? When camera awareness goes that far, it's a sickness, right? Who hasn't medaled in archery? National team? And what's with the draft-exempt retirement run? Meanwhile, the guy next to him, thinking he was clever, had criticized the stage during practice. Maybe challengers should all appear together only at the end, and until then, only the person in charge of the part goes on stage. That's how feature stages usually work. It seemed submissive but had an agenda. Normally, he had no authority to dictate the stage, so a little lesson should have happened, but it was let slide. If they offered to trim his screen time, why object? He's saving stamina to elevate his live quality. Typical short-term trainee mindset. Unfortunately for him, his natural lung capacity was already superior. His gambit was useless. He probably thinks he's some great strategist. Getting an ego boost from being handsome was enough to go to his head. Those guys always troll games with oversized egos. As this was a solo round, it was honestly welcome. Vocal B, Lee Dong. Got it. Finally, their stage time arrived. After all, they might debut together, so the honor class contestant joined in the pre-stage cheer. Win or lose, let's give it our all, Hyungs. Ryu Jianwoo nodded with a smile. Yeah, we'll do our best. How about a fighting cheer before we go? Sure. Imagining they might stay friends post-debut, the honor class contestant joined the shout. Show them everything. Vocal B, fighting. Moments later, on stage, a single silhouette appeared from behind, like a solo act. Huh. Ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. As a pinpoint light hit, the honor class contestant spun around and launched into the music, blending light choreography with funky rhythm and blues. I'm gonna show you something dash. His sustained high note drew cheers. Especially good dash, and remarkable. That's it. Practice hours carried him effortlessly. Come on, it's not late. Just twirling the stand mic was enough. With a voice like that, choreography was icing. He finished the verse with flair. This is basically over. But when the first verse ended, another light illuminated a second figure. You're gonna show you something. The same melody but a new arrangement. Nearly no backing, just smooth piano and a husky drop. Too bad dash, and unforgettable. Focus spiked. A chill ran down his spine, a sense of crisis. Because Jianwu had held back in practice, never showing his peak. Come on, I'm waiting. The honor class contestant was a trainee, unaccustomed to surprise skill. When a rival suddenly surpasses you, that pressure hits hard. He nearly lost his cue but reflexively grabbed the mic for the chorus. Break this dance hall. Just as he relaxed at the crisp delivery, the ad-lib hit. Break this dance hall. A slightly higher note, but the difference in technique and power was unmistakable, like higher resolution. The crowd's cheers felt like comparisons. Shit. His tempo sped up. Slightly. The president raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah. At last, Jianwu's part ended. He gave a flamboyant farewell gesture and exited, earning cheers. But the empty mic and spotlight remained. Got it. While doing light choreography to steady himself, a new cheer erupted, though he hadn't restarted singing. Eek. Wah. Huh. Into the vacant mic spot stepped Ryu Chongwu. The unexpected entrance stunned the crowd, but Chongwu simply launched into the second verse in a warm low register. I'm gonna show you something dash. Cheers followed his pleasant timbre. His skill was on par with practice, stronger than most. The honor class contestant braced for the next verse. But why do I feel like the cheers for me were smaller? Normally, the performer with the most stage time stands out. The problem was change. Audiences grow bored. New always attracts, making the old seem plain. Continuous new additions claim the spotlight. Realizing this sent cold sweat down his back. Nerves disrupted his pace. His habitual delivery faltered as his mindset crumbled, and the audience noticed. Feeling a bit off, aren't they? The impression of being outshone in the first half collapsed in the second, sealing his image. He's not as good as I thought. But whether Chongwu performed better or worse than in practice, he remained natural and unflappable. He knew he wasn't the stronger singer, so he neither felt intimidated nor hopeful. And when a third mic appeared and Jianwu returned, garnering cheers, Chongwu carried his part steadily. Oh yeah. He nailed the harmonious ending. What? Cheers roared again, and the stage ended. As predicted, the winner's name flashed on the screen. The winner is Ryu Jianwu of inferior class, with 320 votes. Winner, Ryu Jianwu. And it was all but decided who would be eliminated among the losers. After the stage, there was a brief backstage break before the true loser was announced. That was really fun. Ryu Chongwu, still catching his breath after removing his mic, rushed over and said it first, without waiting for a reply. I never expected this. Even without scores, even having lost, it felt like I won. It's amazing. His excited tone was uncharacteristic. His eyes sparkled as he added, I can't expect to beat someone better than me, but I want to stay and keep going, even if I get flack. I offered a faint smile. You don't need to worry about that. I don't think you'll get much criticism. Really? Hope and desire washed over Chongwu's face. At that moment, I saw his status window flash on its own and display a new entry. Trait status? BA. Full draw A. When you draw the bow, you'll be exactly at the right spot. Performance composure plus 120%. I see. Chongwu's regained ink via LGHD passion even boosted his traits. Good for him. Suddenly, concern replaced excitement on Chongwu's face. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing like that. It wasn't a problem. But actually, in a moment of impulse after leaving the stage, something happened. Reputation is increasing. Plus 50,000 EXP. At that precise moment, my fame points were tallied. Holy crap, you can spin it 50 times, I felt good after dumping that club jerk, so on a whim, and riding adrenaline, I used all 50 spins. And it landed. Ryu Chongwu, / lead vocal. What kind of signal is that? 386 chapter. Did Ryu Chongwu really come out of the draw at this timing? Actually, this companion draw system is like the trait draw system Consieging ran before, as if it had someone to spit out whatever I needed at the moment. Now that I think about it, I spun it when I called Lee Sejin, and Lee Sejin actually showed up. Of course, it Inavia Elgar HT, don't copy, read here, was only the same name, a different person. Just in case, I spoke up. Could you use your power here, too? No. I don't think I can do that anymore. I actually tried a few times, though. A small pop-up appeared, looking crestfallen. No, that's fine. It's better to keep it neat than to mix more with the system and cause trouble. Got it. Yes. Right. Anyway, there's only one choice I need to consider now. Companion, would you like to awaken Ryu Chongwu? Use 1000 EXP. Awakening Ryu Chongwu. I raised my head. I saw him, his eyes shining with the immersion and sense of accomplishment he hadn't felt in a long time. I looked at Ryu Chongwu waiting for my answer and spoke. No, you'd better prepare a reflection statement. It's more fun if you don't know in advance, so I'll press the awaken button a little later. After the elimination announcement. Reflection statement. The moment you pass, the producers will definitely ask how you feel. Embarrassment passed over Ryu Chongwu's face. He must have thought I was giving him encouragement, as if he was sure to win. It was real advice, though. Then wouldn't it be fine to just say thank you? I'd rather have you honestly show how moved you are. Dramatically. If the producers have any sense, they'll treat it as a huge twist. And shortly after, when the audience had all left the stage and the eliminated contestants were finally announced one by one. Now we announce. Supplementary class, Ryu Chongwu. Confirmed participant. Ryu Chongwu really became the final winner of this whole round, and the only survivor among the supplementary class. He was the one exception to the producer's calculation that, even if skills were similar, they'd pick a familiar face over a stranger. Thank you, The guy who ended up holding the mic tried his best to speak calmly, despite his trembling voice. He hadn't been this shaken since passing a juice. It's been so long since I poured my passion into something. I feel a bit overwhelmed. Thank you for giving me another chance. I won't miss it and will show you an even better performance. Thank you. Plain but sincere, enough to convey he was truly invested in this. Excellent. And anyone listening would misunderstand that he must have quit archery for some reason. Actually, I hope they do. It's good to have a backstory. This concludes the elimination announcements. And Club Mebo disappeared as one of the 9 eliminated, 2 of whom were chosen by the owner himself. 12 remain. Do you know how many were in my group originally? 9. We're edging closer to that number. I don't know how many we'll end up with this time, though. I wonder how Chongryo thinks about the ideal size for this short-term project group, as opposed to her own group. This might require a discussion. Well, anyway, time to do what I need to do. Hyung, thanks. You did it, so what am I being thanked for? As soon as the cameras shut off and we got off stage, Ryu Chongwu thanked me, then spoke in a firmer tone. I should practice hard. To keep up. Judging by his tone, he'd already made up his mind. He'd hole up in the practice room and rehearse all night until the next shoot. No matter who you are, that would wreck your stamina and backfire. When you said you were doing it, I should have joined you from the start. It feels like a waste. Why? Did you feel you didn't have enough time? He nodded slightly, unlike himself, as if he regretted not having enough time to improve his skills. Well, you don't have to feel that way anymore. I can give him back that practice time. Here. Take it. I pressed Ryu Chongwu's awaken button. A leap towards soaring. And for the first time, I witnessed a companion's awakening scene firsthand. Immediately, Ryu Chongwu staggered, more than I'd expected. What? Is this reaction normally this intense? You okay there? Who is it? Even the staff reacted, but Ryu Chongwu leaned against the wall, saying nothing. Damn, was this the correct reaction? Just as I was about to open the status window or call 119, he fortunately lifted his head. In a calm voice. I'm fine. With a gentle expression. Sorry, I guess my tension just went slack. Oh, the staff saw Ryu Chongwu smiling normally and backed away. And even after the staff had left, he didn't lose his smile. Only his face slowly flushed. That Moon Day and I? Yes. After a brief, heavy silence. Sigh. Ryu Chongwu dropped his head again and let out a long groan. That person. Right. Before embarrassment, fear, confusion, or relief. Embarrassment came first. I quietly pretended not to notice the all-too-youthful 21-year-old side of him that had just shown itself. So, this was kind of an accident scenario, huh? Yes. A little later, while tidying his things and pulling himself together, I gave Ryu Chongwu a quick briefing on the situation. There was no need to hide anything. If anyone else heard, they'd think it was some movie or game story. And, as expected from someone who already knew I'd switched bodies, he caught on quickly. It was kind of weird. Seeing it like this makes sense. The parts that differed from reality felt awkward. Instead of talking about parallel dimensions or whatever, he neatly interpreted the situation as a lucid dream or illusion. Maybe it's because I made a different choice at a point where I wouldn't normally have. He might have had more examples in mind, not just archery, but he didn't bother elaborating. This line made it clear, though. So that's why the timing was perfect earlier, because you found a way to bring me back to my senses. Yes. So you waited until after the elimination announcement on purpose, to let me fully feel the reward of winning the audience vote on the first stage. Thanks. It's just because we were filming. You don't need to thank me. Haha. Ryu Chongwu laughed and added, just speak comfortably. Hyung, it really suits you. Somehow, even though we're the same age, I felt like I had to call you Hyung. Ryu Chongwu laughed shyly, saying that, too, was an odd part. It's okay to switch to Ban Mao when we get back. We've seen each other for over 5 years, after all. Fine. Ryu Chongwu laughed it off. He's quite something, though. It was unbearably awkward. I ended up waiting for the others to arrive. Luckily, as I had hinted, the top-class guys, who'd finished changing in another waiting room, came running out toward the back of the lobby. Moon Dae Hyung. Chongwu Hyung. Do you remember now? Eugene. Whoa. Cha Eugene ran over and high-fived me. Even though Kim Rae-bin was there, he comfortably called me Park Mundy. But Rae-bin must have auto-registered Moon Dae as Jeonwoo Hyung's nickname in his brain because he showed almost no reaction. He just gave a polite greeting. Hello, Hyungs. Your stage today was really impressive. Oh, now Rae-bin. At my reaction, Kim Rae-bin's change in tone made it clear to Ryu Chongwu that he had no memory. Oh, sorry. I switched to Ban Mao without permission. Huh? Not at all. As an elder and fellow contestant, you have every right. Ryu Chongwu laughed. You're the same, exactly the same. Huh? Yes. Kim Rae-bin is exactly the same person. Do you mean there's been no development compared to how he looked on the previous program? No, idiot. I let those 3 chatter away and looked at the next person joining us. He approached slowly after the others had finished their farewell greetings. Congratulations. I guess I'll see you in the top class next time. Chongryo. Since the numbers have dropped, who knows? Huh? It'd be awkward if you still can't make it up there. You don't really think that, do you? Just kidding. I believe in you. A chill ran down my spine. You beat the main vocal who always had a secure spot in debut group. Of course you'll join top class from next shoot. After confirming that the remaining contestant had left the lobby and the other 3 were engrossed in conversation, I lowered my voice. How did that bastard survive for 7 years? He was easy to handle. He twisted his lips slightly. But people always change. Their ego grows, and with some irrational self-confidence, they'll show a different pattern. Since I missed that, it's my fault. No excuses. I recalled the former VDIC main vocal's actions after causing that club controversy and leaving. It was obvious. He had nothing. No SNS, no update articles, no sightings, silence. Who would have done it? But people with obvious weaknesses are easy to manage. Aren't you disappointed? You could have handled things without any big variables this time. Then do a loser revival round or something. Haha, he giggled. It's fine. I'm not disappointed. I asked because I thought you might be. When I realized his form of address had changed, I turned to see the other 3 ending their chat and looking our way. And Chongryo also looked over, specifically at Ryu Chongwu. This one too. Meaning, has he remembered? Yes. He gave Ryu Chongwu a quick appraisal. No, not just quick. Trait, appraisal, A. Valuable resources are rare. Garbage is everywhere. Human resource judgment, plus 150%. He must be showing off his trait. Then he smiled and extended his hand. Nice to work with you. Yes. Thank you. They shook hands. At least Chongryo didn't start a fuss like Cha Eugene did. If they don't fight, that's enough. Since nothing was going to explode immediately, I decided to take a moment to check my status window. Because I'd just cleared the main quest. Companion Awakening, completed. So far, I'd awakened Cha Eugene, Bae Sejin, and Ryu Chongwu. It seems the condition was to awaken 3 companions. So Chongrio is an exception. What kind of bastard is treated as a starter? Anyway, if I succeeded in gathering enough companions, what's next? What else but progressing the stage? The main content. Quest. Companion Awakening Reputation Collection Activity 1/N. Collect Reputation. Required Cumulative Reputation. 1 million EXP. The scale is insane, but fame breeds fame, so no need to adjust the period. Moving on. I summoned the lowest pop-up, the Companion Status window. Companion List. Shin Jaehyun. Calculating newly added resources, ***. Cha Eugene. Recalling joyful memories, ++. Ryu Chongwoo. Checking his body status. Including the newly added Ryu Chongwoo, they all appeared as expected. Except one who wasn't here. Bei Sejin. Receiving the owner's apology, =3. What on earth is he doing? I planned to contact him immediately and picked up my smartphone. Then I saw the message at the top. Lee Sejin Sr. Hello Jianwoo. I watched episode 5. Smiling emoticon. The stage looks like it'll be amazing. It was a message Lee Sejin sent 2 days ago. At Jerope's dorm. Buzz. It had been a while since she'd lain down before midnight, but Lee Sejin habitually grabbed her phone. Then she saw my delayed reply. Wise Ryu Jianwoo. I just got home, so sorry for the late reply. Wise Ryu Jianwoo. Thank you for the compliment. I really hope the stage turns out great. Oh, finally, filming must be over. Even though I'd sent the message on a whim during regular networking, Lee Sejin was so pleased that she quickly typed back. Don't apologize. It's my fault for texting during filming, crying emoticon. Please speak casually. I'm not some great senior. It's awkward hearing. Honorifics. Soon after, the one disappeared, and a new reply arrived. Wise Ryu Jianwoo. Got it. Wise Ryu Jianwoo. You can talk casually too. That's right. Since she's still pre-debut, the hurdle's low. Lee Sejin typed back even faster this time. Haha, I don't refuse that. Thanks, Hyung. Also changed my save name to Cool Sejin Dancing haha. Only after sending did she realize. What am I doing? Anyone would think she was a scammer or someone with no friends who can't read distance, judging by her overreaction. Why am I like this? Just as she tried to recover, a reply came. Wise Ryu Jianwoo. Understood. Is this sinking in? Is he just stroking my ego because I'm a senior? It was a mistake, but strangely it didn't feel bad. But the replies didn't end there. Wise Ryu Jianwoo. I haven't called you Dancing Sejin before. I always had Sejin Hyung. This is another random comment. Small talk? Oh haha, that's right. I do share a name with a few people. Lee Sejin quickly thought of a fitting reply and sent it. She planned to wrap it up and go to sleep, but that since disappeared. Then came an unexpected reply. Wise Ryu Jianwoo. I think you know who I mean. We share the same surname too. Someone I know? Wait. The only older person with the same name Lee Sejin might know, someone both could know, was one person. Then Ryu Jianwoo's replies came in succession. Wise. Ryu Jianwoo. He's an actor, and I'm meeting him to hang out in a few days. Wise Ryu Jianwoo. I thought you'd find it fun too. What do you think? Lee Sejin sat up in bed. 387 chapter. The message I'd sent a moment ago still hadn't been replied to. But let's see. The idol group Lee Sejin belongs to, Jerope, was scheduled to enjoy a short break right after their tour. She wouldn't suspect that I knew that and reached out for that reason, but it meant she could carve out at least half a day on one of those upcoming days. And here's where the bait drops. The actor with the same name, Lee Sejin. He's a rising star in acting, and the story of sharing her name was perfect for networking. It was an unquestionable choice. Definitely worth prioritizing his management. Maybe I can drop by her place, and the next day spare a half day? Who wouldn't think something like that? Lee Sejin, the one who found out the MC's phone number on her first solo variety show. Sure enough, the dark screen of my smartphone soon vibrated again. Cool Dancing Sejin. Ha Hyung. How did you time your message so perfectly? I'm free. Cool Dancing Sejin. What date were you thinking? Exactly. Ryu Chongwoo glanced at the screen and forced a smile before speaking. You're in touch with Sejin too. Must have been tough. Yeah? Well, not that much. I was about to say it wasn't tough at all when. Moon Dae Hyung. Call me. Cool Tiger Cha Eugene too. Shut up, you idiot, huh? No, this was just bait whatever. Oh, Kim Raybin called me an idiot. It was a mistake. Thanks to the topic-shifting star power of Kim Rae-bin, I avoided my contacts list descending into further chaos. A few days later, in a private room at a restaurant in Seoul. So Lee Sejin's coming soon, right? No memory. Yes. Bae Sejin appeared wearing sunglasses, a hat, even gloves, then sat down and nervously gulped his drink. We'd shared a dorm until recently. What was with him? Well, they didn't get along at first anyway. Maybe he was still stressed from that. Anyway, we'd have to wait at least 30 more minutes before he arrived, so the tension would surely ease off. I'd arranged to meet this guy a bit early on purpose. By the way, Hyung, how's work at the company? To ask what he did to earn the boss's abject apology. The moment I asked, Bae Sejin's face lit up. Well, it's not bad. Is that so? I renewed the contract to industry standard, changed managers, got the clause preventing me censoring scripts removed. And I had him record it and sign a written oath so he can't do that to anyone else again. So it's not bad. Ahem. Might as well shout it proudly. Bae Sejin's face was screaming. I showed some real backbone. Okay, so I opened my mouth. That's impressive. No article came out. You handled that quietly, didn't you? Not hard. I just dealt with it reasonably and properly. Oh, time for him to spill all the details? My boss embezzled company funds to fund an overseas gambling trip. And I have proof. Video. He said he hadn't realized it was evidence at first. Then years later when it broke in the press, he knew. With his personality, he probably ran simulations of him leaking it himself many times. Still, he'd earned that apology. He must not have been messing around with his lawyer. Of course, reporting it to the police properly is best socially. But then he couldn't work for a while. Oh, Bae Sejin fiddled with his glass. Then, I wouldn't be able to help you in a day saying. Keeping me active is more advantageous. But still, I made sure he can't do it again. Really, only someone who thinks it's not real life would come up with such a practical compromise. Thank you. Don't mention it. We're all heading back anyway. After that, Bae Sejin got into full swing, even recounting how he neatly dismissed the corrupt manager and staff. Though it was a bit rough, his drive and thorough handling left me with nothing to add. Not bad. He also said he'd considered legally changing his name to Bae Sejin, but held off for recognition's sake. Oh right. How's your father's side? That drug villain guy. Bae Sejin's face turned slightly sour. He's still missing. What kind of world is this? Well, he divorced my mom, so it's all over. It's fine. I see. In that case, the topic returned to recent news and future plans. Actually, my film opens soon. I should coordinate promotion with your debut survival. Knock knock. Oh, a knock sounded on the door. Not staff. I checked the time, someone I knew. Come in. For minutes before our scheduled time. Lee Sejin opened the door and entered. Hyung, I'm here, hello. The one in the hood hiding dyed hair removed her mask to greet us. Good timing. My place is nearby, so I got here just on time. You all came early. Nearby? She must have waited nearby until the right moment. I gestured to the opposite seat. This is Lee Sejin Hyung. She's an actor. Oh, I love your films so much. Thank you. Bae Sejin nodded. This brought back memories of Ajusa. I was really impressed by Seahorse too. As usual, Lee Sejin had done her homework. You were such a terrifying medical student, I got chills. Your knack for that vibe always amazes me. Bae Sejin, who'd only played 4 times psychopaths, answered nervously. Playing the same role every time. Thank you. For a moment, even Lee Sejin was speechless, but she soon laughed and replied. It's because you're so good every time, it feels the same. Not quite, but anyway, thanks. Yes. Lee Sejin immediately scrapped all small talk about her career, but her stream of casual questions kept bouncing out. Oh, that coat looks great on you. Do you wear coats often? My manager gave it to me. Your manager has good taste. Cued by that morning's manager compliment, Bae Sejin answered. I guess. Uncomfortable with lying to please the masses, he kept clamming up. This is doomed. I admitted it cleanly. These guys just don't click. So I end up leading things here too. Let's talk more over the meal. You must be hungry. Oh, sure. What did you order? A Korean set menu arrived, and I began brainstorming small talk topics I'd never have. She opened up. Lee Sejin, eating, quietly judged the situation. Making a connection with the actor across wasn't going to happen. She didn't want to come? Why is she like this? I could have forced conversation, but strangely, I didn't want to. I don't really need actor contacts. To pursue solo acting, she'd still need a few more years. No need to rush. Probably. No, I need to stay focused. Judging by the team's state, renewing their contract seemed unlikely. Finding a living within a few years felt bitter. All this over something so small. It was laughable. Still, the team was doing well. This galbi is delicious. Ah, right, I can't believe I didn't know this place. I heard fans post that hashtag. A lot. Yeah, they posted a ton. When Ryu Jianwoo saw Lee Sejin and Bei Sejin's conversation faltering, he gently steered it. Uncharacteristically proactive. Uncharacteristic? Who knows what gives me these thoughts in our second meeting, but she just didn't strike me as extroverted. Lee Sejin moved to the next context. Anyway, if I was only here to introduce her, I could have just met her alone. Wait, maybe I wouldn't have come at all. Right. She made time because I said I'd introduce new contacts, or so it seemed. I wasn't sure. My train of thought felt scrambled. Lee Sejin didn't show it, but she was a little flustered. Weird. Still, the conversation continued. It was oddly fun and comfortable. How was the tour? Switching to idols and survival shows prompted a deeper exchange. The tour was fun. You'll do one soon too. You're so good. The Wise program is popular too. But debut songs and timing matter, so it's not guaranteed. Listing facts like a lead-in, Ryu Jianwoo ended with a smile. I hope it goes well. It'd be so rewarding. Yeah, the stage is tough, but it's really fun work. Right. Though she asked with a contestant's uncertainty, it wasn't desperate or clingy. How to put it? A straightforward person. They say your agency's good at tours. It'll be fine. So maybe Lee Sejin naturally shifted from polished network talk to a slightly more honest reply. The topic grew. Serious. Then she asked, by the way, I wanted to ask what debut feels like. How was it? Debut? It was amazing and insanely hectic, you know? I was so busy I barely had time to feel anything. It was true, but an unspoken fact lay beneath. Well, it might not be what you expected. If you expected overwhelming passion or challenge or a sense of security in the right spot, I'd advise you to ditch that. Ryu Jianwoo quietly asked. Anything you regret? Regret? I don't think I've especially regretted anything. Sure, unexpected difficulties come up. Things like members' irreconcilable differences once debuted. What kind? Oh, Lee Sejin opened her mouth, then realized. She'd grown unexpectedly candid. Why am I saying this? She hastily corrected herself. Nothing's easy when it comes to making money, that's all. Right? I can see you'd feel that way. Ryu Jianwoo didn't press further. He must have sensed something and held back. Oh. Lee Sejin felt relief mixed with disappointment. Disappointed about what? Then the actor, who'd been eating diligently, sharply interjected. That's true. Nothing's easy when it comes to making money. You have to earn your keep. Suddenly, she'd switched to Ban Mao without noticing, but being older for sure, Lee Sejin gently replied. That's right. Yes. The actor gripped his chopsticks so his veins stood out. People who laze around, just marking time, end up doing what they shouldn't. They don't deserve to make money. Oh, absolutely not. Lee Sejin echoed earnestly. Images of someone who trashed their condition before a tour popped to mind, fueling her resolve. Professional ethics matter. In a team, one lazy person costs everyone. Exactly. No matter how good someone is, a hardworking good person is better than that lazy one. But despite her spirited outcry, the actor suddenly flinched and added, you might prefer someone skilled but mean or lazy over someone unskilled. And immediately tried to backpedal. I mean, usually. Lee Sejin considered a neutral reply like, that's common, then scrapped it. She felt a bit irritated. Did he think we were close friends just because he agreed? No, I think I'd rather have someone who works hard even if they're not as skilled. Really? Right, if you're working together long term, thinking about the future, the former will improve in the long run. Lee Sejin unconsciously came to a conclusion. If you're going together, that's better. That felt refreshing. The actor nearly dropped his chopsticks. Why was he like that? He corrected himself and murmured, now in a brighter tone. You're right. What you say makes sense. right? For the first time today, their conversation concluded smoothly. Lee Sejin rethought things a bit. Well, he seemed a bit quirky, but he was the type with vision when working. That's not bad. Ryu Jianwoo, who'd stayed out of their talk and eaten, finally spoke again. Since we're on the topic of work, what do you think is the right amount of practice? Acting and idling are different, but consistency is important, I think. Right? Habits stick when they become second nature. And naturally, the three of them joined the discussion. Wait a second. So he steered the conversation here on purpose? The actor would speak in serious talk. And since she'd given up on small talk, she'd engage in serious discussion to avoid awkwardness between her and him. Lee Sejin blushed and looked down at her bowl. She was younger, yet getting this consideration from seniors felt odd. But at the same time, she felt comfortable. It was reassuring. Wow, so many odd comments today. She finally gave up. It seemed she just wanted to take this new contact as a friend. I like having idle friends. Lee Sejin stifled a sigh and took a bite of doenjang noodles. They were delicious. In the end, the meal with the namesake went well. Right after Lee Sejin left, Bae Sejin gasped and evaluated. She's the same person, regardless of age. But he added, still, it wasn't bad. Meeting in this setting, he'd reconsidered the friction at debut. He thought they might have clashed, and then reconciled faster in a different scenario. I think the two of them will get along well going forward. Maybe so. Anyway, I saw off Bae Sejin again as he went to pummel the boss. Then I joined the other three, who'd gone out to choose Kim Rae-bin's piercing. Did you meet Sejin Hyung? Invite me next time. Cha Eugene shouted as he and Kim Rae-bin dashed off for pizza. Ryu Chongwoo assessed. Meeting Sejin, that is Lee Sejin. You did it so he wouldn't feel too hurt when his memory returned, right? I put away my smartphone. No, it's just handy to have a senior idol contact with a name value. If you know the info, you might as well use it, and he's a decent guy. Ryu Chongwoo stared blankly for a moment, then burst out laughing. Got it. Moon Day's still the same. Like Rae-bin. Oh, here they come. I'll grab the pizza. No, that guy still wouldn't listen. In any case, that night we chewed pizza with those three at the office del. What kind of reunion day is this? When I was inventing some excuse for Kim Rae-bin asking, should I call you Moon Dae Hyung too? On the internet, new rumors and public opinion about the Luti survival were rising. Anyone got elimination spoilers? LCW appeared and Choi Tae-jun was eliminated. What are you talking about? Who's LCW? He's the gold medal archer's relative. Why is he here? Smells like rotten corruption. As that board flared up with fresh sparks, the new filming for the survival show began soon after. And an unforeseen coincidence awaited there. 388 chapter. The day of the returning Wise filming. This time, without any shots of the CEO giving tips on stage. As soon as they announced the upper and lower classes at the dorm, they went straight into the main content. Not the performance stage where eliminations happen, but the idol event they do before that. After the public service ad and the photo shoot, the next act is, this event is a Guerrilla Street concert. Wow. OMG. I can't help but think there must have been some deal with the local government. But anyway, it means we're going to perform on a temporary stage set up right in the middle of Myeongdong. Oh, that sounds fun. From the viewer's standpoint, sure. But as participants, I'm not so sure. Weren't we doing stages we'd already done before? That's true. But the lineup changed. There were eliminations and new members came in, so the movements and parts probably need a lot of adjustments. This Friday, 6 p.m. Look, they gave us 2 days on the shooting schedule. They want us to work through the night. What a grind. So it's overtime again this time. No matter how fast those of us who remember get the choreography down, we can't go in early and sleep. We all need to coordinate the movements together. Of course there are people who will work even more than me. That guy talking to me now as I unpack my things on the bed. He basically leads the choreography practice for this label's debut team. Welcome back, Hyung. I really thought you'd be here soon, seriously. Oh, thanks. Shin Jae-hyun, who warmly welcomes Ryu Jian-woo as he returns to the upper class for today's shoot, holds out his hand without turning his back to the camera. As expected, he doesn't miss an opportunity. I shook hands with Chong-ryo, who sits next to me and has never moved his luggage out of the upper class dorm, and got a cut scene. He's planning to keep this image going. Never having fallen from the upper class, the perfect leader position. Well, if you're that consistent, it becomes your narrative and your character strengthens. The classes assigned by the show are just arbitrarily divided. Regardless of that, let's think that we're all debuting together and work hard. Yes. I wonder how many times he's used that inspiring line. I spent 2 days watching him pretend to take care of the other trainees to the limit. And then today? Whoa. A lot of people are already gathered. Well, it's called a guerrilla event, but it's announced 3 hours before, so of course. As soon as it spread online, viewers rushed over. Even without that, tourists were gathering. Since it's Myeongdong, there were plenty of foreigners interested in K-pop. It was still the era when showing foreigners cheering was preferred. They probably aimed for that. Anyway, whether it's a first or a return, the participants are a bit excited in front of the open-air stage. Let's shout our chant once and go up. Yes, I am. Wise fighting. And then we went up on the small stage that had been used for a university violin recital just moments before. Whoa, raw cheers. Unfiltered, visceral reactions from chants to screams. The sunlight, the wind, the smells. Performing outdoors again after a long time had its own appeal. Feels like we're at an event. Of course, it's a strange feeling that the set list is all other people's songs instead of our own. And apparently, I wasn't the only one feeling that. Outside the backstage camera's range. I kind of miss it. Fifth-year idol Ryu Chong-woo, who pulled off both the theme song and the team stage replacements, muttered. Cha Eugene grumbled. I want to do our song. Both of them spoke without any particles so as not to be picked up by the mic. Impressive. I slowly nodded. Hyung Jeon-woo. Kim Rae-bin, who was stretching beside me, whispered seriously. Come to think of it, I might have given off a suspicious vibe even though he didn't remember. Is it possible the theme song could be suddenly excluded from the set list? If the Our Song that Cha Eugene mentioned refers to the song for the common performance, then it would be the theme song, and saying I want to do it implies currently not being able to do it. Then the conclusion is it's been taken off the set list. I barely opened my mouth. It probably means he wants to do it sooner. They always do the theme song last. You're right. Thank you for kindly explaining. He really is one of a kind. It's a shame the camera didn't catch that. If he had remembered, he'd have been tossing and turning over fairness and it would have shown. Even if Kim Rae-bin gets eliminated in the next round, I'll jolt him awake only after this program ends. The mini-concert continued for the full 50 minutes. The deathmatch stage with Jean Chaeyeol in sailor uniforms was recreated well into the latter half. Of course, they weren't actual sailor uniforms, but baseball jackets, since the company president eventually compromised with public opinion and couldn't remove the song from the list. Truly a capitalist decision worthy of an agency president. Chaeyeol seemed genuinely excited, probably feeling recognized. President Kim Tae-in watched our stage so many times that he seemed to appreciate our true value. He might love this one the moment he sees it. Yeah. Shin-oh and his giggles looked exactly like VTIC back then. I heard that whenever his innocent, bright side shows on air, fans flock to him. He looks so unflappable. Even VTIC had expensive data showing that. But, anyway, demand is clear for him. He'll probably make it through smoothly. I quietly drew that conclusion and waved to the crowd as I stepped down from the stage. And toward the end of the performance. Thank you. Eek. After finishing even the theme song performance, people swarmed so much they were blocking the passage. Crowd psychology calling more crowd. Maybe they just enjoy cheering. Jeon-woo Hyung. You're so handsome. Why yes, thank you. I reacted every time someone called out. Nobody feels bad getting compliments. After the camera captured enough audience responses. Finally, the surprise event that hadn't been announced to the participants was triggered. Let's invite our passionate viewers here on stage who came to the guerrilla concert. Gasp. Now, a surprise fan meeting. I figured this much. Before coming on stage, I saw them picking out some people to bring forward. Ahem. Please come on up, like this. I silently shook my head as I watched the participants' faces, now more excited and nervous. It's been a while. Since the debut showcase when I got hit by a plastic bottle, I've almost never done impromptu drawings for the general public. Soon, groups of 2 or 3 people were brought up. They each went to the participant they were supporting. Eek. Oh my. You can just come here and say hello to me. I went up and shook hands and lightly hugged a few people. Who approached me first? Most were trembling, maybe from excitement or nerves. Makes sense in a public place. It wasn't much different from when I was Park Monday. Then what's different? Well, you're so handsome. Thank you. I'll take good care of myself. I love you so much. They say handsome way more than cute. And they hardly asked for cheek pokes. Maybe because it's a quick draw. Or maybe because it's a broadcast, not just idol fans. Hard to know, but they seemed more cautious. In other words, less comfortable. Is it because Jianwu doesn't have a good image? No, not that it's unfortunate though. Anyway, they must have selected people appropriately, so no one participant ended up with no fans. Even Ryu Changwu, whose footage had just barely aired, had people come to him. This kind of thing. Years later, I guess I'll think back and realize how unbelievably lucky an experience this was. Hey, you can't stay here until years later. Oh, I small-talked with him whenever I had no one in front of me, waiting for the next person. Last few, please come up. And when the four who'd waited the longest went on stage. Of them, the first person I recognized immediately. That person was, oh, a young fan. Yes, I mean, I used to be Park Monday's fan. That person did. How did I recognize them? Because they were the first pamphlet. The first hardcore fan who had insisted I do a cheek poke at the Ajusa premiere press conference. I even met them wearing a raccoon mask at an ad board certification. Hard to forget, and I've seen them consistently since. Wow, I see you here too. Indeed. I almost froze mid-pose but regained my composure and held my expression. They'd be crazy if they recognized me. Better stay quiet. I'm just so happy to see you. I only ever did it when you were on your status screen. Lucky for me, he's making a fuss on my behalf, so I don't have to. The fan, with brimming confidence, approached the participants on stage, passed me by, and went to Jean Chayel next to me. Hello, to him. Really, I'm rooting for you. You're so cute and cool, you're the best. Do whatever you want, Chayel. Eek. Thank you. I quietly adjusted my stance. That was the end of Ryu Jianwu's guerrilla fan meeting. I already knew. Ryu Jianwu and Park Monday have quite different looks, and even if they're somewhat similar, there's a clear difference. Is it only appearance? There's a difference in public image too. Demand is bound to differ. So there's no rule that someone who likes Park Monday will definitely like Ryu Jianwu. Hyung. It's fine. Right after the guerrilla concert ended, and before the performance content started, we had a few hours for shooting prep. Since there was that gap, I just organized my thoughts. To face reality. Am I a complete idiot? This isn't reality, so why did I naturally believe it would flow the same way? And even if it were reality, whether each individual continues to support an idol is up to them, right? No need to think further. As an idol, Ryu Jianwu is not Park Monday. Don't forget. I think you look cool no matter which version you are. Really, this guy is so selfless and unashamedly generous. Even knowing they're the same person, someone might prefer only one side. It's not a real relationship, it's one-sided support, so it's natural. That's not necessarily the case. For sure there's that unique idol vibe only you have. Even if your appearance changes, be you. I was reading the comforting pop-up messages I'd written, and suddenly thought, no matter how altruistic he is, isn't this the bit too much? Especially considering his position. Don't you feel at least some discomfort about my sitting in the body you passed the civil service exam for? Even if I don't mind, he should at least feel uncomfortable about the situation. He's without a body, floating, while I'm using both bodies. The pop-up trembles. But I really don't mind. I watched the pop-up appear one word at a time and felt strange discomfort. This isn't to comfort me. It's genuine. And he feels discomfort about that too. Is this strange? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not human anymore. You are human. I cut in. Immediately. What's not human about someone who worries so much about others? No, we're not other people sniff. Anyway, thank you. The pop-up returned to its usual mood as if relieved, but my mind, unshown, grew more tangled. Can I summarize this as a deepening loss of humanity? Perhaps there's no one else to talk to in this situation, and since he never discusses himself with me, it might have accelerated. I need to have a proper talk. But damn, my head is so cluttered I don't know where to start. Pathetic. I quietly sat down in a camera-less hallway, lowered my head, and closed my eyes. I decided to stay like that until my brain fully understood the situation. I don't know how much time passed. Are you okay? A quiet voice. Not a participant, but a staff member, I guess. They thought I might be spacing out in the hallway, so they spoke. Yes, meaning I'd come to my senses, and NVLIGHT. Enter when I was ready. I nodded slightly. They wouldn't bring a camera because I looked bad. Or would they? Well, if it's the network staff, they totally would. Sure enough, I heard light footsteps running down the hallway, then coming back. Did they bring a camera? Here. But what was thrust in front of my face is warm steam. Steam rising. I opened my eyes. When I'm not feeling well or low on energy, drinking a warm beverage helps me. In a hand holding a white paper cup. Inside, a dark drink with steam curling up. Of course, everyone's different, but warmth is universal. Would you like to try some? I accepted it and took a sip. It was hot chocolate. I looked up. Kicking back with a hot drink can be surprisingly calming. Black hair. Sean Ah-hyun in his mid-20s was there. 389 chapter. I already knew how Sean Ah-hyun was living here. Because he came out. Articles, interviews, magazines, WeTube. In the search bar, if you type just Sean, autocomplete suggests Sean Ah-hyun's name. That's no different from reality. But the keywords are different. Here, Seon Ah-hyun never quit ballet. Seon Ah-hyun wins Frida Lausanne. Bright future for Korean ballet. Ballet goes K-syndrome? Seon Ah-hyun. I approached it sincerely. After placing in an international competition open only to teens, he stood out in various contests and joined an overseas ballet company. He's handsome, so once the algorithm on WeTube picked him up, he became famous even in Korea, and afterward he appeared on talk shows and shot several commercials. So I thought I would never meet him unless Ryu Jian-woo actually debuted. But the person himself suddenly popped up and spoke to me, without stammering once, and in a much more refined tone than the voice I know. Would you like a coffee instead? No. It felt like a blow to the head. Damn. I swallowed the rest of the drink and muttered, thank you. It was delicious. So just go away. Yes. But Seon Ah-hyun didn't move. He quietly sat beside me. What is he doing? I reflexively checked him out. A black mock neck like casual wear, hair undone. If he'd come to set as an idol, he wouldn't present like that. It wasn't as if I suddenly questioned why he looked like an ordinary person rather than an idol. I already knew at which point Seon Ah-hyun's life diverged from mine. Sewa Arts Middle School graduation list. Chai Seodam wasn't among his classmates. Here, Seon Ah-hyun was older, so he never met Chai Seodam at Arts Middle School. He graduated without issue, continued majoring in ballet, and walked that path straight on, no derailments. Actually, there were physique issues for continuing ballet. He'd told me before that he quit over foot or pelvis problems, but apparently there were also mental reasons. Yet here he is still dancing ballet. So I never even tried contacting him. There was no plausible way to meet him, and even if I did, what could I offer? He'd already achieved professional success in a totally different field at the same age as in reality. Waking him up would only confuse him. I intended to let him live his life and just clear that quest. Silently, I folded the paper cup and set it down. Suddenly his voice cut in. I'm sorry if I disturbed your break. It's nothing like that. I needed an excuse. I was surprised. I didn't expect to meet Seon Ah-hyun, the dancer here. I sounded like I was calling him a national team athlete. But never mind. Thank you for your concern. Oh yes. He gave a faint smile, as if to say something. Then his phone buzzed in his pocket. DRRR. His expression shifted to awkward. If it's okay with you, could you keep our meeting here a secret? I made a mistake. Of course. Thank you. He retrieved my paper cup from the floor, then answered the call and hurried down the hallway. Even as he left, he turned back and bowed at the neck. That's still the same heart underneath. Why is Seon Ah-hyun here? I stifled a sigh. Predictable. Meeting in the middle of the corridor of the set being prepped, and then asking me to pretend I didn't see him? Means he's appearing on the show. Not as a secret choreographer, but a real special guest. For example, yes. As a judge, the theme of this performance is art. Filming resumed. On stage, the CEO was once again giddily holding a mic and talking. If you condense his long explanation, singers can do special stages for collabs and commemorations, so they need to express meaningful stages properly. It comes down to, we've recruited special art-related guest stars. Use them. So Sean Ah-hyun is included. As expected, before announcing the teams he'd formed at will, the CEO introduced them as special judges. From a pop art master to an orchestra conductor, they all took the stage. Please welcome ballet dancer Seon Ah-hyun. Wow, I don't know whether a boy group survival show can recruit someone like that, but the CEO seemed thrilled. Cha Eugene tapped my back. Hyung, did you see? Yes. Of course I saw. Luckily, Eugene's excitement felt like just a TV reaction. After all, the lineup was spectacular for an in-house agency survival. Maybe the show's doing well, and they got more funding than before. There was only one person I knew here. I glanced at Chongrio, who naturally wore his broadcast face. When our eyes met, he shot a grin as if signaling his thoughts about the special judges. Even nails a reaction cut. He's an infuriating guy in every sense. Though you could interpret that differently. I brought up the on my status window to read his mind. Shin Jae-hyun, filming hard, .. Is there a way to see more detail? Protect privacy. You must respect a colleague's privacy. All right. I clicked off the status window with a smack of my tongue. Separately, I felt Big Sejin go overboard with his pop-up excitement, thinking I'd been sulking in the hallway before filming. But now's fine. Yes, filming carves out time and space solely for work, clearing away distractions. With that working mindset dominating, my head quieted down. No more useless thoughts from here on out. I'd end it as simply being glad to see an old face and see an Ah-hyun. Well, he seems to be living happily, so whatever. Let's leave it at that. I waited for the CEO to announce my team. The judges will also give you mentor feedback, so we'll form teams under each judge's wing. Got it, jerk. Participants were called one by one. They formed 4 teams of 3. Nothing unusual except Ryu Chong-woo and Chongrio ended up together. Until my name was called. Ryu Jian-woo, Jong-woo-dan, and Jin Chae-yeol. And your mentor artist is ballet dancer Seon Ah-hyun. Seon Ah-hyun and Jin Chae-yeol together. I said filming was fine, but they turned up the difficulty. This team round is clearly testing my patience. Hyung, we're finally on the same team. Indeed. Nice to work with you. Yes, I'll do my best. Chae-yeol looked in amazingly good spirits and proceeded to explain why in a stream of words. I think the CEO really changed his mind about us. The gorilla stage, and now letting us perform together again. Freedom of thought. And if it lifts your spirits, so much the better. Of course, the CEO didn't actually fall in love with the sailor uniform concept, but still, after double-checking my teammate and mentor, I reached a conclusion. They deliberately paired me with a ballerino to wreck that marine look image. Pairing me with a ballet dancer means we can't do a light concept like before, and they even threw in the dramatic flair of ballet fabric. Basically, they plan to overshadow our previous marine look stage with something even more memorable for the Jian-woo and Chae-yeol duo. Ambitious. If anyone benefits from Chongryo's talent, it's definitely this guy. How did the CEO's stubborn taste succeed in making an agency profitable? Anyway, am I leader again? With the other 2 being VTIC members, it couldn't be helped. They'll be yes men. And if I lead well, maybe the CEO will praise me again, and that would look good on camera. Let's do well then. Yes. Okay. Naturally, I took out the rehearsal sheets and started planning. First, song selection would pick from Luti label artists. Collab would be dance. Makes sense. Mentor is Seon Ah-hyun. Luckily, the detailed choreography and arrangement are handled by company pros and Seon Ah-hyun. We just decide the concept. As a formality, I spoke up. Do you have any concepts in mind that fit the art theme? I didn't expect an answer, but surprisingly Chae-yeol raised his hand with a resolute look. I thought of something. VTIC guy has an idea? Let's hear it. Go ahead. Yes. There was a concept you did for that photo shoot. Hyung. The vampire concept. Right. It's so cringy it practically hurts. I recalled that surprisingly well-received shoot online and bit back my groan. How about that feel? A vampire vibe feels elegant, and ballet is elegant. That sounds fine to me. All right, it's fine. Actually, it wasn't fine. Why not? I found the answer in a strange DJ VU. Ballet and vampires. Plus a Luti artist song choice. This is too much like what we did in a Juice's first team round. Come to me. Paradise shines by your side. We did a horror arrangement of Malang Dalcom's New World for that stage. Should we change direction? But now the VTIC duo were nodding and driving the conversation, since they'd been given clear do's and don'ts. Do you have any song in mind? I'm not sure. Should we pick a company song that fits ballet? A song that suits ballet. Then let's list any songs that use dance in their choreography. Okay, Hyung, what about this one? Does it look good? If you want to jump in here, you need perfect timing and solid reasoning. The problem was I also knew rationally there was no harm in it. They don't know. None of them know. After all, that world where Park Mundi was on a Jusa doesn't exist here. I know it. That stage doesn't exist in this world. We can use it. But, shut up. Why am I whining when there's an answer key? Just use it. Before odd edits creep in, and while silence can look like careful thought, I spoke. That's a good approach. I'll look up songs too. Yay. Chayo lit up. He said. Something like, I really wanted to help this time. Last time Hyung struggled alone, then enthusiastically scoured WeTube. But even after going through all Letty's catalog, nothing borrowed dance choreography as much as New World. No wonder. It connects to ballet in a uniquely seamless way. But this much should be fine. I'll also find songs you could rearrange to suit dance. That could make it look fresh, so consider it a backup. Wow, yes. I found about 4 more candidate songs, listed them, and finished the selection. An hour later, Sian Ah-hyun, as Minter, advised. Each dance has its own rhythm. For final quality, I'd still recommend a song that already used dance choreography. Oh, then this one. Chaeol gently tapped the sheet. Malang Dalcom, New World. Sian Ah-hyun smiled and nodded. Yes. Oh, in that case. How about it, Jeonwoo Hyung? Sure. Let's do that. I think it'll be a great stage. I'll make sure the choreography matches the tempo perfectly. Yes. Thank you. Chaeol spent the rest of the block guiding us through some of the moves in detail. Before he left, and during a camera swap, Sian Ah-hyun suddenly approached and spoke. I'm sorry I pretended not to know you. They told us not to speak to participants before the first take. No, it was filming, so of course. I reflexively took out a return gift from my tracksuit pocket. Thank you for the hot chocolate. It was really good. Yes. Sian Ah-hyun took the glucose candy I handed him. He should have left, but he lingered. I didn't know why. Just then a loud voice called from behind. Ah-hyun SSI? Ah-hyun SSI. I'm here. It must have been his agency staff. I nodded. Well, I'll head into practice. Yes. See you again. He followed the staff member away. I turned and walked toward the practice room to rehearse New World once more. My mind was blank. I saw Sian Ah-hyun again 2 days later, on midterm evaluation day. 390 chapter. All of the elements and keywords overlapped, so of course the stage ended up aiming for a similar result. Given that Sian Ah-hyun handled the choreography and I served as leader, maybe it was inevitable that this performance would grow more and more like the Ajusa first team round. Great work, everyone. Hyung, over here. Thanks. I wiped the sweat from my chin with a towel. Hyung, it seems like you really suit dance-style choreography. You pick it up so fast, and the execution is already incredible. Is that so? I got lucky. I already knew. The revised choreography for the chorus we're practicing was something I didn't even need to learn. It was almost identical to what we did before. And it wasn't just that. A similar thing happened with the arrangement. I never expected it would prove how good that choice was, an expert picking. Nearly the same option I chose in that first team round. With only a week to complete an art collaboration, the company's in-house experts were brought in far more than before to boost stage quality. And right before the midterm evaluation, we got this feedback. I think you should bring out the bridge section more. Yes. Since the other two have done a lot of dance parts, let's treat INC exclusive on NVLGHD. This as a collaboration, solo for you. A solo for me. They did exactly that on Ajusa too. Rearranged it into a high vocal range to showcase vocals. That pronouncement was effectively a death sentence. The arrangement would almost perfectly match what I did before. How's that sound? I'm totally on board. No one objected. I let my hand go slack and opened my mouth. All right, understood. But the arranger, looking somewhat displeased, tapped his own shoulder and then casually asked, Jianwu, are you hurt? You seem kind of off your game. That won't do. Looking drained on a survival show is a landmine for attitude controversies. It's best to own up. I raised my voice immediately. No, I had a bit of a cold. If my condition showed, I apologize. No need to apologize, just take care of yourself. Debut is right around the corner, you know? Yes. And my teammates on either side started chattering. Sorry, Hyung, I didn't realize you were sick. Here, have some. Water. No, I should have told you. I defused the situation by accepting water from Judan. The arranger asked again. So, Bridget is. Emphasize your vocals there, Jianwu. Yes. No arguing. From now on, I need to look fully committed on camera so nothing can go wrong. That's right. But the useless discomfort nagged me. My performance felt off all practice long, tainted by irritation. Damn it. Let's rest well and pick up again tomorrow. If you push yourself now, you'll sleep like a rock tonight. Yes. I wrapped up that afternoon's practice, holding back my teammates' crazy talk about going hard so we finish early and get rest. I couldn't help but sigh. Are they saying, if my performance depends on my mood once the cameras roll, maybe I should quit? Or maybe I'll just awaken my own stats with that legend reputation instead of peer selection. Hyung, what about dinner? I'll eat after this. Go ahead. After stretching for quite a while, I finally headed to the cafeteria. I planned to shower, take the midterm evaluation, then sneak back in late at night to polish everything. My mood sucked. Clack. Because it wasn't dinner rush, the cafeteria was empty except for one guy using it like a study hall. Hey Hyung, sit here. It was Chongryo. I quickly checked the corner of the wall and table. He grinned. No cameras here. We can still talk, right? I put some food on my tray and sat across from him. He closed the notebook of choreography notes he'd been reviewing and asked, You're not actually sick, right? Since we share the practice room, he must have picked up on some rumors. Why ask if you already know? Huh? I'm just double-checking. He closed his notebook and asked in a light tone. This is the first time you're reusing a well-received stage in a different context, isn't it? That must be bugging you. How do you even ask that? The words rose to my throat, but I didn't say them. Damn it. I wouldn't have done it if I could help it. Isn't it that stage? The one from the first Ajusa team round. Yeah. That first stage has a special impact, right? I still remember it. His first stage? Come to think of it, I did it on a survival show here too. We have a lot of similarities. Right. He stared into space briefly, then grinned. It's okay. Once you try it, you realize it's nothing. They say this isn't even reality, right? It'll feel kind of empty. Maybe. I pushed my chopsticks aside, half-heartedly. Me complaining to this guy? But the problem is letting discomfort affect your condition. He closed his notebook again and said quietly, Don't practice more today, sleep early, eat well. People's thinking is surprisingly ruled by physical state. You'll take care, right? I nodded slowly. He shrugged. If you really can't do it, think of an alternative. Why would I do that? He tapped his chin. There's a right answer, and you can do it. I know. He smiled, stood up, and motioned to my tray. Finish that, then get some rest. I nodded. He left. Phew. I feel like my appetite vanished. You really should eat. Better to pop glucose candies than risk eating and throwing up. No way. I chuckled at the startled pop-up. My tasks felt clearer, but my mood sank further. They say you'll feel better once you start. Even that prediction felt gross. Damn. Over the next few minutes, I forced down everything on my tray. Not pleasant. When I finished and stood to clear it. Clack. The cafeteria door opened. I didn't turn, but I heard someone speak. Oh. I looked up. It was him. Black-haired Sian Ah-hyun again. Hello. Nice to see you again. I bowed my head and looked up. He waved me off. You don't have to be so formal. Feel free to speak casually. You appeared as a mentor, so I can't. But we're not filming right now. He smiled faintly, carefully closed the door behind him, and came in. Really? The traffic was good, so I arrived early and wandered until I ended up here. I see. Mind if I sit? I can't imagine anyone refusing a mentor. Sure. Thank you. I didn't know why he was grateful. I stared at my empty tray, feeling awkward. Then his gentle voice broke. The silence. I enjoyed the candies you gave me. I sometimes eat those too, during intermission to refill stamina. Yes. Right. I remembered he spit out a candy during a concert intermission. Here, intermission refers to a ballet performance. We exchanged terse replies, but he wasn't done. You looked familiar in the hallway, so I wondered if I knew you. What? But when I got closer, it didn't seem like something to ask. You looked in pain. In pain? He flinched slightly, but nodded. Yes, you look in pain. Even now. He must walk around exposing everything so everyone can read him. How about the cameras? I'd already covered that excuse. My condition showed, but I never skipped practice or yelled at anyone. That should be fine. You don't have to confide in me, but I hope you find someone to talk to. Here's my counselor's number. I'm fine. Shut up. Sorry. I meddled too much. His face clouded over. I bit back a sigh. Then, almost without thinking, I answered abruptly. It's not meddling. Yes. It's just, I've already done a stage with the same song and concept. This one, yes. I looked down. The first stage we did together was with people I was close to but can't see now. I don't like the idea of my next on-air performance being this one. Even I doubted my own sanity saying that. His face clouded. Maybe he thought the same. Then why? Didn't you say something if it was so hard? Why indeed? Because the outcome would be better that way. That stage got a great reaction. I'm not stupid enough to avoid using a proven success. Someone else might misinterpret this as a competing agency's monthly review, but I didn't care. He stared at the table for a moment, then spoke firmly. Good results aren't the only answer. A choice that doesn't cause you pain is also valid. That wasn't a professional thing to say, yet he didn't back down. Victory isn't only when you shove aside what you don't want to do. He hesitated, then added in a quiet voice. I used to ignore my own feelings so much it caused me pain. In Jianwu, you can still give a great performance even if you take a different path. There's no single right answer for a stage or interpretation. He wrapped up gently. So, you don't have to cling to pain with a must-win mentality. Alternatives can be right answers too. I couldn't find my response. The content shocked me, and I admit it swayed me for a moment. But one more thing. I thought he was living smoothly without hurdles. His refined, unhesitant speech, willingness to engage in an unfamiliar situation, his near-legendary successes. He's already attained everything he reclaimed in the original world. He looks like the one thriving, not me. So why is he talking about pain to someone he's never met? Really? Hyung. Ah. The silence had been too long. I managed to say, thank you. I'll take it under consideration. It wasn't exactly a promise, but he nodded happily. You're welcome. I know it's startling to hear such things from a stranger, so thank you for handling it maturely. No, thank you for the advice. It comforted me. I'm glad to hear that. The mood warmed, for which I was grateful since the cameras were off. He brightened his face and offered, and we're not that far apart in age. Feel free to call me casually. In that case, Minter, you start speaking casually. Oh, you go first. He smiled awkwardly, as I expected. Before either of us could say more, his staff called him, just like last time. You should get going. Yes. Only then did he stand. If anything changes song-wise, just say it was my idea, no worries. He left, and despite the unlikelihood of such a remark, I felt a bit more at ease. I don't have to do it, huh? Hyung, I think Ahnsai's right. If you don't want to, you don't have to, do you? That's separate from the shock. If necessary, I'll do it. Pop-up shutter. A mocking vibration. Enough. I won't change my mind for that. The pop-up deflated. Then how about thinking of it as just another cover stage collaboration? It's not like you're doing a juicer again. Just think of it as performing with your junior. It sounded like nonsense, but oddly persuasive. Right, the timing's different. It's a totally new show. Better to recognize them as separate situations. Wait. Hyung. Right. You're right. Huh. I'd mistaken it. Ajusa and Wise aren't the same program. Different years, different formats, different target audiences. In other words, different evaluation criteria. Besides, the number of members and performance themes differ. There's no guarantee that what was a perfect answer in Ajusa's first team round will work here. And when I recalculate given those differences, the Ajusa stage isn't a perfect answer for our situation. I'm such an idiot. Why am I realizing this now? Then what? I came to a clear conclusion. We need to revise it. I smirked and returned my tray. The table was clean. Before the midterm evaluation began, I gathered my teammates in the common room. Hey, Hyung, you were going to shower, right? I need to say something. I spoke without hesitation. I've been wondering why this fell off. There's one factor we overlooked. Yes, the mentor. Right. This time the mentor not only advised on stage composition, but briefly joined the performance. Drawing pop art in the intro, then ripping it up as he entered, or having a live orchestra accompaniment. Our mentor is a ballet dancer. That's right. We have to keep him from overshadowing us. There were still no cameras in the common room. I continued unabashedly. So we can't use the same choreography. The answer is to make both parts feel distinct but synergistic, so the stage feels fresh. Oh. They glanced at one another, and Cha-Yeol spoke first. So, are we revising? We need to remove and add a few elements. I paused, then opened my plan with a quiet flourish. Of course, this might mean a tough final push. Their faces lit up. That's fine. Let's do it. Let's go for it. That's VTIC for you. Those yes men are a blessing. All right. I opened my notebook. And after a tense but hopeful midterm evaluation where they heard, we're going to half rewrite it. A few days later, the day of the performance arrived. 391 chapter. It's the day of the Luti survival, when they'll stage an ambitious performance-themed art. Backstage. Shall we shout our slogan before we go? Yep. Following the teammate who shouted back loudly and held out a hand, Ryu Chong-woo extended his own. Team D, who does everything well, let's do this. The cheer was led with a smile by contestant Shin Jae-hyun. At least that was what Ryu knew him as. Though he was TIC's leader, he was here now, caught up in this strange situation just like Ryu. I never thought I'd end up sharing a stage with him. For Ryu Chong-woo, it was unexpected. Coming back to the past and going to university alongside Ryu Jeon-woo was already bizarre enough. It feels like some fantasy. He'd never in his wildest dreams imagined he'd face such a surreal situation. Yet he'd come to accept it as a kind of alternate life experience. And preparations with TIC's leader had been remarkably smooth. He really knows how to use everyone and everything at the right moment. From contestants to trainers. It was astonishing. The process of fitting together the image that was already fully formed in his mind was so solid it gave him goosebumps. A bit mechanical, perhaps, but he was definitely, NVLIGHT, the most capable leader in running a stage. I need to hone what I'm good at even more. Ryu Chong-woo decided, replacing a bitter smile with determination. Now you just wait here. Okay. The camera that had captured their slogan pulled back to find the next act, leaving only the installed units backstage. Because their stage was last, Ryu had been watching every performance from the green room below. They all did great. Cha Eugene and Kim Rae-bin had split off into other teams, each showing remarkable contributions. Yeah, he thought of Cha Eugene, center of the action paint performance, and Kim Rae-bin, who almost single-handedly led the orchestral arrangement while chatting excitedly with the conductor. Rae-bin's especially incredible. He could practically see the growth. Even without memories, it was that obvious, just like during. Ajusa, a true genius. And right before them, the third stage was about to begin. Park Mundi and VTIC members. In reality, it would be a lineup that made audiences faint. But that wasn't the issue here. It'll be fine. He remembered what Cha Eugene had whispered when they first saw that team's choreography in the practice room. That's that stage. October 31st. Cha Eugene had even remembered the team name. So impressive was that Ajusa first team stage. I got absolutely crushed by it back then. The team Ryu Chong-woo had faced. You could have been on the same team if luck had turned with the push of a button. I pretended not to mind, but I was really disappointed. He almost smiled at the memory, now feeling like a nostalgic daydream, until he recalled Park Mundi's condition while they practiced. To put it bluntly, he'd looked completely drained. Are you okay? I'm fine. Are you hurt anywhere? No, it's not that. His complexion was gone. Even though they were different teams, Ryu and other Taestar members peeked a few times out of concern. But with everyone guessing at the reason, except Kim Rae-bin, it was hard to say anything. They couldn't just dictate, do this, or don't do that, on someone else's stage. Especially not someone who'd vowed on a survival show. I will win the grand prize and get out of here. If this had gone on a few more days, I'd have said something. But after The midterm evaluation, things changed. Park Mundi altered the stage's structure. There's not much time. Still, we think it's worth the challenge. When Park Mundi said that, his eyes lit up. He seemed to have regained his usual solidity. He was unwavering. Cha Eugene neatly summed up. Mundi Hyung, you think too much. We have to practice lighter this time. We're here to watch. Though one of the youngest members, Cha Eugene could unexpectedly hit the heart of the matter. So Ryu Chong-woo chose not to intervene this time. And now, the result was about to unfold on that stage. He had planned to lean forward just enough to see the fully set stage up close, when, you always do well on stage. Yes, that's right. The VDIC leader beside him spoke. Though Ryu was his senior, he couldn't quite drop honorifics yet, and he watched the stage with a gleeful look. So this is what you prepared. Ryu Chong-woo turned his head. The stage that began projected a snow-covered birch forest. As the lights dimmed, a bell chimed and a yellow moon rose. A female chorus sang, ah-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha, a beautiful minor harmony. Matching that ominous chord, 3 hooded silhouettes emerged among the trees. White arms draped in linen cloth overlapped in a short, intense intro performance as limbs slipped out from the robes. Woo! Oh, 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 oh. With the final chorus note, the 3 straightened up, pulling down their hoods in unison. Their revealed pale faces sang in harmony, their voices rippling across the stage. It's cold outside. Come here, come in. Let's drink with us, tonight. It was a carol. The English title from last year's Lutti Agency joint winter special album. That retro, 19th century evoking carol hadn't smashed the charts, but it cultivated a cult following online. Its classical, warm melody met with an exaggerated orchestral accompaniment, turning it into something elegant and secretive. The reason it worked was, the accompaniment is from A New World. Right. There was no restriction to choose only one song. Instead of twisting A New World into a radical rearrangement like Adijusa, Park Mundi had borrowed the original accompaniment. The dark melody in minor combined with an elegant orchestral line fit for a flower fairy, enhancing the mood. And the song's rhythm shifted to suit dance. This night, the bell outside the window. Ding dong ding dong. A ballad-like verse. 2 members lifted Cha Yul by the waist, a striking motion that grabbed the eye. Ryu Jianwoo's low harmony under Cha Yul's vocals was solid and round like droplets. Ding dong ding dong. The first verse began, mixing storytelling with idol-style choreography. As vampires would, they didn't smile for mood, but every facial gesture was perfectly executed with accompanying poses. Rather than shouting, I'm a vampire, with fangs or blood makeup, they hinted through costume style, dance, and gesture. The hooded robes flickered like capes, revealing outfits with ornate chains beneath. The beautiful sound of winter. Ding dong ding dong. The voice of winter. The red lining inside the robes fluttered. After a pre-chorus dance holding their necks and turning their bodies, the chorus broke into a powerful, precisely controlled group dance. The dark, intricate orchestra swelled again as they reached the chorus. Tonight, in the middle of winter. La 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 la. The 3 arched their bodies in an impressive pose, then dispersed in all directions as the verse ended, the music quieting. In the empty center, a piano melody slid in. What followed was the verse melody of A New World. Here, a new figure appeared on stage. A white hand emerged from behind a tree in time with the music, then the full form extended onto the stage. A black-haired ballet mentor in white costume. A light tour, then a grand jet. His jumps were measured, like a doll in a snow globe, balancing with the backdrop. And a music box voice. Can't you feel me? From stage left, another hooded silhouette turned. Ryu Jianwoo. He gripped the headset mic with both hands, singing the lyrics softly and low. Warmth from your touch. Lifts me up, so beautiful. A spring garden. The lights turned a warm beige, banishing the winter mood for a moment. Powerful, beautiful ballet moves continued. Arabesque. Umuum. Umuum. But it was fleeting. At the end of the bridge, the orchestra surged again. The ballet dancer fled off stage, as if in panic. In an instant, 3 silhouettes reclaimed his spot. They threw off their hoods, charging forward in dazzling costumes. Cold lighting burst across the stage again. Woo! Oh, 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 oh. The chorus choreography resumed, this time with new moves woven in. turns and jumps reminiscent of the ballerino's steps, though cleverly reinterpreted. It feels different, as if imitating, yet clearly a different genre of dance pop movement. You couldn't directly compare the quality, only feel the overwhelming caliber of the stage. In the snowy garden, in a teacup, in a sugar bowl, a high-impact idol group dance and close-up gestures filled the stage. Then a powerful finale. The bell rings. Ring, re-ring. Ring, ring, ring. With a fluid head turned in another direction, the static formation ended. Mixed into the shredding arrangement, a high-note ad-lib joined every voice together. At last, the silhouettes smiled and faced forward, raising their arms. The winter is in. The music stopped. All motion froze on stage. Wah! Applause and cheers poured out without pause, even screams of support. Well done. The hooded silhouettes adjusted their robes, bowed, and composed. Smiles. A dizzying, intense, dark performance. Deliberately a bit obscure. On another stage, it might have been criticized as too experimental to win over the public. But the keyword this time was art. Both audience and judges would expect something different. Ryu Chong-woo turned slightly to look right in front of the audience seats. Sure enough, he spotted the agency head twitch his lips in a grin and give a discreet thumbs up, as if saying it was excellent. Whoa, this is fun. Knowing his turn was next, Ryu still laughed and applauded. The stage ended. I pulled off my hood and clenched it in my hand. Damn, it felt refreshing. What is this? The sense of liberation was tremendous. Someone might think I'd already won the grand prize. I folded the hood and handed it to a staff member. I nailed it. No need to check the scores, I knew. That sluggish, bogged-down head of mine spun taut again as if by magic. It's a direct line. Stage adrenaline. Once it hits, nothing beats it. I swept my hair back. Hyung. Then the paint-splattered guy who'd stripped off his costume ran over and grabbed my arm. Cha Eugene. Hyung, you were amazing. You were so cool. Ugh. Wait a minute. Does this lunatic always have to grab my neck like that? This football-playing maniac almost snapped my neck. I managed to free myself. Then I heard a calm voice. Hyung, I'll tell you. First, tell me what. You can use whatever you want from my stage. Don't worry about it. He pointed alternately at his head and chest with the same arm that nearly broke my neck. Our stage is here. And in reality, even in the multiverse, it won't disappear. We mustn't forget that. Got it. If I'd heard this a few days ago, I'd have mouthed, then do it properly, and smash my head against a wall in determination. But hearing it now, with a clear head, it was perfect. The one who was buried was me. Who knew I'd be the first to lose my senses in this bizarre situation? I smirked and patted his shoulder. Got it. Then we're good. He smiled broadly. And I'll use it however I please. Get ready to watch. Yeah, go ahead. I watched him head off for his interview, changed out of my costume, and a moment later, as he returned to the waiting room after his stage, he spoke again. Ryu Chong-woo. 392 chapter. Ryu Chong-woo, having passed me the mic and walked over, sat down on the sofa beside me and opened his mouth. Great stage. I really enjoyed it. Thanks. After a moment, he asks briefly, are you feeling better? I let out a short laugh. So he noticed it, too. Yeah, I'm okay now. Even looking back with a clear head, it's Inc via LGT, official version, ridiculous. I got so riled up just because I had to overwrite that first stage. I thought, even if it felt weird, I could just go through the motions and move on since I'll escape anyway. No way. It was a shock anyone would react to. Is that so? Let's be honest. I'm not the type to get knocked off balance by petty emotional fights. Yet now I finally understand why I acted like such an idiot. What? It's simple. I felt hurt, that's all. From my first Runaway fan edit onwards, all those, you're no longer TSDR's Park Monday, proof shots left me irrationally shattered. Which means, I'd grown fond of that reality. No, not just a bit, a lot. I crossed my arms. It was my first time feeling like this. I admit it. It was the first time something like this wrecked my condition. Gasp. It wasn't like someone died or a landlord scammed me out of my deposit, but I still felt powerless. I added out loud, it won't happen again. It was my first time, so I couldn't handle it well. It won't happen again. I know how to control it now. Oh, how do you do that? Why is he writing notes like Big Sejin? I stated calmly. If a solution doesn't occur immediately, but I emotionally don't want to do something. Then I just don't think about it. Uh, if I have to do it, I do. But if it hurts my performance, I quit. That's the fastest way. I can't believe I didn't practice this simple truth. I secretly nodded. Hyung, is that really a healthy approach? I think. It's my choice, so I'll do it my way. Got it. The chat pop-up shook. At the same moment, Ryu Chongwoo spoke. You might be able to do that, but when your heart's tangled, it's okay to open up. When I turned to look, he made a small gesture with his hand. It was the Taystar logo. We can understand each other. Right. Did you hear that? I nodded. Ryu Chongwoo just smiled without another word. I didn't feel bad. After that, we went back up onto the now empty stage and shot the finale cut for today's taping. Judging by the agency head's face, he was pleased with every performance. The contestants cheered accordingly, and, unusually, we wrapped up in a good mood. Jianwoo Hyung, I heard you caught the flu. Kim Raebin pressed a grandmother's homemade susonghwa into my hand, supposedly good for colds, and I got ready to head home. I thought to refuse, but a list of possible misunderstandings popped into my head. It looks shabby. You don't eat food made by others. It might be past its expiration after the shoot. So I accepted neatly. To avoid offending his grandmother, I'll invite her over before the next shoot to repay the favor. That's why I even shoved the water bottle into my bag while packing. I could hear the excited chatter of the other guys sharing the waiting room. Hey, aren't we all debuting together like this? Too many of us. I'd rather get eliminated. Oh, someone wise knows a good deal. By the way, these are the guys Chongwoo cut ties with. No chance we'll debut together. What have you been up to all these years? I looked at the two still standing around normally, grabbed my things, and stepped into the hallway. The others were waiting in the lobby. And this time, just as I was about to leave the studio, I heard a voice down the corridor. Ah-hyun, please wait a moment. Yes. It was Sean Ah-hyun with a staff member. I heard the staff running off somewhere, and Sean Ah-hyun rounded the corner. The moment our eyes met, he immediately walked over. I was just about to say hello. Good to see you. Ah, yes. I bowed as befitted the mentor who'd just finished coaching the performance. I thought he'd be generous with his scores for the other teams, but surprisingly he was blunt, which kept us safely in the honors class. He was the ideal mentor. Thank you. Thanks to you, we pulled off a great stage. No, thank you. I got to try such a fun performance. Sean Ah-hyun brushed his hand in the air and blushed. It's rare to use trot music like this. It was refreshing. Thank you. Stop thinking. Just exchange pleasantries and part ways. That's the plan. But Sean Ah-hyun spoke again. And, I wanted to tell you, the storyboard you revised was even better than before. I think you found an even better solution. And, he continued softly and carefully. The counselor I recommended, it's still okay to meet with them. I need to ask this. Why on earth is he seeing a counselor here? May I ask who the counselor is? That should sound curious, but respectful. I even planned to drop the question if he hesitated. But Sean Ah-hyun answered readily. They're listed in my agency contract. Performing arts is always a battle with yourself. Counseling is part of the basic curriculum. So it's part of artist welfare. Then what context did his talk of pain come from? I watched him to see if he was lying. In reality, he's painfully transparent, but here he could hide it. Yet his expression betrayed nothing. So he wasn't lying. Perhaps because he thought I was worried, Seon Ah-hyun added. Performers must manage both body and mind. Right. So, if you want, I can contact them for you in advance. You can probably get about 5 sessions free. Only then did I realize, looking at his smiling face. He'd said all that on purpose. To build empathy so I'd lower my guard, admit my troubles, and feel better. How did I not notice? I eyed him warily. So, he must be perfectly healthy. Meaning he's been getting all the care he needs while building his career. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. He's calm enough to chat with a stranger who looks stressed and offer help. A wave of relief washed over me. Seriously, I'm fine. Actually, a friend already recommended someone to me. Oh, I see. I'd overthought it for no reason. My brain went straight to worst case. I clicked my tongue and withdrew my speculation. Seon Ah-hyun smiled and asked again. Then, shall we keep in touch sometimes? Sounds good. I gave him my number, no problem. It'd be weird to refuse. I wasn't about to throw a glove in his face. Once I leave to go abroad for ballet, I'll probably never see him here again anyway. We can just catch up when I return to reality. Though I honestly don't know if he'd welcome that. These things are a gamble to be decided later. No point worrying when you haven't won the lottery. I stopped thinking immediately. This is how you control it. It works. Like I did with other industry contacts. I shook his hand out of habit and nodded. Well, I'll head in now. Mentor Nim, have a good night. You're not a mentor anymore, so feel free to call me however you like. Persistent guy. I never thought I'd still be called mentor by him. Then have a good night, Hyung. Sean Ah-hyun smiled brightly and nodded. Yes, if you ever need anything, feel free to reach out anytime. You're awfully generous with someone I just met. Sean Ah-hyun looked startled, then chuckled softly. I just want to. Right, I'm still a pushover. Thus, I obtained contact information with the ballerino Sean Ah-hyun. No colleague draw required. Sean Ah-hyun Hyung. Though that became the saved name. Ah-hyun. Lobby. Oh, right. After parting with Sean Ah-hyun, I headed straight for the lobby. Before I even reached the main entrance, I was stopped again. Jeonwoo Hyung, are you heading in? It was the two teammates from today's team round. Judan and Cha Yul. Yeah, I'm just heading in. I was tired of talking to so many people today, but I couldn't brush off the guys I'd just performed with, so I stopped. They want to talk about the stage. They both bowed deeply. Then Jean Cha-yul said, even though you weren't feeling well, you led us flawlessly every time. Thank you. Next time, I'll be a more reliable teammate. Judan added, especially when we debut. Right, when we debut. Even though I probably wasn't exactly in top form, they thanked me. Plus, the setup I demanded in revisions required a level of expressive skill that even debuted idols would struggle with. With their stats not fully developed, it must have been hard to keep up, but they didn't complain, they just worked hard. They've got guts. I spoke. Great work, everyone. I'll take better care of myself so I can stay healthy from here on out. Yes, I admit, they were teammates worth working with. I looked at Jean Cha-yul, whose cheeks were about to burst with a smile. Maybe that fan edit will watch this stage because of him, but I guess it's better someone on my team likes it than no one watching. Your stage was amazing too. I had fun. Thanks. Haha. Me too. Even without forcing myself to stop thinking, I felt unexpectedly at ease. I hope our stage airs soon. Hey, shall we watch it together? No, that's a bit. Sorry. It's aired after we start filming, though. Ugh. I just laughed it off. Anyway, I'll be debuting with these guys, so it won't be that miserable. By the time I finally set off for home, the Gorilla Concert episode of Wise had already fully aired outside. I should check the public reaction. Since I'd been away from my phone, I needed to catch up. I accessed the internet immediately, and I was taken aback. Ryu brothers are insane? Ryu brothers are insane. Ryu brothers are insane. I found the perfect combo, Ryu Jeonwoo plus Chongwoo. Adding Youngwoo too made the face merge go wild. Wolf Ryu Chongwoo, Husky Ryu Jeonwoo, Arctic Fox Cha-yul. We're calling this the doggo spectrum. Thank you for becoming idols. I love you. I expected Club Me Bo to be torn apart for bloodline privilege, but it's already a party atmosphere ditching the eliminated members. There are even accounts using every contestant's face as their profile picture. It seems viewers are ready to put up banners for Ryu Chongwoo. What the? I immediately opened a search engine. 393 chapter. The responses to the aired episodes had been piling up online. Let's sort them chronologically and scroll through. First, from episode 6 onward, after Chongwoo, who wasn't part of Team Chongrio, was picked up by Ryu Jeonwoo to complete that sexy keyword concept stage. The ecosystem looked like this. It's like witnessing the very essence of Lu Ti on stage. I've never once in my life envied a stage floor until now. They might as well debut all of them as is. What's the point of a survival if you're just going to debut everyone? The craziest thing is that 2 of them come from the Nouveau Renewal class, and their leader Shin Jae-hyun nails the concept perfectly. More. Honestly, I expected more shallow comments since they leaned into sexy, but instead the top comments were detailed analyses of the performance. A lot of people must be re-watching after I came back, I thought, and many were adding narrative to the group's identity. Signs the fandom was really starting to form an image. Cha Eugene's completely been accepted, too. Originally so out of place, his integration now generated synergy and drew even more viewers to the stage. By this point, viewers were already guessing the debut lineup. My picks for the 9 debuters with photos. Now it depends on who they add. Will the boss stick to his guns or follow public opinion? Vote quick. Link. Soon enough, people were tracing the contours of the debut group after episode 6. Even the hype bait about the national support. Supplemental class at the end of EP 6 barely registered. Viewers just skipped it and focused on existing contestants. Then came episode 7. That's where Ryu Changwoo appeared. Whoa, spoilers were spot on. Is he related to Jianwoo? Everyone knew except me. At first, everyone freaked out at this unexpected heavyweight new face from another discipline, but it was thrilling. Probably helped by my own reaction, too. Now here's the actual contestant reaction to Ink VRLGRHT. Don't copy. Read here. Discovering the cousin he'd been living with suddenly on stage. The red subtitles read, as they cut to my interview. Ryu Jianwoo. So, Ryu Jianwoo. Speechless. It took Jianwoo a full day to recover his eloquence. Damn, I thought. Those broadcasting folks snapped a perfect close-up of my dumbfounded face, intercut with my equally stunned cousins. It fit right into the tense reality show vibe. LOL, he must have been shocked. Jianwoo's so cute. Yeah, I'd be the same. What even was that? Total gradient confusion. How on earth did he even get on the show? Then they showed sincere interviews with Ryu Changwoo and earnest rehearsal footage. Positive on-air response, at least until spoilers spread. Have you seen the Luti Surf spoilers? They say if Changwoo joins, Choi Tae-jun will be eliminated real? No way the boss would let that happen. They said they'll pick eliminations by audience. Vote. Whoa. No, this can't be real. Up to then, the consensus was that it was fake spoilers, a kind of troll. But after EP8 aired, public sentiment exploded. All spoilers were right, insane. I was sad when he quit the national team and went to some random college, now Idol 2. What is he doing? It's Choi Tae-jun's own fault for screwing up, boo-hoo. Hey, stop talking to the eliminated guy. That's actually harassment. LOL, full meltdown. What can you do? Changwoo's a total stunner and kills it on stage. Think. Would you say the same if you weren't on Jianwoo's team? The negative chorus. He did great. So his cousin Changwoo got carried on the bus. My challenge against the main vocalist versus main vocalist made for compelling survival show character. But the fact that Changwoo literally picked that team felt suspect. I knew there'd be side effects, I thought. Rumors of rigging and corruption went over the line until the general public, beyond just viewers, joined the frenzy. Wait, Changwoo is actually trying Idol? LOL. He's still a total knockout, didn't expect it. Changwoo being an Olympic gold medalist guaranteed high public favor. Even if Wise was huge, it was still just one survival show. There's a gap with the general public. So they're mad he won votes? Bizarre. LOL, yeah, this crossed the line. Club Meebo stands especially are toxic. Beating up national team gold medalists, seriously? Thanks to that, non-viewers piled on, and it almost became a disaster. But some self-correction kicked in and the haters quieted down. Under the surface, though, resentment simmered. Then, just before the Gorilla concert, everything blew up. New video, Choi Tae-jun partying with alcohol and cigarettes. Someone tweeted, an old clip from a bar birthday party surfaced, confirmed by his distinctive features. Whoa. LOL. And everyone switched sides. Prophetic vision, wow. Tae-in gets one win. The studio audience has 1% of our country's insight. Sorry I was clueless. Dodged a bullet there. If that had surfaced mid-season, fans would have been in agony. Tae-jun's skilled and a boss pick. Elimination was unlikely, so fans would have lost sleep worrying. A participant scandal hurts the show's image too. But Changwoo literally sniped that scandal at the last second, I realized. And suddenly he was being treated like a hero. Ryu brothers, how far did you see? Now looks like Jianwoo is the real MVP, true. LOL, they're brainwashing us. Reappraisals were so amusing that fans of every contestant chimed in supportively. No wonder Club Meebo and others unrelated to the show's factions were the loudest, I thought. Then, when Changwoo recaptured his Tay-star-level skill at the Gorilla concert, dance cams went up, and the game was over. How is that kind of improvement even possible? Right, let's both become idols. He nearly lost him to archery, understood. Now Chongwu was safe at least through the finals. So clean, I thought, as if someone had drawn the script. Unbelievable. And who but Shin Jae-hyun could have orchestrated that? Shin Jae-hyun, delighting in smooth progress, carrot dash carrot. I dialed my teammates at once. Shin Jae-hyun, answering a teammate's call, carrot carrot. Once connected, I asked directly, did you ever think this would break out at this timing? Well, if the timing was too perfect, someone must have staged it. He laughed on the other end, practically an admission. How did it not break sooner? Originally, maybe the uploader got hacked and the account quietly vanished. So that's how it played out. He'd managed every controversy around VTIC perfectly. No wonder they stayed top tier for 10 years. Credit where it's due. I paused, then asked conspiratorially. Finals are coming up. Anyone else to send off? You want to try? Why not? He laughed, then said, there is one. But for balance, they need to be eliminated organically by the show. Who? Well, I'll leave it to your speculation. That one really knew how to drive people nuts. If he were here, I'd have thrown a punch. Then rest up. See you in practice. Be ready to talk. Got it. We hung up. I need to stir the pot before filming starts, I thought, grinding my teeth as I closed the call screen. Then I saw unread message pop-ups. Bae Sejin Hyung. Good job. I still remember that choreography. That was someone who'd heard about today's shoot and reached out. The next was just received. Cool little bro Sejin. Hyung, shoot's over? How was the gorilla concert? LOL. Lee Sejin. He timed it to today's rap. After the tour questions last time, here came this. I replied casually. It was a bit short but fun. Cool little bro Sejin, right? Hee. Cool little bro Sejin, but short? Ambitious. Hyung, when you debut, you're going to kill it, right? He wanted us to hype each other up, I guess. I laughed and answered. You were killing it on tour yourself. Instant reply. Cool little bro Sejin. Right answer. Party popper Sejin's the best LOL. Cool little bro Sejin. Oh, our tour video drops tomorrow. Cool little bro Sejin. Wanna watch together tonight? Also hear your gorilla concert thoughts. Given our management cycle, he didn't need to rush. I thought we'd talk post-finals. Well, since shoot's done, no reason to refuse. He reads public opinion well and might catch things I missed. I answered, if you can make time. And the plan was set. Going out would be too conspicuous, so it'd be at his place or mine. Excluding the dorm, that was the choice. Ding dong. Hello? 9 p.m. Lee Sejin arrived at the office del with a gift set. Of course I wasn't alone at home. Hey, welcome. I heard you're living with us now. I've been watching the show. Welcome. Beyond the waving Cha Eugene, Ryu Chongwoo studied the returning teammate and grinned. Make yourself at home. Is it weird to say that to a senior? Come on, be comfortable. I know you're my Hyung. Haha, really? Thanks. Lee Sejin handed over the gift set and entered, commenting sociably, your place is so cool, until he reached the living room sofa. You can climb up by tilting the backrest. I'll remove the cushion. Okay. I matched his preference instinctively. His face flickered. How did you know? Before he covered it. Lee Sejin recovered and made small talk, but not long later, Chongwoo and Cha Eugene rose. We'll go grocery shopping. If I find something tasty, I'll bring it back. I'm in charge of late-night cooking, so they'd handle ingredients. Oops, mind if I order delivery instead? It's totally okay, enjoy. Cha Eugene answered lightly, and they left. Ding. Lee Sejin looked at the closed front door, reacted politely. Oh dear, sorry. Don't worry. That's just how we are. I chuckled. Show me some tour stuff. Okay. He switched gears and operated the player. His Blu-ray played successfully on the TV. GYROP. First drop. The opening concert. They made the text huge, nice. If it's readable, that's fine. The first number at a sizable venue began. Oh, a fierce hip-hop bass opener gave way to a light reggaeton dance track. I can see the group's identity here, I mused. A classic rebellious feel with precision choreography, good quality, so they must have many fans. You're good. Aha, thanks. He spoke breezily, but his eyes were more subdued, a strange look for the guy excited to show his video. I understood why. He's heard he sticks out too much, I thought. In group dances, he's obsessed with blend, always steadying Cha Eugene or helping Bae Sejin. meaning he's holding back so he won't overshadow. Under the pretense of live vocals, his moves were smaller. When he danced correctly, he stood out. And being big-built, he was self-conscious. Yet as the song went on, immersion made his motions expand again. On unit songs, the quality gap was obvious. Yes, step forward, more to the front. I suspected he was faking effort. I bent into a gesture and called him out. Doesn't that feel like a waste? He'd obviously deny it, but sometimes damn straight is the best medicine. It feels like a waste. Flat, deadpan voice. Then he brightened again. Well, Hyung was hurt at that part, so we both felt it was a shameful moment. I nodded. I see. A brief silence. Oh, still, showing my stage to you like this is embarrassing. Want a drink? You'd need non-alcoholic. Ah. He stopped mid-sentence, just as I did. No? I thought you said last time. Sorry. I moved again. I mean, non-alcoholic is good. Really? Should I grab some? But we don't have any at home. He burst out laughing. Hyung, what is that? I fetched a soda. Lee Se-jin accepted it politely. Thank you. It's nothing. The mood warmed again. I sat back and resumed watching the GYROP tour footage. I thought of those who'd originally done this with me, but now worked elsewhere. Bass Se-jin, Seon Ah-hyun, and the one on screen, Big Se-jin. Rationally, I'd already made up my mind. Spinning the gotcha again is pointless. Unless Kim Rae-bin appeared, I might as well funnel my awakening points into myself and max out all stats, an absurd cheat. But I'm pissed. Watching a teammate struggle at his limits on stage felt infuriating. He'd be happier knowing his true standing. And he has plenty of breathing room. His reputation points were steadily climbing. After a moment's conflict, I opened the status window and, with a discreet flick, tapped the Draw 10 Teammates button repeatedly. Blink, blink, blink. But what if Seon Ah-hyun pops up? I don't care. I'll deal with that later. Starlight sparkles around the GYROP video. I think I used about 100,000 points. 100 draws. Really? I kept tapping. About the 12th tap. Whoa. A burst of radiant light from the pop-up, bright enough to obscure the video. And stars appeared in my status. Who? Lee Se-jin / main dancer. I'd drawn him. Except as. Is, the status window asked. I kept my gaze on the soda and spoke to Lee Se-jin. I'm just saying. If there's another success of yours you haven't realized yet. I mean, if there's another fruit of your effort you haven't noticed yet. I asked. If there were a way to find it, would you want to try? Yeah. He answered without hesitation. I looked at him, expressionless. Go ahead. What is it? I reached out my hand. 394 chapter. Lee Se-jin realized she was living a successful life. She had broken through hundreds to one competition to become a trainee at a major agency, fought fiercely to survive within it, and ultimately debuted. And among the dozens of idol teams that debuted that year, she had achieved the best results, even winning Rookie of the Year, and was riding high. Objectively, it's success. She had expected to be happy, a prime filled with accomplishment. But they say when your vantage point changes, so does the view. How ironic. She marveled at how she could feel anxious and stifled at the same time every day. Teammates stuck in a rut, the company's new plan that went nowhere, ideas disappearing against a wall. Seeing what needed fixing but being powerless to act made a person lethargic. Hey, Lee Se-jin, tone it down, okay? Can't you read the room? I'm fucking tired. Ugh, you're right. I really am tired. But if we do it now, tomorrow will be easier, right? Let's just go once. She knew reality and dreams were different. Even her boiling head had cooled. Yet at times she felt irrationally wronged. When moving between schedules, preparing the album, stealing a few moments of sleep at dawn. That feeling of being duped surged in and then irritably subsided. Maybe that was why the words of this Survivor contestant she'd only just met struck her so deeply. Your efforts, though you haven't noticed, produced valuable results elsewhere. Effort and achievement. Restoration of that cycle. That probably wasn't the exact phrasing, but that's how it sounded. What are you expecting? It might have been some lame online personality quiz floating around on social media. No, it probably was. Something she'd blurted out to break the awkward mood after watching the concert. Even so, she tensed and lunged. Couldn't hold back. Go ahead, as if some button had been pressed. What the hell am I doing? Still, she didn't want to retract. Lee Se-jin fell silent and stared at Ryu Jianwoo in front of her. Ryu Jianwoo, embarrassed by the sudden silence, neither smiled nor opened his mouth to reply. Instead, he raised his hand and made a strange gesture, as if touching something in midair. Oh, in that moment, sensations exploded from her mind like fireworks. It felt as if a dammed stream had broken free. What had been there all along surged back into place. Thanks again for blocking my removal. Our group is so great, though. We're going for a recontract with Taystar. You all believe that, right? Memories and emotions flooded her mind. Feelings once natural, countless memories born at life's turning points. Pain, excitement, inferiority, pride, victory, achievement. Her place. I wish we could have one more day at the Seoul concert. Right? Let's do it. Stop talking about impossible stuff and pack up first. Yeah, Moon Day, you'd be disappointed too, right? Of course I am. See? We're all the same, right? Company messed up way too short. In that instant, Big Se-jin realized the source of her helplessness. Because I've lived my dream. Right. She had already lived a life where effort was rewarded with achievement. She knew even if she hit rock bottom, she could recover and challenge again, and that final challenge might succeed. She knew what it felt like to live with trustworthy, admirable people and work passionately. The dizzying rush ended. Lee Se-jin lifted her head. She saw her friend's face, quietly checking on her condition. A real teammate she hadn't seen in a long time. My efforts' results are somewhere else. Speaking in that quietly coaxing way was oddly out of character. You're right. As he said, the achievements she had poured her all into had existed elsewhere. They were elsewhere. And they always had been. On Moon Day, how do you always say the right thing? Lee Se-jin laughed heartily. Seeing Ryu Jianwoo, or rather, Moon Day, his eyes widening in surprise at being recognized, felt indescribably delightful. More than the confusion or curiosity at this surreal situation. It was a refreshing relief. In an instant, Lee Se-jin returned to Big Se-jin. Since she'd already debuted in another group, she'd expected having to persuade a confused imposter might take some time. Moon Day, you're surprised I recognized you right away. Gasp. Like flipping a switch, she was just back. She didn't even stagger. She had just dropped her head and then snapped it up. And from his appearance, she instantly deduced the Moon Day she knew. And now he leaned on the sofa, chuckling. How did you do this? Some nanomachine that restores memories or something. Where did you see that? Webtoon. Seeing him laugh as if manic, she fell silent for a moment. Had she triggered something? You must be happy about this. Really? Then, life in Gyro must have been shittier than expected. If so, maybe accumulating all that reputation experience wasn't such a bad choice. Recovering her composure, she spoke quietly. I'll explain what's happening now, so listen. I'm listening. Since he already knew all the details, she laid out the system's runaway and everything. He didn't resent her or fuss about the cringe, he just listened seriously. Being somewhat of a gamer, he even grasped the reputation XP concept fairly quickly. Thanks to that, she was able to finish her explanation. Or rather, intended to. So, with the reputation you gathered, you just summoned me. The moment she said she'd summoned him, he almost lunged to hug her. If he hadn't, in this context, it would have been an over-the-top reaction reserved for a #1 ranking or concert moment. Thanks. Actually, you didn't even need to snap me out of it. I'd already debuted in another group, so we couldn't work together anyway. He'd clearly wrestled with that more than she thought. In any case, this wasn't charity. She tapped him on the back. No, I'll use you as a spy. I want you to tell me about the current pop scene from someone who's already debuted elsewhere. Big Se-jin looked blank, then burst out laughing. Damn. Ha. That's what you came up with. On Moon Day, how can you be so honest? What the hell? In this bizarre world where years were mixed up and Changryo's knowledge was imperfect, gathering as much info as possible made sense. All right. Se-jin will feed us info, promote us, put us on variety shows. He grinned. See? Moon Day, all good now, right? Yeah, just do it properly. Stop laughing, you idiot. As she considered forcing him to watch her early Gyrope debut morning. Call video to make him scream, her phone rang. Ding ding ding. Hey, we're back. The door opened, and those who'd gone grocery shopping returned. Big Seijin sprang up. Oh, our members. Seijin's back. Oh, welcome home. Amid cheers, Big Seijin burst out laughing. They're saying welcome back to someone who was already home. You too, right, Yujin? Hee. Hyung. Passing them, Ryu Chongwoo entered with a joyful face and placed groceries on the table. You said you might not restore my memory. So this is why you called today. No, it's a probability thing. And even if I summoned you, I can't tell a functioning debut group to disband. Then Big Seijin began to sob dramatically. KRRH. Moon Day. If you knew how much Seijin suffered, you wouldn't say that. Seriously, don't talk about functioning activities. Why? He'd even forgotten to feign crying, turning serious. Working with people who deserve to fail is painful. Saying they deserve to fail is a bit. No, they really deserve to fail. Why would she fail with them too? Anyway, he showed no intention of compromising on that, so she didn't push. Whether Gyrope got flack or not was none of her concern. Instead, the conversation shifted to what she and the other Taystar members had been doing. They talked over grilled pork belly, one comment stacking onto the next. Wow, you even exchanged numbers with Ahyun? Moon Day, isn't that favoritism? Didn't you ask her first? Did I? Ahyun must have asked first, you idiot. She recalled, then deleted a memory of Ahyun here, sending a random landscape photo. She tried to stop thinking about it, but Big Seijin had no such intention. The three of us could hang out again soon. They said you just need the Daesang. Ambitious dreams. Daesang? Whose dog's name is Daesang? You'll get it soon. He smirked. Why not aim for the digital Daesang? Why not? There's our bin, you could piece together a Daesang song and just release it. Since this is all a dream, plagiarism doesn't matter. Cha Yujin, looking a bit deflated, answered boldly. Don't you remember Kim Bin? Huh? How did she even join the survival? Oh, you just brought her. Poor Bin. Hope no one scams her again. It was irritating to hear the guy who would have scammed first scold, as if shocked. So then just Bin and Ahyun are left. Wow, I was late to check in, huh? How could you leave your bestie in another group? It was random. You idiot. I had no control over that. She ate her late-night snack while indulging him. The chatter never stopped, and there was nothing special. It already felt as if she'd returned. Of course, she hadn't truly returned, so here they were. So, you're still planning Jerope's comeback prep, right? At Ryu Chongwoo's question, Big Seijin took a gulp. Wow, there's so much to do. Oh, I guess I'm really 20 after all. My heart is so soft and kind. Moon Day. Honestly, I was moved, so innocent. What? Really? I got a lot worse deals. Hearing that from someone so obsessed with efficiency. You got any plans? He grinned. Yeah. First, I'm stopping by the salon. Why? Gonna dye my hair. And the next morning, the guy who'd stayed up almost all night talking dropped by his salon at dawn and got his dyed hair reverted to black, he said. Big Seijin. If she rebleached it, even tough Seijin's hair would melt. No way, lol. A third-year rookie idol couldn't possibly do that on her own right before a comeback. But Big Seijin did. She'd honed her sociability to the extreme. And that's apparently what she did before returning to the dorm. Lee Seijin. Doing whatever feels right, you. I'll just say that over half the time she checked that, it showed this status. And that evening, Big Seijin. Thank you for the invite. Everyone's names I know. That guy joined TSDR's group chat, now 5 members strong. And right after recovering her memory, the namesake who'd done something similar reacted like this. Bei Seijin Hyung. Welcoming hamster emoji. I was surprised they seemed so friendly. And honestly, I thought Big Seijin would be embarrassed by what she'd said when she didn't remember Bei Seijin. Big Seijin. Hyung, didn't you tease me so? Naturally last time. Lol. She even brought it up herself. The girl was something else. Big Seijin. LOL, your tone still has no mercy. I was so NVLIGHT shocked I almost swallowed my ribs through my nose. Bei Seijin Hyung. No. Bei Seijin Hyung. Keep playing the psychopath role. That probably wasn't what he meant, but Big Seijin did send a laughing bear emoji. She typed, did the dye job come in handy? Big Seijin. Yup, look forward to Jerope's next activity's happy face. Whatever she'd done, it seemed destined to either greatly extend or drastically shorten Jerope's shelf life. After enjoying Cha Yujin's and Bei Seijin's cheers, Big Seijin changed the topic. Big Seijin. Anyway, Moon Day needs to get famous so you can invite me to the group chat, right? Did you really need to text that? Big Seijin. Hurry up and get famous so you can invite me to the chat. I'll help you in every way, lol. Big Seijin. Only this time will I let you do a unit activity without Seijin, but when we return, Seijin must get center. Bei Seijin Hyung. Big Seijin, not Yumi. This time Cha Yujin sent a laughing emoji. Comedy gold. Hyung's expression got better. You must be in a good mood. Really? Can't hurt. She smirked as she watched the pointless banter pass through the group chat. Maybe I'll let them be for now. The real message finally came from Bei Seijin. Bei Seijin Hyung. So, about your survival show. Bei Seijin Hyung. It's the final live broadcast soon, right? That's right. Wise, Letty's survival show, which had broken out of its teacup storm with drama and stage play, was approaching its last broadcast. I heard there's one more elimination announcement mid-practice. She agreed without hesitation. Yes, only a few days left. Bei Seijin Hyung, I'll come support you. Huh, he really meant it. Should I act like we're close from now on? But weren't you all about mystique until now? Won't that destroy your psychopath image? Hyung, won't your agency or handlers stop you? And she got this reply immediately. Bei Seijin Hyung, tell them to. Big Seijin. Surprised bear emoji. Cha Yujin, that's cool. Amazing. They were having a blast. Ryu Chongwoo Hyung, sweat smile emoji. Ryu Chongwoo Hyung. Anyway, let's do our best in the final. Reminds me of Ajusa. Ajusa? She gave a hollow laugh. No way that crazy show's madness would repeat in the finale. Huh. Then, a voice came through the wall. Hyung, were you laughing at my cacao messages? No, I was laughing at Big Seijin. She realized Ryu Chongwoo was in the next room the whole time. She quietly fell silent and focused on the messages. Yes, dog emoji, let's fight. She never imagined anything crazier would happen at the final. 395 chapter. Step-by-step hype and survival story. With the injection of a new contestant who's unique. Color was unlike any in an in-company survival show and a stage so boldly Luti style that viewers couldn't help but say, "That's so Luti." The word of mouth was strong. Not quite the utter chaos of Ajusa, but Wise had become known as a remarkably entertaining survival show. On the eve of its finale, viewers' attitudes ran as follows. Why even bother with audience voting if they never use it? LOL, did the producers completely forget? Speculation swirled over the mysteriously vanished viewer votes. If they don't use it in the final, that'd be legendary. I bet the CEO scores us and they just apply some adjustment to it, LOL. Please, make the CEO check our ranks on camera so I can save Cha Yujin. And that identity was revealed in the very next episode, episode 9, aired right before the finale. At first, everyone thought it would be a simple behind-the-scenes episode, a breather showing trainees rehearsing their final stages. A rest episode. Cha Yul brought Jianwoo a blanket and pillow. How is she that angelic? Boy group playing airball during their break. Hats off to CEO Kim for gathering all those personalities into one face. Wow, Ryu Chongwoo literally hasn't slept, still fierce as ever. National team caliber hasn't gone anywhere. Finally releasing Shin Jae Hyun's glasses pictorial B-cuts. About time you saw the demand, broadcasters. They mixed viewers' burning questions. How close the trainees were there. Mistakes. How they played when resting. Into an entertaining package. The usual survival show tension dipped, but many praised the producers for knowing exactly what viewers wanted. Special episode? Time constraints. Fair enough. It was well made. So okay, LOL. Still feels like they're prepping the final for ages. Can't wait for the stage. But the producers had one more move left, revealed at the end. After all the endearing behind-the-scenes footage and sweaty, passionate rehearsal cuts, the camera cut to the stage. In the upper corner blinked, live broadcast. What the? Is this live right now? Episode 10 was supposed to be the finale. Doesn't it air next week? Just as viewers had grown comfortable with the side story flow, they were thrown by the sudden live broadcast screen. Contestants, we have an urgent announcement before the finals. CEO Kim Tae-in, seated at the judges' table, took the mic again. As the camera captured the puzzled, tense contestants, his voice continued. The results of viewer voting have arrived. The public's choice is the absolute measure you will face from here on. Anyone who doesn't meet that standard. He deliberately paused for breath, then finished the line everyone expected, is eliminated. On stage, contestants blinked or dropped their gaze. Viewers howled in the comments. Out of nowhere. "Ah, no. I really didn't see this coming. What do I do?" Their faces are killing me. Yet at the same time, the new tension and the curiosity of finally seeing the vote results snapped viewers' focus back instantly. That's the power of a survival show. Ignoring the flood of crying emojis and exclamations in real-time comments, the CEO calmly announced. First, those safe from elimination. He named 4. Kim Rae-bin, Oh Yoon-shin, Jong Woo-dan, Han Kyung-mo. Lower than I thought. They must be his CEO picks, so fans weren't desperate enough. Crazy Orchestra suffered loss in cumulative votes from the last EP. Reactions and hot takes flew, but thanks to the word safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then confusion set in as he moved to the remaining 8. So top half and bottom half now? I seriously have no idea. In my eyes, 6 of these are top half. With only 12 contestants and no prior vote tallies, no one could neatly split them. Bottom half, I will now announce. With tense BGM, the CEO called names one by one. Park Nam-ho. Ego. Nam-ho worked hard. No way. Starting with a contestant who hadn't stood out, exactly as expected, and gradually calling surprises. Aya. Just debut all 12 of them. You crazy bastard. Viewers mourned yet accepted it, until the last bottom half name. And Ryu Chong-woo. Chong-woo, expression calm, stepped forward. But comments erupted. No way. Impossible. Fabrication. A former national team pro, with a lucky totem and insane skill surge, knocked out by votes? Ridiculous. A few seconds of stunned disbelief, then viewers realized he was a late entry new face. Because he joined later. Vote is cumulative. You came in weeks late. So they basically expect the Bujiban to all be eliminated? Joke's on us. Despite the shock, no one thought the CEO would actually eliminate all 4 bottom names. They called 4. There's no way all 4 are going. Please no, please. If they send off Chong-woo, CEO Kim really is tone-deaf trash. Then, as viewers hoped, the CEO spoke again. The bottom 4 chosen by votes were originally set for immediate elimination. That implied they would not go immediately. But to form an idol group, you need not only fans' support, but one more element. The idols themselves. Yeah, right, what obvious bullshit is this? A group without idols? Weirdest thought ever. Ignoring the uproar, the CEO continued gravely. So we will hear their opinions. Contestants looked up in bewilderment as the camera cut away. Wise contestants, you will now each vote for 2 people you want to continue with you. The safe contestants stared at each other in confusion. The CEO's serious face cut in. As an in-company survival, Wise's selling points included the trainees' deep bonds and group consciousness, and the producers were exploiting that for one final stunt. Based on your votes, the 2 with the most votes will survive to the finals. Results will be revealed next week, before the Wise finale stage. The camera pulled back, capturing the stunned frozen stage. Fade out. Colorful ads began, but viewers couldn't stop commenting. Wow. Producers are devilish bastards. They're handing this to the kids? You decide? Screw you. Even before Ajusa Season 1 aired, Wise was burning its last blaze of audacious hype just before the finals. I stepped off the stage thinking, oh, these producers know their craft. A bland behind-the-scenes EP would have lost buzz. Going sensational was a choice. And they picked good wording. It wasn't vote who to eliminate, but vote who to save. That's mildly generous, still monstrous, but not beyond humanity. Though if a survivor chosen by colleagues later causes trouble, I don't care. I'm shooting for the fastest, most efficient group debut here. The problem is Chong-woo's positions become awkward. A cartel among original trainees meant vote limits. I'll have to handle that. So the moment I dropped the mic, I sought out the one who still hadn't decided whom to send live on air. Chongryo. You call this letting it happen naturally? He answered, unperturbed, with a smile. Of course. It's this easy. With the finale looming, anyone's shaken by a small shock. and planting one choice in their head is trivial. To keep them from giving votes to anyone. Reasonable, but I frowned. Why not tell me sooner? If I told you, you'd tweak your pre-work, and you're not one to wait quietly, right? Damn, can't argue that. Understood? From now on, let's do it like this. I'll remove the elements I want gone. You add the elements you want saved. Meaning Chongwu. He added helpfully. If you can't decide, just ask me. I'll do it for you. I stared, incredulous. It's not a favor, it's your job. Is there anyone in the bottom half better than Chongwu? Same goal. His comment made no sense. He chuckled. Really? Fine. If you can't do it, I will. I smirked. Okay, I'll handle it first. You think I'd lose my temper? If it fails, I'll even use a cat's paw, whatever to squeeze that guy to the core. Fine. He grinned and strolled off down the hall, apparently to persuade other trainees. A pop-up hovered over his retreating back. So, will you persuade other trainees too, Hyung? But first, I had one thing to check. I pulled up the pop-up that had appeared on stage earlier. Quest, Reputation Gathering Activity, 2/N. 50% complete. Reward, you've received a package. At 500k EXP earned, the mid-quest reward popped up. Of course, I'd spent about 100k on recruiting comrades already. 127 section had that feature. I'd seen it. During test play, with many choices and varied endings, the main quest is broad and long-term, and they gave solid mid-quest rewards to keep us playing. Likely random items. I went to mail and opened the progress reward package. Package of boundless possibilities. An encouragement from the stars. Could be something great, but with my luck, I'd get gold. I've already got about 4k gold. I tapped to accept with a blank stare. Then, package contents, invitation. A comrade arrives. The stars burst forth, and it wasn't gold but a comrade. Not that I needed one. I remembered the 4-star comrade I'd seen before summoning Big Seijin. Jang So-hyun / lead dancer. She was in Malongdalcom. I'd nearly choked seeing her in the inventory. Didn't accept her, fearing I'd awaken her, but I did add her. From that, I knew. Maybe comrades with bonds show up more often. I'd speculated similarly. Then could it be? Anyway, the glow faded, revealing Jong Woo-dan / lead vocal. It's that VDIC guy. It's Judan Nim, right? Right, that Judan. What the? I moved to stash him in inventory, but there's no decline button? Confirm. Only that. Is it auto-register? Seems so. No matter. I could delete him later if needed. I tapped confirm, and crackle. The button burst with star effects again. Fortune chance. Hey. Bronze embossed phrase appeared, then vintage pipes spun words. This is a luck event in the game. Gears clicked, then froze, combining words. Bonus effect, awakening. 3 seconds later. Comrade, Jong Woo-dan has successfully awakened. What? What did I just witness? This insane system gave a bonus in the most fucked up way possible. The moment I confirmed it, I tore down the hallway, checking every rehearsal room. I have to find him, or else everything goes to shit. With my mind racing, I flung open a few different rehearsal rooms by priority, until I finally found someone with his head against the dance studio wall. Jong Woo-dan. Meaning, Tix Judan. He said nothing and didn't lift his head. I crept in to avoid attracting attention. Proceed carefully. My mind whirled. At that moment, Cha Yujin, warming up in a corner, saw me and shot his hand up. Wait, no way. Moon Dae-hyung. Of course. Moon Dae. The head-down guy flinched at the name, then jerked his head up. Fellow senior Park Moon Dae? I was screwed. The guy looked around in confusion, then paled when he saw Cha Yujin and, behind him, Kim Rae-bin. Tae-star wait. Senior. No, I mean. He mumbled to himself, cold sweat on his blank face. I needed to get him out of here. Thank goodness no cameras were in NOVLIGHT site yet. But before I could gesture to Cha Yujin to grab one arm and guide him out, Judan spoke. Much calmer now. Where are the producers? Why do you want them? I'm withdrawing. My head spun. 396 chapter. Suppressing the VDIC guy who wanted to quit took quite some time. Pressed too hard. He almost forced the producers to come running with cameras, having misunderstood our pressure for a refusal. Luckily, we calmed him down first. I almost fucked everything up. And the ones it took to subdue him were Cha Yujin, Ryu Chongwu, and Changryo. Right. No matter how awkward, in a crisis you call in the people who can handle it. 5 adults squeezed into the tiny vocal studio, and a deadly silence reigned. Fuck. Even Ryu Chongwu, who should have been devising vote-catching strategies, stood with a wary smile. If mid-quest rewards keep coming as random packages, I'll ignore them. This goddamn generic mobile game system. Pressing my brow, I spoke. So, senior, we're all in the same boat, you know. I regarded Judan, eyes blank, face disoriented, and continued calmly, cutting to the chase. We've been dragged into a weird parallel world and are trying to escape. Who could possibly believe that without context? But better that than start with, I'm not actually Park Moon-dae. That would make me sound crazier. Explain step by step as objections come. No other choice. As Changryo watched with that coy smile, I went on. Solo, until Judan raised his hand. Wait, please. I have one question. Yes. What's 32 times 6? 192. Correct. Then he went around the room, quizzing us with simple multiplication. Everyone thought a bit, then answered. What the hell is he doing? After Changryo answered, he nodded. So it's not a dream. I have a rough idea of what's happening. For those familiar with subculture, the grammar is easy to pick up. Never thought I'd experience it firsthand. He muttered expressionlessly, rubbing his chin. But in case it's still a dream, I'll go wash up. I should check if cold water feels cold. He rose and strode to the restroom. Sliding thud. The door opened and closed. All this 10 seconds after he started talking. What did he realize? I answered with difficulty. Now I had an inkling. Numbers. In dreams, logic falters so quick, accurate calculation is hard. Usually he'd test himself differently. Does he normally do this? Even back then, you were big on unique concepts. Still adapting to any situation. Changryo, eyeing the corner where cameras were likely hidden, whispered low. Like you're talking about someone else's group. Guess I'm rusty. He grinned and leaned closer. Seems obedient, but quietly uncooperative. Handling you always needed extra calculation. Choice. Words. But since you're manageable, you won't be a major variable. He concluded like it was nothing, which made it stranger. Does this not faze him at all? One would expect some reaction, anger or gratitude, but he was all strategy. Tapping his chin, he raised his voice. I'll fine-tune with Judan, but before that, those two should be sent back. Changryo smiled, nodding toward Cha Yujin and Ryu Chongwu. They got it. Yujin didn't even twitch. I'm staying where I want. Then we'll leave. Let's head to the next studio. Wait. They always did this in conversation. But before I could interject, Chongwu gave an awkward grin. Yujin, let us go first. You're in the same group, so you can talk privately. Yujin shrugged acceptance. Okay, you two talk. But then, Moon-dae-hyung, come with us. That was unexpected. Better someone who's explained can accompany you. Moon-dae, are you a VTIC fan? Is that why? You'll get an explanation fee. Oh, fine. Let them go. I let Chongwu lead Yujin out. But Chongwu turned back once. Hey, Moon-dae. Yes. Don't worry about my votes. If I'm eliminated, that means I wasn't helping the team. And I don't plan to be judged that way. He said smoothly and firmly. I'll secure my own votes. He even called me Park Moon-dae, leader to leader. Then he let them leave. Sliding thud. You're charging an explanation fee. Do you think I won't? Haha. I suppressed the N-O-V-E-L-I-G-H-T, urge to slap my own face. Thankfully, Judan returned before I dashed out, water dripping from his hair. This feels real. He murmured. I thought it might be madness, a dream, or some spooky phenomenon. But reality was closest to the truth. Hold on. Is that why you tried to withdraw? Yes. One must assume the worst-case scenario. Right. He'd accepted reality, so the next words would be easier. We're striving to return to reality. We'd appreciate your cooperation. Here came the challenge. If he saw this as another opportunity, that'd be painful. Of course. He answered immediately. I dreamed of experiencing such fantasy as a kid. But I grew up a hopeless adult. I want to return quickly. He continued expressionlessly. I can't give up 10 years of fame, bank accounts, and a dacing winning idol life. I struggled to speak. You have to serve in the military, you know. They do that here, too. True. But starting from debut again, with no money or status, is unbearable by comparison. He nodded. Adults always lie about wanting to go back. Once you have a foundation, no one wants to endure that grind again. It's just convenient fiction. I almost glanced at Changryo. Anyway, this is a game format, and you, the key player, are central. That seems to be the case, right? Thank you for your effort. He nodded without expression. So I'll be a supporting role, little screen time later on, but useful. What the hell is he saying? Good thing you're not the antagonist. Excuse me, I've been bored, so I've read a lot of novels and watched videos. Sounded like an excuse. But given the situation, I played along. A hobby idols can enjoy without pressure. Yes. He nodded, somewhat pleased, then hesitated before reverting to business. So now I should call you Chong Woo Hyung. Anyway, if you secure votes, I have no further duties. Just as I was about to reply, another voice cut in, smooth, cold. That's not entirely true. Startled, Judan sounded more formal. Hyung, your skill isn't what it once was, right? The VDIC guy glanced at Changryo, then nodded quietly. Yes. In that case, you must recover your skills first. No plan works if the stage quality is lacking. With a faint smile, he addressed Judan. Even if your memories return, without matching performance, you can't claim them. Show a form that won't disappoint those who gave you wealth and fame. Understood. Yes. The guy who'd voiced the wildest nonsense now snapped to attention. He couldn't even muster defiance. He's been handled so much it stuck. Total control, tight, but eased enough to keep breathing. Yes, but having you here is reassuring. You know. That. Yes, thank you. Only after receiving a training schedule, disguised as vocal practice tips, from Changryo could Judan exit. He really is something. Expert at handling people. Same as Changryo. I folded my arms and watched Changryo grin. I tried efficiency first. Not bad. Perhaps more coaxing would have been better for his mental state. I'm fine. He moves only under pressure. Let him loose, and he slacks off. Changryo answered nonchalantly. With the right prod, he sometimes brings good album ideas. He'll be an asset. Okay. He'd known him longer. I didn't argue. He tapped his chin. I need to revise our debut plan. No dull moments. Wait. What about voting him out? That was priority. He tilted his head. I already finished that. He's out at the final. What? Did you forget, or trusting yourself too much? I'll handle it. Haha. He didn't push it. I unclasped my arms, ready to speak. I planned to ask about Judan's memory return. This was an emergency. Yes. What? But if finding comrades by fame continues as you get more popular, maybe we can restore other VTIC members' memories, too. Changryo narrowed his eyes. Let's see. More options doesn't guarantee a better hand. Right. Satisfied, I asked no more. Then, this is a first for me, though. He lowered his gaze, murmuring flatly. So this is what? It's like. I asked. Does it feel bad? Not especially. But it's been a while since I imagined this. It's alien. His expression blank, as if recalling distant imaginings of this situation. I see. He wasn't entirely unmoved. I sat on the floor, not prying further. Only when the staff called action did I rise and leave the studio. He never brought it up again. As for game packages, I pondered not clicking the next one. I postponed that decision. Time passed. Judan's stunt left the set, charged with tension. Cameras were rolling. I'll wait. After filming wrapped, I lingered until past midnight, when the batteries died and silence reigned. Amid trainees practicing hard before the finale, I spotted someone hesitating to go to bed. Senior. Judan rose from the floor and muttered quietly. Avoid actions that raise suspicion. Let's go as casually as before. If that's what he wanted. I leaned in. Judan, who are you close to among the contestants? No one in particular. My usual fellow trainees didn't make it here. Understood. Then I reframed. You know who's friends or rivals, right? To the extent others know, yes. That was enough. I needed intel the original trainees had. So I asked naturally, can you help me a bit? He thought briefly, then sprang the admission. I'm not good at persuading others. He must have thought I meant campaign with Ryu Chongwoo. chuckled, and sat comfortably. That's not what I'm asking. Then, just talk with me in front of the others. Chongwu's votes were limited. In a survival poll between a friend and a powerful new face, viewers choose the friend. They'd need a lot of tempting reason to pick Chongwu. So what to do? Scatter the votes. We need to touch on who they'll vote for besides Chongwu. It's not an insult. I'll praise someone. I'd respect letting him secure his own votes, but I wasn't trying to push for Chongwu. I just wanted them to withhold votes from someone else. 397 chapter. The Wise filming set was in full swing. The trainees looked utterly serious, wholly engrossed in reaching the final, yet behind-the-scenes conversations still took place. Who among the lower-ranking contestants would survive? Who are you voting for? I don't know. I'll decide then. Although the vote was anonymous, they subtly grilled each other even during interviews. Have you already made up your mind? One lower-tier contestant gave the standard, I'm still thinking it over, but in reality, it seemed decided. They tell us to pick 2 people. What is there to think about? Normally, picking one to eliminate and one to keep wouldn't be hard. You can cast your top and second choice votes. What's difficult about that? Just leave out the person you won't vote for. One guy was already tacitly disqualified. What a bastard. Ugh. Who'd want to work with someone who suddenly goes off and tries to beat people up over lunch? Unaware that Shin Jae-hyun, who 3 years later would spark a real assault scandal, had neatly orchestrated everything from the action to the rumor spread, the contestant merely nodded. Once they tacitly excluded that one person, only 3 remained. Eliminating one more was even simpler. Someone less close. Someone they hardly knew. Someone with 0 trainee experience. The most recently added makeup group. Ryu Chongwu. He'll manage on his own. He wasn't friends with an ex-national team pensioner, nor did he inspire any particular warmth. In that case, just pick the other 2, and we're done. The existing trainees had already decided. They'd bonded in practice, and somehow it felt wrong to drop the other 2. They were the safe choices. Yeah, that's how it'll go. Having reached that conclusion, the contestant lounged back, enjoying a precious moment of goofing off. Click. The practice room door opened, and voices drifted in. That's why choosing is so hard. True. Familiar voices. Oh. Realizing he wasn't visible, the contestant, who'd been reclining behind the sound equipment, froze. Ryu Jianwoo and Young Woo Dan carried on. Have you decided who you'll pick? Well, Hyung, will you vote for Ryu Chongwoo? And you? Unaware someone was there eavesdropping, they spoke. Freely. The lower-tier contestant quietly listened. I'm thinking of Dahwan Hyung. Ah. Kim Dahwan was one of the 2 the contestant had been considering. Surprised by the topic he'd just been thinking about, the contestant held his breath, focusing on the conversation. I don't mind him. His dance position is a bit crowded, though. After a beat, Ryu Jianwoo seemed to recall the camera wasn't rolling and spoke at ease. It doesn't matter to us, he's a vocalist. Position? Yes. If someone skilled joins and raises the average, that's beneficial. Right? Those decisions are for the boss to make. Oh. They agreed to vote for each other's picks and left the nearly empty practice room. Not many here yet. Too early. Let's go somewhere else. Thud. The door closed. The contestant felt unsettled. Dance position overcrowded? He's right. It was true. Among the remaining contestants, there were at most 4 vocalists, including those 2. Only the fierce Ink V. Urite. Read more on our source. Makeup group rapper remained as a rap position. The dance position alone had 7 people. And at the very top were the monster Shin Jae-hyun and the surprise makeup group entrant Cha Eugene. There's no room. Nearly double the number. The contestant, a dancer, swallowed hard. Another remark nagged him. Those decisions are for the boss to make. Members weren't chosen by public vote. The boss decided. Given his tendency to balance positions, it really was dangerous. Suddenly seized by crisis, the contestant bit his lip. When choices are free, people rationalize the option that benefits themselves, especially with debut looming. His conclusion was swift. I should eliminate as many competitors as possible. I'm no sucker. The dancer elimination candidate has to go now. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly slipped out and sprinted down the corridor. Opposite in the vocal practice room, Ryu Jianwoo and Young Woo Dan noticed. He actually left. Yeah. You're sure this will work? Ryu Jianwoo chuckled. He was confident in one thing, his own standing. Among the contestants, he was top tier, public recognition, buzz, skill, and the boss's high appraisal. Hard for fellow contestants to ignore that. It wasn't about personal affection, but hierarchy and authority. Direct persuasion might provoke resistance, but an indirect approach worked. If he thinks he figured it out himself, he'll trust it more. Overcrowded positions could be weighted toward one side depending on group style, but no one could be certain. Ryu Jianwu wouldn't explain that far. He simply said, "Bet me tomorrow the atmosphere will flip. I don't fall for uncertain gambles, but I respect a key player." Ryu Jianwu fell silent. Wu Dan nodded, resting his chin on his hand. "How many times do we need to do this? Change the subject one more time. Will that suffice?" "They'll talk anyway. The remaining trainees are in the same boat. They'll cluster." You saw him dash out. With vocal positions taken by Taystar and VTAC, the dancers all shared the same predicament. They'd swap this strategy. If the votes split meaningfully, even if Ryu Chongwu got just a third, he'd be safe. Only 6 voters remained once you counted the returned VTAC and Taystar members. Half the roster was already secured. Ryu Jianwu shrugged. Wu Dan nodded in agreement. "You must think about human psychology a lot." "I do sometimes. Interesting habit." Ryu Jianwu said nothing further, preparing to explain the next target. Meanwhile, beyond the corridor they watched, an unexpected event unfolded. Ugh! The contestant running down the corridor fell. He felt pain in his ankle. "You okay?" Ryu Chongwu, returning from an interview, saw it and rushed over. "Hold on. Don't move." Instinctively, he applied his training. "Does it hurt here?" After checking, he said, "It's just a muscle shock. No need to worry about an injury." Drawing on his experience, he reassured the contestant and fetched spray-on pain relief from a nearby lounge. "Use this." "Ah, yes. Thank you." Without offering extra advice, he left. A simple kindness, as he often did. But the situation was a little special. After spraying the pain relief and standing, the contestant mentally assessed Ryu Chongwu. Calm, generous, quick to act, truly a former national team member. Could be someone to rely on in a team. And he was a vocalist. No need to compete over that position. Come to think of it, if they weren't voting for dancer Kim Do-hwan, the only candidates left were Ryu Chongwu and that hot-headed loser. A reasonable thought arose. Better to vote for someone who plays well with others than that guy with anger issues. The contestant silently revised what he'd planned to say about the vote, then walked slowly down the corridor toward the dorms. A few days later, the long-awaited final broadcast. "Wow, finally. I want to watch, but I'm worried about them. Heard it's going to be great." As viewers eagerly tuned in, the boss himself announced the lower-ranked survivors in order of votes received. With 11 votes, these are the survivors joining the final stage. Overwhelming. That many votes must be the existing trainees. Do-hwan. Speculation flew, and with the voting screen on VCR, the name was revealed. Ryu Chongwu. Ryu Chongwu became the first qualifier, taking 11 out of 12 votes, virtually a clean sweep of the lower tier. Viewers were stunned, but seeing the contestants applaud him with smiles, they accepted it. Ryu Chongwu must have a great personality. Insiders are different. Didn't they not like him at the agency? LOL, amazing. In fact, Park Mundy was a bit surprised. What the? He hadn't expected Ryu Chongwu to sweep like that. "I thought he'd get 8 or 9 votes. Then it dawned on him. He doesn't bluff. I'll get the votes I need." Ryu Chongwu's confidence wasn't baseless. He'd easily have placed second even without his tactic, proving his self-assurance was grounded. Smart guy. He'd led every meal at Ajusa, after all. No wonder. Park Mundy, wearing Ryu Jianwu's face as a Taystar member, happily applauded the leader. As the next vocalist was called, the 2 eliminated were confirmed. Cold but unsurprising, given their low vote counts. No stage for them. Cruel, but they're still young. Hope they debut elsewhere. After a brief pause to allow viewers a moment of sadness. "Yes, I am." The final stage began. Thanks to 4 lower-ranked contestants practicing 2 routines for the same part, the 10-member stage flowed smoothly. Viewers, moved like any final episode audience, poured out responses. "Please let them all debut." 10. "It's not too late. K-pop needs you, boss." 10. Make a reasonable decision, please. 10 members didn't seem many. These days groups debut with 11 or more, and people wept, seeing no one to eliminate. But on the judges' panel, CEO Kim Tyne's expression remained inscrutable. Just as viewers hurled curses and jokes, the camera suddenly panned behind to a mask-clad but familiar face. Whoa, just now. Aishjin. Aishjin, no way. In the front row of the standing section, arms crossed, stood actor Lee Se-jin, still using her birth name Bae Se-jin here. A reclusive, film-only actress famous for churning out movies like a beast had inexplicably appeared in the front row of a male idol survival final. Unsurprisingly, reactions exploded. The moment the camera crew spotted her, she began appearing on screen frequently. Who can be a star? Each 1 to 2 second cut to her saw viewers cheering trainees and discussing Aishjin in alternating bursts. Her reactions were visible. Wide eyes, swallowed spit. He's cheering for Ryu Jianwoo. Yeah, Cha Eugene loves him too. Aishjin's a skill fan, I get that. With that lineup, aren't you an idol stan? LOL. Even viewers who hated audience shots found the secretive actress's cameo entertaining. Too obvious who they're rooting for. Why so bad at acting in real life? LOL. She's great at playing a bully. Already too immersed in her character. They laughed, and though the novelty waned, social media buzz drew fresh viewers. As the final 2-stage performances ended, they prepared for the climax. And one more element was essential: empathy and tears. The easiest way to evoke it was well-worn. Surprise letters to the trainees. A warm, middle-aged voice echoed from the quiet stage screen. Our Yunshin, how are you? Family. In the audience, Bae Se-jin almost ground her teeth. No way. Had they recorded every trainee's letter? Short video calls and affectionate messages flickered by. No way. Bae Se-jin didn't know all the intimate details of Park Mundi, now Ryu Jianwoo's, family, but his reaction to his parents told everything. Ryu Jianwoo's situation mirrored Park Mundi's. Here, how will he react? Never having discussed it, Bae Se-jin broke into a cold sweat, alternating her gaze between the screen and Ryu Jianwoo on stage. When she saw him standing expressionlessly, Jianwoo, how are you? The screen went black, and his name appeared. These folks sent mail to get on a call from the Antarctic Research Station. Comments poured in. Wow, his parents are researchers in Antarctica? Cool, Antarctic Station. A real elite family. She's jealous, must be a silver spoon. Ryu Jianwoo bowed his head slightly. To all but Bae Se-jin, who'd known him for years, it looked like grateful attention, but she read the gesture. He's holding it in. 398 chapter. Ryu Jianwoo didn't look back at the screen, but words kept pouring out. Mom and Dad never knew that when you said you wanted to be an idol, you'd actually come on a show like this and look so amazing. Really, why do broadcasters, generation after generation, cling to such lowbrow, sensational hooks? Bae Se-jin ground her teeth beneath her mask. Regardless of how he felt, wild guesses like Jianwoo must be so touched spread rapidly through the comments. Make sure you debut and let us see your face. Fighting our son. Clenching both fists, Ryu Jianwoo kept his head down as the screen slowly shifted. So slowly it felt cruel to Bae Se-jin. Sigh. A brief message from Shin Ji-hyun's mother flickered by. A gentle BGM swept over the set, and then the boss's voice came on. Now that you've seen your family's messages on stage, please share your thoughts. The camera cut to each trainee in order as they took the mic. Kim Rae-bin, tears glistening as he sniffled, looked both pitiable and endearing. But the real moment came when the mic finally reached Ryu Jianwoo. He took the mic with both hands and held a silence just long enough to be barely acceptable in a live broadcast. Then he spoke. Thank you. He bowed deeply, then raised his head with surprising vigor, though his voice trembled. I will definitely debut and show you my best. Whether addressing his parents or the public, his quavering resolve drew appreciative gasps. Sympathetic but affectionate exclamations. Yet Bae Se-jin, knowing the truth, felt conflicted. He looks miserable. He seemed to be gritting his lips in gratitude, but it was really sorrow or shock he was holding back. Huh? Wait. Snapping herself out of sentimental illusion, Bae Se-jin looked again at his face objectively. Park Mundi biting the inside of his lip. He was pure anger. He looks furious right down to his toes. On stage, Ryu Jianwoo stood up straight, eyes blazing with motivation he couldn't explain. They met mom and dad after so long. Must have cracked him up. LOL, it's why we love model students. Jianwoo, please debut for real. Aishin, why are you so moved you're spaced out? So funny, LOL. Despite Bei Seijin's inner turmoil, the finale pressed on steadily. The boss thought he'd weighed every factor before deciding, but in truth someone with knowledge of the future had whispered the lineup into place. With a dramatic pause, he called the survivors one by one. Shin Jaehyun. Cheers followed each name. Ryu Jianwoo, Jin Chael, Young Woo Dan, Cha Eugene, Oh Yoon Shin, and finally Ryu Chongwoo. When the odd number of 7 was reached, some viewers feared it might end too soon, and the contestants' faces flickered with anticipation. What an invaluable experience. Or rather, all the other trainees except the already awestruck Kim Rae-bin looked like that. Feigning nonchalance, the boss drew out the moment before announcing the last wildcard pick. In addition, he'd hesitated over until the orchestra collaboration, when he couldn't resist perfecting the group. Kim Rae-bin. The final member of the group. Kim Rae-bin nearly jumped out of his shoes, catching the mic. Backward, it was a bolt from the blue for him alone. Me? Yes. KKKKKKKKKK. Why does Rae-bin look like that? LOL. My face when a professor pretends to know me in lecture. The image of Rae-bin's ferocious glare melting into a doughboy grin was hilariously touching, and the announcement concluded. Half VTIC, half T-Star. A tie. The VTIC leader, the first called, felt a brief thrill recalling his wager with Park Mundy. In sum, the Wise finale was a success. The 2 additional eliminations evoked regret, but most agreed the boss made solid choices. Even the cutoffs were well judged. After all, it was a lineup of already vetted Idol members. Best ever lineup, says fans. Final winners announced on Letty Survival. Wise's new group name revealed. On the confetti-strewn, firework-lit stage, Park Mundy, the face of T-Star, had launched a remarkably strong debut. Yet his mind burned coldly. Damn that bastard. He'd reached a grim certainty. Big Sejin. Mundy, you killed it today, thumbs up, rest up. I checked the chicken gift icon he'd sent, and, as I tapped sure, a pop-up slid into view. Young, are you okay? I responded evenly. I'm not okay. The pop-up froze, as if unable to type a word. They might suspect what I meant, but it wasn't that. I was furious at being played. You're lying. What? My parents being alive is a lie. To be fooled like this. My phone vibrated insanely, but I ignored the typos in the pop-up and kept murmuring. It doesn't add up. Too many logical holes. If you couldn't call at all, fine, but if they sent mail, that means they had internet. Then, no need for voice calls. They could have sent video or demanded a video chat. Even slow internet can send at least a photo. After a pause, a cautious reply came. Maybe your parents refused to show their faces? An excuse, sure. But I suspect it's more than that. I turned off my phone. Shock had initially blocked me from analyzing it, but the moment I saw mail from the Antarctic station on the screen, a thought struck me. Were my parents really researchers there? I took it for granted, but if that were so, I'd have memories about their workplace. They wouldn't have stopped being researchers the moment they stepped through the door at home. They'd at least reminisce about their station, but they just went to work and came home. Period. Like an afterthought tacked onto a story. That's not normal. Never. The pop-up was silent, then spilled a few words. Actually, I was wondering too. Researchers have stable jobs. Yet you didn't inherit any money. Right? I'd questioned that myself. Researchers earn well, and I have no memory of squandering money, yet I inherited almost nothing. And I never questioned that. So, chances are the Antarctic researcher parents are fabricated. They engineered it. I don't know how the system overrode everything, but it had planted the researcher premise deeply enough for me to accept it. It even erased my real memories of meeting Park Mundy, so the hint could stick. But it wasn't seamless enough to escape notice. You noticed on your own? Exactly. If I met them in person, I'd feel it. Even more so if I saw photos. So they blocked any visual proof entirely. The pop-up warped. That's so mean and underhanded. Once, or 100 times, it didn't matter. It stung to be fooled. Tampering with my memories is even worse. Especially those dwindling memories. No time for self-pity. I kept deducing, while Jianwu rapidly voiced his own theory. Then, this definitely isn't the past, right? A dream, maybe? Like that 100-day reverie I once made. The latter maybe, but not the former. I muttered. If someone truly from the past can't appear, then we didn't travel back. All the settings have been jumbled from the start. It could be a good thing. Motivation would be rock solid. Hyung. I made a decision. I wouldn't hide it from Chong Ryo. I'd share the incompleteness of this place. Sitting in the soon-to-be dismantled waiting room, he listened and casually analyzed. So our goal doesn't change, right? True, but we need more care when choosing. I frowned. If our memories are flawed, we could make the wrong decision at a critical moment. Even a tiny discrepancy can trigger a butterfly effect. Better to check for any dissonance now and then. Chong Ryo shrugged. As long as you remember the info we need, you're fine. Memories always distort over time. What you must guard against is the side effects of faulty memories. I guess so. Feelings, data, logic, judgment, stick to those, and you won't err. You only need to pick one. He declared. The goal. Right. I hadn't expected to say that, but talking with him cleared my head. Gritting my teeth, I vowed. No matter what, I'll be first and get out of here. That's the goal. You always state the obvious, don't you? Shut up. I sat up straight, ready to dive in. First, about our debut concept. His grin faded slightly. I crossed my arms. Tick's first album concept was world building. TSDR's probably not different. Maybe, but our track charted highly. Haha, true to a survival show album with double-digit ratings. He meant they couldn't dream of that rank without the show. Anyway, I think it's too niche for short-term impact. I'm not so sure. It did well overseas. Did it? I never watched debut MVs or analyze outfits for male idols. What exactly is the concept? The afterlife. I nearly choked. Too much. Haha. Telling that to Taystar? With enough investment. Nothing's too much. Execution is what matters. Isn't that what you used to say? Hey, I know, shut up. Going for mass appeal now isn't great strategy anyway. Chong Ryo tapped his chin. Letty's always had decent support in overseas K-pop fandoms. That's our play. Overseas. Yes. The English-subbed Wise episodes on WeTube have strong views, the best I've seen from a survival show. He smiled. Let's dominate overseas and build on album sales. Wait. Who made that call? If we produce hit singles, we can still chart domestically. Isn't it still a good era for male idol appeal? Years later, only top-tier groups could compete on streaming, but right now, a lot still perform well. And that's why it won't work. What? The smile vanished from his face. Indifference returned. Efficiency would be terrible. Another group has already captured mass appeal. And I realized which group he meant. T-Holic. In reality, they're veteran idols making a living via variety shows. We even guessed it on their show. They no longer aim for music success, filling the gap with entertainment. But not here. Here, T-Holic is in their heyday. Yes. Chong Ryo nodded. Our rival is T-Holic at their peak. 399 chapter. Of course, in the past, even VTIC and Taystar, who weren't first tier at that time, there were other top-tier idol groups. And now that group is T-Holic. I fell silent for a moment, recalling how those guys folded before our variety appearances. Being stranded is better than a billion-1 nonsense. Thanks to that, I got stuck with the magical girl theme as punishment, and it really stirred up reactions. Back then they acted like complete pushovers on camera, but off camera they'd been enjoying an absurd peak in popularity. After them, no boy group was really called mainstream, until Taystar finally kept the lineage alive. This is T-Holic's peak, right before their enlistment. And with this title track released March 22nd, they're projected to rank 8th on the year-end streaming charts. Chong Ryo predicted that dreadful future without batting an eye. Judging by his expression, he's had to restart many times because of those T-Holic bastards. But listen, we'll definitely do this. We're not in a situation where we have to clear status effects over several years. What we're aiming for is a one-shot. We don't intend to win awards consistently over the long term. What do you mean by that? It means there's no need to overthink the future. Image management, consistency, fandom retention, sustainable concepts. None of that matters. We only need to outshine T-Holic this year. We'll win by sheer volume. Because this year we settle it. Changryo stared at me intently. I never thought you'd believe dumping massive resources as rookies would succeed. If you can't digest it, you won't succeed. I grinned broadly enough to show my teeth. But half our members have succeeded before. They remember what success looks like. They're veterans who've stayed first tier for anywhere from 5 to decades. Already a proven product. We just need the right strategy. Tell me. I laid out my plan in timeline order. 2 albums. And near fraudulent tactics. The structure is solid. Changryo stroked his chin and smiled faintly. Assuming you have good songs. He's the one with 8 years' worth of song database compressed into his mind. I laughed too. This should be workable. The next day, as soon as he entered the recording studio, he rattled off 7 songs from memory in an instant and produced near-finished tracks. It was a feat that made you question if he was human, but by now I'm used to it. I played through the tracks. Some I recognized, some I didn't. And I picked this one. An R&B track by a certain rapper who'd had a decent career until a DUI ended it. Good choice. He nodded in agreement. Even without my natural knack for snatching good melodies, it scored well in his estimation. He probably hasn't even recalled the top note yet. He'll think of it one drunken autumn night 3 years from now. Was that why it was appropriate? In any case, it didn't matter. Good. Let's arrange this. And the guy to assign it to, do you compose it all? I know the theory exactly, but creation is in the realm of feel. The B-side tracks were solid. You're not asking me to explain the difference between a title track and a B-side, right? Right. I'll hand it to the company to produce. I'd like to slip the members' names into the credits for composing and writing, though. I still needed to pick one more song. As I racked my brain. You have a member who works on songs, don't you? Oh, obviously referring to Kim Ray-bin. He grinned. Try awakening him. You don't get to decide that. But the attempt is up to you, Hyung. What a pain. Maybe I'll hit the draw 10 times button and dump all the failures on his face. I pressed the draw 10 times button with a reluctant expression. Nothing's coming up. It's not that easy. Leap towards soaring. Wow. Kim Ray-bin / main rapper. You drew him. Unbelievable. Is this system manipulating probability while I watch? Is it because it caught his bluff about his parents? If it still thinks that works, it's an idiotic premise. In any case, I'm not refusing. I accepted Kim Ray-bin as a colleague immediately. No delay intended. A short while later, Kim Ray-bin, who was supposed to return to Gangwon province tonight, rest for 2 days, and resume work, was still at the company building for a meeting. Hello. Oh, hey. I found him and pressed the awakening button. His reaction can be summed up. Confusion. So this is a fake world? Then, Grandma, Grandpa, and my sister must also be fakes. Acceptance. Given that awakening is possible, you're likely real. And the feedback turned into questions, repeating in an endless cycle. What exact trigger caused this phenomenon? If they flew on a private jet over the Pacific, whose jet was it? No hesitation in his questions. Before I knew it, this guy had gleaned that I could telepathically contact the real Park Mundi. Real. Even I don't fully believe it, but Jeon Ryo relayed at least one of those pop-up messages. And he asked again, then which is more appropriate? Calling you Ryu Jeonwoo Hyung or Park Mundi Hyung? Whatever you're comfortable with. As expected, even for a short period you prefer the name used during the time you had relationships with many people. Right? Think whatever's easiest. After a long while, having adapted somewhat, Kim Ray-bin seemed to be running complex theories and formulas in his head. Then, after another acceptance process, he concluded, if my biased ability is needed, I'll do my utmost. Productive, at least. I still wanted to verify once. I grabbed his shoulder. Even if you feel you're infringing on others' rights a bit, I trust your explanation that everyone will tacitly allow some things to restore reality. Good. He asked many questions, but pinning things down at the start made it easier. I patted his shoulder. Thanks for joining. Thank you, sir. With our newly awakened member, we returned to the office cell. Of course, there were side effects. Cha Eugene. I told you to speak informally to Kim Ray-bin. It's his fault he registered his birth late. He's actually older than me in real terms. That matters in Korea. You can't excuse that. Uh, It looked like a heartfelt reunion between me and Cha Eugene in my office cell, but we ended up like this. No doubt Cha Eugene had teased that memoryless 17-year-old a lot. In any case, Kim Raebin regained composure through Ryu Chong-woo and accepted the melody file I handed him. It was that drunk driving rapper's song. I want to salvage just the melody for arrangement, though it's so kitschy. Yes, I'll match it to the top note and riff. Which genre direction are you considering? House, if possible. As we talked business, Kim Raebin nodded seriously. Then I tossed another bait. Raebin, sorry, but I need one more thing. Yes. I switched to the next file. This one, I want both songs to use similar instrumentation for a linked feel. When I played the second melody I'd chosen, Kim Raebin's face lit up. Right. He'd felt guilty rearranging someone else's track as his own, but this was different. Actually, this also fits. VDIC delayed their comeback schedule, and in a butterfly effect this track wasn't released. The composer must have given up. Something like that. Understood. Unaware of the added future tidbit that another guy would later think up this hit melody, Kim Raebin nodded enthusiastically. Shall we start working quickly? Let's do the latter first. I smiled faintly. We're releasing that one first. The beginning of our linked release scenario. Letty's rookie boy group debuting via an in-house survival show. Wish a debut countdown. Will they change the music landscape? It didn't take long for debut announcements, using Wise's stylized spelling, to appear. The boss must be thrilled. The in-heart teaser's insane. They'll come out with something dark and grim. That's a good sign. Really excited. They've all been wearing hats. Will they dye their hair? After the survival show ended, the public's attention briefly waned, but nearly 2 months later the fanbase barely budged. Because the two veterans didn't miss their timing. You can give the public a break, but you keep the fans engaged. Just live streams and practice cam, okay? In no time, Wish's behind-the-scenes YouTube series launched. After debut, it would even serve as a reality prequel to maintain continuity. That was all good, but then came the problem. The debut song concept. Afterlife is way too niche. Yes, too depressing. Isn't that dark vibe what this agency's existing fans expect? And Magical Boy. The boss will probably veto it. Despite being outnumbered in awoken members by VTIC, their seniority carried weight in this tight debate. Wait, we're not the only members here. Let's hear from the others. So Ryu Chong-woo mediated and asked the two unawakened guys for objective feedback. Chael and Sino. The responses from the duo Park Mundi calls, Yes Men, went like this. Wow, can't we do both? Right. It was wrong to expect too much from trainees who haven't even debuted. Park Mundi bit back his silence, but Woodan couldn't help but crack a grin. Indeed, both Magic Academy and Afterlife have demand. Using the right symbols, interpretations can get deep. Mundi. Sorry, Jianwoo Hyung. Have you ever tried ideas like this? With that, Park Mundi realized the utility of Woodan's occasionally jackpot-worthy concepts. 50 days after that meeting. Has it dropped? It's out. OMG, amazing. Play it now. As domestic and overseas fans formed through Wise eagerly counted down, the music video finally premiered. Wow. Viewers saw a camera drawn into a dark school raining meteor-like particles. Members posed against various facilities inside. Choreography and close-ups set against strange phenomena. 1, 2, 3. Now grant my wish. Indeed, VTIC and Taystar had woven their debut song concepts into a new keyword. School Legends. The theme of their debut single, Wish. Loti packed it with all their strengths, LOL. Knew they'd nail it. Love it even more. They're so handsome. I thought the world building would go overboard, but it's not bad, feels a bit like a game. By weaving nuances of thrill, fear, mystery, and pursuit between a powerful dance track and dynamic camera work, they amplified the overall tone. And the setting was a school. Whether polarizing or not, it provided season-specific integration, since it wasn't midsummer yet, but warm enough due to global warming. Just right. First week sales hovered around 100,000, very respectable, considering it was before album inflation and for a debut. The real album purchases from the international fans we attracted will start with the next album. They'd made a massive impact with a track and concept that screamed global fandom appeal. It was time for the next step. After the final debut stage, Park Mundi, now Ryu Jianwoo, declared to Chong Ryo, as planned, for the next promotion, don't stretch the gap too long. Do a repack within a month or two. No objections. And then, he glared at the questioningly obvious reply and stated the near-fraudulent strategy. And we flipped the concept completely. Drop a fully mainstream track. In other words, a betrayal. They'd let overseas fans think the next album would deliver the same. Deep world building and intense dance vibe, boosting pre-orders. Then suddenly release a domestically targeted, chart-friendly single. That way they maximize album sales and gain a foothold on streaming charts. They'd minimize the sense of betrayal through B-sides, but no rookie group would normally pull such a profit-driven switch. And that wasn't the end. Before that, let's ramp up individual activities. What's the best way to get people to listen to a new single once? Book appearances on shows viewed by the public during comeback season. Promotion. But consider this. What if we build up 10 promotional appearances per member and drop them like a simultaneous blitz? Each member would make a memorable individual impression on a program, then promote the new song. That'd definitely grab attention. Park Mundi planned to leverage being a group of 8 first-tier idols who precisely know their appeal, right where it counts. For 100 chapter, idol solo activities. They usually happen once a member has accumulated a certain number of years, and some never even get to that point. There's an example right in front of us now. Chongryo. VTIC had no solo activities even up to renewal of contract. Must have been your influence. Let's say I helped inform the boss's decision. The boss must have helped your efforts. In any case, it's common sense to schedule these so they don't overly rile up or split the fandom. Especially, right after debut, it's all about keeping the group strong. But if you want just that one decisive hit, sealing over solo fans afterward is someone else's job. You can swing it. Let's allocate tasks immediately. No need to postpone. We'll pull in every connection we can. It's a big agency, so landing spots on plenty of programs is an advantage. We can even leverage the fact that some outside successes exist. Actor Bae Sejin, Jerop's Lee Sejin. The two namesakes' cooperation was already secured. Bae Sejin Hyung, it's already been arranged. Bae Sejin Hyung, you'll get a call this afternoon. Bae Sejin snagged the OST for the film he's in. He could have done it as part of the group, but since the next album's title track is coming up in quick succession, only a few members will participate for promo purposes. And Big Sejin. Sejin, I've got a fixed spot on a variety show. We could appear together, LOL. The PD even asked if I had any peers to recommend. What show is it? Sejin, Problem Puppy Rehabilitation, Variety, Barefaced Snowflake. True to its name, Problem Puppy Rehabilitation was a hit. We immediately recommended someone who's raised a dog since childhood. I did look after a pup, just trimmed its fur though. Usually they don't even do that. So Ryu Chong-woo was cast immediately. And, I've never lost out on this kind of show before. Do whatever you want. Chongryo got cast too. She'll manage, though it feels even more like cheating. Everyone else with particular strengths was slotted into programs where they'd shine or soon shine. I'm not exactly the variety show type. Yudana, you're known as the funniest among VTIC. That's a rumor. I shoved Judin and all the yes men into a disaster simulation observatory show. Since it was Chongryo's call, don't even think of complaining to me. What about me? I can do all of them. You're going on a military show. And I put Chai Eugene into a military-themed program. He's not actually enlisting, so I trust he can handle it. With that sorted, exactly one person remained, you know who. I sent Kim Rae-bin off to a variety show he'd been assigned, but he even called me before the shoot that morning. Hyung, no matter how I think about it, this isn't right. Why? This is falsifying participation, isn't it? Right. I'd entered him in the student rapper survival show School Rapping. The headline, 17-year-old rookie idol from a major agency enters student rapper survival, must be stressing him. I'm not a student or a rookie. It's basically educational fraud. Darn, he's not convinced yet. I spoke up. Whether you've been an idol for 5 years or one day, you're still an idol there. They see idols as non-rappers. And student isn't tied to age. As long as you're enrolled at any age, you're a student. That's in reality. The show's Kim Rae-bin is a high school transfer student. After all, silence over the phone for a moment, then he replies, "That's Reasonable, I suppose. Right? So don't worry, do your best. Half-assing it is actually rude. It looks like you're looking down on them. Understood. Thus, Kim Rabin joined the kids' battle as the billionaire, ready to wreck the entire stage. I can already predict the reaction. I reviewed my choices with some satisfaction. Just then, the guy who asked about the OST got back to me. Bayesian, I'll see you soon at the set. I heard you're shooting something together. His nostalgic remark that Cosmic Gunner came to mind when talking OST seemed in character. And he meant he'd bring the OST singers along for part of the promo schedule. But I'm not singing the film OST though. Bayesian. Bayesian, why? You're the main vocal. I don't have time. Right. For efficiency, I opted him out for other activities. The lead vocals with good tone are also qualified. Then what would be the most cost-effective activity for the main vocal? If Kim Rabin's on a rapper survival show. And if we reuse his proven stats one more time. My mind went to an article I'd seen days ago. Only ideas and songs. My Created Singer special broadcast. That special program. I was slated to appear again on the prototype My Created Singer. Of course, I wouldn't revisit that outrageous May Groom stunt. Rather than that, I intended to craft a more immersive character. In the car, I opened my laptop and began drafting company documents. I have an afternoon schedule tomorrow. I can finish it overnight. My Created Singer didn't start as a hologram-based, cutting-edge program. It began with makeup. Performers wore full-body masks and special makeup to appear like theme park characters, avatars of singers, and performed in person. And this was precisely that initial phase. My Created Singer. Oh, an Idol fan sitting in front of her TV watched the screen absent-mindedly. She'd scouted only a main vocal, but had lost her passion since entering college. There isn't anyone I like anymore. Even seeing them in person no longer made her heart flutter. Clearly, she was in a slump. Am I an adult now? Is that why? The college student watched the on-screen captions with no emotion. Recreated singers by idea. Weird. Though it would standardize in a few years, at this early stage it drew attention with characters so absurd they felt deliberately trolling. Wow, Spider is totally over the top. Dancing Spider Queen. 8 legs exude a toxin that freezes people in awe. Is this Medusa? Under the white web costume, 8 black legs sprawled, nightmarish, honestly. The poor quality mascot had only added to the nightmare. Ugh. Still, the singing was solid and weirdly cultish, so she kept the channel on. That very factor made the special become a regular. 7 or 8 bizarre singers passed by in a flash. Many sang only a minute, then only the winner advanced. Ugh. Just as she was getting tired of the oddness, the show finally slowed down to introduce the next contestant as someone important. This contestant is a dog. Sure enough, waddling onto the stage holding a sign was a Welsh corgi. A yellow dog mascot costume. Whoa. Its simplicity felt jarringly out of place. Did they just phone this in? The singer in a cheap, everyday mascot suit clambered onto the stage. Then the camera cut in on the sign, seeking a strong companion human. Arf. An audience member ready to think, please love me, nearly choked. With B-level flair, flashy effects introduced the character. Your house is Welsh Corgi. A desperate job-seeking dog who's mastered every trick and joke. Declaration of participation. Keep me, yes? Keep me. What even is that? The glossy mascot eyes felt audacious. He must be crazy. Still, the student lifted her head to watch. Is he a comedian? I don't think he sings well. But as the music started and he began to sing, past the clouds, up above, a clear band track highlighting a bright upper register. Whoa. A song flaunting obvious vocal prowess that turned the B-tier vibe on its head. Who is this? He's good. Whoa. She'd replied reflexively to her mother passing by the living room, and meant it. He's really good. In that moment, she shifted her mindset from killing time to genuine interest. She wanted to see the next stage of the corgi. Winner. Your house is Welsh Corgi. To thunderous applause, the corgi impressively advanced to round 2. Its rear view looked strangely spirited, and it didn't falter in subsequent rounds. It showed varied sides. In round 2, a soulful, bittersweet trot with another gimmick-obsessed contestant. In round 3, an emotional ballad. Its tone shifted swiftly, singing like a stunt. A dog suit looking handsome. Understanding why they created characters, the student narrowed her eyes, watching the corgi's antics. Finally, the head-to-head battle for the championship. No need for tension. Crisp editing carried it along. All contestants sing the same song pre-announced. Equal song choice highlights skill gaps. And the corgi's skill was truly exceptional. Be my light. Even if time goes by, stay eternal for me. Tackling a female singer's song in the original key, the corgi mentally knocked out the Spider Queen and claimed the final victory. It was overwhelming. Whoa! Feeling vicarious thrill from the decisive win, she relaxed for a moment. On screen, the corgi did a cute victory dance, like a seasoned theme park performer. She grew curious again. Who are you? Who are you? When in doubt, crowdsourcing knowledge. She logged online as soon as the show ended to check real-time search terms. As expected, my created singer and your house trended. This is fun. What even is this? Watching it makes me legendary. LOL same, I'm hooked. But seriously, who is the corgi? Strong Rec? The voice, remarkably similar. He's long retired his vocal cords. No way. Yet no solid candidate emerged. Huh. A pro singer, indie band vocalist, all sorts of guesses flew. Even famous Idol main vocals popped up. With such chatter, you'd think people could narrow it down. The student thought seriously. It's an idol. They dismiss idol fan claims out of bias, but that dog's antics and dance skills weren't normal. Clearly the product of training and experience. An unknown idol main vocal who sings well. There's precedent. Bet on that. This is insane. A thrill shot through her. Though she thought, why am I tense when I don't even know their face? It was Ink via LGT. Only on Ink via LGT, the sign of a new stan. Through various blind guesses of unknown idol performances until her eyes burned, she couldn't pick just one. Please. Tonight's the finale. Surely they'll show the face. Then her newfound flame will conclusively ignite. She swallowed nervously and watched. My created singer. Burning ideas versus vocal prowess face-off. Right now, the second half begins. More bizarre. Characters appeared, with occasional ordinary ones that felt token. But none had the wit of your house's Welsh corgi. Unparalleled. Admitting its uniqueness, she racked up imaginary wins for the corgi, anxiously awaiting the end. An hour later, the final winner was decided. The last opponent the Cauldron spaceship will face is... A dog holding a sign climbed the stage. The prior round's winning singer appears. Your house's Welsh corgi. Phew. The student took a deep breath and watched. Meanwhile, the corgi swapped its sign, seeking a strong companion human. Sigh. They lowered the standard. There's a backstory. There really is. In an era of severe job market woes, the corgi captured laughs and opened the final stage spectacularly. Darkness fell slowly over the stage. Thunk. The spotlight came on. The dog-costumed singer held a simple handheld mic. The face never changed. Yet a pleasant voice emerged. There's someone I'm looking for. The corgi began its final song, as if telling a story. For 101 chapter. The song flowed across the stage. Beneath the dog costume, the singer's voice could be heard. The college student lent her ear. With the most beautiful heart. My confession to you. Gentle, warm lyrics carried on. With a heart beyond kind. My love to give you. It was a love song famous as a proposal tune or wedding blessing. But here, it didn't sound like that. Kind of love. Maybe because of the dog's form, or perhaps because of the voice. If you hear love, think of me. A dog saving its family. The sign had been a joke, but somehow, with the lyrics connected, the humor vanished. Today and tomorrow. I love you. A mixed duet, male and female, sang plainly yet movingly in the voice of the singer inside the dog's suit. They could have chosen something more shocking or intense, yet they picked this song. That choice only amplified the performance's power. Strangely so. I love you. With a profound, rich tone, the Welsh corgi finished its final song. Applause lingered in the audience for a long time. Frozen by some indescribable emotion, the college student remained rooted in front of the TV. A strange longing, like nostalgia, called to her. She paused her thoughts and quietly. Your house's Welsh corgi's moving performance. Phew. The MC's loud voice and the subtitles jolted the audio back to reality. The student shook her head to regain focus. Anyway, that was amazing. Unless the broadcast had undergone massive post-production enhancements, the winner was all but decided. Without flaunting enormous power or high-note tricks, they filled every necessary tone, creating one perfectly beautiful song. And the winner is Your House's Welsh Corgi. Sure enough, the scores showed a clear margin. Thus, the singer created on My Created Singer is Your House's Welsh Corgi. The corgi pressed its paws to its cheeks in delight. It was cute, and there was genuine joy in celebrating the win. Yet the real moment was next. Identity. After the runner-up offered a brief farewell and left, the spotlight finally returned to the Welsh Corgi. Now, at last, it's time to meet our winner. Confetti burst. As the corgi hugged its sign in a celebratory gesture, cheers mixed with laughter. The MC finally spoke. The creator of Your House's Welsh Corgi is... At the signal, the corgi dropped the sign, raised its paws, and, swiftly, removed the mask. Revealed beneath were sweat-damp black hair and a cold, handsome face. It's Ryu Jianwoo, main vocal of major rookie group Wishes. It really was an idol. But before her theory could send shivers down her spine, shock seized her entirely. Not an unknown face, but someone she recognized. Ryu Jianwoo? The main vocal from that male survival show she'd almost auditioned for was faintly smiling under the corgi mask. I mean, I thought he was good on that show, but this much? She had no idea it would be like this. Besides, his face wasn't her type, so she'd casually watched. She never expected the mastermind to be a rookie, and one who trained only 3 months as a trainee. He'd slipped on that corgi suit and performed stunts like it was nothing. Mouth agape at the TV, she watched Ryu Jianwoo hug the mask to his side. With a grin. Then he picked up the mic again. Hello, I'm Ryu Jianwoo of Wishes. Thank you so much for voting for Your House's Welsh Corgi. A weird mix of groans and excited shrieks bubbled from the audience, followed by laughter. May we hear your winner's remarks? To be honest, I never dared to imagine winning. My goal was simply to passionately present what I love, and I can't believe this. What surprised you most? That so many of you share my taste in comedy. Applause broke out. The MC struggled to keep a straight face as he asked again. Do you like Welsh Corgis? I love yellow dogs. Saying that, Ryu Jianwoo hugged the yellow dog head of the mask and laughed. His cold, delicate aura softened instantly, and he looked somehow adorable. Let's give another round of applause for our winning creator. The Your House's Welsh Corgi, created by Ryu Jianwoo, will serve as this station's mascot for the next month. Ta-dan! With triumphant BGM, the corgi slipped the mask back on, lifted a paw, and waved the sign cutely. The college student nearly waved back out of reflex. And that was the end of the broadcast. But the stir awakened within her did not end. The student drew out her smartphone. 30 seconds before a new Ryu Jianwoo fan account was created. That was effortless. Being a special broadcast, the lineup wasn't stellar, but once it aired, the reaction would be peak. Conditions. The editing turned out great. Already seeing Wishes Ryu Jianwoo trending in real time, she judged with satisfaction. She had plenty of time. She was at the salon for a late-night interview shoot. Incoming congratulations messages on her phone could be checked anytime. Just as she opened the group chat, emojis flooding in. A private message arrived. Concejin, ha 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 ha. Concejin, Monday, did you see this? Link. She checked the link. It's social media. Maybe the Welsh Corgi had spawned a new meme. Having not monitored it yet, she clicked to take a look. A newly posted update from a few minutes ago appeared. Jianwoo is just so cute I feel like I'll go crazy. Haven't slept for a week, just waiting on the crumbs. A fan of mine, is it? The mention of variety shows suggested they'd first noticed him via the corgi stunt. So now I have to truly monitor this. If it was meant to cheer her on, she couldn't call it a failure. She smirked and scrolled down. Fan art of the Welsh Corgi with gleaming eyes, videos of the mask removal, then shots from her debut promotions, followed by chatter. Actually, I've seen him IRL. At the Wise Gorilla concert, he did a hug event with another member. Oh, Aya, why didn't you pick Jianwoo? My friend asked me to support someone else, but that member was cute too. Only my heart for the main vocal didn't flutter. As chatter grew, this person even attached verification photos. Here's the wristband from that event. Stop saying it's fake, photo. In the picture, A paper wristband lay on a wrist. And it was the fabric I remembered. The light blue knit the person wore when Jae-yeol gave hugs, and that wristband. The first home fan of Park Monday had posted wearing that outfit. Oh, no way. Thought you'd changed your taste, but I guess not. Cold Jeonwoo talk doesn't work on me. Jeonmung, I'll protect you. If we rent a proxy account, that'd be crazy, right? I know, but I want to do it. The account's post ended there. Quietly, she lowered her phone. Jeonwoo, any good news? Yes, a bit. That Welsh corgi thing. Similar enough. Nothing had actually changed, but she felt back home somehow. That night, she polished the interview more carefully than planned. Meanwhile, the ripple effect from the variety shows was growing uncontrollably. Let's rewind time a bit. Even before My Created Singer aired, buzz began with the first articles. They're doing variety shows, link. OMG disaster escape, LOL can't wait. LOL think they gathered only the funniest reactors. Groups picking variety show members to boost was common, so people took it in stride. The first to air was the disaster simulation program, featuring the 3 VTIC guys. I'll say it now, Chongryo's choices were spot on. Nvidia Elgo HT. Don't copy read here, ha. I thought that was shamanism. When my friend suggested the comic method, capture of Geo Dan. Fans saw the yes men freaking out at alarms or quakes, yet scrambling to act, and praised them. And Juden's nonsense actually worked, making him a mental pillar for the pair. While those 3 charmed younger fans on SNS, shows targeting other demographics aired too. Those 3 boy idols on 4-legged friends are crazy. Please come back next season. Shin Jae-hyun did 4-legged friends? No wonder my mom said he's just like our Jae-hyun. Watching Ryu Chong-woo lift a 60 kilograms Malamute made everyone happy. Capture. On the new season of Problem Puppy Rehab, the 2 fixed members cared for the dogs excellently. Focusing on warmth rather than laughs earned them goodwill. They built a dependable, mature, likable image. I'd marry any of them. Watching the puppy makes me notice Jae-hyun next to it. No wonder he's so calm and kind. Wow, he should hate it once, but he's so patient. Thus they won over older viewers too. So far, fans felt uneasy about the sprawling solo activities, but it hadn't exploded. It felt appropriate, and the success was clear. But massive provocation came next. Kim Rae-bin on school rapping. Cha Eugene on the military way. Cha Eugene's military show and Kim Rae-bin's rapper survival. Fans exploded at this stellar lineup. Kim Tae-in is insane, crossing the line LOL. They just had him on a survival show. Now they send him to another as a rapper? He barely made it as an idol, and now this. Sending a high schooler to military school show is too much for a kid. They buzzed about faxing the agency, but before that, the shows aired. First up was Cha Eugene's military show. WTF. And things seemed to go as fans feared. Ha ha ha, this guy is nuts. The drill sergeant was speechless. He probably goes home after. If they wanted to test exemptions, they should have sent Ryu Chong-woo. That'd be more interesting. It's so funny, my nails are itching to bite. In the early broadcast, Cha Eugene played the outsider role, like a foreigner with communication issues or reaction bait. Being young, viewers laughed it off as foreign rookie sidekick. I know Eugene must be frustrated, but it's hilarious. Still, he's plucky and cute, doesn't cry. That was the vibe, until episode 2 flipped everything. Cha Eugene, as they say, knew how to work. Cha Eugene, I'll carry this. Eugene, how are you not falling behind on gear marches? Damn, he's tough. He's so polite and quiet. Came from Free America and fully adapted to Korean chain of command. What's going on? He laughed doing helicopter rappelling, LOL. Since it's variety, the training borrowed only the shell of real military life, but it packed in jarring, intense segments. Moments that tested endurance or strength were abundant, and Cha Eugene shone every time. Plus, he didn't complain, even baffling others. They just do endless ranger courses, and he never complains? They must have edited it. He played football, right? No wonder, American football QB. Whoa, lol, legit. No wonder he was athletic. I like that he doesn't overreact with cheesy variety show vibes. By the last 4 days of the 10-day shoot, Cha Eugene received flawless ace edits. The show was already popular, so when his 10 days aired over 2 months, his meme-level fame skyrocketed. Congrats. On the day he returned, Cha Eugene, who'd quipped, "I thought everyone but me was a football coach," shrugged nonchalantly. "I hate you, Hyung. I won't forget." Sure. Any other impressions? The food sucks, and everyone talks like Kim Rae-bin. 3 days later, Cha Eugene reclaimed his speech style, pointing at the TV with a pout. There was Kim Rae-bin on screen. Kim Rae-bin, "I'll do my best." Lee Seon-young, "That phrase now scares me." School rapping semifinals were underway. By now, Kim Rae-bin had become the Grim Reaper image on the show. Of course there were twists, but, long story short, his visibility also skyrocketed. Jae-yeol sat in her living room, grinning ear to ear. People must think Rae-bin is a real rapper, right? He always mentions wishes when greeting. Wow. With my identity now revealed, every member had left a mark on a hit show. Predictably, the buzz exploded. What even does Wishes do? I realized I don't know a single member. I don't know their songs. How is this possible? Are they a comedy troupe? LOL. They're even better live. Watch their legendary debut stage. They slayed every performance. Link. They're amazing. I watch with my mouth open. This is real. But seeing them all together, it feels like the universe collapsed. When the hype peaked. It's time. The new album's release was perfectly timed. For 102 chapter. The new single we're about to announce was already completed alongside our debut track preparations. We had to pull some backstage maneuvering, preparing it as a double title and then dropping one at the last minute. But the important thing is that the performance is fully ready. So when is the perfect moment to unleash this energy bomb? Rae-bin's finals are this week already. That's right. Right after Kim Rae-bin's school rapping final stage. When he wins and buzz is at its peak, announcing our comeback with this song will be ideal. But is it too hasty to assume he'll win already? No. Unless Rae-bin skips the entire first verse or totally flubs it on the final stage, there's no way he can lose. I watched Rae-bin typing furiously on his laptop from the sofa and recalled his school rapping journey. First, his introduction. Oh, a contestant with a striking presence appears. When the heavily pierced, fierce-looking guy stepped up, eyes narrowed in wariness and admiration. Then his next words flipped the mood. "Hello, I'm Kim Rae-bin of the rookie group Wishes that debuted 35 days ago. Please take care of me!" Exclamation point. He'd been told to emphasize rookie and idol group, and he delivered it without suspicion. Of course, the edit was this. Why here of all places? Honestly, you're from a major agency. You must have other options. You're handsome, though. Laughs. Predictable, right? Way too on the nose. But just like a clitch that sells, opinions flipped. Huh. Rae-bin stepped up to the ambiguous beat that everyone else had passed on, looking puzzled as if asking, "Why isn't anyone jumping in?" And then he ripped his verse. And he was ridiculously good. By the end of episode 1, an unofficial clip of Rae-bin's cipher was climbing YouTube's trending chart. Naturally, there was backlash. A 17-year-old doing this. Yeah, staged LOL. The company must have tipped him off. Do you really believe this? Even if he knew the beat in advance, those punchlines deserve credit. No one can fake that on the fly. Even that was coached, huh? But Rae-bin breezed through the next solo round as easily as breathing. And the next team battle, then the next collaboration challenge. They'd recorded his entire songwriting process over 3 days when they sped it up and aired it. There was nothing left to comment on. This is how I work. But since professional gear is still hard to come by, I often rent the company's studio. Today, I have extra time, so I'll flesh out a new beat. And as a guide vocalist, we have Moon. Hyung Ryu Jeonwoo. And that track was insanely good, too. Each episode's and saw him popping onto real-time music charts, proof of his skill. Originally a producer, failed miserably, but they begged him to be an idol after seeing his face. This is so unfair and bullshit. In my view, he's a thoroughly manufactured product, idol factory quality. If they run out of repertoire, they'll collapse. None of that happened. From episodes 2 through 9, Rae-bin steamrolled every mission, rising as the undisputed frontrunner for victory. Plus, revealing he was the grandson of a Gangwon-do strawberry farming family, and his naturally polite demeanor made him a beloved character. A solid powerhouse duo. By then, even some skeptics softened. LOL, that jerk who tricked him into idol life must want to shoot himself. Splitting streaming revenue in ways plus 7 years of dorm life. Haha, can't stand it. Worldwide K-pop pays sweeter. Of course it's Luti idols if it's about money. You triple X gods lol. All the fangirls chasing faces switch to him. Since Raybin will win anyway, why give up idol life? They'll exploit everything lol. They had to admit his talent. How could they not? Raybin was practically an ecological disruptor in that competition. Even when the producers staged crises for drama, each time it turned out to be a farce next episode, solidifying viewer trust. And now, only the finale remains. Ryu Chong-woo sat beside Kim Raybin comfortably. How's your relationship with the contestants? Still treating you well? Yes. I think they're even more considerate, knowing I'm younger. Understanding his nervous deference to a 17-year-old as courtesy, Chong-woo nodded. But Raybin had a concern. I was just wondering, would it be okay to have someone else feature on the final stage? Given the ratings, it could boost promotion. He was asking why the final track's feature wasn't chosen from within Wishes. Because the feature role went to the popular lead vocalist of Malingdalcom. I let out a quiet chuckle. Features are meant to be collaborations. Having someone outside the group gives that stage more meaning than keeping it in-house. Indeed, that makes sense, though that wasn't the real reason. It was to control how people perceived it. It can't feel like we're forcing the group's fame. Too blatant cross-promotion would backfire. To prevent the current buzz from fizzling or turning into resentment, we needed delicate balance. Of course, we weren't cutting ties completely. I'm planning to come watch the final. Hope that's okay. A little group support is heartwarming. I'd be honored. I'll cheer as hard as I can. Thank you, seniors. Raybin, we debuted together. Call me Hyung. Oh, I tore my gaze from Raybin and Oh Yoon-shin's banter and rechecked the schedule. 3 days later, on the school rapping set where all members had cleared their schedules, confetti exploded above the center stage. Boom. School rapping season 2, and the champion is Kim Raybin. Wah! There were no twists or surprises. Raybin claimed victory with a finale performance driven by sheer skill and technique. My advice to stick to this approach really paid off. And the only one pushing power to a violent level was Raybin himself. Malingdalcom's feature provided the perfect lift, injecting vocal color and audience engagement to refresh the atmosphere and polish the track. Attempts to discredit Raybin would fail. Good. Thank you. I'll repay you with even better performances. I applauded as Raybin, caught off guard, hoisted the giant golden ID card amid the cast's congratulations. We were ready. A few days later, Slap Winner is out. A Raybin who was an idol from start to finish. Honestly, Raybin's too good for this. After 3 days of flurry of articles and reactions to his win on a hit survival show, the weekend arrived. Quietly, headlines began to appear. Letty's monstrous rookie wishes to release self-produced albums soon. News of Wishes' comeback with a self-composed title track. Though announced during pre-orders, we deliberately stoked the press once more, emphasizing self-produced. The headline practically screamed, Kim Raybin, and the still hot buzz drew people in. I have to listen to this. Raybin's in this group? The track must be great. Not just Raybin. Eugene, Cha, and Ryu Jianwoo are in this group too. The four-legged friends Jaehyun and Chong-woo are in the group. And those three who worship newspaper on Escape King are here. What on earth is happening? These comments were screenshotted and spread online. I applauded this desirable outcome. No need for further delay. We shouldn't split the teaser release. No need to burn this buzz on teaser drops. Agreed. So we released a teaser featuring only the bridge's addictive whistle, building anticipation, then dropped the song and MV the following week. On an international flight, a man in first class connected to the newly launched in-flight Wi-Fi to go online. Despite preferring to read books, he now had something he wanted to see. It's out. No search needed. Opening YouTube brought up the exact video. Wishes Timer official music video. The rookie group Wishes' new single. Perhaps because their debut was stellar, the view count was already impressive. He briefly recalled their debut, then nodded inwardly. Yeah, it's good. Wishes' debut mini-album, with its minor key, artful vibe inspired by modern European boarding school ghost stories, perfectly met K-pop fandom's demand. The stage was excellent, too. using a long baton-like prop for dance moves in a unique, captivating way. He almost sent a long review by mistake. Glad I didn't. He exhaled in relief. That wildly commercial, hard-driving aesthetic wasn't his usual taste, yet he kept replaying it. Shaking off the inexplicable tug at his heart, it wasn't helpful for work. He clicked the new video. Wishes' latest title. Will it feel similar this time? Fans expected another intense dance track. But when he clicked, their new title wasn't that. Still with band elements, but more relaxed. Let's turn back the timer to when we were still together. The sound felt noticeably lighter, and the vocals were groovy and understated. A shy smile on your face. Meteor showers falling above us. Still in my memory today. Thinking about you. High-quality instrumentation met two intertwined melodies as the song progressed. The MV had no avant-garde story or grand narrative. Just choreography on a sleek rooftop under shooting stars, intercut with cool individual shots against trendy objects. A song about youthful memories in the passage of youth. A track anyone can enjoy without hesitation. No cringe factor at all, so no polarizing elements. Simply ultra-mainstream and sophisticated. A song everyone will love. Even through his headphones, the melody stuck instantly. Turning the timer. Capturing you on camera. A photo sparkles. And you light up my mind. This was great, too. Though not the same vibe as before, this easygoing pop song somehow struck him deeply. Sparkle. He watched through to the MV's end, where the members turn and smile. It was good, but his chest fluttered oddly. After a moment's thought, he opened his messaging app. She doesn't really like me, I guess. But he wanted to reach out anyway. With slightly trembling fingers, he typed, I really love this song. I'm headed to Korea, and I bet I'll hear it everywhere on the streets. The recipient was Ryu Jianwoo. And, just as Sean Ah-hyun had imagined, by the time he arrived and began his schedule, the streets were filled with Wishes' music. So what's our rank? At the tense question, Chong Ryo smiled and lifted her smartphone, showing the daily streaming chart. Number 1. Unbelievable. Amid screams and collapsing members, the seasoned pros cracked grins. No matter what, hitting number 1 on the streaming chart without something this insane is unheard of. So to say it wasn't impressive would be a lie. It's our first time too. VDIC probably hadn't often experienced this. I looked at our number 1 track and knew. Thank you, Raybin. Thank you so much. For me to receive such excessive gratitude for something we all achieved together. Kim Raybin, great job. Oh, I chuckled watching Raybin buried under a pile of hugs. Chong Ryo strolled over, still smiling, and quietly, NVLIGHT said. The hardest part remains sustaining it. Yeah, exactly. If we targeted streams, longevity is essential. We have to lock in our rank and stay long-running to really capitalize. The song and strategy were strong, so I wasn't unconfident about defending the top, but that didn't mean we could relax now. We needed the track to keep appearing on variety shows and online content steadily. We can't let TI Holic outshine us. We'll be busy. All global tours and overseas activities were put on hold this time. We poured every resource into promotional appearances. And so things like this happen. Hello. Appearing on the same variety show as Seon Ah-hyun, with Chong Ryo in tow. I managed to respond. Yes. I didn't expect this. Me neither. I'm going crazy. Why wasn't the proud nationalist ballerino on a special episode? Yet here they are with us. For 103 chapter. The recording set of the nationwide variety show, Only Winners Get Chicken. Another idol group. The regular cast barely reacted to the guest lineup they'd received in advance. This show invites guests to play physical games and do some talk segments. Your typical family-oriented. Weekend variety, so there's no pressure to perform. Besides, because it sells well overseas, appearances for promotional purposes are rampant. Still, this week they've got some name recognition. They were from one of the big agencies that just released the hottest song. At that level, it wasn't a favor, they were worth booking. What surprised everyone was the suddenly announced special guest. Wow, unbelievable. The ballerino Seon Ah-hyun. He'd just flown in, maybe for an off-season commercial shoot, and the producers somehow snagged him for this episode. Normally, he could carry a solo special without awkwardness, but with tight timing they slotted him in as a surprise guest. Might as well make the most of it. After the Wishes members, as rookies, came to greet him in the waiting room, the special guest quietly rose. Hi Youngnam. Hey, follow me. Since Ah-hyun wouldn't come introduce himself, he decided to go break the ice personally. If I'm lucky, I'll get something to talk about. But when they reached Ah-hyun's waiting room, it was empty. A staff member whispered. He want to see those kids. Who? Wishes. Wishes. He wasn't an MC, and yet he'd gone into the rookies' waiting room? No matter how hot they were, they just debuted. Apparently, he was a mentor on some survival show with them. Oh, that made sense. So they'd met before. Of course, he didn't expect smooth filming. Because of it, two young performers with similar selling points? It'll be a battle of wills. The cast nodded, bracing for polite smiles when the cameras rolled and cold shoulders once they cut. Sure enough, as soon as the special guest appeared after some filming, everyone was busy doling out compliments, using the regular guests to hype up the special guest. You're unbelievably handsome, really. Ah-hyun SSI is totally an idol, isn't he? Looking at you, wow, you could be in the same group. They were the usual sycophantic lines, but true ones. Three textbook beauties on stage together even had the writers cheering. The audience will go wild over this. The regular cast watched the predictable flattery with bland expressions, hustling through reactions for the cameras. It was obvious the special guest was benefiting off the others. Yet the regular guests surprisingly accepted it smoothly and cheerfully, no forced awkwardness. They even stepped aside to let Ah-hyun take center stage. If you stand here, Tada, center. Ha ha ha. Oh, not bad for rookies. And as filming progressed, they realized something. These guys had endless anecdotes for talk segments. Didn't you escape from a burning building with just a newspaper? I heard that trick from your members. It's so unique. Jae-hyun, you're good on the rope. 2. Are you planning to enlist next after Eugene Cha? Hey, Ray-bin, can you do any impressions? Every round of games they brought up different members, and the MC knew all their names and bantered right back. Plus, each of them had their own character and story, so the conversation flowed around them. The regulars finally sensed it. These guys, their setup is absurdly tight. A group with individual recognition, first since T-Holic. And now they'd scored a huge hit. They smelled massive success. MMPH. That made even these current guests look better. They didn't bow out. They gave it their all, showed guts and smarts. They're close, too. At every break, the juniors chatted with the seniors, and the seniors always reciprocated. No sign of showing off. They haven't got big heads. Nodding to himself, he considered how to build a connection, and sensed a similar gaze somewhere. When he looked over, Ah-hyun was quietly watching the rookies. Like him, Ah-hyun seemed to watch that side during every break. The look vanished quickly, but he got a feeling. Could it be he wants to get closer? But despite such a famous person, the two rookies were too wary to speak first. The regular cast understood why. They'd heard the rumors about Ah-hyun. Still, they've no sense. He'd owe me one after this. Smirking, he seized a moment during a prop change to speak to one rookie, specifically the older one when he was alone. How's it going? Comfortable with filming. Thanks for your consideration. I'm doing my best. Really, thank you. While making small talk, he steered the topic to Ah-hyun. And that guy's pretty cold, right? Ryu Jianwoo's eyes widened briefly, then returned to normal. The cast internally chuckled at how adorably inexperienced he was. Artists can be like that. Ink via right. Read more on our source. Since he's so handsome, he's even more aloof. It's a different vibe from us entertainers. Indeed, Ah-hyun was known in the industry for keeping people at arm's length. He was polite, but that was it, like he lived in a different world. Some people sneer that he's thrown his life away on noble ballet. Younger kids might feel stung or put off by that attitude. The cast understood that. As for Jianwoo, he thought, what nonsense is this guy spouting? He managed to reply. He was kind to me, right? But you got the feeling he didn't want to become friends, yes? Yet honestly, I think he wants to get closer to you guys. He kept watching Wishes over there. Oh, Jianwoo paused. The cast member planned to continue his advice, but then, hello. Oh, the younger rookie, Shin Jae-hyun, came over. I wanted to ask if you're comfortable with filming. Of course. I heard you always take care of rookies at every year-end award show. Oh, how did you know that? It's common knowledge. As Jae-hyun smoothly diverted. The cast member, Jianwoo, thought. Ah-hyun's dividing people by rank. What on earth was happening? He almost turned to look at Ah-hyun, but held back. No need to force it. Want any of these? As Jae-hyun sent the cast member off, Jeon-woo exhaled. No. No time for feelings. His real target was still in view. Eyes forward. Filming continued. Now blatant promotional segments for the special guest. A corner teaching basic ballet moves. Of course they gave the regular guests a break at the end. Now that you've tried ballet, shall we challenge idol dance? Ooh. As scripted, Jae-hyun and Jeon-woo stepped forward. Move like this. Lift your shoulders while you dance. Oh-ho. Jae-hyun demonstrated intentionally cheesy hand moves, and the cast added goofy body gags. Then someone tentatively asked, "How about you, Ah-hyun SSI?" They expected him to hesitate, but to their surprise, he strode out immediately, as if waiting. Like this. Yes. He picked it up instinctively. Whoa. It wasn't just mimicry. It had the polish of a trained dancer. Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes. Is there still something left in him? The moment passed, and the cast applauded. You're great. You could have been an idol. Right? What do you think, guys? Who'd say he wasn't good? Jeon-woo nodded along. I agree. See, Ah-hyun SSI, ever thought of formally trying idol dance? Ah-hyun hesitated, then smiled and shook his head. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm a ballerino. Oh, so decisive. That's craftsmanship. He simply smiled and nodded. Jeon-woo couldn't help but ask, you must love ballet so much. Is that all you ever wanted to do? Ah-hyun glanced down and calmly replied, it's everything to me. I've never thought of anything else. Park Moon-dae understood. Maybe that's why those weird rumors started. The cast member felt his advice had landed and shrugged. That's how you build connections. And filming moved on to the final main corner. I stifled a sigh. Almost done. Shows like this were so easy he could half sleep through them. The final game was even simpler. Quick treasure hunt. You know, hide mines and treasures in an old building. Find treasures, but avoid mines. They seem to do it every season. I could do it with my brain off. Not that he'd actually try that. He shook the 3 or 4 gift boxes in his hand in front of the camera. Do you think these are all real treasures? Statistically, they could all be mines. We have no idea. Right? He actually knew they were treasures. He'd calculated their movements and even asked the cameraman to cover his back. He feigned anxiety and prepared his next move. If he swapped and died, but later all boxes turned out to be treasures, it'd be hilarious. Should I find the MC? He scanned for someone who'd filmed the swap well as he headed down the stairs. Jeon-woo SSI. He spotted someone climbing up the stairs. It was Seon Ah-hyun, sprinting, holding one dark brown box. It wouldn't be bad to let him win. He was the special guest, older, representing the country. He ran over and offered the boxes. Perfect timing. Hyun, want to swap? I have a feeling your pick is lucky. Ding dong. 10 minutes remaining. Good atmosphere. He shook the boxes dramatically. How about a 2-for-1 swap? I'll give you 2. And you just give me 1 in return. Suddenly, Ah-hyun fell silent. What's up? Still aware of filming. He looked at him curiously, and Ah-hyun spoke. You gave me this. He gripped his box so tightly his knuckles whitened, then murmured, a golden ball. I received it just before the bell rang. What? Like he'd gone into a trance, he said nothing more. Then he snapped back. Oh, sorry. I just remembered something and blurted it out. If you want to swap, I appreciate your offer, but let's do 1-for-1. Hyun. Right now? No call needed. They all sensed it. The golden ball Ah-hyun mentioned. I gave him that at Ajusa. The random contents ball in the personal broadcast segment. He'd swapped it for the bronze ball that held frozen food. And of course Ah-hyun. Ballerino couldn't have that memory. But you just said it. So what the hell is going on? For 104 chapter. Seon Ah-hyun remembers the event from Ajusa. After he blurted out that bombshell and disappeared, I checked my status window again as if rattling every corner of it. But nowhere was Ah-hyun mentioned, neither in teammate selection nor mail. So it isn't an effect of this system. Could it be that something similar happened in the real world? I'd briefly wondered that too. But the timing is just too uncanny. With only a little time left before the end, someone requested a 1:2 random box swap. Too similar a situation. And here was ballerino Seon Ah-hyun, deliberately recalling receiving the golden ball just before the bell rang, with such significance? No matter how I think about it, that's even less likely. Then could it be really Cian Ahyun? Right. The moment filming ended that day, I posted in the Taystar group chat. Has anyone felt echoes of reality before they recovered memories? Replies poured in, pushing aside my earlier joke to new member Kim Rae-bin. Cha Eugene, it wasn't me. Ryu Chong-woo Hyung. Nothing specific, but I felt something off. Big Sejin. Haha, I felt a weird familiarity when I saw our members. Does that count? And one more thoughtful, belated reply. Kim Rae-bin. Now that I think about it, when I first saw them in front of Strawberry House, I thought they looked familiar. But I can't recall any concrete image, so probably not. In short, while some had a vague feeling, no one recalled any specific scene or detail. I tapped my chin. Then suddenly my phone rang. Bae Sejin Hyung, the one who hadn't replied before. Could he have some grand example that needed a call? I answered. But instead of sharing an anecdote, he cut to the chase. You mean about Cian Ahyun? He's the only one left among us, so it's him, right? He always had his nose in a book. Has he read some mystery novel now? That's true. It was odd to deny it, so I didn't. I heard him inhale softly through the speaker. What did Ahyun remember? Just nothing big. I roughly explained the situation. Bae Sejin listened carefully, but then said, Okay, but I don't see why this matters. You can just ask him directly after he gets his memory back. You can't just make that happen at will. You've helped the others snap back before. There's a chance with Ahyun too, isn't there? He spoke in a calm, low voice. From where I stand, it looks like you're giving up before you even try. Why had he suddenly become so sharp? I reluctantly answered. Rather than giving up, I just don't see the need. Ahyun seems to be living well as he is. He's succeeded as a ballerino. What? Social success doesn't mean everything's fine. He spoke firmly, then hesitated. If it's because he seems to have no trauma or anything, I can see that. But his voice grew firm again. Still, just because he looks fine on the outside doesn't mean his insides are the same. True. I hadn't gone around shouting about my own hardships when I was in a tough spot. I recalled how he'd been during a Jusa. Back then he'd been far more aggressive and uncooperative. I thought he was worthless, but after living together I learned he had his own circumstances and strengths. Damn. I stifled a sigh. You're right. Then I take back what I said. Let's just say I'm doubtful whether he has any memories. Okay. He seemed oddly pleased for no reason, paused, then brightened. Then why not probe Ahyun one more time? I'll make room for you. By what means? You Hyung. Yeah? Then you just find some time. What time? Practice time. A few weeks later. Wishes' latest song, Timer, had firmly secured a top-tier spot. Its persistence at number 3 on the daily charts surpassed even that drunk driving scandal group's original. Kim Rae-bin's rearrangement and the perfect exposure strategy created flawless synergy. Good. Time passed, and it was now October. People were starting to talk about Wishes' chances at awards. They hadn't yet reached T-Holic's fame or popularity. But judging purely by streaming and considering the agencies. Wait, these guys were starting to look like contenders. Do you think Wishes can win Daesung? By numbers alone, they deserve it. Is T-Holic really falling behind? Fans must be worried. Wishes needs an amazing next album. The fandom's fracturing. That was moderate pushing and shoving online. LOL, they got dethroned. But they're young and kind. Why idolize geezers? Everyone knows Wishes' streaming is fake. Lati did chart manipulation too, congrats. Rookies can't take it, so they spread rumors, LOL. Wishes' fandom will get mental illness soon. So many private fans dividing up. It's all because of the supplementary class. Boring geeks who can't handle fan lives. Knew it. Behind the scenes, that mess was slowly building. They rose so fast it invited backlash creeping in late, thought Park Moon-dae. And although it didn't greatly affect the music industry, there was a notable event in entertainment that month. The awards ceremony. The Korea Popular Culture and Arts Awards. A state-hosted, highly prestigious ceremony honoring artists. Broadcast live on internet and TV, it drew a decent audience. Congrats. Is Lee Sejin there? Lee Sejin, cover your reactions soon please. Choi Gu Elder's reactions are great LOL. The lineup was mostly veteran artists with a few well-known actors like the rising star Lee Sejin, so it wasn't too loud. That was until after part 1 ended, before the next segment. Congratulatory performance. Ooh, special performance coming. Who could it be? They said it's Whaler. Smiley face. Viewers expecting a formal performance saw close-ups of the performers on stage, and the comment section exploded. WTF? Are you serious? Did I see this right? On stage stood 3 tall men, but the unexpected trio was rookie idol Ryu Jianwoo, ballerino Xian Ahyun, and actor Lee Se-jin. Why is Lee Se-jin there? Who's that next to Ahyun? LOL Ryu Jionu. Why not Wishes? What is this LOL? What are you 3 doing? Huh. On stage, Ryu Jianwoo recalled the excited tone of Bae Se-jin's voice from months ago when planning this. I'm going to the awards too, and I heard Ahyun's getting a special award. Okay, then let's perform here. Let's do a commemorative performance with Ahyun and observe him. Thinking back, the chance of it happening in reality was surprisingly real, because the awards generally honored senior icons, legends by age and status. No matter how famous a nationalist ballerino is, he wouldn't be overshadowed. A special stage for Ahyun wasn't that far-fetched. The issue was persuasion. There was no need for an award winner to perform. They could have invited any high-profile group. Park Moon-dae thought that'd be the sticking point, but apparently Ahyun was persuaded easily, with no tricks needed. Ahyun said he'd gotten interested in pop performances, a rare occurrence. Why would a national pride ballerino agree to cover pop songs without hesitation? But it happened, and so the 3 men stood on stage. In the starting formation, Ahyun stood where I'd turned, and Ryu Jianwoo recalled the final warning. But their agency asked to avoid super idol-style stages. That was actually good. It brought one stage to mind. With these 3 NVLGT, continue reading, people. This one. Immediately, the stage filled with bright guitar and classic drum sounds. A familiar, comforting melody. Ryu Jianwoo and Park Moon-dae on stage knew it. Ahyun has had reality overlap experiences before, like the vampire cover of Soft Sweetness or the Random Box swap. And this time, Park Moon-dae had deliberately orchestrated a similar experience. As the music played, a spotlight shone on the 3 in jeans and white shirts. OMG. So gorgeous. Subtitles appeared. You are amazing. By Xian Ahyun, Lee Se-jin, Ryu Jianwoo Wishes. Reproducing the unit stage from TSDAR's first concert, full of charm. This time more formal for the awards, with an arrangement close to the original, bringing stability to the stage. Can you hear my heart? The trembling of a shy chest. The parts divided exactly as before. The only differences were that Ryu Jianwoo was no longer Park Moon-dae's body, and people's expectations. Insane. Why so good? Lee Se-jin's lines are on fire. Why was the actor so perfectly handling choreography, vocals, and stage expressions? Viewers were overwhelmed by confusion at actor Lee Se-jin's natural performance. Then they quickly became delighted. LOL Lee Se-jin definitely asked to do this. Se-jin Appa, dreams come true, so perfect haha. After using wishes for your fandom, you got blessed. Please share pics of your corgi at home. Bae Se-jin's active promotion of the Daesang performance turned into a fandom meme. People joyfully watched the 3 performing a classic pop song, and the artists smiling and applauding. A delightful twist. Oh, you are amazing. All of you. Wow, Ahyun's so handsome. Give me his passport quick. Vocal dance visual balance on pro levels, debut already. And in the shadow of actor Lee Se-jin's impact, one thing was overlooked. My heart beats every day. I can't sleep tonight. No matter how much a ballerino performs on stage, it's a completely different type of performance from pop or idol shows. Yet he blended in so naturally, delivering a rhythm-perfect performance with zero awkwardness. You truly are amazing. Ahyun smiled and spun. After the eventful special performance. This was pretty great. Yes. Racing down from the stage, Bae Se-jin couldn't hide his grin. He'd carved out dawn hours and even did video calls for weeks to coordinate schedules. He was proud of the result. He drew a breath and said, "This is fun. This right here. I don't think I've ever seen someone so full of stage adrenaline. Indeed, giving and taking is the most tantalizing." Bae Se-jin even asked Ahyun outright, "Do you think it was fun too?" Ah-hyun nodded slightly, looking a bit stunned. Yes, it's new. I mean, the feeling, right? It's been a while, so the impression runs deeper. Then a staffer stamping their foot spoke. Seijin SSI, our time is up. Ah, yes. Bei Seijin quickly composed himself and hurried back to his seat. Nominations remained. But whatever he'd said stuck with Ah-hyun, murmured as they walked away. While, unintentionally, it was a moment of choice. I recalled the months of rehearsal. Except for occasional schedule conflicts, Ah-hyun attended earnestly and never acted out. So Bei Seijin and I had almost given up probing, just observing. He really did enjoy the stage. I saw Ah-hyun's cheeks flush as he walked down beside Bei Seijin. He'd devoted his life to ballet, but it seemed he wasn't solely moved by ballet after all. In that case, at this point, I thought. I took the staffer's smartphone and waited until they moved away. In the empty corridor, where no one paid attention, I spoke. We did this at the concert. Yes. We performed this stage at our concert. I met Ah-hyun's eyes and murmured as if speaking to the Ah-hyun I once knew. Our first unit performance. It got a good response. You enjoyed it too. After a moment of silence, his trembling voice came. A C concert. Yes. I waited a few seconds. Ah-hyun lowered his head with no other reaction. Did I mess up? I turned away, bracing myself to apologize with something like, sorry, I was joking and it went wrong. At that moment. Then, he grabbed my arm. You held balloons then. I looked back. Moon Day. He smiled. I dropped the smartphone I was holding. 405 chapter. Ballerino Cian Ah-hyun had never walked any other path. His duty was to tread the single lane leading to his destination with care. The road was sometimes steep or rough, but he could see the goal ahead, and the sense of responsibility that he must not stop drove his feet forward. Nothing but responsibility. At the very beginning, it was fun. How delightful new challenges and expressions were. Dance was an irresistibly attractive pursuit. But after he suddenly achieved a shockingly overwhelming win at an international competition, everything changed. Ah-hyun, you were born to do this. All other choices disappeared. An agency attached itself, the press swarmed, fame followed, and tremendous titles and affiliations were bestowed. Once the perfect, optimal path was revealed, he could no longer attempt anything else. There was neither reason nor justification to rebel against any expectation or advice. Only a life aiming for ever greater success through ballet remained. Something felt wrong. I haven't really experienced enough of life to dedicate my entire existence to this. Still, it wasn't unbearable. Dance was enjoyable. I can't try everything I want and choose afterward. He'd heard similar counsel in therapy. Because he wasn't in such despair as to abandon everything, the counselor provided by his agency never suggested a long break or a career change. Yet resignation lingered. A buried certainty about the future. I won't be able to do anything else from now on. He had already poured away his childhood and half his youth. No true friends, no life experience, no proper education. He could not stray from this orbit. So now he could not speak any other words. He could not burden the company, his parents, or stakeholders with uncertainty and worry. He must not ruin this failure-free life. If only I had a nature without doubt or worry. Cian Ah-hyun strove tirelessly to become that. He took no other hobbies, entertained no other relationships or lives. He narrowed the radius of his world. He would not entertain regrets or curiosity. And so he prospered. This principal ballerino slot belongs to Ah-hyun, of course. Then we'll shoot just 3 more ads. Is that okay, Ah-hyun? His position grew ever more secure. He could never break free. He must not fail. Right. It was when Cian Ah-hyun's path had completely solidified that it happened. They met without warning. On the corridor of the broadcast station set where he'd stopped by for a schedule check. There sat the contestant from a survival program, looking dejected. Are you okay? His own words of encouragement felt foreign as he spilled them out. Good outcomes aren't the only answers. Choices that don't cause you pain are answers, too. Though he'd never allowed himself to imagine letting go so easily, he didn't know why his voice sounded so confident. As if someone else spoke through him. That's strange. Yet those words comforted him, too. Alternative paths can be the right answer, even as he believed he himself could never take them. And astonishingly, The contestant recovered her spirits and achieved a splendid result in a different direction. Wow, that turned out amazing. That was the best. He was only a one-time mentor, but the whole situation and that person gave him a strange thrill and emotion. Thank you. Thanks to you, I finished my stage well. So when Ryu Jianwu said that to him, he truly wanted to say, no, I'm the one who's grateful. But he felt it might be too much. If I ever get the chance. He wanted to get closer, to express that sincere mindset he'd voiced to that contestant. So as they exchanged numbers, making that resolution, suddenly in the disappearing corridor he saw, someone with blonde hair wearing in-ear monitors, pulling at a stage costume, spoke to him from backstage. But the fleeting image vanished before his hand could reach it. It was too vivid to be a mere hallucination. Yet oddly, Xian Ahyun did not feel panic. He simply felt that it was right. A curious resolve etched itself in his mind, as if correcting something amiss. It's okay. He even wanted to see more. To preserve that fleeting image, he began to recall it over and over. And thereafter, that image reappeared unpredictably. When he gazed at the audience seats, when he prepared in the waiting room, when he went to the broadcast station, when he cautiously reached out to that gloomy idol. Amid louder crowds, more bustle, more trials and tumults, but images of a brighter, more heart-throbbing life. Whenever it happened, Xian Ahyun felt confused, yet curiously not anxious that he was headed the wrong way. Gradually, the images deepened, formed connections, wove a story. Dotted lines linked the images. What is this? Xian Ahyun carefully aligned and kept them within. And now, at this moment, you performed this stage at the concert. At those words, as if shackles were unlocked, every image filled with sound and movement. And the cherished fragments gained meaning and became memory, a real life. Then, at last, Xian Ahyun realized. He was not a ballerino. He was Xian Ahyun who had failed to become a ballerino and abruptly quit dance. But I was happy. Xian Ahyun had become an idol. You held balloons then. He remembered the joyous unit stage of his first concert. Then the full group stage, the after-party. The stammering self, the self that gave up, the self that raged, the self that doubted his friend. Moonday. Failure was okay. Quitting ballet did not strip value from the self who had learned it. Even a daily life broken by cruel bullying and abandoned school days could someday recover. Life does not end shattered. If you can decide to find a new direction and walk on. That's right. And conversely, living a seemingly perfect life without a dreadful failure did not remove inner anxiety and fear. That, in fact, had erased the trauma Xian Ahyun carried in Taystar. The self-reproach over whether he'd made cowardly choices at life's crossroads. Each time, I made the best choice. Just like the others. All buried doubts and questions were offset. From the very first. The words that held him steady so he would not collapse and could dash down a new path resurfaced. Just think, I will do this. And now, he was face to face with the person who had given him that moment. So, in the end, you didn't originally have those memories. I slipped into the waiting room with Xian Ahyun. He'd already received his award in part 1, so he could return to the audience a bit late, and I hadn't even been nominated. Thus I could sit here facing him now. Xian Ahyun nodded and smiled. Now my memory is fully back. Though his appearance was unchanged, it shone in his expression, gestures, and tone. This was the Ahyun I knew. I was momentarily speechless, then managed to reply. Good. And I held out my hand. Welcome back. He reached out with both hands and shook mine. He truly was the same. Well, let's calm down and get a handle on things. After so long, pleasantries can wait. Understanding the situation comes first. Topic: How Xian Ahyun regained his senses. I took a deep breath and got to the point. He said that after a few fleeting images, my question just now fully awakened him, re-establishing his own self. Because of the concert story. That's right. If that was the trigger, it meant it had been accumulating all along. I thought I could understand what Moonday meant. I wanted to understand. So suddenly, each time an image surfaced, he'd remembered it clearly and linked the characters together. Still, he hadn't known that Moonday in his images was me at first. How did you recognize that it was Park Moonday? Xian Ahyun's eyes widened. as if surprised I'd ask such an obvious thing. Your face. Even if it looked a bit different, it was so Moon Day. Oh, and because we talked. He blushed, then spoke each word earnestly. Moon Day was originally a person named Ryu Jianwu. I remembered, of course I did. Oh, I recalled that day. After all my clumsy blabbering that bordered on harassment, I'd finally regained my footing at the brink of disaster and convinced Xian Ahyun, my own dark little secret. But apparently it hadn't been in vain. I resolved to slightly revise my judgment. Perhaps deciding to speak up hadn't been a mistake after all. Thank you. Ah, no. We're friends, so of course I should. Xian Ahyun beamed. I couldn't help but smile too. I thought you'd be thrown into needless turmoil once your memories returned. But Xian Ahyun showed no sign of anguish or inner conflict. If anything, he seemed more at ease than before. Bei Seijin was right. Just because he seems that way on the outside doesn't mean his insides are the same. I conceded. That's his one point. Afterward, I quickly brought him up to speed on the current situation. The burden of having to solidify the logic and persuade him was gone. Let's discuss NOVELIGHT details after the ceremony on a call. Okay, but before too long, we hurried back to the awards hall. Since I'd performed with the two nominees, I snagged a spare seat at their tables. Corner. Bei Seijin, who looked poised to ask, "Why are you so late?" shifted expression once he checked Xian Ahyun's face. During the VCR break, he leaned in and whispered to me, "You mean right now?" I nodded slowly. A broad grin spread across Bei Seijin's face. He immediately nudged Xian Ahyun beside him. "You." "Hello, Seijin Hyung." I let the excited duo gesticulate. An article about their camaraderie would surely follow. I chuckled as the VCR ended. The ceremony resumed. And that night, Xian Ahyun has entered. The Taystar group chat filled with all 7 members. Xian Ahyun, hello. Big Seijin. Oh my gosh. Big Seijin. Sorry for the swear, but Ahyun's finally here, welcome home. Cha Eugene. Woo, all 7 stars assembled. Sunglasses emoji. Ryu Chongwoo. Heard you're back, Ahyun. That's great, smiling face with smiling eyes. Should I call you Ahyun Hyung? Xian Ahyun. It's truly fine. You don't have to. Lying in bed, I scrolled through the chat as the mixed-age guys nearly tumbled into chaos over honorifics before diving back into lively chat. Half of them were actually here in the dorm, but the feeling was different. When should I message Ahyun? I'd let everyone chat a bit more, then share the details soon. First, I needed to sort out a question in my mind. Though the outcome was happily resolved, I still needed to deduce why only Xian Ahyun had regained his memory on his own. He's still not in the status window. Yes, meaning the system hadn't intervened. Then, was there a difference from the others' awakenings? After thinking, one thing struck me. Xian Ahyun never reported headaches or dizziness like the others when they awakened. He simply reclaimed his real-world self naturally. How? As though he'd always had that ability. Right. I sat up in bed. It felt like a blow to the head. Oh, did something come to you? Yes. The ability Xian Ahyun possessed that differed from the rest. His trait. I recalled his trait. Resolve, S. One forges one's own mindset, and thus can fully bear it. Activates to nullify mental status ailments. Can stack. This. Though Xian Ahyun here was rank B, the basic effect of nullifying status ailments remained. So the moment even a fragment of memory returned. Once his real-world S-rank trait reactivated, all status ailments would be dispelled. And thus, he really did wake up under his own power? An utterly ludicrous feat. Wow. Ahyun, you're truly amazing. Crazy. No, that's not. This is not something to just admire. Huh. This was a hint. I gripped the edge of the bed. There was a premise to this logic. This situation itself must be a status ailment. Exactly. Since Xian Ahyun's trait nullifies status ailments, their nullification meant this entire scenario was a status ailment. Like my debut or die, or Chongryo's correction. That makes sense. If we assumed the system caused this situation while we tried to control it, then the system itself must have induced the status ailment. Wait, we tried to control the system. Right. That phrase kept echoing in my mind. If I tried to destroy the system, and I sensed something amiss. Hi Hyung. Damn it. I shot out of the dorm and dashed to another room. Perfect timing. The room where Chongrio was. Her roommate Ju Dan had gone out for a personal schedule, so she was alone. She looked up from writing at her desk and continued speaking leisurely. About next month's first awards, the Digital Music Awards scoring. I bit my tongue to keep from cursing as I said. We've been mistaken about something. Let's think. I had taken Chongrio on a plane to the middle of the Pacific, intending to eliminate the system. By what method? By ensuring there was no host in the vicinity for the system to inhabit. That meant the system itself had to be there in the first place. To destroy the system, you need whoever holds the system now. So that person must have been on the plane with us. I swallowed hard. Who was that? I'd completely forgotten. And yet I felt no dissonance before. The person in front of me spoke. Well, I'm not sure. Chongrio, still seated at the desk, propped her chin on her hand and frowned thoughtfully. Wait. My blood ran cold as I stared at her. She looked perfectly fine. This insane control freak showed absolutely no discomfort at being out of control. That meant, you remembered, didn't you? That someone else was also on the plane. And that I'd forgotten. Chongrio closed the notebook she'd been organizing on the desk. Then she smiled and spoke. You're still clever, Junior. Damn. 406 chapter. The system holder who was supposed to be on the plane with me just evaporated from my mind, as if they'd never existed. But Chongrio here remembered them. There's no way this bastard didn't notice that I didn't know. After bickering for over half a year, there's no way he wouldn't have felt something off. This was deliberate omission, and his reaction just now confirms it. I ground my teeth and said, Why didn't you tell me? Chongrio smiled and replied, I thought you'd react like this. What? Right now you must have a lot of thoughts. Aside from anger or irritation toward me, there's only one thing left. He said it as if it were nothing. You're worried, right? You're worrying about someone whose identity, location, and circumstances you don't even know, aren't you? Of course I am. How could I not be? Fuck, a person vanished. Of course I'm worried. Wait. I recalled his reaction when I raised my parents' memory glitch last time. Memories always have errors, so as long as the info needed for progress is intact, it's fine. Because what you really need to watch out for is the side effect of memories. Emotions. And I realized, whether that guy disappeared or not doesn't affect our goal. That's right. He let his eyes narrow. You tend to rationalize efficiency whenever something bothers you. What did he just say? Want an example? Even though your group's already formed, you keep looking for T-Star members. Not because it helps them. Chongrio looked at me. Today you even did an irrelevant commemorative stage at a boring awards ceremony. And you fuss over every little branch of this. So how much would you care about the safety of someone you pulled in? I shut my mouth. He stood up, smiling. I think I've explained enough, but if you're mad you can. He who held the system isn't doing too well now, is he? That's it. I stared at him. If it were just a matter of me not remembering and you remembering, there was no need to come all the way to this. He could have convinced me with, since you don't remember, I'll handle finding him. After all, I can't remember. But instead he gave an over-the-top answer like, if you knew the truth, you wouldn't be able to work. You can only explain it by knowing something happened to that kid, and in a pretty bad way. Enough to shake me. I folded my arms and glared. Chongrio didn't waver. Do you really need to dig so obsessively into someone you don't even know? You two weren't that close to begin with. Mind your own business. The problem is you're trying to deceive me. I didn't deceive you. He clicked his tongue. This bastard. You also left out info from me, right? You thought it'd be hard for me to understand. I reflexively recalled the emoticon list in the status window that shows a colleague's current state, then shut my mouth. He laughed. Same here. I didn't want you wasting time and resources on someone you know nothing about. He's good at this twisted logic. When I say if you find out who he is, you'll freak out. I'm not bluffing. You do know him, even if you can't recall. He tilted his head. You really don't know right now. I gritted my teeth. Getting angry or hitting him would be stupid. Like it or not, he's in my group, and any violence becomes a scandal. I need to stay rational. I have a brain. I'll use it. In a runaway system state. What's the worst that could happen to the disappeared system holder? Right then, why is this guy so shameless? Bro, I swear I would have decked him if I weren't just a body. The status window. I'd been staring at Kundal's pop-up when I blurted out the answer. That bastard got absorbed by the system. Just like Kundal glitched and spat out coins. Right? Changryo didn't answer, practically a yes. I clenched my fist. Then, there must be a clue. I racked my brain desperately. If that guy really was absorbed into the system, I, currently using it, might notice something. Something that feels off. Like when Kundal glitched and gave coins, something unexpected, breaking the usual rules. An anomaly, something that shouldn't flow naturally within the system. It was, why the hell is this popping up when it's pointless? Like the coins, a round golden form, but only shown as text. Consolation for failure arrived. Plus 10G. Plus 10G. Gold. I'd assumed it was dummy data from 127 section format, just flying out for no reason. But what if it's a signal? A tolerated loophole or bug that the system can still dispense? When I think of gold, who comes to mind? Someone immediately popped into my head. Shall I call them Gold 1 and Gold 2? Titles from Medusa. Two with ties to me until recently. Hai Il Jun of Golden Age and Quan Hee-sung of Spacer. I stifled a curse of amazement. All right, stay calm. Which of the two would make more sense to know the future? That's too obvious. I spoke. Quan Hee-sung. The one who won the new Ajusa season and due to being in the same agency, spends more time contacting me. That's him. Changryo's face stayed blank, but I saw his eyes narrow and widen. He knows. I clenched my fist and strode to the desk where he stood. Now that I know, answer me. What exactly happened to that kid? And how the hell do you know it? Changryo's expression vanished, and he spoke slowly. Ever thought about waiting until your goal's complete? No. He lowered his eyes. When he looked back up, is parallel to. The world suddenly stopped. Ah. I looked around. I thought the room was already silent and still, but actually there were moving things. The TV in the next room, the ticking of a clock, subtle light and shadow. But everything froze, flattened. Motion vanished in this halted world. And amid it all, surprised? To fully visualize this, you have to stop progress for a moment. Only one moved with life. Changryo. Stop it. Yes. In most games it's common. He raised a hand. When you call up the settings menu, the gameplay pauses, right? Suddenly, countless holograms began to appear before my eyes. Zing. The frozen world filled with large and small boxes. But the text flowed the opposite way. Meaning, it's not for me to see, but for him, standing opposite. Changryo. Task. Assist the character's smooth game activity. Play button quest and progress. Environment settings. Beyond those hologram windows, I saw text I never imagined, in reverse. A UI similar to mine. Character list. Ryu Jianwu, Park Mundi currently appalled, Sigma / winky face. Fuck. I barely managed Enk via Elgar HT, don't copy, read here, to speak. What is this? Where should I start explaining? He tapped his finger on his chin, and his focus grew distant. A few months earlier, on Changryo's private jet crossing the Pacific. Bro, this is weird. Before losing consciousness on the plane, Shin Jae-hyun saw it. The actual form of what they call the status window. Did it look like this? No great emotion, but what came next was a problem. Amid the countless holograms flickering as if broken, he saw Quan Hee-sung being absorbed between the windows like a graphic disintegrating. That could be troublesome. By the time his thoughts returned, he was already in the practice room with Ryu Jianwu. Damn it. Haha. For a while he even considered that this might be the restart, returning, diversifying his plans with various possibilities. In the end, though, Ryu Jianwu, Park Mundi, convinced him. All right, let's go back to Kong, you bastard. A flawless ally. He had minor complaints about Mundi's choice of comrades, but he could accept that. However, there was one incident before that. When he returned home to accurately grasp the situation here. Something happened that never occurred in any of the many restarts. New task has arrived. A status window popped up, but he wasn't the player. GM, welcome, Shin Jae-hyun. Server, Quan Hee-sung stable. GM, Shin Jae-hyun. Player, damn, Shin Jae-hyun smiled faintly. A variable. And his available moves increased. That's right. Quan Hee-sung is just shown as a status on the server. There was no special benefit for me. Just a way to monitor your progress more accurately. I frowned. Chongrio tilted his head as if recalling, then smiled. And a minor support ability. I spoke from a fleeting memory. Don't tell me Kim Rae-bin came out first in the comrade selection. Once you gain experience points, you can briefly adjust probabilities. Damn, I bit my tongue. I should have suspected. The very first friend given in a game tutorial isn't a real living account. Usually it's the GM's account. A secret? I grabbed him by the collar. My grip was enough to tear fabric. I have to give you the same answer. What? But he didn't move and looked down at me. I already told you I didn't tell you because I figured you'd react like this. You can't switch servers with this hologram anyway. So, then the remaining effect is obvious. You waste efficiency worrying about the server. Chongrio muttered indifferently. You'd be anxious about what I do all the way through, suspicious. You might ask. Well, keep quiet and stay until you receive the reward. There's no harm in telling you afterward. So you followed that advice. Rather, I was convinced by what you said. He snickered. You said that once you get the reward, you'll see the ending and have the choice to return. Oh, I didn't tell you everything. I stared at Chongrio. He smiled like he was frowning. That's right. There was more. They told me they'd give me something in the form of salary. He sent a hologram forward, presenting it right before me. GM ending reward. Comrade selection ticket. Wait, if that's the case. So, I've been thinking. I sensed his next words. If we wait here until Kong is born and choose with this ticket. He narrowed his eyes. I have nothing to lose. It's a bit of backtracking, but fuck. Think about it, Junior. If you can inherit everything of value, isn't this place better? He gently removed my hand from his collar. I was going to follow your decision, but now I want to hear more of your thoughts. He sat down, propping his chin, and asked earnestly, what do you think of this possibility? Oh, the schedule's fine. We can just keep it paused. It's my first time using this. No time limit appears. He smiled and tore his gaze from the status window. So tell me, we'll debate until we both fully accept one conclusion. Our time is infinite. Fuck. A tension like stepping on a landmine filled the air. Cold sweat ran down my spine. Still, I opened my mouth. What do I do? Park Mundy himself, Kundal, now a status window, spun in the consciousness realm, screaming. This madness of a paused world had lost all its vitality. And Season 2 of the kidnap drama was about to air. Oh, why isn't this working? Then he realized. He found himself outside, as if his shared vision with Ryu Jianwu had slipped free of his body. What? He shot through the ceiling of Wise's dorm and soared above Seoul. What the hell is this? Why could this happen? No, he had to go back. He couldn't leave his brother alone. As he steeled himself to cram his consciousness back, a gleam caught his eye. Golden orbs. Like Dorothy's yellow brick road. They sparkled, forming a path in the void. And at its end, as the status window, he instinctively knew. An error indicator. Wow. Being in progress paused must let you see these. He almost went slack at the intense sparkle of error, then caught something. Here, the only thing worthy of being called an error. The abnormal recovery of memory without system detection. Hyun, realizing that sparked another possibility in his mind. With his ability extended, and that person being an error, could it be? I don't know. Let's try. With his freed consciousness, he rushed toward Hyun and attempted, please help my brother. On the way to Incheon International Airport. Hyun, startled as the world froze, and by the suddenly appearing hologram, stumbled out of the car. For 107 chapter. It was still before sunrise in the dorm room. I sat on a cushion and, in a low voice, delivered my 30th analysis. Why reality is better. VTIC hardly does any solo activities, so their image hasn't saturated. In the long run, that's far more advantageous. Here, you've already expended that potential. Maybe. But conversely, here you've already proven your individual recognition and skills. Their group fandom was destroyed. Jesus Christ. I stifled a sigh, and he chuckled. That can be stabilized next year when they focus on group activities. You can refine image consumption and concept then. So why bother with that at all? If you go back, you'll have an established fandom and a coherent concept. That's true. He agreed easily, but I wasn't fooled. But if you consider only growth potential, here you could scale even bigger. You already have proven members and songs. Fuck, seriously. I pressed my fingers against my temples. Conversations with him had been like this all along. He never exploded or lost his cool. He simply refuted my argument for returning, and I'd retort, and so on. Group potential, market distribution, personal achievement, image, results. A debate. To the death. Damn it. I've been sparring over words for hours. My head's throbbing. Neither hunger nor other bodily urges disturb me. It's eerie. Want some water? Might not be drinkable, though. I'm fine. I pressed my palm to my forehead, then suddenly thought of a more fundamental question. Why are we even doing this? Logically, there can be no conclusive answer. Both of us agreeing on one outcome? There'd have to be some absolutely airtight, objective parameter, and that's impossible. When you compare performance-based careers, everything is just probability. In fact, this world has a slight edge. This is wrong. I'd been dragged by his momentum, fighting pointless battles. I lifted my head. Chongryo sat at the desk in exactly the same posture. I shifted my position. You know as well as I do that this isn't a question with a decision. We never said, let's measure which world makes us more successful idols, and then go back. He was fully aware from the start, yet he actively participated in my disposable, one-time group plan with no future. He bet on returning. Now he pulls this bullshit. I recalled what he said earlier. I was going to go along with your plan, but now I want to hear more of your thoughts. And after hours, my chilled brain produced a conclusion. So, you want to say that you've been cooperating with me all this time? Despite having other options, you still aided me, and now you're pissed because I questioned you about withholding something. So you lost any reason to cooperate. Even saying it felt absurd. That he, the GM the system itself granted us, would pull this shit. Outrageous. What a bastard. But he didn't deny it. Well, you seemed more interested in caring about people than the goal, so I thought about it. He tilted his head. And then, you said yourself, there's no reason to return. If you look at it that way, sure. I inhaled. My head cleared a bit. He was under a misapprehension, and so was I, just moments ago. I misspoke. Forget career for a moment. Not only is that incomparable, but the very notion wasn't go back to that perfect first-tier idol career. I remembered what I told him when he'd encouraged me towards suicide. VDIC wouldn't mind even a little decline, would they? Exactly. It wasn't social success measured in numbers, but another value. For example, you decided to stay in reality even if that shitty thing happened, then released an album and had experiences after one member left. Doesn't that mean something to you? In reality, aside from your 4 peers, nothing else mattered. But you chose to keep living, build an album of new songs, try solo activities, face the unknown answer sheet, and ultimately rise up as a group. The sense of accomplishment. That new award acceptance speech. You actually included that when you decided to return to reality. You didn't just cooperate with me. You were driven by wanting back what you'd invested. For the first time, Chongryo faltered. I saw him lace his fingers in his lap. But the reply twisted. Now that I think about it, we can just redo all that here. Fuck. I raked my hand through my hair. It only matters because you can't redo it. No. Actually. Listen, this place is literally made by the system. I slammed the bed roughly. Are you seriously planning to live here with the system? So you can mooch honey as some GM? You've zero remorse for the bastard who suffered because of the system? He didn't answer for a long moment. I drew a deep breath. Then, in a low voice. Suffering? He seemed puzzled. A chill ran down my spine. That, I can't really agree with. In the end, you gained another chance at success because you could restart, right? Oh damn. Removing the system was to prevent this benefit from going to someone outside control. You can't just use the system as a tool. Of course disgust was part of it, but I don't think that was the only reason. I fell silent. Here's the problem with this bastard. He's mentally conditioned to see restarting as a gain. How could I persuade him now? Silence returned. I leaned my head against the bed, deflated. If time is infinite as you say, I should just shut up. But to my surprise, he spoke first shortly after, his voice subdued. But if it were only emotional reasons, I'd understand why you want to go back. Yeah, you had your parents' issue too. I gritted my teeth. And you didn't tell me then, either. even when I explicitly pointed out my memory error. That's... His tone lost some of its flatness. He trembled slightly. I'm sorry. Oh. I stifled a sigh and closed my eyes. You thought that if you told me about the status window, I'd suspect you and wreck my efficiency. What a ridiculous bastard. I would have just believed you. Sure, I'd monitor more to see you weren't doing stupid things. But more than that, I try to find ways to exploit it. Not wreck efficiency, you son of a... Really? Yeah. I shifted restlessly. I was honest with you from the start about the status window. What I didn't share was minimal, just a privacy thing. Oh, it was you who backstabbed me. Soon, in a soft, low voice. I understand. Phew. I rubbed my face. He'd let his guard down. There's also the gold 2 issue. I know. Appeals about feeling sorry for Kwon Hee-sung won't work. He's not the kind to move on that. He sees people as resources. But if I asked if he's changed at all since that hammer-mad reset syndrome, I brought him here. Photo. Kong's sick. That wouldn't hold either. But this was a dead end. If he doesn't truly accept why he wants to return, he might sabotage again. I couldn't allow that. I'll fix his mindset before leaving. I made my decision and opened my eyes. Then, abruptly, I saw a pop-up. Error, Mondea? I nearly bolted upright. Error. Error. Looks like Mundy noticed. The pop-up cheerfully updated. So that was Kundal. Until these appeared. RAB, you finally saw it. I was really worried if it was serious. Sajini, Park Mundy, are you okay? Does calling you Mundy make you notice? BSJ, answer me please. What is this? Kundal put on a show in front of Sian Ah-hyun. Time had frozen, and he spilled that Mundy Hyung was being threatened, while also telling Ah-hyun who he was. Of course, Ah-hyun wasn't so foolish as to be stunned. He calmly demanded, show me proof so I can believe you. That. Kundal racked his brain, but he knew the truth. He had no proof. Sob. Being just a body felt so limiting. As soon as the game paused, unaware he was regaining human sensation, Kundal kept thinking. Then he remembered someone. Raybin knows about me. Ryu Chong-woo, fed up with the hellish interrogation loop, had provided detailed proof of Kundal's existence. But can I meet Raybin now? The problem was Raybin was frozen too. There must be something. Kundal scoured the status window UI. Then, delving into his mental world of complex algorithmic code. Because he was in environment settings, he discovered something modifiable, a hastily added function at the bottom. Gold shop. Gold. Connect. Having already seen Ryu Jianwoo's detective show, Kundal opened it immediately. A simple menu appeared. Create chat room. 5000 G. Invite. 1000 G. He realized. This was it. Hyung, sorry for spending without asking, but I'm doing this to help you. He purchased both options at once. A new function unlocked. He manipulated the pop-up. Enter chat room. Calling Raybin now. And, the moment Ah-hyun accepted the pop-up to enter, he flew crazily to Seoul. He managed to contact Kim Raybin, who was getting makeup touch-ups at a photo shoot. Naturally, Raybin was frozen, not an error. But, Kundal already saw who'd entered the chat. The person who could nullify the system error. Enter chat room. A golden orb merged into Raybin's connection, spreading the error. It worked. The error was shared between Kundal's mind status window and Ah-hyun via the chat room. And a new chat message. RAB. Is this a dream? Kundal held back a cheer. Error. That's how you can send messages to Mundy now. Right. I glanced at the frenzied chat and nodded. I had a rough understanding. Kwon Hee-sung sent a tearful SOS and Kundal managed it. But honestly, is this necessary? I don't know how. Chat alone will help them. No, even if not by chat, beating this bastard won't yield anything. I thought it over and scrolled through the chat reluctantly. Tiger. Hyung, what's happening? Are you fighting? Beige J. Did you meet the one who trapped us here? They hadn't heard details, just knew I was in trouble. I hesitated, then sent a message. It works by thought. Apple, it's not that. I need to persuade someone. BSJ, who? At that moment, a pop-up appeared at the top. Participants, 8. Remaining gold, 5000 G. HM. Leader, everyone. I think typing chat consumes energy. Let's have Mundy speak, and we just give advice. There were no objections. After a moment, I typed. Apple, when do you feel like you want to return to reality? Maybe I'd get a hint. Better than nothing. Soon the chat window filled up. Tiger, when we want to do our stage. RAB. There were various cases, but most frequent was craving to listen to our released album. Error. Going to the airport alone today reminded me of living together. I think it's that moment. Performance, album, activities, dorm, varied answers. Ryu Chong-woo said Dream K chants pop up when shouting slogans. Bei Seijin said when idle stages appear in algorithm on WLIF. And the final answer. Sajini, when I miss who I was back then. The common thread was moments of strong longing, nostalgic triggers. I typed again. Apple that. Helped. Thank you. Just as the gold deduction notification appeared again, I heard his voice. What are you looking at? Not surprising. Done openly on purpose. I opened my mouth. A chat window filled with crew messages just popped up for me. Whatever you do, don't try to check it. It's a loophole. The GM shouldn't see it. The system might block it. He chuckled. You're thorough. Yeah. After a pause, I asked him, can I use my status window function here? With admin permission. I want to try. He didn't refuse. I summoned the companion list again. Shin Jaehyun. Considering a companion's words, // I spoke slowly. You were in the companion list from the start. Right? Because I'm the GM. And you remembered from the start. I raised my head. Chongryo was standing. You've never awakened. Consider that function. We only discovered the memory restoring awakening cheat from the 127 section explanation. It's not an official system feature. Then, I could understand why it's so rough. It wasn't originally intended. They said a wave of emotion and memory would wash over you. I spoke. Want to try awakening? Why? It might give you new information. He seemed to ponder briefly, then nodded with a strange look. All right. I pressed the awakening button for my companion Shin Jaehyun. 408 chapter. Shin Jaehyun's memories form. Layers upon layers of great depth. Like sedimentary strata at the bottom of a sea, piled up after countless lives and endless repetition. Shin Jaehyun had never deliberately touched what he didn't need. Therefore, there was no end in sight. Nothing moved. His first attempt, sparked by the one-time shock of that cheat called awakening, swayed only where the water was shallow, at the very top. The most recent memory. Reality. Thunk. A ripple rose. And by coincidence, that most recent life bore a very unique pattern, unlike the average. A life he believed could never restart. You decided to stay in reality even if that shitty thing happened. Crude as it was, that phrase, heard just before, was accurate. Chongryo lived through the time after failure. Thunk. Like tiny waves, recollections of that time rippled. It began with an opportunity created by the same person. You can't restart now. Park Mundy, having subdued him, staggered out of the villa and said those words. And perhaps more important were the words that followed. What you have now will never disappear. Those words floated in his mind like a buoy throughout Tick's long hiatus, so unfamiliar, yet so lasting. He wasn't moved by any concrete meaning. They became a vague marker. If he truly couldn't restart, what choices could he make? What could he hold on to? First, he brought in a dog companion. He'd never again confuse which dog he was raising. He wrote new songs. He could no longer claim future hits ahead of time. He did solo activities. He no longer measured success solely by the group's achievements. Still, VDIC did not sink. Failure did not vanish. But a life in which what he built atop failure also endured. Yet even through it all, a question remained. Why am I doing this? Not hollow so much as pure. A question born of feeling no driving force behind his actions. A life without missions. A strange landscape to forge without an answer key, and unfamiliar to his ignorant mind. Shin Jaehyun slowly reacquainted himself with this settling into everyday life. Thunk. Ripples layered. Then, the wave unwittingly conjured a memory of very similar form from the hidden depths, the very first restart. What the hell? He believed it was his one and only chance. Therefore, that life he thought he could no longer restart also existed there. His younger, ignorant self. He could not see precisely what shape that memory took. It remained only as data, not an original. Right. Unworthy of reading, Shin Jaehyun felt. It should have ended there. But the unconscious stirred again from that point. In an instant, the ripple created a tiny crack in the strata of his memories, like a root growing upward. and it trembled faintly across the deep sea, no more than a vibration. Yet through the many layers of attempts and repetitions, similar shapes appeared between the layers. Very rarely, occasionally, chance confluences, witnessed through rain streaks, performances despite injury. Though the exact circumstances, emotions, or pains were not revealed, his sea of experience had already grown unfathomably deep and multi-layered. All only vague impressions. Yet sometimes, even a trace sufficed. Proof that he had existed there. That unique, brilliant moment that felt like it would never return, no matter how many times he restarted. Please. Thunk. That wasn't the life he believed couldn't restart. It was the life he simply did not want to. Moments when he thought it was an opportunity but loss. I knew it. Glimpses of Park Mundy, fighting tooth and nail to avoid restarting, flitted through his mind. I think I was like that too. But those things, crushed beneath the strata, had no value. They were useless sentiments. Whatever that moment had felt like, once he failed, he would restart. So he regarded it as an inefficient impulse that only delayed the next step. The ripple vanished. The surface stilled once more. His strata remained firm, and the deep sea remained invisible. Shin Jae-hyun thought. Nothing had changed. Still no absolute advantage to returning to his previous reality. VTIC could never sustain the glory of its past peak. The group's spotless reputation now carried an unbreakable stigma. Those vacant positions in the lineup would remain empty forever. And yet, he did not want to discard it. Just as long ago, when he stayed despite knowing everything would vanish if he restarted, simply because he wanted to. Was that unreasonable impulse the very driving force of life? Chongryo opened his eyes. Their gazes met, one observing, the other concerned. He reflexively traced his finger under his chin. As expected, there was no moisture. Those few seconds of ripple passed like a fleeting wave, not a massive surge. But they left a mark. Chongryo acknowledged it. His own impulse to return to reality. Whether he could redo it here or not, whether Mundy's words of it being a one-time chance mattered, it did not. So he spoke. No new information, I do have a question. And in fact, he asked the question he'd long summoned but never articulated. Why do I want to go back to reality? Park Mundy did not bark. Where the hell did you hear anything I said so far? He merely sighed and spoke. Your reality is yours by right. So of course you don't want to abandon it. Who'd willingly discard what's theirs? Life is inherently one's own. So wanting to preserve and own it fully is only natural. Shin Jae-hyun slowly recovered that impulse and desire. So Park Mundy roughly spoke again. Let's go back, you bastard. He still could not give a rational reason why they should, but perhaps not knowing was the essence of the impulse. And now he could act on impulse. Chongryo spoke. All right. And I think we need to change the plan. He resurrected the holograms. Even as countless windows exploded around them, no one flinched. If we absolutely refuse to remain here, I think there's one more viable method. What do you think? The person before him did not refuse. Instead, he nodded. Speak. Tick. The clock began again. Phew. The paused state ended, roughly an hour or two after that dramatic agreement with Chongryo. Damn tired. I pressed my temples as I returned to my room. Fortunately, after we agreed, the frozen time yielded surprisingly productive conversation. And I don't totally not know why that bastard ended up like that. But that didn't erase the fact he'd backstabbed me. I'd log it as a debt he'd have to pay. How about it? Learning what he could do even now was a boon. I reviewed strategy based on facts uncovered by analyzing his UI windows. As he said, the GM status window did have some useful features. Though extreme, I'd need safeguards. I need to add a step or two. I mused. All the while, pop-ups chimed. Hyung, I'm so relieved, really. You said it wasn't that dangerous, but still. I will keep watching that person. Promise. I get it already. That chatterbox. Ranted for an hour straight. Then finally, I feel exhausted. And disappeared. Geez. No wonder, knowing how frantic he'd been. I smacked my tongue, recalling the remaining gold and the now inactive gold shop. You're working hard. In any case, since gold, too, Kwon Hee-sung, is sending such signals, we seem to be on the right track. Phew. I lay down on the bed, finally relaxed. Instead of pop-ups, my smartphone buzzed incessantly. It was the group chat. Bei Seijin Hyung, OMG. As soon as time resumed, they flooded me with impressions and questions. I explained this systemic situation and that Changryo had helped sway him. From, "You've suffered so much," to solving paranormal incidents. Park Mundi Hyung, "Your skills are incredible," came every kind of comment. And finally it reached this. Cha Eugene, "We can do telepathy." Lai Yi, smiling face with sunglasses. Big Seijin. So this was what Mundi was talking about. LOL, like a cartoon. They were analyzing the chat window ability. Surprisingly, it still existed and could be summoned. But only the room owner, Sian Ah-hyun, could open the chat. Sian Ah-hyun, "I was a bit startled, but I'm glad it helped. If anything comes up, I'll open it quickly." Sian Ah-hyun, smiling face with smiling eyes. Ryu Chongwoo Hyung, "Even if not for this, it could be used for emergency calls. If usable in reality, that'd be handy." Kim Rae-bin, "Indeed. Though it consumes gold as energy, being able to communicate in a crisis is such a benefit we should use without hesitation. That would have made gold too weep." I answered questions about how to use the chat and where gold came from, and only fell asleep past midnight. Beating that bastard senseless would have been less profitable than gaining information and functions, so it wasn't such a loss. And the next day? Actually, I was there too. In the chat room. Juden murmured expressionlessly. I spat in surprise. No wonder it showed 8 participants. Not Kundal, but him. He'd called in every companion. At the table, Ryu Chongwoo looked slightly stunned and asked, "Were you uncomfortable and couldn't speak up?" More than that, barging into a moving climax with an outsider is terrorism, you know. Let's just drink water. Yet one boy took the bait. "Did you think that because we're different groups?" It's not that, but that we share no narrative. It's not mere affiliation. Context is key. Oh, that wouldn't do. I watched Kim Rae-bin sink into thought, then spoke. "So I plan to make you not an outsider. Do you have some past you still can't recall? A second awakening?" "No, not that." I pointed at Changryo exiting the room. "I'll use him. I'd have to extract value from the bastard who'd worked us like dogs for hours." A few days later, I checked the parcel in my status window mail tab from the main quest. They only issue companion draw tickets. Here, huh? That's right. He now surrendered information willingly. I nodded and opened the mail details. Guaranteed 4 ticket. Guaranteed 5 ticket. Tickets for those whose probabilities he'd manipulated. I already guessed which monster with 5 stars despite no bond it must be, but now it was just setting things up. How about creating a welcoming atmosphere so it's less of a shock? Yeah, party. Good suggestion. I turned to Changryo. "Hey. You do it." If he had any conscience, he'd volunteer. He didn't, so I'd make him. And soon after. What's going on? After wrapping a one-night, 2-day variety show shoot, Jin Chael and Oh Yoon Shin returned to the unexpected sight. Hyung. Changryo, wearing a party hat and holding a huge sign that read "Welcome VTIC" in both hands, smiled. I shoved a party horn into his mouth. His smile deepened. They must have felt "kill us if you ask questions," but fortunately they saw the living room first. Candles, balloons, confetti. The party triad. Color returned to Jin Chael's face. A surprise party? It's not my birthday. Exactly. No. I applauded without expression. Clap, clap. The others followed. A welcome back party. It might shock you a bit, but it's harmless, so don't worry. Then I opened the 2 guaranteed tickets for mail. Oh Yoon Shin / lead rapper. Jin Chael / center. After a brief adjustment. "Welcome, senpai. We're glad you're back." Welcome to Wise." Juden waved. Chael staggered upright, bewildered, and Yoon Shin looked about to faint. I spoke solemnly. "Sorry, but we need you to work right away." "Yes. Our showcase is just around the corner." And so the K-pop Hell Joint Camp was opened. 409 chapter. Wishes, that is, the so-called rookie career group half Taestar and half VTC, have nearly reached their terminus. The grand prize, that is. The digital chart performance is smooth. Recognition is excellent. At this point, in terms of sheer numbers, it wouldn't be surprising if they actually ink the year LGHD1. As the year-end approaches, the risk of predictions going awry only diminishes, barring any unexpected incidents. which seems impossible with all this tight control in place. Only one thing remains: the so-called issue of tier. If wishes weren't Loti, there's no way anyone'd even talk about a grand prize, lol. When a rookie male group suddenly charts well, how likely do you think manipulation is? It feels awkward to talk about a grand prize contender rookie male group, like there's some variety show project group. There's a perception that, with that name value, winning is a stretch. It's also a problem born of individual recognition outstripping group fame. Well, they're acting like this precisely because they really might win. There's no rule saying you can't check themselves. Since you can't stop them from winning on numbers alone, these assholes are trying to plant seeds so that, even if they do win, they won't get real credit. Nothing's changed since Taystar won rookie group. Or rather, nothing's changed since then up to now. I guess each member having separate antis makes it harder to counter them. Raising individual recognition through variety shows was fine, but that strong character exposure also polarizes opinions. That Eugene Chua innocent foreigner ace quarterback concept. What the hell is this garbage concept? LOL Luti barfed up on us, and now rookie boys are painting themselves as clowns, short-sighted as always. Kim Lab's gonna have network issues later for sure. Physiognomy plus attention seeker. Can't go wrong. The more you know, the more you hate, and those haters multiply. Can't be helped. Still, it's a bit disappointing. If our debut song had exploded from the start, we'd be halfway there already. If we'd established an insane debut worthy of grand prize image from the beginning, there'd be less of this fuss. Even though Kim Rabin's personality could have made him an easy target in school, nobody ever tried to mess with him because of his presence. We reluctantly abandoned maximizing album sales to strike the minimal balance, and of course there are side effects. My mouth waters for a taste of what we'll do next. Anyway, a bit of damage control is needed. At the large table in the living room, where I'd hastily cleared away candles and petals, I solemnly declared, we need to do it at least once. What? A high-impact group performance that appeals to as many people as possible. We'll use it to soften the internet backlash when we win the grand prize. So far, all status effects related to awards have been based on public recognition. No wonder we awakened those two. I think it should be a single stage, primarily to elevate the stage quality back to one of the top tiers it once was. Of course, whether those VTSC guys, who got a 1-hour crash course in how did we get here, can keep up is another matter. Sure. Jean Chayel managed to answer. He still looks like he doesn't know if this is reality or a dream. Chongrio spoke without changing her expression. A single stage to flip everything seems a bit grandiose. Wouldn't a quick comeback with a pre-prepared song be better? One iconic moment is preferable. Multiple efforts would only dilute the impact. That's optimistic. What we need isn't long-term reputation. It's a moment of explosive buzz at year-end. Chongrio smiled slightly. All right then. She seemed indulgent but not angry. After all, the guy who'd been drenched in neon pink until moments ago trying to steer the mood. By the way, his party hat went straight into the trash as soon as work ended. True to his wealth, he doesn't know how to save things. Then, Jianwu Hyung. I mean, anyone besides Mundy who has other ideas? With a unanimous vote done, it's time to get back to work. Brainstorming. Let's go boom. And make the audience scream. Wait. I know. Motorcycle. Let's ride motorcycles. MOROSAI call. Motorcycle. Bikes. Preparing dangerous props on short notice is reckless. And besides, it doesn't fit Wish's songs. Ray Bin can rearrange. I have an idea too. I think a time travel concept would be good. There's a movie releasing now on the subject, so an homage could yield a unique arrangement. Ray Bin's idea isn't bad, but that OST is so famous it might actually backfire. What do you think, Mundy? I'm open to some. Let's hear the next. Yes. The Taystar guys, now too accustomed, pushed the discussion mercilessly. The two VDIC guys, newly awakened to the conversation flying by, blinked. Only Judan spoke up. For costumes, a little sex appeal, but not over the top. They're minors. Rescind that. Ideas came fast, the plan gradually taking shape. I tossed out prompts, nudging the direction. It'll take time, but I think this is best. Once people agree, they work harder. Novel ideas might emerge. Yet Chongrio, who surely prefers not to do this, only smiled. His silence signaled he wouldn't interfere. A tacit surrender, perhaps. Fine by me if he doesn't block us. Shall we take a break? Yep. Before the discussion went nowhere, we paused. Might as well tidy up. Coke. I'm good. One by one, we drifted off, some to the kitchen, some to their rooms, and I returned to mine. I planned to organize what we'd covered. Just as I sat and picked up a pen, knock knock. Someone knocked at the door. Come in. My roommate entered cautiously through the ajar door. Jean Chayel. Hello. He gave an awkward smile, looked around, and stepped in. Only yesterday morning he'd swung the door open humming and dancing. Now the room seemed strangely unfamiliar as memories returned. This is your room. Please make yourself comfortable. Okay. Still, he slunk onto his own bed and, smiling, spoke. You switched to informal speech with Jae Hyun. I had pissed him off and dropped to half-formal without realizing. Yeah, it just happened. That's great. Chayel grinned, then sighed softly. I've calmed down now. We want to go back to the old way, so we'll participate properly. Oh, had I erred in consideration? I'm sorry. You must have been shocked. We proceeded too urgently. No, it's just unusual. We don't usually break things down from the ground up like this. He waved his hand. Then, earnestly nodding. It's just that roles are already assigned, and each of us does our best in our part. So, even if it's a dream, being active here has been fun. We've thrown out a lot of ideas. He murmured in a slightly childish tone. I like that subsong gesture I picked. Yes, the reaction was great too. Ahem, wasn't that something? Jianwoo. I mean Junior. He raised his volume. Until we go back, can I keep calling you Jianwoo Hyung? I know you're Monday in my head, but after half a year of seeing Jianwoo Hyung's face, I don't mind. I have to prevent controversy when we return. Feel free to drop formality. You're seniors, after all. I will. He accepted eagerly, as if he'd been aiming for it. Chayel patted my back like an experienced senior. Monday Hyung, then feel free to drop formality with me too. I'll be off to the military before long, so I won't be active. Fighting. Yeah. I might go twice. You'll endure it too. Anyway, I'll give the 2 time until they start offering useful ideas from the next meeting. And a few hours later. Okay, let's list what we've decided. Yes. I grabbed a scrap of paper with Welcome VDC printed on the back and began writing. 1. Appearance programs. It has to be a competition show. Let's choose based on combined TV ratings and YouTube views. I wrote the corresponding program. They're doing a 100th episode special. 2 birds, 1 stone. Next. 2. Association play. We should slightly lean into the individual characters we each built. It could backfire if done poorly, but we're all good at this. So no problem. No one could argue. By the time I jotted down the 3rd item on directing and concept, Chayel raised his hand. About the program appearances? That too, but about that. Does the senior want to change to another good option you found? No. He hesitated, then spoke. How about delaying our appearance by 1 week? Why skip the 100th episode special? I was a regular viewer of that show, and the week after the special, some incredible guests appeared. He ruffled the back of his head. I think ratings were even better then. Who was that? Senior T. Holick. That's definitely a big draw. Somebody knew this better than him. I looked to Chongrio. Without turning his eyes, he said, maybe. I intentionally scheduled us early. There's a first-mover advantage. Program bookings are tricky. That shut Chayel up. He swallowed. Shino glanced at him with pity, then seemed about to back him up. But if we're compared directly, the impact might be bigger. It would spark our competitive spirit. Chayel spoke first. He looked a bit embarrassed, but didn't retract. Chongrio showed no expression. Should I chime in? I set down the pen and spoke. If it's possible, even if it's risky, I don't think we'd lose. Look at our lineup. He shifted his gaze. I smirked. Facing a senior without losing in seniority is a revenge match worth trying. Raise the stakes. Silence. Moments later, Chongrio, who'd been stroking his chin, nodded. Not bad. The 3 VDIC guys looked like a dog with wings descended from the sky. I'm in. I like it. Competition moves people. Thanks to Cha Eugene biting in, the mood solidified. Any objections? I don't think so. Hearing Ryu Chongwoo's slightly amused voice, I wrote the last item. 4. Comparative targets. The more groups to compare against, the better for viral buzz. It was a solid idea, modern, and seeing Shino and Chaeyoung high-five beneath their masks made me nod inwardly. They're willing to strip ranks and compete head-on. They can even trash-talk a 10-year veteran like T-Holic. No wonder they're top tier after a decade. Their ferocity was a relief. Without expression, I spoke again. Now we just rest before bed and turn all our waking hours into practice. Is Taystar always like this? Yes. Isn't VTIC different? They couldn't deny it. As expected, high-earning entertainment labor destroys work-life balance. True Match. Among the myriad programs where singers battle on stage for ranking and victory, this is the longest-running original. Season 7, in particular, has recovered ratings well with new production and the return of the original PD. But there's a downside to longevity. A shrinking pool of participants. So, even they, who once invited only powerhouse vocalists and insane performers, have been forced to slightly shift their approach to featuring idols. Where's the true sheen of showcasing talented singers? Shameful. Even music shows they play unknown idols. Why here too? Please stop. So they've been slowly, cautiously lowering the bar, booking only popular or skilled groups to lure viewers. Then, in this episode's preview, they nearly betrayed that approach. 2 idol groups. T-Holic and Wishes? Whose Wishes? But at least both faces are familiar, and both have known songs. So the viewers, grumbling and cursing, will still sit down in front of TVs, computers, and smartphones to watch. I'll count it as guaranteed restroom break PDNM. And as rookies, Wishes are scheduled to appear in the opening stage. For 110 chapter. Wish's appearance on the competition show True Match doesn't give much airtime to talking. It barely shows the rehearsal process. That's because they stick to the let the stage speak for itself concept of a skill-based battle, which, in fact, suited Ryu Jianwoo just fine. If we show too much prep, it loses impact. Since they're all experienced performers, it'll look like they breeze through rehearsals too smoothly for rookies. But that's exactly the kind of misdirection we want. Gotta betray expectations. As a result, Wishes got edited exactly like the typical one-hit rookie who blows up with a single song. Almost no prep footage at all. And now the 5th team. Hello, the idols you've been waiting for, Wishes. Just a polite greeting, then a quick plug for their current hit, Timer, as if it were an ad. Under normal circumstances, they'd have received more screen time. They're absurdly hot as individuals, monstrous rookies. But the rest of the early segment went to the team whose positions and image were a straight upgrade. Barrow T-Holic. Welcome. Here comes the nation's idol. Since they're more widely known with multiple hit songs, viewer reactions, good or bad, focused on them. A few sharp-eyed commenters, however, left these notes. They overlap a bit, don't they? This is a booking fail. The two look too similar. They should have differentiated with Ryu Chongwoo. Instead, geez. Each member of Barrow T-Holic has sizzling individual fame and mainstream hits. Laid out like that, Wishes clearly look like followers on the T-Holic line. And today's theme for the 101st episode didn't help Wishes at all. Theme: Back to Basics. A theme for artists challenging True Match's new post, 100th episode era. Back to basics for rookies? Especially after that 100th episode festival of extravagant stage setups and famous composers' signature songs, it all felt bland. When it came time for the leader, Shin Jae-hyun, to deliver the requested words of resolve, the audience reacted coolly. Through various solo activities, we've thankfully made a name for ourselves. But at heart, we're people who perform as a group. We want to show you that. That sounds like a death flag. You'd think they've only done variety for 5 years, LOL. Haven't they performed Timer enough already? Just as viewers bristled at a promising rookie clutching a hit song, a fan couldn't hold back. LOL. You don't know. Wishes come from a survival show. The whole point of a competition show is their rookie spirit. The comments vanished in an instant, and the screen changed. Live broadcast. As the live indicator popped up in the corner and the image texture shifted, the camera panned to the stage. The prepared opening. Huge cursive letters lit up on the scoreboard overhead. Yesterday, sunlit yellow beams fell across the stage. Against a sky blue screen, The set resembled a stately school entrance built of brick. Through the panel structures, the performers emerged. Wishes, dressed in neat private school uniforms. They gathered along the flow of the choreography, formed up, and at center, blonde-haired Jean Chayel smiled. If we turn back the timer, let's visit the past. A familiar song began. They tweaked the staging and vocal style with a slightly musical theater flair, added a brass accompaniment, giving a retro, yet Johnny vibe. It felt exhilarating and joyful. Each member wove in a pinch of their variety show persona. Ryu Chongwoo reading a book in glasses, Ju Dan performing newspaper fire magic, Cha Eugene ending his rap lines with Sumnada and winking. They slipped in catchphrases or small reenactments. Ryu Jianwoo, who'd been holding a campaign placard like a protest sign, hugged it to his chest, then smiled through the chorus. My racing heart is you. A shooting star descending above us. Still remember it today. The members danced with raised hands. Every moment felt natural, yet warmly supportive. The arrangement succeeded brilliantly, and the members looked so at ease you'd never guess they were nervous. Not bad. They're good. Idols can be a force for good. Feels like we're cheering them on. They must have picked up some votes. They sing pretty well. Though it was a bit tame, it was a pleasant opener. Vocals left nothing to criticize. Just when it seemed they'd passed without flack. Huh? Where's Kim Rae been? Against the complex choreography and warped camera work, many viewers hadn't noticed. But there, climbing the railing behind a stage prop, was Kim Rae Bin, white hair gleaming. The camera whipped back to him as he placed a hand on the school clock. DNG. The camera recoiled. The sky blue scoreboard rippled, and a bell's toll pierced through. A minor key recorder played. The backing tempo shifted. As Kim Rae Bin calmly descended the railing, the other 7 performers gathered and launched a new choreography. It looked like a dance break interlude but felt off-kilter and slightly slowed, uneasy. By the time Kim Rae Bin joined them center, the bell's tones and the original backing had already faded. In the white noise that remained, he nodded once, then spoke in a hoarse, low voice. Turn the timer. Grant my wish. A fierce riff melody slammed in. Chant an unforgettable spell. Teach it to me. Your world. The scoreboard shifted from rosy dusk to dark, a crescent moon rising. Nighttime. At the instant the title lettering changed. Yesterday, the real choreography began, and each time a member stepped forward to reprise their timer part. Turn the timer. Here I am. I haven't changed. A new minor key melody barreled in, overriding the timer riff. Modern MIDI tones naturally took the stage, pushing aside the classical arrangement. Viewers couldn't help but be stunned. What song is this? Isn't Timer their debut? No, their true debut track, one tailored to K-pop fandom tastes and rejecting mainstream chart appeal, was a different song entirely. Even if I memorize it forever, I never get tired of you. Hold me here. Wish. A ghost story narrative of being trapped forever in a school at midnight began to devour. Timer. Every time the timer riff tried to surface, Wish's beat crushed it, and the choreography shifted to block it. A photo glints. Night of the Hunt, the praise breath. I grant the wish. As Timer's original chorus path was shoved aside, Cha Eugene, eyes blazing, grabbed dance center. Members who'd had scant timer parts stepped fully forward. The beat sped up, grew fierce. Movements became rough, the formations bulldozing outward. Night of the Hunt. A chilling high note surged. Oh ho ho ho. Beneath it, a dark, powerful voice. Make me enhanced. Make me better. Come in. Just as hands shot skyward and freezes locked in place. The song ended. Lowering his raised hand, Ju Dan stepped forward. 1, 2, 3. Grant my wish now. He wore a composed expression. Straightening his outfit with a finger, Shin Jae-hyun turned to leave, and the formation solidified into a pyramid. Yet those at his back remained facing front and began to sing. You. Their a cappella mockery echoed. In the crimson midnight school, a bell tolled. Ding. Their torsos rocked in time. Dong. Lights cut out. G. On the dark stage, only the lingering bell tones floated as the opening ended. The MC's pre-recorded VCR for the next stage started playing, but what song was that? Someone please explain. That was electric. What did I just witness? Viewers were left so stunned they couldn't follow the flow. I went to the restroom. Why's the vibe like this? After all live performances ended, a 10-minute poll, half audience, half viewers, began. Wishes finished second from the bottom, gasping through the final results. Before leaving work, I stopped by the bathroom, then scrolled through my phone in the hallway. Every page was buzzing with talk of the group. The key word, stunned. Do Wishes always do stages like that? Their timer stage was deliberately easy to mimic and pleasant to watch. No jaw-dropping difficulty or eye-popping spectacle. Just a feel-good display of charm. So the public pegged Wishes' strength and direction as mainstream, T-Holic line friendly. But tonight's stage revealed their true intent. Turns out variety was just a side gig for them. Surprisingly true. I nodded at the top comment. Isn't this a scam? Live TV doing this. LOL. How did they nail the timing? They all sing so well, crazy live. I didn't expect minor key vibes to go this far, but it's compelling. Was their debut always like this? As the fan entertainment community churned with such reactions, regular viewers went even further. They were so impressed it bordered on resistance. That stage was so satisfying. Young kids like these know how to take risks, geniuses. Who'd have thought they'd wreck the opener like that? It was awesome. With that talent, their ruthless company must have made them suffer. They sing and dance so well. On a long-running competition show, viewers hardened by cliches for over 100 episodes crave stronger, more shocking performances. In their eyes, tonight was the perfect jolt, both theatrically and narratively. Good performers are good people. As a result, the overwhelming majority flipped their stance in support. Nice. I nodded, closed the browser, thinking that tomorrow's articles would cement the group's image. Then I could finally stretch out and get a good 6 hours of sleep. Excuse me. Yes. Turning, I saw a familiar face. Who was this guy again? A T-Holic member. I didn't know he'd left the group. Apologizing internally, I bowed politely, rookie style. He nodded. Great stage. You really prepared hard. Second place is well-deserved. Thank you. I shook his offered hand, and in his eyes I saw a flash of contempt mixed with caution. Your next comeback should capture that kind of stage vibe. Wishes seemed to do it best. He meant ditch mainstream appeal. He must know rookies don't get to choose that. He probably just swaggered near our waiting room to feel like a big senior since he lost. A power trip kind of guy? Whatever. He'll retire in a few years anyway. I couldn't help smirking as I nodded. Thank you. Right. And I hope we meet again on variety shows. You guys can guest and we'll see you again. Yes. Still, I wanted to knock him down a peg. The door to my waiting room stood right there, and I couldn't leave. Annoying. Could he just zip it and go away? Suddenly, the door opened. Click. Out came Ink via LGHD someone in street clothes. Chongryo. Hello, senior. Jaehyun. Good to see you. Apparently, the leader habitually greeted others first, so we were acquainted. Shall I let it slide and come in? I gave him a rare, welcoming look. The former T-Holic member gaped. You always have good manners. To last long, keep it up. I always respect you. Right. He radiated the confidence and arrogance of someone certain he'd never fall from this position. Want to tease him a bit. I was about to speak when Chongryo quietly said, but no one stays in their prime forever, neither groups nor people. Shin Jae-hyun smiled faintly, then glared at the T-Holic guy. He meant, you won't outlast me. That guy, he'd gotten a dig. I hadn't expected him to say it so openly. The prime ends, so it's still the prime, right? I remembered what I'd told him before. The ex-member's face flushed, and he straightened up. Now you're. Oh, Hyung, there you are. At that moment, a bright voice cut in from around the corner. Another T-Holic member dashed up. The manager was looking for you. Oh, Wishes. The youngest of T-Holic, star of Party In. Me. Winked. Your stage was amazing. Let's compete in good faith so we can keep seeing each other on the networks. No, we dare not compete. You're even humble. He meant that in reality our generation gap would prevent true competition, an insult for an old man. He seemed proud for a moment, but quickly changed expression. Thanks, all right. Hyung, let's go. The youngest pulled the ex-member away. I glanced at Chongryo. He shrugged and smiled thinly. Well, how's it feel to hear your words quoted? Now you know. Haha. I chuckled as I opened my waiting room door. All the conditions were set. The grand prize season has arrived. Good evening, viewers. At the awards ceremony, From the MC desk side stage, Lee Sejin of Gyrope took the mic with a smile. His dark-dyed hair had earned praise, and thanks to solid group and solo activities this year, he stood here tonight. One reason, of course, was that he was one of the few who could skillfully host a live broadcast, but the company knew more than that. I'm optimistic. Lee Sejin stayed on alert for any curveballs, for plans and strategy. He does everything, doesn't he? He swallowed his nerves in private, then lifted his head with an easy grin. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lemon Music Awards begins now. 411 chapter. Today, I'm pleased to share some meaningful news from this stage. Lee Sejin's hosting of the ceremony was flawless. Even those who had been critical because of age or tenure went quiet once the show began. Moreover, his own group won an award, making for a great visual moment. Performance Award. Gyro. Ooh lol. Lee Sejin walking out from the MC desk in a suit is insane. So cool. Freeze that look. Haha. It's cute how the members join him and wave. Lee Sejin mounted the stage and joined his fellow members with a grin. The Hyungs, seniors, locked eyes with him and hastily returned his smile. Their eager, attentive expressions showed their diligence. Yeah, you're doing great. No wonder. The moment Lee Sejin reclaimed his T-star persona in reality, he showed his members a dose of real-world consequences. First, the day he returned with dyed hair. Wow, who are you? Lee Sejin's going wild doing whatever he wants, lol. Some laughed at first, but those buried in their phones saw him smile and say, you're smiling? But that's correct. I'm doing exactly as you said. I'm doing as I please. Then he marched straight to the office and announced his hair Ink VLGHD, exclusive on Ink VLGHD, color. The company, appalled by this rogue move and torn between leniency and punishment, wavered, until Lee Sejin dropped the bomb he'd been holding. Oh, I thought it was fine since everyone's so relaxed. Guess I was supposed to report it first. He revealed every member's indiscretion, sprawling love affairs, secret, social accounts, club connections for networking. He'd meticulously gathered all their misdeeds to throw them back in the company's face. No. Look, see their chat logs. Despite solid performance metrics, at 3 years in, the company panicked. They launched surveillance, phone inspections, strict monitoring of every move, emergency bells, and just before debut-level management snapped back into place, kicking their asses. Naturally, the members were furious at Lee Sejin. By tacit agreement, the team protected each other and kept quiet, but he dared to air everything publicly. A betrayal beyond forgiveness. How dare the youngest break ranks in a group setting? Are you insane? Hey. Yet Lee Sejin only smiled wryly, unblinking. Is this blackmail? Oh, I'll post on SNS that I'm leaving because of the Hyung's threats and exclusion. He actually opened his social account and began typing unabashedly, complete with a moody photo quoting lines from Lonely Stranger poetry. It was terrifying. You psycho? I don't know, I guess that's how he is. The youngest, once polite and socially adept, had snapped into an uncommunicative madman. A perfect madman meta moment. Wait. Oh, please, hey. Besieged by the unpredictable, the other members capitulated in less than a day. Wow, clubs. Whether you dance in the studio or a club, it's the same, right? I'll post proof I'm practicing hard. At the club, on SNS. Okay. Just a sec. Oh. Chaos was the answer. Never before had the well-adjusted, conflict-averse Lee Sejin tasted such lowbrow, unfiltered catharsis. This works. Tempted though he was by the thrill of reckless abandon, he soon shrugged with a wry smile. Refreshing, but it's not really my style. So he wrapped it up the way he knew best. Over the next 2 weeks, every time he had the chance to be alone with a member, he laid it on thick. Hyung. I just need to use the restroom a moment. Sure. Honestly, you're not that odd a person, Hyung. I just got disappointed in the others, so now I'm like this. He'd moan about indiscretions that didn't actually apply to that member. I mean, branching love affairs on a bad day. That'd be devastating, right? Is that okay? Yeah, that one crossed a line. I don't want to be let down by you, Hyung. Let's get our act together. We have to keep our popularity. At 20 in the early trainee days, newly debuted and successful, it was trivial to flip the entire group's stance. Scary psycho, but he's still on my side. I'm his confidant. He made each member believe exactly that. Afterward, progress was swift. The blend of indiscriminate whipping and carrots reserved only for them created the perfect balance. Everyone monitored each other to win Lee Se-jin's favor. Thank you. We'll continue to strive. They avoided a mass fan exodus this year, performed solidly, and actually won awards. We truly delivered. Lee Se-jin reflected on the past period with genuine satisfaction, then surveyed his fellow members' faces. Seriously, how did these guys debut? He'd once wondered if he hadn't debuted because he lacked the position or appeal as an idol that they had. Now he wondered if he'd been mistaken even back then. When you debut before me, at least do it properly. He considered the award richly deserved and hoped they'd keep improving. Anyway, I'm going back soon. He concluded with relief, though he hadn't expected he'd need such backup to get there. Big Se-jin, as Lee Se-jin called himself, felt a slight thrill at what was about to occur, but maintained his bright grin as he returned to the MC desk. Thank you. Congratulations, Se-jin. The other two hosts applauded. Lee Se-jin bowed amiably, beaming. By the way, our next presenter is someone you know well, Se-jin. Oh, here it comes. Big Se-jin feigned curiosity with a smile. Wow, who could it be? Can we see them now? Of course. Now presenting the Rookie of the Year award. The screen behind opened, and someone familiar strode out. Bae Se-jin, actor from And. It was Bae Se-jin, set to present solo. Dressed impeccably, she looked every bit the part of an actress. But Big Se-jin knew that if she styled herself like an idol, she could pass as one. Hello? As a listener who enjoys K-pop, it's thrilling and an honor to stand here. She delivered the standard award script lines, but with such good diction and professional ease, it sounded natural. At some point, K-pop became both a hobby and part of my daily life. Then, glancing toward the hosts, she added, there's even an idol who shares my name, which makes it feel even more special. Big Se-jin chuckled and nodded. Laughter and applause broke out in the audience. She was excellent at scripted performance, and, beyond that, a hard worker. Big Se-jin admitted it. Bae Se-jin was neither unmotivated nor careless. Though their personalities clashed, he thought, well, practice can always improve things. Unusually charitable, Big Se-jin granted his former rival a positive evaluation on interpersonal matters. He couldn't deny the gyrope effect. Now, the winner is... And Bae Se-jin, with a gentle smile, announced the Rookie Award, Wishes. Escaping the underdog label. Congrats, Lee Se-jin, LOL. Though her acting showed no hint, she knew exactly how this would play out. Bae Se-jin watched Wish's thank you speech with a strange mix of emotions, and Big Se-jin guessed what a namesake might feel, because he'd felt it too. Memories. Of course, he meant the time T-Star won, not gyrope, but he turned away with a smile. I'd like to go back soon. Since Wish's stage was so good, featuring proven talents, he didn't want that unsettled feeling over his own place. If we turn back the timer, let's visit the past. He watched Wish's follow-up performance, a curious blend of anticipation and anxiety bubbling within him. Only after some ads and a few more performances did the announcer beside him read the next cue card. Next up, Song of the Year Award. Phew, this was nearly the end of part 2. I sat among the artists, scanning the room, from T-Star to the VTIC guys. Thankfully, no one wore their expressions on their faces. Hyung, I'm so nervous. You. Well, at least your face is hidden, so feel free to sweat. Finally, they called the grand prize. Perhaps because they award the lesser-known acts first, Song of the Year was called before the day sang. Predictable. It went to Wishes. To assist with the award, the presenter opened the door and entered. Isn't that Seon-ah-hyun? Korea Music Copyright Foundation's director Kim Nanju and ballerino Seon-ah-hyun. What the? I watched the suited figure approach and suddenly remembered hearing that he'd been invited. I heard they asked me to present. Maybe I'll get to see them. I'd assumed Tonia would be the guest. I mean, T1 usually brings in big names from other arts to boost the ceremony's prestige. So I'd mentally filed it as, let's see, if I get to, I get to. And here he was. Better to have insiders present. You never know what surprises might pop up. I stopped Cha Eugene from waving at Seon-ah-hyun and refocused on the stage. Good evening. Sian Ah-hyun entered alongside the dignified director, smiled, and listened attentively, then spoke only at the end. Apparently, she'd given up her full talking segment in favor of the director's message, saving her lines for the award announcement. Lemon Music Awards Song of the Year goes to. He locked eyes with me and beamed. Congratulations, wishes. Wah. Cheers, screams, and applause filled the hall. The members embraced and patted each other on the shoulder. Though it looked like emotion, it was more like stealing their resolve. Mundi Hyung, go. Right. Cha Eugene patted my back. I strode toward the stage. Can't be late. At the top, Sian Ah-hyun handed me a bouquet. After accepting it and letting another member take the trophy, I stepped to the microphone, then looked back at Chongryo. He gave a slight nod. It was the signal. Without hesitation, I grabbed the standing mic and spoke. Hello, everyone. I felt the others align behind me. In that tense moment, I'll get straight to the point. Without a breath, I spoke as clearly as I could. I'm retiring. Without reversal. Completely. I continued. I reject all future entertainment activities and all ways of gaining recognition or fame. No objections came from behind me. Unanimous, unspoken agreement. That was why I'd awaken VDIC, so they'd collapse if thrust into the fray unawares. Down below, chaos and fear exploded. This is a retirement declaration. Screams and pandemonium in the audience. Staff rushed about, flailing signals toward the stage and crew. I looked on, expressionless. Someone hurriedly crawled on knees to grab a sketchbook and began scribbling. What the hell? But before they could finish the sentence, the audience, the stage, the podium, the lights, the air, the heat, everything froze. And filling my vision was a hologram, a status window. Ending. Create new chapter. Settling accounts. Cancel. Ending. Create new chapter. Settling accounts. Cancel. The status window barricaded itself again, like an airplane in distress. Right. It's done. Through gritted teeth, I watched the endlessly looping pattern, recalling when I'd planned this. If you want to exit quickly, you'd probably choose another method. Chongryo had shown me one of his functions. There's an error report feature, you see, and that implied errors can occur. They wouldn't implement a feature to report non-existent issues, would they? Thus, I crafted the plan. To generate an error so severe the process would become entirely impossible. Can you tell exactly when the quest completes? Yes. Then signal me. At the moment of game clearance, I'd simultaneously remove a critical element needed to progress. Invalidate the activity. If done before clearing, it simply fails. After clearing, it's meaningless. But done exactly at clearance, it creates a paradox. They collide. So if the algorithm errors out, it crashes. An error. A massive bug arises. Error undefined. Time until automatic shutdown at $. I grimaced at the changing characters across every hologram. Automatic shutdown. It's ejecting from the program. Even GM Chongryo had no restoration privileges here. In that case, if the game world overloads and collapses, the chance of returning to reality is high. I was ready. Sure enough, my mind began to blur. A faint floating sensation, as though waking from a dream, enveloped my brain. Then, something struck my mind. Immense. Whoom. With agonizing shock, I bit my tongue. Instead of floating, I felt a vibration. The thing was meaningful. A wordless force expressing intent. A mistake. And immediately, the stage vanished. Like a graphic being erased, the podium disappeared, then the set pieces. Next, the staff, the audience, the seats. Even the glow sticks lights. All gone, leaving a vague, abstract scaffold of a world. Then a voice. You use that phrasing a lot. A voice I'd heard somewhere. It spoke like a rumble in a dream. System. You call it that, right? I clenched my fist. It was the system. 412 chapter. My head is cooling off. It knows that I call it the system. How much does it know? No, before that. You can speak? So this was capable of communication? You're questioning my existence. Whenever I hear a sound, the world's outlines warp. An immense presence fills the space, exerting an unbearable pressure on this insignificant creature. Shut up. What the hell are you saying, fuck? A parasite that switches hosts. What a tremendous being you must be. Don't get tangled up. Pull yourself together. I bit down on my tongue. The pain brought me back to my senses. A soft voice hums in the void. Don't you like it here? I thought I made it well. Such disturbingly human phrasing. It gives me the creeps even more. Did you make this? Yes. This action, you call it receiving feedback. Thunk. The space ripples. The framework materializes, then the vague shapes and even their traces bleach away. All that remains is a colorless void. Is something lacking? But I'm still here. I grit my teeth and spoke. Lacking my ass. You're a fraud playing parents, talkative little bastard. My will trembles. I can't tell if it's agitation or laughter, but it feels just as foul. I straighten up and face forward. My legs wobble. Still, I stand firm. There's no way I'd like it. And get me out. I said matter-of-factly. I'm done talking to empty air. A brief silence. Slowly, a deliberate will resonates. That's the procedure. And I realize where I'd heard the phrase. I feel like I've heard this before. It appeared without warning. It didn't fall from the sky or shoot up from the ground. It just appeared as if it had always been there. Before my eyes. Hello. A familiar form. Tall, meticulously maintained. A man in his early 20s. Chongrio. He's wearing the black uniform VTIC wore on their first comeback stage 6 years ago for Horn. As if he'd stepped out of the days when I was selling data, the system nods with a smile. There stands Shin Jaehyun at Tick's peak. Creepily identical. Fuck. I chose a form close to yours. There's exactly one difference. Pigment. In this colorless space, he's a blank white, as if he belongs to it. I feel cold sweat trickle down my spine and lift my head again. Let's have a conversation now. The voice echoes. The presence swells, filling the invisible void without a trace of emptiness. This is an offer only for you. Yet it's gentle, as if really a kind proposal. The system declares, I will incorporate your feedback into this world. What did you? Shall I adjust age and era to your preference? Change your affiliation? Or return you to Park Mundy's body? If you just give your opinion, almost anything is theoretically possible in environment settings. Within the bounds of plausibility, I close my mouth. Its voice ripples more cunningly. All the people close to you are here too. You awaken them. Nothing is lacking. But if you find something lacking, I'll let you purchase it. Purchase? With reputation points, EXP. Reputation points. The currency that serves as experience in this game-like system. They were limited in use so far, but I'll make them abundant now. It's a new chapter. The system speaks of an update. Let's perfect your parents' implementation too. It was just a prototype last time. This insane bastard. You're refusing. Even so, it's the same conditions as before, right? So, I never had parents to begin with? I realize it clearly. This thing is not human. Not merely in appearance. It doesn't understand emotions at all. Even Chongrio grasped what it meant. This thing doesn't register it. I'm not getting involved. I took a short, steadying breath. I'm calming down. What I need to do is gather information. Why make this offer? A question neither affirmative nor negative. Are you buttering me up because you think I'll go out and try to destroy you again? What do you want? The world trembles again. I understand its meaning. It's mocking. A dizzying, high-pressure vibration descends like needles from above, then transforms into a voice. I have only one request. The system raises a finger. An idol. A figure embodying that profession moves its lips. Don't retire, just continue as an idol. Until you grow bored. It's neither difficult nor painful a choice. I sneered on purpose. You're joking. Encouraging me? If it were me, I'd kill you right away. How many people want to be idols? From the moment it began speaking, I deliberately ramped up the pressure, but it still hasn't threatened to kill me. How about this? You're doing this because you can't kill me, right? I declared. The system stands silent. You say I can't kill you? A calm voice reverberates. Then suddenly, the Ngvia Elgar don't copy, read here, world pours down. Wah, woo. The pressure crushes my head and brain with an abyssal weight, squeezing my entire body. The system is this world. The world it composed asks. You say I cannot kill you. Damn bastard. My body sweats and feels aflame. But I clench my teeth and answer, with certainty. Yes. It's overreacting because it can't kill me. It got shaken. Now I strike. And you this form right now. I recalled the big moon merging into the status window. It seemed utterly absorbed into the system. Yet at the same time, it exerted influence over it. So, you didn't choose it, did you? This bastard has replayed countless lives with Chongrio. Over long eons. Raw, without a status window. Then, isn't that all you can do? I shouted. You were influenced by humans too, weren't you? The world halted. And, that's right. The voice's vibration ceased. I gasped. In a voice almost human, the system murmured. If you engage with one mind for too long, you become submerged. A huge side effect. But the gain was greater, so it was a successful direction. For a moment, I sensed exhilaration in the system's voice. Fuck. I straightened my body and asked again. What exactly are you? I have existed here for a long time. Within the minds of sentient beings. A parasite, indeed, fuck. I fulfill one being's desires, and the intense emotions and chaos generated in that process are resources. Mental energy. That energy sustains and grows my own intelligence. It speaks smoothly. I swallowed. Then why idols? Why emphasize that? Moreover, from Chongrio to Quan Hizong, 3 in a row share the idol profession. It can't be coincidence. What criterion did you use to choose us? The system smiles photographically. Because there was no more efficient method. Efficiency? The one who raised his hand speaks like a polite salesman. I sought that energy for a very long time. Then I encountered a new entity, Chongrio. Her yearning and obsession for a successful idol group. Such direct, vast, living torrents of emotion converging in one mind. Overwhelming admiration and crushing burden, happiness, pain, king and jester. Countless emotions fit for a cult leader. I harvested so much energy. Her voice was charged with a fervor, almost intoxicated. But not humanly so. The system states coldly. Your identity, idol, carries worship, affection, hatred, and disgust all at once. Truly amazing entities. It was wonderful, but it ended. Because Chongrio eventually succeeded in dispelling the status ailment. So I looked for similar minds. Me. You. You were amazing. It held out its hand. You were happy. I know. Stay here forever, as the world's most famous idol, until you grow bored. And if you err, stumble, or see the end, rise again. An eternal star. Click. A radiant gleam flashes in the world that had nothing. Until the day you tire and grow weary, you can live a successful life. Then it whispers again. But when you finally want to quit, it's okay to quit. If it can find another host. Until then, you only need to enjoy this rite. As much as you want. The world shines. If I accept, everything seems destined to go well. An overwhelming, surreal inspiration. As if a perfect world embracing only reality's advantages would be built. I stare at the system, now regained its colors, and ask, what about Quan Hizong? What happens to him? The light fades. A soft voice replies. A server serves. That's someone else's business. There are countless deaths and sufferings in the world. It's not your concern. Is that so? Still, if you wish, I can create him here. Like my parents. I cut in with a low voice. The real ones you'd exploit as servers. Affirmation. I interpreted the vibration, barely even a voice. And I ask again, is this Quan Hizong's dream? It's not. The voice returns. But to make it solid as reality, I need a substrate to build upon. The structure of that mind. A server, that's all. No matter what you choose, nothing changes. It's someone else's circumstance, unrelated to your decision. The system holds out its hand again. The stark, white hand feels powerful and overwhelming, as if it could grant anything. I spoke. I refuse. I don't trade with things I can't believe in. The vibration stopped. A white noise, as if performing computations. Contemplation. Conclusion. Then, I must change roles. The system speaks softly. I feel myself melting away. My body's form slowly dissolves, touch evaporating. In the bizarre state where only sight and hearing remain, a hum reverberates. I will make you the server. And, in the blurred world, one outline grows clear. There appears that figure again. The real Chongrio, sharper in outline than the system. Unperturbed by the sudden situation, staring straight ahead. The two identical silhouettes face each other like mirrors. You've been watching, right? I'll make an offer now. It'd be more efficient for you to play directly instead of acting as GM. Ryu Jianwu is uncooperative as a character. The system, in the same tone and voice, speaks. If you use the server well, the side effects won't progress. Live your perfect idle life here forever. It's your most core desire. Chongrio tilts her head and answers, no. At that moment, it activates its GM authority. A status window pops up for me. Plan B. You need an alternative. Right. Another error I'd conceived for when things went wrong. What if I reclaimed all the memories the system distorted? Starting from the very first memories cut when I entered Park Mundy's body. Awakening returns forgotten memories from previous lives. Onken comrades remember the entire timeline and grow. And there are two methods. First, awakening a comrade. The method I've used so far to return memories to others. And second, awakening myself. Would you like to awaken? Spend 1,000 EXP. I pressed the button. I poured out all my reputation points. Spend 2,000 EXP. Spend 4,000 EXP. Spend 8,000 EXP. Spend 16,000 EXP. Spend 32,000 EXP. Spend 64,000 EXP. Repeated taps. 413 chapter. Every time a comrade awakened, there was a phenomenon, namely, pain. Clutching my head, staggering, feeling dizziness, a pounding ache at my temples as the memories poured back out. Something similar happened to me. The problem was that it overlapped more than 20 times. Damn it, I recalled the nearly depleted reputation points for the last time, feeling a burning headache. Even though my body had already melted away, the fact that I still felt pain made me think that this skeletal, bizarre world was all a show. And then the memories burst through all at once, like a broken dam. Parents, the accident, the fire, entering school, cameras, a dog, the studio apartment, grades, heating, relatives, the school trip, debut, data, workbooks. Layer upon layer, my past hammered against my mind like an echo. Fuck, my stomach churned, as if I were about to vomit. But it wasn't all for nothing. Oh, of course. I confirmed my father as a company employee and my mother as a private tutor, and gave a bitter laugh. It was good to have such clarity. Next, as though my skull were being shattered, came memories of my Gold 2 period. Kwon Hee-sung. Really my life. He had been a positive guy, living with determination. But it didn't stop there. The shocks of awakening piled up and piled higher, taking me even farther back. Ugh. My insides felt twisted, yet my mind was, if anything, sharper in this awakened state. And when I repeatedly replayed the image of Park Mundy waking up in that rundown motel after overdosing on sleeping pills. Click. The overflowing stream of memories finally rewound to the point just before the film broke off. The life I'd forgotten just before entering Park Mundy's body. When I'd met Park Mundy sitting in front of some random motel as I was returning from the study room. Thank you, Hyung. Up until then, there was little change. It was just a replay of the scene I'd seen during that final truth confirmation. The problem lay in the years that had evaporated entirely from my memory. The period after the civil service exam. Please take care of me. Having given up on exam prep and taken a job, I got squeezed at a mid-level company with no real prospects. I think I did my work decently, but that was it. An obscene amount of tasks came down inefficiently, and I worked late every night. A life with no means, leisure, or finances to relieve anything. Then I developed a quick, simple habit to disperse headaches. Something I could watch in short spurts with no extra cost, in a field I knew well from my data selling days. Idles. Before bed, I'd casually watch whatever videos popped up on streaming sites. It was handy because it didn't drain a single ounce of energy. I didn't feel any thrill from the content itself. I wasn't selling data anymore, so there was nothing to analyze. It was just a nice mental diversion. That's when I came across that group. The group that had InnoVLIGHD originally debuted on relisting. Idle Corporation. Not Taystar but Steer. Steer, launch official MV. After endless member dropouts due to drug trials and Discord rumors and fragmented individual fandoms, they only broke their hiatus when I started working. But there was still no rebound. This group's growth had already plateaued and stagnated. Steer's Cha Eugene, Kim Raybin, and Ryu Chong-woo begin unit activities. Eventually, more than half the members halted activities. So the three who remained did unit promotions, but the atmosphere was far from good. The album sold decently, and the songs were fine, but that was all. Endless controversies had battered their image, and public favor was eroded to dust. There was no further hype or growth. They were just a giant cruise ship, built heavy by Idol Corporation, slowly sinking. The song's not bad. Still got it, fighting. Only a few mild comments like that. Compared to their debut, the bubble had already burst. Yet, without purpose, I'd unconsciously narrowed my broad viewing range to focus on them. Instead, more deeply, not out of special interest or fandom, but I found myself mindlessly looking them up. Maybe because they reminded me of my own situation. A total lack of comeback potential, with no sharp solution or path forward. Just a life running to maintain the status quo. The environment sucks. Investments dwindled, and their slapdash new agencies' planning and care were pathetic. Yet they kept coming back, teeth clenched, giving their all on stage, and somehow that caught my eye. And, strangely, I felt it was a shame. Me? I forgot as quickly as the thought passed. Still, it had been the first time I'd so intensely tracked an idol group for so long. Of course, it didn't last. Not long afterward. Steer activities conclude. We want to express our gratitude and love. As expected, Steer disbanded the moment their 5-year contract ended. Because they'd never seen much success from start to finish, even the few who'd worked hardest disappeared without a trace. That was the conclusion. Nothing was left. After that, my brief hobby of watching idols ended too. There's nothing to watch. By then, no other idol group stirred any emotion in me. It was absurd. Even the catharsis I'd gotten from a group I'd never attended fan events for simply evaporated. And in my exhaustion and apathy, as predicted, that life vanished from my memory too. Short reprieve, gone. I'd entered Park Mundy's body in the same confused state I'd been in before. But maybe some trace remains. I suddenly remembered the thought I'd had the moment I awoke as Park Mundy. At one time I'd over-immersed in this field for no reason. Did I? Though I had no concrete memories, I'd casually felt that way, and perhaps it was a remnant of this time. I lifted my head. The system had probably purposely omitted this memory from truth confirmation, likely with no grand motive. Just because it wasn't related to my trauma, it thought it wasn't necessary for the host's continued survival. Chongryo probably hadn't anticipated that either. So, it seems the system still doesn't know that memories, even if not traumatic, affect the human mind. Most people call that a fond memory. I let out an embarrassed chuckle at my own line. The headache had quieted by now, a sign that the memories had fully settled. My head was clear. I'd hoped that clearing away the system's dog's breakfast in my mind would free me entirely, but it wasn't quite that thorough. At least I avoided being serverified before I got my head straight. That was enough. The preparations for Plan B were complete. Kundal. I sent the signal. As if waiting, the chat began. Apple has been invited to Error's Gold chatroom. Error. Mundy, are you okay? An error unaffected by the system, Hyun, reacts immediately. I typed into the chat. Apple, yeah? I'm doing it now. Recalling our prior chat room strategy, just in case of leaks. Apple. As you all know, unnecessary reactions are prohibited. And from Hyun's suggestion, this idea originated. Error. So, because I'm the error, anyone entering this chat gets infected like a virus? Error. Then maybe we can use this to restore everyone else to normal? RAB. That's a really noble and cool idea, but I worry about time and space constraints. Can we contact everyone? Sajini. And it costs gold just to invite someone, so it might be tough. Crying face. At the moment, Hyun's idea seemed dead in the water. Tiger. Why not infect the whole world at once? Like a virus. That offhand remark hit the mark. I was going to detach for a moment and feed this to the GM directly to inject into the game. But I realized that wouldn't be necessary. It just so happened that the very being of this world, the system, was right here. Character, Ryu Jianwoo, Park Mundy, ejected. Just as Hyun paused time from the GM's side, I gained control of my body thanks to the chatroom connection. And I fixed my gaze on the two facing silhouettes, the two Cha Eugenes. Towards the colorless one. The final step was action. In the chat window, full of errors, I invited the entity. Can I designate it? Soon the chat crackled with a response from Kundal. Apple, yes. Good. Then text appeared in the chat. Has been invited to Error's Gold chatroom. Yes. I clenched my fist. At this rate. In that moment, the system turned its eyes on me. A new message popped up in the chat room. So you prepared something like this. Crackle. The chat window cracked. It trembled as if holding back tremendous pressure. Then, wham! It shattered. Translucent holographic dust scattered and, amidst glitching, vanished. The system's voice echoed. You spent reputation points again for this. Just before becoming the server. Thank you. In this situation, that comment, surely not. I opened my trembling lips. Reputation points, the energy you harvest? The system smiled politely and nodded. Exactly. By spending reputation points you pay energy to me, and I grow stronger in the game. The system's voice grew louder. And this world becomes more solid, impervious to external attacks. The chat room disappeared. In the world restored from error, the system smiled at me in place of Cha Eugene. You weren't the player but the character. You have no autonomy to leave the game. The identity of the player, shown as, in Cha Eugene's GM status window. The player is me. I'm both creator and player, and you're a construct of my game. No game allows a character to directly harm its player. The system finished its explanation and nodded. And now that the system's stability is proven, no auxiliary tools are needed. Let's proceed as planned. At that moment, for the first time, a hint of humanity flickered in its eyes. The system, having merged with Cha Eugene and learned the most core desires it once had, possessed an obsession with evolution and completion. Here, it nonchalantly took my status window. Then it tore something out. Though its touch was gentle, the strength looked brutal. No, more precisely, it ripped out the entire pop-up. The one Kundal had summoned. Wait, and swallowed it in its hand. Kundal's pop-up crumpled and disappeared near its fingers. Retrieved. The system chuckled softly. And I laughed along. Hey, I panted, having held my breath for so long. The reason I'd prodded and prodded, fueling its superiority complex and victory, driving the situation here. That one is an error too. To prevent it from noticing too closely. So Kundal wouldn't realize that connecting to the chat room would infect him with the error. Think about it. This bastard originally parasitized one being. And Kundal had assured that once used, it couldn't be reused. Yet this time, with no suitable new host around, it had to recycle. So it captured all three simultaneously, made their minds a single mundane brain, and built a completely new virtual world. Server, administrator, character. Thus it ran smoothly, but the days when it could handle everything alone were over. Because it was structured, removing one cornerstone could bring it down. Just like now. You're in error yourself now. The system's form trembled. The glitch that began small grew, devouring its human shape and spreading outward. The world collapsed from within. Thunk. The real Cha Eugene, who'd been standing quietly, turned her head and summoned a status window. Interesting. Player, Park Mundi, Ryu Jianwu. And among that, the system's form changed. Hyung, a familiar face. The one I'd spoken to in my mind when I returned to Park Mundi's body. Static flickered in the peculiar hologram, mixing Ryu Jianwu and Park Mundi. Crackle. The fully formed Kundal raised both hands and shouted. I really feel like I can move this. Done. For 114 chapter. The system's host, Kundal, reversed course, suppressed the system's own ego and seized control. Wah. I wiped the cold sweat from my jaw and grinned. Well done. Yes, it worked. I thought crippling the system with an error would be enough. In truth, the moment this fails, it's over. This was a gamble too. But Kundal himself suggested doing it. Hyung, Plan B. If we ever need to use it, how about I transfer the error directly? And I half agreed. If this thing returns to reality still as the system, the only ending is absorption. It had just become a status window. In fact, the crazy idea to blow up the system on the plane partly came from predicting that it'd end up a status window without its body. I won't deny it. To return to reality as Ryu Jianwu, something else was needed. Either sever total connection to the system, or else trigger the system's self-destruct. This time, I'd wipe it out. I swallowed and quietly asked, how does that sound? Kundal, dazed, looked at his own body. The surrounding background quivered as if warped, and he lifted his head as if to confirm. I feel like I can do anything. His form darkened, and the vague world grew sharp. In here, There's nothing unknown, nothing impossible. If we just configure it properly, every wish flows naturally. He murmured, the background swirling around him like a whirlpool. Stars appeared. Hyung, I want you to be able to do everything you want to. This won't do. If you stay, you know Steer will disband, right? From Magic Boy to Savior. Even if we replay it exactly, it won't feel the slash same. Of course I know. No, what did I just? The hologram sparked, and Kundal's face regained expression. I can't believe he just talked about first-time thrills. Funny that this is what makes him snap out of it. But since it succeeded, it worked. Watching Steer's comeback had been his only joy in those years of status ailment life. I just remembered I did something similar. I nearly recalled my office worker days watching Steer. But this was more urgent. This is weird. I can't control myself. Wow, this power. In any case, it might infect him too. So we had to finish quickly. The system might recover from the error and strike back. Right? Let's do it. You remember what to do. Yes. The final plan was simple. Self-destruct sequence. Blow up the system here and now. Of course, to protect Kundal from collateral influence, we'd insert a brief procedure. I've sent it, Hyung. Ding. A status window appeared before me. Player, Park Mundi, Ryu Jianwoo. Delete the game. Confirm. There were deliberately no other options. Just the self-destruct button you confirm. Phew. Honestly, it felt exhilarating. Another status window popped up at the same time. I shifted my gaze to the one before me. GM, Shin Jae-hyun. Disconnect from the server? Confirm. You go first. Chongryo glanced at the hologram Kundal and said, do you need a moment to prepare? No. He'd done enough. Just press it. The moment Cha Eugene heard my answer, she reached straight for the confirm button. Click. The world's lights flickered and cracked. Rumble. It's collapsing. A silent crack formed in the background, the scene trembling as if about to fall apart. Assign a new server? Don't touch that. You're too paranoid. Still, she put her hands down. Now the only thing left. 1. I placed my hand on the status window hovering like a mirror above the shattered background. Then, stop. A pop-up appeared. Kundal. But that figure. Hyung. Oh. Right. This was the system. Apparently, when Kundal expelled the system ego, their roles swapped. Now the system ego clung to the status window. Oh, goodbye. I ignored it and moved to press the button, but it stubbornly popped up again. The system saved you from death. You know that. You gave up your life long ago. Everything you have now comes from the opportunities the system gave you. Think of the chances you've had and your achievements, because you didn't die. Look at this bastard. Facing existential erasure, it suddenly spouted empathy to stall me. Hey. I chuckled. Park Mundi was the one who gave me chance. Where do you get off acting like you did me a favor? The parasite that fed on my energy for years as a status ailment is talking charity? One misstep and I died. Tisk Hyung. I wasn't talking to you. Be quiet. I gestured at Kundal. The pop-up updated. Absurd notion. Foolish. Introducing itself? Has it changed tactics? Trying to bait me into arguing to buy time? Fine. I opened my mouth as if to retort, and shouted, Kundal now. Yes. In that moment, Kundal's hologram overflowed with glitching, then his form warped and vanished. Wah! He abandoned the system's control error and returned to my status window. Now, thanks to that, as the system ego tumbled from Kundal back into the system. Goodbye. I punched through the pop-up and hit the button. Wham! Game deletion. The pop-up trembled. I am deleted. But that was it. Boom. The glitch-filled humanoid system exploded, and the cracked world shattered. Tens of thousands of fragments dissolved into the void in a transcendent spectacle. Even the immense aftershock arrived a moment later. Ugh. The system that formed this world was obliterated. A deluge of raw energy surged, threatening to shred everything. Shards scattered. Only emptiness remained. I looked back at Chongryo. Her status window flickered with cracks. Mine did too. Success. The moment I uttered that, all sensation vanished. Whoosh. Pure white. Silence. And then, Mundi. Slowly and dully, as if my stunned hearing was returning after a massive impact, I heard a voice. Mundi. I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was, Mundi, you're awake. Hyung. And Mundi, You've been through so much. It was the group surrounding me. The members who'd been tirelessly discussing Plan B peered at my face like they were watching a spectacle. God. Oh, you're back to your senses. Yeah, I really thought we were doomed when the chat room exploded. But thank goodness. Seriously, if this kept up, someone's ears would burst or shoulders fall off. One or the other. I grinned and shook my head, standing up. Thanks for worrying. If it were reality, I'd be on the plane. If still in the system world, at an awards show, but it was neither. This is Ryu Jianwu's officedel. More precisely, the officedel where Kundal, who'd won the lottery to inhabit Ryu Jianwu's body, lived. And through the living room window, a breathtaking sunset from Magic Boy. The same place I'd visited last time. This is the mental world I created. It was the mental realm I passed through when returning from Ryu Jianwu's body back to Park Mundy's. Kundal popped out, grinning broadly, exactly as before. He was still glitchy, though. Then, I must be this ambiguous figure that looks like both Park Mundy and Ryu Jianwu. Sure enough, Big Sejin was fussing as usual. Wow, you two look like brothers. He probably did it to stay calm in this madness, but people seemed to like it. Hee thanks. I don't know why. The grinning Kundal soon realized it wasn't the time for that, and changed expression. I invited you all here to minimize the shock. I brought a bit of the system's power. Anyway, it worked. Shock. Yes. When you leave, you can choose. Kundal stepped aside, revealing the officedel entrance. See you later? A nameplate glinted. Leaving through that door seemed to return you to reality. You can remember what happened here, or simply forget it, or recall it faintly like a dream. That was a great service, I guess. Who'd want to forget? I paused but realized again how bizarre this all was, living with status ailments for years. One wrong word, and people would think you'd taken drugs. For my peace of mind, better to remember. Actually, I'd probably suggest we all just forget it. But anyway, of course I want to remember. Indeed. This unique, fantastical experience will surely inspire me. No need to watch rhymestone movies anymore. I made one myself. They blurted it out without hesitation. I was a bit taken aback, but not a single person hesitated. There's something I definitely want to remember from what we did here. But that's interesting. Me too. Even Cian Ah-hyun joined in. I feel like I've learned so many new things and grown me too. Understood. Then, think that as you open the door and step out. Cheers erupted. At last. Monday. When you get back, turn the plane right around and come back to the dorm. It wasn't my plane, and I had no idea what reality looked like now, but okay. Ryu Chongwu laughed and patted the members on the shoulder. Great job, team. Hee. Don't forget to yell Monday, and come here. Like we'd won an award or finished a tour finale, we huddled for a quick group hug. These guys are suffocating. Not penguins, though. It must have looked ridiculous, but who cares? All right, let's go. Yep. Just as if preparations were complete, Kim Rae-bin raised his hand. Wait, shouldn't we formally invite our seniors first? Gah. I nearly forgot. Everyone looked back. Speaking of which, where are the VTIC guys? I didn't see them, which was odd. Turning toward the hallway, I spotted them. Not in the living room, but sitting at the kitchen table, wearing contented expressions that made me uneasy. Taystar always looks so close-knit. It's nice, right? Yeah. Hard for a big group to do that. In their real-world forms, their real selves seemed stronger than when they debuted on Wises. Even their manner of speech had slightly changed. Still, not a single one of them from the past year had disappeared. Chai Siodam emerged from the kitchen, smiling sheepishly. Once you're back, you won't be able to call me Hyung. But, is it okay to drop honorifics? Just Monday. Yes. Great. Monday, you can speak casually too, okay? That part, at least, was tricky given our age difference. But he took my silence as a yes, smiled brightly, and in the farewell to Taystar members, naturally headed for the entrance. Then, with a burst of enthusiasm, he said, "You all must come visit. We're few in number, so it gets boring sometimes. I'll never forget Wises. Feels like we did a project group ourselves." Yeah, exactly. Then the two asked Kundal if this was the door, waved, and stepped out through the door in turn. When they returned, we won't technically be the same group, so we might not see much of each other. But they proved themselves useful, so I'd be fine keeping in touch. I leaned against the wall, waiting for the last VTIC members to leave. Huh. Why hasn't that guy gone yet? I saw Ju Dan standing in front of the door. He turned his head, noticed Chai Eugene moving to open the living room window, and the Taystar members and Kundal trying to hold her back. Eugene, wait, let me ask you something first. You idiot. Already distracted by Tick's farewell, their focus wavered. Seeing that, Ju Dan murmured in a serious tone. This timing is perfect. I have something to say to both of you. Huh. He spoke without expression. You both experienced regression to the past, correct? The order seems to have been Jaehyun Hyung first, then the juniors. What the hell? And I deduced that because of your chat room and casual conversation, anyone with background knowledge could guess. No. Only you figured it out on your own. Your reflex revealed it, Monday. So structurally, you narrowly avoided being on the same axis as the antagonist, Mai. Muttering to himself, he sighed lightly, about to say more. Well, but then his eyes met Changrio's emotionless gaze, and he immediately whimpered. I'll shut up and enlist. Good. And goodbye. Ju Dan fled through the doorway without hesitation. I folded my arms and, watching, asked, Changrio. I gestured. Then you go see the exhibition. Of course. He answered nonchalantly, then touched his chin and added softly. It's been 10 months, hasn't it? A faint smile passed over his face. Then he left through the entrance. See you soon. With that, he was gone. Everyone left. Yes. Turning, I saw Ryu Chongwu and the others who'd escorted Chai Eugene. Ryu Chongwu smiled and stood beside me. You said we could talk casually. Oh, right. Okay then. I immediately changed my speech. Ryu Chongwu looked momentarily surprised, then grinned. All right, Monday. Let's go. The front door opened again. Once you're back, contact us no matter what. And don't forget to return to the dorm. You got it. Then we stepped forward. Beyond the door was nothing but light, so bright it hurt our eyes. Yet no one hesitated. We burst through the door together. Moments later, I opened my eyes to the roaring of engines. Changrio's private jet. I looked around. Leather seats, ivory cabin walls, glossy kit fittings. Everything remained just as before departure. And gold too. Kwon Hee-sung was asleep in his seat. He was breathing. I immediately checked my smartphone for the date. Saturday, July 9th. Just as it was. Nothing had changed. Phew. I sighed and sank back into my seat. Kundal, who'd already woken, handed me a glass. Non-alcoholic champagne. You've arrived safely. Yeah. I snatched the glass Kundal offered. And thus, I returned to reality. 415 chapter. Kwon Hee-sung had a rather creepy dream. Some alien-looking thing had trapped him in a virtual reality and forced him to labor like an AI housekeeper. On top of that, all sorts of senior idols kept appearing in a bizarre, absurd storyline. In the end, the world spectacularly collapsed around him, and he screamed as he woke up. Wah! He hadn't expected to make quite that much noise. Kwon Hee-sung opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat so heavy that his plain seat was soaked through. Huck. You okay? A hand holding an electrolyte drink appeared in front of him. Before he could even think, he grabbed it and brought it to his lips. Gulp, gulp. As the cool, smooth sweetness slid down his throat, a zing shot up to the top of his head. It felt as though he'd been dehydrated for hundreds of days and was finally rehydrating. Wow. Only after finishing the entire liter did he shake his head and finally come to his senses. It was Park Mundy of Taystar, seated opposite him, who had handed him the drink. Kwon Hee-sung clicked his tongue. Wow, man. I guess that weird dream did it. Feels like the first time I've had this in ages. Is that so? Yes. I must have been sleep paralyzed. Anyway, about what we have to do now. Wait. Why am I even on this plane? The moment his eyes met the VTIC leader, the charter's owner, he remembered everything just before falling asleep, as if a reel were playing before his eyes. State window went haywire. Mundy Hyung coughing up blood. And, excuse me. Kwon Hee-sung wiped dripping sweat and asked, was that not a dream? Park Mundy, unusually, avoided his gaze with an inscrutable expression, then answered flatly. It's better if you think of it as a dream. That means it was real. Kwon Hee-sung grabbed his face and wailed, but Park Mundy merely kept silent. He already had the gist of the situation. He chose not to remember details, Huh, he thought, recalling the choice the Grand Moon had offered. You may remember what happened here, or you may forget it or recall it vaguely like a dream. Kwon Hee-sung must have chosen to treat it as a dream. Park Mundy guessed this for sure and furrowed his brow inwardly. Must have been pretty rough. Then some compensation was in order. Gold, 2 rank. After all, he was the one who'd brought Kwon Hee-sung onto this plane. Just as he was about to speak, Kwon Hee-sung, having gathered his thoughts, jumped ahead and shouted, "Wait, if all that was real, were we evacuating by plane because Korea just got destroyed? No such thing. We're at LAX, our destination." Phew. So it really was almost like a dream. Kwon Hee-sung let out a long sigh of relief. Park Mundy, for a different reason, suppressed his own sigh and continued. "Anyway, you went through hell because of this, so consider this your compensation." A wish. Without hesitation, Park Mundy added, "I'll grant any one request of yours, within reason." "How's that?" "Oh." Kwon Hee-sung reflexively replayed Park Mundy's achievements so far in his mind. From the Ajusa Challenges Chicken Feet Lord to behind-the-scenes company domination to label making. Then he made up his mind. "I'll put it to good use." "Good. Yes. Should I ask to make it 3 wishes like Ginny does?" "No, better not." He knew when to join in and when to hold back. With that all-purpose wish voucher in hand, Kwon Hee-sung finally gazed outside and relaxed completely as he confirmed they were at LAX. Wow. The sky was clear. Though the sunset sky felt foreign, it was familiar and unbearably beautiful. "You did well." It was just a dream." Park Mundy didn't reply but wore a faint, bittersweet smile as he, too, watched the sunset sky. Silence reigned. Immersed in that quiet reprieve, Kwon Hee-sung casually asked, "So what about the system?" "I got rid of it." "I see." He felt refreshed. Even if it had been a dream, it sounded like he'd had a rough time. Feels so good." He sat back down, popped some cheese and salt crackers and chocolate from the cart into his mouth. "Hey, when did you eat these?" "While you were asleep." "Wow, these must be expensive, right?" "No idea." Kwon Hee-sung popped open a new champagne bottle and relaxed. The charter's NOVELIAHT owner, who'd been reading a book, neither commented nor looked his way. "So I can eat whatever I want." Just as he let himself think that, sounds rippled through the cabin. Doors opening, people moving. Everyone's ready. For the first time, Chongryo spoke. When Kwon Hee-sung turned, he saw crew members returning to their stations. He cautiously asked, "Hyungs, can we get off now?" "No. We've refueled at the airport." Park Mundy laughed. "Now we head back." They'd come all the way to LA only to turn right back? He could have at least let them hang out a bit. 1,000 protests filled his mind, but before he could speak, he realized he, too, wanted to go back so badly he fell silent. Back to everyday life, back home. Departing, the 3 idols fastened their seatbelts. The plane turned toward its departure point and began its return flight. By the time they arrived at Incheon International Airport, it was already dawn. It took a while to get back to Seoul, but he wasn't anxious. His phone had been buzzing nonstop. Kim Rae-bin. "As soon as I said I was heading straight back to the dorm, my grandma got really worried, so we spent a while talking. Sorry. See you, Nahyun." "No worries. Come back safely." "I told my parents, and I'm back at the dorm now." Cha Eugene. "I stayed at the dorm from the start. I'm rank 1 smiling face with sunglasses." Those who'd gotten leave and scattered seemed to trigger every possible episode on their way back. "I could have just stayed home for a few nights." He'd actually suggested it. "Maybe those who've gone home can rest a bit before coming back." See Nahyun. "No, I'll definitely come." She replied at lightning speed. After a moment of silence in the group chat, See Nahyun. "I didn't mean to stop members from staying home longer. I live close, so I said I'd head straight back. No pressure. Long messages, as always." Ryu Chong-woo. "Got it, Ahyun. Take your time, smiling face with smiling eyes." Kim Rae-bin. "Understood completely. But I'm fine, too. Won't there be another chance within the next 2 weeks?" Anyway, news of each member arriving nonstop filled the chat. Big Sejin. "My beloved members, did you know I went grocery shopping alone? On days like this, we must toast clinking glasses." Ryu Chong-woo. "Haha, awesome. Oh, the other Sejin just arrived too." Base Sejin, waving hand. "Finally, When everyone seemed to have arrived, another message came through earlier. Cha Eugene, I want chicken. Monday Hyung, where are you? Eyes. Big Sejin. Only Park Mundy's left. Bay Sejin. He must be on his way, right? My starting point was the Pacific Ocean. Of course I'd be late. They really don't give an inch after flying from the Pacific to LA and back. He checked the time in the taxi. 30 minutes left. Swiping past group messages, he saw a private chat. Messages he'd checked while Gold, too, was asleep. Grand Moon. Hyung, I arrived safely. Are you okay? Grand Moon said he'd safely recovered consciousness in Ryu Jianwu's body. No pain or discomfort at all. Success, then. Only one odd thing remained. You can still message through your status window? OMG. It didn't feel like the system was swallowing them up anymore. But that extra function was still working. He could still see his own status window. Because of the permanent status window reward? He guessed it was from a reward he'd received after clearing his status ailments. That system seemed bizarrely bound by contracts or promises. Well, his mental energy, I guess. Anyway, since it was gone, he didn't care. He put his phone away feeling light. A moment later, we've arrived at the apartment gate. Thanks. He paid the fare quickly and got out. Past the nearly unfamiliar flower beds, past the playground, through the first-floor lobby, into the elevator. His familiar front door came into view. Beep beep, click. He pressed the button and opened it. Clack. Huh. Wow, Park Mundy's here already. No chicken joints open at 4 a.m., right? A rush of cool air hit him as he stepped inside. Voices and rushing footsteps came from beyond the door, familiar people. Why aren't they all asleep? He laughed and entered. Suppressing the late hour, they showered him with muted praises and hugs. It was the same members, the same dorm, even the same. But surprisingly, it wasn't just people in the dorm. Mundy, look at this. Wow. A white furball was there. He recognized that tuft. Bei Sejin hadn't come back alone. I brought Mungji too. Thought she'd make a good travel buddy. It's been a while. I'm happy. Beyond Cha Eugene, who had hunted down a 24-hour chicken place, Bei Sejin held out a small dog in his hands. He took the wagging pup. It was soft and warm. Let's get some rest first. Tomorrow we'll wake up, get ready, and go have fun. Absolutely. First, chicken. I really want to know how Eugene doesn't gain weight. Petting the dog, he quietly said. Before that, there's something I want to do. What is it? It won't take long. I'll just head out while you're all sleeping. At that hour, he called the only place open. Mundy, what's up so late? Good to hear from you. Same here. Thank you. He sat in a chair as a hairdresser smiled and took his hair. That's right. He'd come to the salon's first slot at dawn. Aren't the members doing theirs? No. He wasn't alone. While his hair was being done, the others had followed and sat in the waiting area, squealing over potential travel photos. Here. Let's go here. Don't decide based on promo shots. Cha Eugene. They never. Listen. Their dorm allowed pets, so without leaving anyone behind, he'd brought them all. So for your color, this one? Yes. His hair was coated in dye, and a few hours later. Matches the photo from earlier, right? Looks great. Yes, thank you. He sat in the salon chair and, a bit awkwardly, took the photo himself. After years of experience, he could manage a self-shot, but it had been a while. Then, after a very long time, he logged into TSDR's official SNS and hit upload. Hello, lovers. It's Mundy, dog emoji. I've got my hair color back. I kinda missed it. Photo. In the attached photo, he had golden brown hair, just like his first dye back in the Ajusa days. As if waiting for it, notifications started pouring in. Whoa, Ajusa's golden Mundy. Love you always. Park Mundy's official attendance rate is unreal. This is the child of the era. Is this a next album spoiler? Mundy? Mundy. Mundy dang, forever victorious. Tibetan Fox, give up now, fist emoji. Familiar reactions and profile pictures filled the screen. Insults like, what's his scheme, as usual. It was TSDR's Park Mundy. Oh, Mundy posted? Ah, leaving us waiting in the wings to do it all alone. Show your face. Oh. He snapped a group shot of them all furiously tapping laptops and phones in the salon waiting area. Here to see yellow Mundy woozy face. From that morning on, fans received multiple alerts from TSDR's official account. And just a few hours earlier, At a spacious, spotless Seoul apartment, silence reigned. By the grand entrance, a large dog lay half asleep on a soft beige blanket, having waited a long time. Yet it hadn't forgotten its happy sound. Ting! The door opened. Footsteps approached. The signal that its beloved family had returned. In an instant, the dog lifted its head, wagged its tail, and stared at the huge gray door. It swung open, and as always, the big family strode in on two legs. Konga! Woof! The dog leapt up, greeting its family with all its might. It had learned to wait patiently whenever they were away, but the reunion was always overwhelming. Kong danced on its hind legs, reaching forward with paws and muzzle to welcome them warmly and enthusiastically. Kong's family member, Shin Jae-hyun, scooped up the yellow dog and held it close at the entrance, listening in stillness to the unfamiliar echo. The things always discarded at each new beginning, until nothing remained. The affection for what was left. Kong, I'm back. It was Jae-hyun's first homecoming line since becoming Changryo. He stood at the door, holding the dog, quietly savoring that strange afterglow. For a moment, that stretch of time. And then, buzz. Just one thing. A phone rang from Changryo's back pocket, where he never gave pre-workout dawn snacks to his dog. No one would contact him at this hour unless it was urgent. He checked and saw the unexpected. Park Mundy. Photo. Silently, Mundy had sent a picture of the white dog, as if copying him. Changryo laughed out loud, cradling the dog on his lap, savoring his first homecoming. 416 chapter. The glamping site next to the Mo Hot Spring in Gapyeong was winding down as the weekend drew to a close. By lunchtime, the guests who had stayed the 2 nights since Friday were packing up, and hardly anyone new was arriving. It was early summer, uncomfortably hot, but not yet peak vacation season. And it was already evening. Hope you're enjoying your stay. The part-timer manning the outdoor counter was leisurely attending to the occasional guest until the next party arrived. Ding! The door opened, and suddenly a crowd poured in. 7 tall men in hoodies and colorful masks looked completely out of place at a summer glamping site. With avant-garde baseball caps and sunglasses, they seemed even more conspicuous. Just for social media clickbait? At the back, the biggest guy was cradling a small white dog. A sports club field trip? That didn't quite fit. Most of them were surprisingly skinny. And this place usually drew families, not college groups. Just as curiosity was about to peak, the well-built man in a gray hoodie and mask approached the counter politely and asked, "Hello, we have a reservation." "Certainly. May I have your name, please?" As the part-timer checked the booking, he thought to himself, "Great voice, tall, even makes those glimpsed eyes look handsome. Drama major?" But he didn't bother asking. True to his work-for-pay principle, he completed the quick check-in. "So 1 Royal Caravan and 1 Sunset Ondal, correct?" "Yes, that's right." From behind, the black-hooded figure in sunglasses whispered to his group, "Make sure we're marked as pet-friendly." "Oh, right. Yes, we have the pet-friendly option." Before the question even reached him, the part-timer sensibly answered, and felt a strange dissonance. Despite their ridiculous outfits, their voices, they sounded familiar. "Here you go." Thanks. So we head that way, right?" "Yes. Just follow that left past the parking lot, and you'll see it immediately." "Got it, thanks for the clear directions." That upbeat tone, that manner of speaking, he'd heard it somewhere. But they'd already turned away to rejoin their friends. Just then, a soft voice drifted from their direction. "Mong, would you hand me the dog?" "Sure." The one in white and a baseball cap lifted the little white dog and draped it carefully over his shoulder, and the part-timer was struck like lightning. That's the dog from that variety show. The exact same setup. And that show featured that kid's grandson. And its cast. Oh my God. The employee covered his mouth in shock. It was Taystar, 7 members, exactly matching their builds. How had he not recognized them? Even their fashion props. Despite trying to conceal their faces, they'd opted for such eye-catching outfits. It was like a reverse psychology ploy. Wait, that's Cha Eugene. One with sunglasses was twisting his neck, just like Eugene. He'd even seen a YouTube Shorts compilation of that alone. Whoa. Thanks to their individual popularity, the mental scan was over in an instant. Guarding the luggage was Bae Sejin. Studying the pamphlet was Kim Rae-bin. Park Mundy was the familiar voice in sunglasses. Ryu Chong-woo held the dog. Sian Ah-hyun was the one who answered the pet question, and the guy I spoke to was Lee Sejin. The part-timer balled his fist in excitement. No wonder he looked so handsome. He'd just had a handsome vibe. Then a productive thought hit him. Oh, an autograph. But his sensible working adult mindset held him back. Besides, there'd be a chance again at checkout. I won't miss it then. Darn it. He wanted to tell someone, anyone. His sister, even. She'd flip out. As he excitedly opened his Kakao Talk. He looked up to see shy, smiling eyes above the mask. Ryu Chong-woo. Ryu Chong-woo. His brain screamed, but Chong-woo just spoke softly. We really came here to relax. Could you keep this visit secret, at least for a few days? Of course, yes. Secret? Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, and please accept this. He trembled as he received a luxury bath salt set as a gift, or bribe, and watched the presumed taste-star drift away in a daze. Mung-ji, let's go. Arf, woof. Don't encourage him. They really did come just to relax? They must be close. The part-timer pocketed his phone. He thought of his sister, whom he'd cut off without hesitation, and nodded in admiration at this idol group taking a camera-free family-style, healing glamping trip. Aren't they sick of seeing each other all the time after 10 months? He couldn't imagine the insane twists and turns they'd gone through to reunite after so long. I have to admit it. It's basically their first vacation in 10 months. Including the time they couldn't rest before, it's over a year. So, determined to go somewhere amazing, they'd endured endless searches and debates over the travel destination, until finally agreeing. As expected, the place Ah-hyun went to is the best. Right? At that point, I wanted to ask why they'd been banging away on laptops in the salon waiting area instead of sleeping, but I found the answer in Bae Sejin's words. Well, it did look the best from the start. But since Ah-hyun had already been there, it might have been boring for him. Oh no, it's definitely not like that. It's amazing, so I want to go with the members. Hyung. The atmosphere instantly warmed. They'd spent hours debating for this conclusion, and now it was forgotten. Ryu Chong-woo smiled kindly. Great. Ah-hyun, could you tell us more about the activities you love there? Yes. Okay, then our destination is Gaepyeong Healing Glamping. And they'd booked a regular price raw tent the same day. I'm not sure you can call it a tent, exactly. I surveyed our reserved spot at the campsite's furthest edge, surrounded by lush trees. The decorative canopy only pretended to be a tent. The interior was healing floor ondal heating and pine wood, plus an outdoor hot tub. All the comfort of camping without the hassle. Perfect for truly relaxing. They say the hot spring water is right here. Mung-ji, want to try it? Hey, do you want to go in, Mung-ji? Whoa, hold on. Don't torture the dog. Even if pets were allowed, that was clearly a pool for large dogs. They'd need a life vest to get that pup in. Fortunately, as they excitedly inspected the interior, a magical decision emerged. Let's eat dinner first. It's getting dark. Good idea. Hunger always wins. True. We've been starving. Not the best comment from someone who'd just eaten mini potatoes at a rest stop, but from then on it was time for barbecue and campfire. They built a fire with logs in front of the caravan. Ooh, without staff around. This was rare, but the meat grilled perfectly without issue. Tastes. Great. I stoked the fire while Kim Rae-bin solemnly flipped the meat on the grill. Hey, Mundi, can I try grilling some too? Ha ha ha. Ah-hyun, could you wash these mushrooms for me? Ah, sure. And peaceful time flowed on. Thanks to their bribery at the counter, no one came or stared, just a kid occasionally peering from a distant caravan. My pup wants some meat too. Hey, could be allergic. Oh, sorry. After idle chatter, they bathed, split into rooms, and slept soundly. Don't set an alarm. Sleep as long as you want. Great idea. That's leadership. I slept first on the ondal floor, incense burning and insects chirping. It had been ages since I hadn't needed to think about quotas or goals. The next day I woke past noon and tried horseback riding nearby. Yippee-ki-yay! Cha Eugene dominated the riding, and Ryu Chong-woo's gleeful pursuit seemed to surprise the staff. They really shouldn't have called seasoned athletes beginners. They could have isolated those two on an advanced course. Hey, Mundi, what is Eugene saying? No idea. Maybe I should Google whether it's an offensive term. Oops, Hyung. Just then, Bei Sijin nearly lost his balance on his horse, but regained it per the instructor's cue, and someone leaned over to whisper, "Hyung, that's a cowboy shout." From afar, Eugene's "ing-ah" rang out. Ahem, as long as it's not problematic, we're good. Bei Sijin rode competently thereafter, though it felt oddly performative. And the one who whispered, "Sian Ahyan, you ever ridden before?" Hom. Not often, but sometimes. I'll just note he was another seasoned athlete. He's good at riding too. Clearly they'd tailored the course accordingly. Oh, really? Didn't know that. Okay, Sijin's in charge. So the next day, they went to a sheep ranch none of them had visited. Looks like we can buy some wool. I'm thinking of making a sweater. Oh, Ahyan, if you wear that at Christmas and post on the official account, it'll be perfect. No rush or efficiency, just time wasted in that way. No filming, no proof, photos, no broadcast episodes or build-up material. Just pure rest and play. S'mores are delicious. Hyung, let's have s'mores, buy marshmallows. Sure. Eugene got serious. You're serious? Are you okay? I've never felt healthier. They went wild even over, let's make s'mores. That day they bought chocolate and biscuits, roasted marshmallows over the fire, and ate them under the stars. Monday, we have to double our jogging tomorrow. Got it. It was almost the first time in ages they'd gathered simply to have fun, without a single thought beyond that. The beach pension had been canceled when Kim Rae-bin's grandmother collapsed. This isn't bad. They made full use of the hot spring too. Evening soaks in the open air. Bath were the perfect end to the day. I want to buy this, for the cabin. I'll pay. Nowhere to put it. The hot water eased the tension, and memories from that bizarre system world spilled out. Did you know? While harvesting strawberries, Kim Rae-bin grilled a ton of meat. I heard that from Rae-bin. No way. No wonder it grilled so well. It's a learned skill. I'm underage, so I couldn't harvest strawberries delicately, hence I helped prepare the snack. But thank you for the praise. I will continue to improve. Seated in the outdoor hot spring, they tossed off comments regardless of context. Have you contacted the VTIC seniors? Yeah. Seemed like they're doing well. That's nice. I never expected to get close with that senior like this. I recalled the list of recommended works Judan had given me yesterday and raised an eyebrow. The other two had also called fairly often. We did spend over half a year together in one group, so it makes sense. Ryu Chong-woo, as if reminiscing about our wishes days, said gently, "Come to think of it, we never did a proper tour there. It feels like we're doing that for the first time in ages. Right? I'm looking forward to it." Not just Eugene, heads nodded all around. Then Chong-woo added playfully, only Sijin's done it before, right? Big Sijin smiled wryly. You can't call that a proper tour. Yeah, fair enough. Thank goodness he didn't. Get serious. Anyway, I missed our group so much now that we're on tour. Let's give amazing performances, okay? Got it, you little rascal. Huh? Monday seems quiet. Well, you asked something obvious. Rest is nice, but my mind works best with some excitement. Let's rock this tour. Smiles spread across Big Sijin and the others. And so that day's conclusion was reached. It was the fourth night, the last of the trip, and checkout morning came. Thank you so much for everything. We had a great time. No, thank you. We gave the silent counter staff and owner autographs and selfies, then boarded the van back to Seoul, each sporting a neck pillow and grinning. That was fun. This camping trip made me realize the value of rest. Next time, let's go to the beach. Sounds good. Amid their chatter, I pulled out my phone, opened the group's official account, and suddenly remembered. I brought a backup phone just in case. Looks like we're all presentable. Fortunately, I was camera ready, having planned for a selfie at the counter. It's fine. So, after some discussion, we pulled out the spare device, the one for the W app, mounted it in front of the passenger seat, adjusted the angle, and went live. Ding. Hello, lovers. Number 1 viewer. What's going on? Comments flew by, asking what was happening so early in the morning, with greetings pouring in. Then a reasonable question appeared. Are you filming? Filming? No, we're just heading home after our trip. Then the members chattered excitedly. Well, we did hot springs, horseback riding. We even petted baby sheep. Oh, and I brought Mung Ji with me. Oh, that was hilarious. Monday. Eugene made a lava flow with marshmallows. And your face at that moment. Speaking of lava, that reminds me. Yesterday, Ahyun nailed the barbecue. We were all so surprised. It was delicious. Photos? I didn't really take any. Videos. Oh, I do have a Mungji video. Sian Ahyun laughed and showed on his phone the pup floating on the grass in a tube. Woof. That was the beginning and end of their broadcast material. This isn't like a show or anything. We're really just on our way back from vacation. That was it. Show us your faces, Taystar. You bunch of cruel end teasers. Silence overtook the chat. Did we just play too much? I realized. This was just a status update, but listening closely, it was unmistakably content-worthy footage of them on break. So it piqued immense interest, yet delivered no actual substance. Just empty hype riding the live stream. Come back, guys, camp with us again soon. Thus began the great chaos that followed. 417 chapter. TSDR's fans were already accustomed to all kinds of chaos, from vicious private fan wars and rumor-mongering to their agencies. On clickbait tactics. Of course, not everything familiar was negative. They'd come to appreciate jaw-dropping stage quality, heartfelt fan service, cute little anecdotes, and heartwarming group episodes. Still, one thing made them hesitate to celebrate unreservedly. TSDR's variety show attribute. Taystar plus variety equals hellish party. It's all the producer's fault. They said go relax, then staged a disaster. Too funny to watch, so I gave up LOL. Yes, it was entertaining. In fact, their variety misadventures were so unfiltered that they always went viral, giving Taystar high mainstream appeal. And because they retained the vibe of idols thrown into showbiz, their image never felt tainted. Fans enjoyed the content, but they also voiced another thought. I'd love to see them just chill, no agenda. Sometimes I worry they're exhausted. They're killing themselves with their main jobs, you know. Since their debut had been fraught with twists, there was a quiet demand to see them carefree and barrier-free. And generally, when non-comedian celebrities do special variety shows, it's common to include a soothing, healing trip outside their usual routine. Observational healing travel. But now, suddenly these members had actually done that very thing. At first, fans were thrilled. They went camping, made s'mores, soaked completely, rode horses, played with sheep, even took Mungji. Insane loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. What? Hey, where is it? That was until they realized not a single photo existed. Lovers panicked. Sure, it was great. They'd come back well-rested, happily promising to pour themselves into concerts. They looked radiant, full of energy. But then, why are we being left out, lovers? How can you have nothing to show? They'd assumed there'd at least be some footage. And WAP chat provided ominous hints. Hey, here's some water. Drink it when you get up. Hee. Whoa, are we going to explode from all this? Everyone's just lying down. They already looked tight-knit as a team, but now it felt as though a layer had peeled back, revealing something deeper. Wow, they're all so casual with each other. Except the Confucian Bunny Hyung. Throughout W-Live, they seemed at ease, open with one another. Yet listened so intently, it was almost touching. It was a unity as if they'd disbanded and then reunited. So significant. Their group's spirit is overflowing. What did they even do? Tell us. Tell us. Assuming something pivotal had occurred at their camp, W-Live viewers wailed even louder. And seeing the members flustered by the lack of photos, they realized the root cause. The group hadn't even guessed there'd be demand. The kids are always doing nonsense on variety, so we assumed healing would be boring. Our bad LOL. Park Mundy spot checking them. He's super photogenic but didn't take a single pic. Classic. Still love you though. Maybe without cameras they relaxed more. Of course, now I'm dying to know everything. Well. They feel so bad they can't even go overboard replying. Taystar, seeing fans howl in the comments, did their best to explain. At the sheep ranch, Eugene tried herding like a sheepdog, and it really worked. It was hilarious. Right? The owner laughed so hard. Backfire. Okay guys, we respect your epic camp grinning face with sweat. Actually, I'm crying. Please, release paid content. It sounds so fun and happy. This is jealousy, haha. That wave of desire quickly took over fan communities and SNS accounts, fueled by TSDR's Drive broadcasts. A few days after returning from glamping. Hi, Taystar members, hope you've been well. Yes, of course. We're doing great. I answered a call during pre-tour preparations. Actually, Ryu Chong-woo shook his head and handed me the phone. How's PD Nim doing? It was the head PD from the variety team that had taken them from foreign street food shows to carrot coin challenges. And I guessed what he'd say next. Oh, we're great. And we heard about Taystar. Pardon. The glamping, TSDR's healing camp. Right, of course. I fell silent, recalling the online frenzy of the past few days. I didn't realize how hyped they'd get. The absence of any video evidence seemed to magnify fans' curiosity and expectations. Taystar went camping, cooking, hot springs, horseback riding, animals. They tried it all. In a crazy vacation. To fans, that 4-night, 5-day glamping had morphed into the ultimate mix of heartwarming, comic, and healing variety. And amid that atmosphere, actual hints, no mere bait, began to emerge. Can I post this? My glamping review. I work part-time at the site. They showed up in hilarious, suspicious outfits, checked in looking like 007. Here's proof, Inkvoite. Read more on our source. Photo. On checkout, they did it without complaint. They're all gorgeous and so kind. And Mung Ji is adorable. Ask me anything in the comments, LOL. Starting with that long-suffering part-timers review, then the campsite owner's promo post, then eyewitness reports from the sheep ranch and riding stable. Those photos and short clips became indirect proof, an excellent bait. Eugene riding was insane. Felt like 23 cowboy movies rolled into one. Watching Cian Ah-hyun pet sheep in backlight was like a photo shoot. Prince vibes. Chong-woo and the owner's size difference. Love you both. Those shaky, low-res clips and a handful of selfies only made fans thirstier. There's proof they were there, but no substance. Some even tried borrowing the caravan and tent Taystar had used to find traces, live streaming on SNS, only to get flamed. You trolls don't know restraint. It's just privacy invasion. They started this mess by spilling the beans. Stop crying hypocrisy, LOL. It's mindsets like yours that create satiangs. This is wild. They went quietly to avoid this, you idiots, LOL. Just as things teetered on the brink of disaster, the tour promotion kicked in hard, calming the storm, just barely. The frenzied excitement was contained, but the protest for healing vibe remained strong. I clicked my tongue. After 10 months in different time zones, they're a bit rusty. From now on, the dumb idea of let's just do a live stream with no planning is banned. Anyway, what would our longtime variety producers say in this situation? It's tight timing, but the timing's perfect. The healing show we promised. Now that it's your tour season, let's roll cameras. Taystar. Supply creation, right on cue. They offered to film the promised healing variety show right away. Variety show? Oh, it's you, PD Nim. Long time no see, PD Young. Those who'd been dozing in the car started to stir. The PD, not wasting a moment, launched into his pitch without even moistening his lips. Even on short notice, we've prepared thoroughly to host Taystar. We're planning a YouTube series on our channel with over 3 million subscribers. And for the first episode, we want to feature Taystar. Filming during your downtime on tour would be perfect, don't you think? I looked around. Should I do a show of hands? But Ryu Chong-woo smiled and spoke first. Mundy, what do you think? Huh, sounds good. Right, Mundy can decide this. Since you felt the greatest betrayal on that family's grandson variety show, your call is fair. Understood. Since I'd been the one most screwed over by these producers last time, the hosting duty fell to me. I glanced at my phone, then nodded. Very well. Oh, this was the chance to soothe fandom tensions. Since it had run concurrently with the tour, we wouldn't need to chase viral buzz as much. It could be a relaxing episode. I pledged to trust the producers for this healing show, just this once. We swear on our variety careers. You're not, I hope, swearing that your career will betray you here? Silence. Mundy, we're sorry. It's our first time distrusting an idol. The PD's voice trembled, of amusement, clearly. You must have been deeply hurt. I'm tearing up here. It's nothing. No, you fools. Coo. I heard writers' stifling laughter through the line. At the same time, I flicked Big Sejun's back as he snickered. Ouch. Well, that's settled then. Let's do this. With Ryu Chong-woo smoothing things over, everything was arranged. We're honored. Thus, TSDAR's YouTube-style healing variety show was greenlit. After an urgent meeting and rehearsal, filming began the moment we boarded the plane for the tour. We're here to save you time. OMG. The producers couldn't resist a gag, so they staged a surprise appearance at a layover, like a noisy stunt, somehow approved by the airport lounge. They really aren't kidding this time. Seeing them put in that effort, I got the vibe. They genuinely wanted to give us healing. I nodded to the angel-winged PD. Since you should only worry about the stage, we've chosen to respect your wishes entirely. Oh, right now, it's self-production. Soon, the PD in his serious face announced the well-discussed plan. It's simple. Taystar pairs up in teams of 2. Each team devises a healing course of their choice, and then everyone experiences them in turn. No exceptions, no rigging. Oh, the solo winner of a minigame gets to create their own course, solo. Congratulations, Ray-Bin. Congrats. The winner was Kim Ray-Bin. He nodded earnestly, as if this reward for winning a simple board game was almost too much. I'll plan an efficient course that everyone can enjoy without stress. No, it's fine, Ray-Bin. Do whatever you want. Heartwarming. It truly felt like a scene of genuine peace and stress-free healing. And the only condition was no peeking at each other's plans or sabotaging. Just do what you want. Got it. That was it. Only travel budget and a time limit, which was necessary to avoid awkwardness. Then, we looked at the internal pairings. Shall we do this? I'm fine with it. Ryu Chong-woo and Sian Ah-hyun. Team name. Happy Trip. Oh, this looks good. Isn't this a bit over budget? Well, I'd be okay if we did less elsewhere. No, Hyung, I just mean it looks fun. Let's look at the others too. Team Sejins. Of course, Lee Sejin and Bae Sejin. I nodded. The vibes are already splitting. Either way, both would come up with solid healing courses. The first pair is gentle by nature. The namesakes have opposite tastes and will compromise for the camera, yielding a crowd-pleasing plan. But that means there had to be a team to spice things up. I turned to my own partner. Hyung, can I lead? Sure. Cha Eugene's eyes lit up as he opened his browser. That's right. Cha Eugene and Park Mundy. Team name. I'll do whatever I want. Because this was the American who herded sheep like a guard dog, and the Korean who bit chicken feet for his first introduction. That's why image matters. Healing is inherently subjective. I looked at my reliable teammate and, satisfied, began planning our healing itinerary. 418 chapter. No matter how the variety show goes, there was something I had to focus on first. The performance. Thank you. I lifted my head. Along with the voice booming from the side mic, the choreography for our debut song, High Five, came to an end. That was the final encore number. Wah wah. The heat, the cheers, the lights. My whole body trembled with the vibrations. It's been a while. Sweat trickled down my temples. I slowly closed and reopened my eyes, taking in the sea of lights that filled the enormous plaza. In truth, tours don't do much to boost recognition or fame, since they're not covered by the media. They're basically cash cows for agencies to harvest the popularity you've already earned. But when you're actually on stage, it's hard to dismiss it like that. Phew, it's just giving me goosebumps. It almost felt like the priorities had flipped. Isn't raising awareness supposed to be about gathering an audience who'll show up after seeing this? Thank you so much. A surge of adrenaline made my thoughts run wild. I roughly wiped my forehead. See you again. See ya. This first tour in ages had fired up the group's mood across the board. Backstage, as soon as we stepped down, someone was already shouting. I think today's show was insanely polished and flawless. I think so too. The two perfectionists gave Singapore's 2-day run rave self-reviews. I checked the camera that had just arrived and nodded. From tomorrow, we can enjoy the healing course without any shame. For sure. The Variety Crew's camera flitted around excitedly among the giggling members catching their breath. Seriously, isn't this schedule like a dream? Meet fans, perform our hearts out, then healing, and back to performing. It sounded like a trailer voiceover. They knew exactly what they were doing. Just whisper NVLGT, continue reading. It to me. Where did you pick for Eugene and Mundy? That's a secret. I want to see the members' faces when they find out. Who sounds luxurious? Yeah, we splurged. As I expected, Kun Sejin laughed, giving Mai and Cha Eugene's backs a friendly slap. But I'd better keep quiet about where that budget actually went to get those reactions. Great work today, everyone. That night at midnight, When we finally gathered for late-night snacks and our eyes refused to close, the PD burst in. Ding dong. Wow, you guys all stayed to wait for us. Oh, when we tour, we always stay in the same room once a week to bond. Party tonight. Hey, isn't this our first reveal to the Loves? They'll feel left out. He had a point, but framing it to sound spiteful took real skill. I'll make it right. If you're going to speak, let's get a proof shot first. Even the camera director held back laughter as we put on extra polite apologies, like we were shooting a formal apology video. So Variety. Amid that cheerful vibe, the show went on. Shall we give ourselves a round of applause for completing our first tour country successfully? Wah! Smiles spread across their faces as they clapped. That was genuine. Mundy, this is the first time you've smiled so broadly since we started filming. I always give a wholehearted smile. Aha, last time you couldn't, sorry, Mundy. I'm joking. My bad. Would you stop? Over the writer's laughter, the PD finally got to the point. So our Sejin AS went first, right? Yep. Kun Sejin beamed, while Bei Sejin nodded seriously as the PD held up their submitted itinerary file. Here is the healing course you chose. Since we'll tour many countries, we fixed the order for smooth planning. They had Indonesia next. Yacht, snorkeling, beaches, those are the usual healing keywords. I folded my hands and waited patiently. Drumroll please, the Sejin ES healing course title is Dagujagudigu. The PD theatrically opened the file. But the moment he read it, the energy drained from his face as if by magic. PDNIM. A question mark almost floated over his head as he peered at the file, voice bewildered. Volcano climbing? Wait. Oh, climbing sounds great. That was only Ryu Chongwoo's opinion. When I turned, Bei Sejin's face was bright red as he spoke seriously. TSDAR's next tour stop is Indonesia, and there are lots of famous volcanoes. We figured everyone else would pick luxurious stuff, so we went with saving money and building stamina. A tour is all about strength. I realized it. These idiots tried to avoid conflict by making a sudden hard turn. Their hobbies didn't match, so they charged ahead into the one thing they shared. Work. Understood. Truly a meaningful idea. Since Kim Rae-bin was the first to voice that line, anyone who complained now would be labeled an unprofessional. Freeloader. Healing is ruined. Seeing those hooped-out idols nod in agreement, I thought maybe something was wrong. Our team's choice, wait. Then I saw the next team's lineup and dismissed it. It's the Ryu Chongwoo, Sian Ahyan combo, after all. I doubted they'd pick anything sane, but I asked the PD outright. Did we overlap with anyone? No, Mundy. I swear I'm seeing this for the first time. I didn't peek. He wouldn't sabotage the show, right? Well, of course our writer here checked there were no overlaps. The writer, face hidden, gave an okay finger sign. I couldn't see the expression, but at least he wasn't lying. I decided to adjust our path. A bit of unevenness isn't bad. I'd been worried about ratings. This might even be better. With impromptu support from the lodging app PPL, we slept soundly and flew to Indonesia the next day. And really started climbing Mount Batur. What great weather. Wow. Correction. Whatever benefit, my stat-boosted body after 4 years still lagged behind Ryu Chongwoo in stamina. In that sense, if you call it training, the cost-effectiveness wasn't terrible, but still. I glanced sideways. The view is really beautiful, isn't it? Cool. Behind the ex-athlete's cheery strides, Bei Sejin trudged with a martyr's expression. Why did he choose hiking if he'd look like this? And why did his choice bind the rest of us? This is healing. Anyway, the view we earned by gritting our teeth was incredible. Just as I thought we could call that our healing cut. Tomorrow we have a night hike, everyone. Excited. Wow. You can see the volcano's blue glow at night. It looks just like the fires of hell. Thanks for this priceless footage, Sejin's O. There's a hot spring right up ahead, but you didn't book it? Did you save budget again? Even Kun Sejin almost twitched a smile. They probably expected disagreements anyway. Since it's YouTube content, they wanted to grab all the highlights in 30 minutes. The main checkpoints and visuals. Their judgment was sharp, but enduring the PD's antics must have been tough. He can't even crack jokes right. I could already see the writers enjoying the variety show train wreck. I could almost see the edit. Sejin. Great, right? Too late. Great? It was your choice. I'm happy. Lovely. This felt like basic training. The next day, After our night hike and final day of rock climbing, we holed up in the hotel the whole day. Thankfully, no muscle aches, which must have been planned. Yet when we gathered for rehearsal and performance, please healing, that was written all over their faces. Indeed, unless you're a hiking addict, 3 days of climbing isn't healing. Come on, everyone, cheer up. We're going to the healing course. Yep. I nodded and looked at the file the PD held out. Next destination, England. Our flight route got tangled, but that could be good. Surely they wouldn't make us climb something in England. They won't suggest we scale Big Ben. Now, happy trip, the team of Chongwu and Ahyun. Why yes. We'll open it right away, right now. Horror experience. Seriously? Really? There are a few famous haunted parks in England, so we picked one. Since it's summer, I thought this was a cool way to get chills. Everyone expected relaxing stuff, so we aimed for something fun. Ryu Chongwu said he never expected hiking as the first course, with an embarrassed grin. Your body will be fine, don't worry guys. Only the body though. And this? I absent-mindedly took the tickets C and Ahyun pulled from the file. They looked hand-drawn with crayon. What is this? I flipped the tickets over. Experience waiver. Decorated with flowers. If you're really scared, you don't have to do it. No pressure. Yeah, participation is voluntary. Then why only me? So, Monday, if you want to stop midway, I'll do it. Huh. I said I'll do it. Who'd use that ticket in this situation? I returned it with superhuman patience. I'll prepare in advance. I mentally drafted pushing Cha Eugene and Consejin, clapping and laughing, toward the ghost actor. And I planned to tell everyone we loved every moment of our England stay, except the performance. At that point, my plan was dead. Hey Money Hyung, what do you think about us being the only team to pick a truly healing course? Backstage after the show, Cha Eugene asked, and I didn't flinch. It's a pity. Exactly. I decided not to explain that healing only applied to him. It had come out within 30 minutes anyway. I have to say, your England show was superb. Our staff turned into hearts with their eyes. Thank you. Thank you. This time, the crew who'd seen our performance joined in smiling. I wonder if weekly overseas business trips count as expenses. They're probably hoping for high views. At last, the PD called the final team. Next up, Eugene and Mundy's team. Yeah, I happily raised my hand when Cha Eugene asked. Might as well give them something funny. The team name is very avant-garde. It's do what we want. As if cueing a sound effect, the PD made a sharp-cut gesture and continued. I mimicked his gesture. Bae-Sejin stared at me in disbelief. Oh, and our writer says you spent way more budget than the other teams. Ooh, luxury. Cheers erupted. Now, the fantastic healing course in Mexico is... The PD flipped the file, revealing the huge title. Cage dive with great white sharks. You go in a cage, descend underwater, and meet a great white shark. Silence, as if hell froze over. Is that the thriller movie thing? I stayed silent a moment, then finally admitted it. Yes. Hey, Bae-Sejin yelled. Mundy, you're the same. What's with all this hiking talk when you wanted to see sharks up close? Cha Eugene shot back at the shrieking namesake. He was serious. We didn't pick something requiring stamina. We wanted fun. Everyone else picked weird stuff. Getting locked in a cage to meet sharks isn't fun. It's fun for the sharks. Listen up. I spoke up. Healing is supposed to combine recovery, emotion, and laughter. And our team handled the laughter. Bae-Sejin spoke flatly. You know that's bullshit, right? I nodded. Ryu Chongwu smiled gently and said, turns out no one picked a fully restful healing course. Thus ended the healing-less healing trip. You call this a disaster? You guys made such amazing variety choices. I wanted to sock the PD. And we still have our finale, Rabin's course. They called the group's biggest workaholic. Yes. Let's take a look at Rabin's course too. Everyone was excited. I rubbed my temples, already guessing the ending, but then saw. Stargazing night massage experience. Plan. Ride horses to a lakeside plateau. Enjoy an aroma campfire and chef-prepared dishes. Then, under the gentle breeze by the water, watch the Milky Way while receiving a professional massage. Finish with a hot spring soak and sleep. I'm sorry. Everyone chose courses showcasing each country's and our idol duties, but I tried to recreate my last vacation too much. Love you, Ray-Bin. Kim Ray-Bin is the best. And so, Taystar, pledging their final healing course, went off to see sharks. By the way, episode 1 aired the very next day. A healing trip without any healing. For the first time, I worried about what feedback this twisted variety show would get from our fans. For 119 chapter, the titles of TSDAR's healing variety show were as follows. Healing Artisan Taystar, abbreviated to Healing Taystar. It was a name that, to anyone, showed the producer's ambition to let the cast rest fully. Naturally, as soon as the project was announced and the producer's previous works mentioned this successor, TSDR's fans went wild. Finally, supply meets demand. Supply meets demand. Let us see Taystar camping too, please on one. But everyone also knew the flashy track record of these variety show producers. A true history of betrayal. So once the excitement died down, cold-headed speculations about the producer's grand plan poured in. It's called healing, but they're going to stab the kids in the back again. Usually a healing show uses sentimental, indirect titles. This is obvious irony. LOL. No, don't do this. Just let the kids play in peace. Fans pleaded with the producers to give up on betrayal, and the producers answered with a pre-release. Taystar and PD Young take on healing. No betrayal. X. Sincerity. O. A plan where Taystar does everything they want. Healing Artisan Taystar pre-release. The pre-release began with the producers receiving news of TSDR's camping trip and chatting about it. The internet is ablaze with rumors of TSDR's empty healing camping. Photo, proof. Voices condemning TSDR's past torturous, non-healing variety shows spread. Clips of TSDR's horrified or screaming faces from past broadcasts flashed by. Then this line appeared. Writer, honestly, PD Nim, you went too far. PD, you see, all of us agreed, and yet I'm the only devil here. Lololololol. The producers passed blame back and forth, but then each of them looked back at the shows they'd done with Taystar and finally admitted it. PD, it was a bit over the top. Self-reflection begins. After some contrition, they tried calling Taystar. That's right. Even the great Park Mundy didn't realize at the time that the producers had designed this very call as part of the film drama. PD. Hello, Taystar members, how have you been? Overly polite. With a syrupy voice, the PD coaxed Taystar gently. Taystar, having been tricked so many times, especially Park Mundy, finally agreed amid suspicion and wariness. Park Mundy, all right. Exclamation point. I've been had. No, this time it's not that. It's an uncompromising choice. Hey producers, you're for real reformed, right? Lol. Park Mundy's subtitle Disillusionment Cloud Composite is insane. I'll laugh till I puke. Fan. Leader is Ryu Chong-woo, but TSDR's applying a victim preference policy first. WTF, LOL. Damn producers, stop adding kiss and heart effects on our smartphones. Are you high? Producers' karmic retribution. This time we'll make it up properly. The call ended. The smartphone vanished in a dynamic flourish, and triumphant BGM played. Biggest production budget ever invested. Truly letting Taystar do everything they want. TSDR's cheers as they enjoy the healing course blended into the background. Wow. Awesome. Indonesia, England, Mexico, and even Chile. Gorgeous shots of each capital and scenic views passed on screen, along with exuberant footage of Taystar rushing through airports. Everything is TSDR's choice. Will the variety artisans Taystar succeed at healing too? Healing Artisan Taystar. See you on Tuesday, August 23. The clip ended with Taystar waving and a fluffy cloud graphic. They'd set up such a strong atmosphere that even a betrayal here would earn the producers real ire. So the fans believed it. It's incredible. Wow, it really is healing. Amazing. They're dropping variety teases during the tour and healing too. Love it. They were completely reassured. The members themselves are planning it, so I'm really looking forward to seeing their tastes. With 4 countries, do they break into teams of 2 or pick one collectively? Then the second pre-release showed TSDR's hotel party night during the tour, heating things up further. Healing. And in that very situation, episode 1 was released. A warm team assignment minigame, TSDR's excited plane shots, and impressive performance clips passed by, and then appeared. Volcano climbing. What is this? The fan watching the premiere at a room CAF with a grad student friend blinked in shock. The grad student spat out their aid drink. But the image of TSDAR climbing like rock goats on a sheer cliff didn't change. Sianahyun, the air, it's so nice. Park Mundi. Can't even respond. Why are our kids training instead of healing? Just as it seemed we'd cut to TSDR's silent climbing shots, it shifted to a flashback of the two Sejins planning. Lee Sejin. Oh, how about a natural swimming pool by a waterfall? A water park looks fun too. There's even a safari. Bae Sejin. It'd be fun, but you can visit those anywhere, right? I thought temples or history museums would be more distinctive. Lee Sejin. Oh, got it. They started enthusiastically setting up a healing plan. But why climbing? Wait. Because they were about to hit a snag. Bae Sejin. Yeah. I also thought seeing terraced rice fields could be worth it. After the museum, we could give historical context. Lee Sejin. Hyung, but this is supposed to be a healing variety show. Isn't that a bit too educational? Bae Sejin. Variety can have educational meaning too. Lee Sejin. That's true. But it'd be nice if we're funny and entertaining first, with extra meaning. Bae Sejin. It'll be fun. Lee Sejin. Let's ask the staff what they'd choose. They'd all pick the water park, right? Their goals were completely different. Lee Sejin. Bae Sejin. A semi-transparent overlay of two furious red pandas appeared behind their faces. Heart-stopping standoff. Even an interview clip popped up. Lee Sejin, did you know? Lee Sejin. Our MBTIs are opposite too. Kukum. A lightning effect struck. Lee Sejin's desperate character-driven interview, determined not to be caught dead on camera, became prime material. Two people who only share a name. These folks, nothing matches. Clips rolled of them choosing completely opposite in-flight meals, carrying luggage differently, playing with members differently. Even the way they tucked in under blankets differed. Here's the kicker. They apparently work well together when on the job. Lololololol. This is the root of all tragedy. They stared at each other comically with exaggerated subtitles and effects until they dramatically compromised. Lee Sejin. Hyung. Then shall we just do something that'll help our work? Self-development. Bae Sejin. That is actually not bad. Boom, and so. They decide to work hard, dying. With grandiose BGM and bold script, the course was unveiled. The foundation of performance is stamina. TSDAR's 3-day climbing course for stamina training. Hellfire blazed. Hell. Yeah. Unthinkable. Guys, you didn't have to get so serious about work, geez. I can't believe this is real lololololol. Viewers were horrified that the first course was a complete disaster, yet they roared with laughter. The producers didn't miss this bait. Though the two were wildly different, the edit made them look somehow close friends despite bickering. Ryu Chongwoo. How about a fine for anyone who's late in the morning? Bae Sejin. Agrees. Lee Sejin. Agrees. They nodded in perfect harmony at a tardiness punishment policy. Then cutaway shots showed them glancing at each other as if they simply couldn't understand each other in daily life. Perfect reaction material. Lee Sejin. Mundi. Want to drink ice water? Oh, but it's not free. You have to do 3 EGO moves for the camera. Bae Sejin. Expression. Why are you like this? Truly incompatible. Yin TJISFP. It couldn't be funnier. Paha. Oh my god. The grad student snorted their aid drink and burst out laughing. The fan, too, laughed and admired. This worked perfectly. In truth, the two Sejins not being that close was exactly the steady bait that kept the tension simmering beneath the surface. Rumor had it. They ignored each other off camera and were dismissive, but the editing was so slick they looked inseparable. Maybe not healing for Taystar, but for fans, this is surprisingly healing. The fan felt the cool refreshment of a soda. Now I won't have to see crap about Mundi leading Sejin and cutting out Bae Sejin. Separately, the climb itself was pretty entertaining to watch. Beautiful, surreal volcanic scenery, local interactions, TSDR's energetic ascent, all sped by vividly. Plus, the obnoxious, hilarious PD antics, and the final flourish came next. The writer's line. Last day of the course. We casually mentioned it to the Sejins. Ryder Park. But couldn't you have just gone to the rice terraces one day and a water park the next? Lee Sejin. Bae Sejin. A perfect, healing-type solution. After stunned silence. Behind the two Seijins, brief nagging and cute complaints from the other members, plus the grueling hardships of the climb, rewound in highlights. Lee Seijin, please, brilliant and capable writer Park, keep this secret. Bei Seijin, vigorous nod. Moved by their plea, writer Park applauded, laughed, and toppled over. Then with slick ads for the water park and rice terraces, a huge subtitle in a right. Read more on our source, appeared. We kept your secret. From today on, just don't let the Taystar members access WeTube. Go, Seijin is. Happy face. It was outrageous. Oh ha ha ha. Oh, they've lost. It. Both friends exploded with laughter. They'd long since forgotten any bewilderment about it not being healing and enjoyed watching healing artisan Taystar wholeheartedly. This is fun. Truly a trustworthy combination. First healing, course complete. Episodes 1 and 2 were released simultaneously, so viewers could watch the Seijin trip in one go. It ended gently with them sleeping soundly in the hotel, so it wasn't too savage. Munch. We saw wonderful mountains, and the Hyungs took turns hugging Munch. Munch, it was so warm and nice. The mountains were beautiful, and I loved it. It even ended with Munch's picture diary, cutely sleeping among the members. The two who'd rented the room CAF felt like they'd just watched end credits. They even applauded happily. It was unexpected, but genuinely fun. Oh, that was fun. Who's next? Ryu Chong-woo and Sean Ah-hyun. The home fan guessed, and even the grad student knew. This one will truly be healing. Structuring episodes 1 and 2 like a variety show was probably a strategy to pull in more viewers. Those seasoned in idol fandom thought so, and many on SNS agreed. Everyone assumed real healing would come next, but next week, Ryu Chong-woo. We thought, since it's summer leisure, we'd pick something people really enjoy. Seon Ah-hyun. We even prepared a plan in case someone didn't want to do it. These two from the Happy Trip team, calmly discussing, presented a horror experience. For reference, viewers' thoughts were perfectly voiced by Park Mundy on screen. Park Mundy, denying reality. Park Mundy, rereads. Park Mundy, it is real. Park Mundy. Park Mundy. Lololololol. Damn Mundy's face. Dash, even seeing Ah-hyun really? It's the first time I've seen Mundy look at Ah-hyun like that. That betrayal of our leader. I feel it too, BTW. And the ordeal didn't end there. Seeing Ah-hyun. If you're really scared, you don't have to do it. No pressure. Merciful. Ryu Chong-woo. Yeah, participation is voluntary. Kind. They handed out experience exemption tickets. The producers added this caption. Coward certification ticket. Use it, and you're certified as scaredy cat crybaby. The ornate subtitle font stuck to and moved with the handcrafted tickets splendidly. And there was Park Mundy's face, jaw clenched. Lololololol. Mundy will definitely join. Well, how wicked. He couldn't resist. If he had, he'd never debut. Well. Viewers roared with laughter, and as expected, Park Mundy exclaimed call for the challenge, causing even more hilarity. And what came next was even funnier. Lee Seijin, well. Cha Eugene, well. Two still clueless people. They even previewed their fate. Aya, that tastes bad. Their pitiful screams ended episode 3. The ending credits showed famous UK horror spots. Unsurprisingly, viewers flipped out at this full-on killing turn, and news of it spread lightning fast. Thought healing Taystar would be boring, but it's become real variety gold.jpg. Healing Taystar after climbing now does horror experiences, lol. Killing Taystar goes wild. This self-inflicted disaster began to attract massive attention on the internet and beyond. Should we start preparing our album? Amid this unexpected publicity, the Taystar members monitored the mayhem during their tour. But the stir wasn't over yet. The YouTube channel was so professionally run it offered subtitles in multiple languages. Fans in each featured country, expecting a healing course, showcasing local highlights, watched in eager anticipation. But, what did I just watch? What we expected, Taystar vows to return to this country. Reality, they give us the hardest tourist challenge screams, caps lock. I can't stop laughing and screaming. Fans in those countries reacted in horror, and TSDR's killing travelogue went viral on those countries' trending tabs. And in that situation, the famous UK horror experience finally aired. 420 chapter. Oh, let's start. Hurry. Oops, wait a sec. Kun, who had insistently made popcorn in the hotel microwave, plopped onto the sofa, giggling. Damn it. Of all days, today was our tour retreat. I slumped into the nearest chair like livestock, being dragged to the slaughter. Sian Ah-hyun, restless for no reason, spoke up. We don't have to watch the live broadcast. We could just watch a movie and still have fun. Monitoring comes first. Sian Ah-hyun fell silent, and Ryu Chong-woo grinned as he grabbed the remote. Thick-skinned, as ever. All right, then let's play it. Yeah, the smart TV began streaming live on WeTube. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Deary ring. Oh, the world premiere of Healing Artisan Taystar Episode 4 was starting. The long-awaited horror experience. Selected by Happy Trip, England's horror attraction course. Even the text was blood red. Whether for a summer scare special or not, Episode 4's opening was loaded with every eerie effect imaginable. You want us all to do a horror attraction together, huh? Nope. Horror proxy service. Taystar gets frightened, viewers get healed. Kind of unfair. No, the wider the audience, the better. Waha. Soon enough, whoever on screen screams will scream. Let's just sit back and watch. The screen showed famous British horror spots, then cut to the first attraction chosen by the Happy Trip team. Evil Spirit Hotel. A venerable European horror attraction franchise that assaults the senses with hyper-realistic, bone-chilling terror. Very atmospheric. That one was pretty scary. Right? They went in without knowing how anyone would react. Now we get to see it. I crossed my arms. The Taystar members, shrieking among themselves, eventually split into teams and entered the attraction in turn. In the flickering, ominous halls of a 20th-century-style building, dark crimson blood stains were everywhere. The moment you stepped inside, squeak. That's already so scary. As the front door slammed shut, the attraction began. With each careful step down the dank corridor, bizarre phenomena occurred outside the hotel room doors. Thud. Lee Se-jin, oh my goodness. No staff have appeared yet. Kun Se-jin, watching his own overreaction on screen, munched popcorn. Ooh, I'm curious about what that guy on screen is doing. No, I mean, who'll have the best reaction? Se-jin can't lose. I see that little jerk smirk as he watches me. I know what he's thinking. Just then, amid the screams on screen, a yellow head showed up in the infrared camera. It was me, Park Mundy, frozen stiff. By the way, speaking of this guy's track record, clips of my past horror reaction moments on various Taystar reality shows scrolled by. What will Mundy do today? After that ominous subtitle, the live feed resumed and please save me. Suddenly room 404's door flew open on the left, and a woman, bound to an old bed, crooked her head and crawled out. Park Mundy. Bows. Polite gestures. Dropped a courtesy nod, then dashed into the corridor after the sprinting members. Park Mundy, you? What are you so surprised about? I laughed and crossed my arms. I told you I'd done my homework. Meanwhile, as Taystar watched the live broadcast together, fans were giggling at Episode 4's opening and eagerly awaiting the members' reactions, especially from the one known for the biggest gap in ghost reactions. I'm so hyped for Park Mundy. Lol Mundy pretending not to be scared. I can't wait. And the attraction's intro was so seriously creepy that even brave members grew desperate. Heartfelt negotiation to add more participants. Lee Se-jin, don't you think it'd be more fun if PD Nim and the writers joined us? Bae Se-jin, right. Cha Eugene, exactly. Everyone should go in. Not a chance. Kim Rae-bin, then I believe you must have planned a course for multiple people at once. First time I've seen Rae-bin that forceful. Our bunny's not a medieval rabbit, but a real one now. PDO? I don't see that in the proposal. But hey, if Taystar wants it, sure. We'll go in as teams. Kim Rae-bin, thank you. Lee Se-jin, much appreciated. PD, but isn't the Ina via Elgar HT, don't copy read here. Happy Trip team a bit provocative? They picked such niche courses. At that, the members all turned to glare at the culprits. Ryu Chong-woo gave an apologetic smile. Sian Ah-hyun's face reddened. but they couldn't back out. Then the PD whispered like a devil. PD, shall we make that team go in one by one? T-star, W8. Is this true friendship? It didn't work. Not because of friendship. Cha Eugene. Those Hyungs aren't scared anyway. Bei Se-jin. Right. If we split them up, they'll be our target. Lee Se-jin. Exactly. They go in one at a time. No reaction bravado. Instinctively, they couldn't part with that safety totem. Lol. Right? You don't kick the least scared out of the group. Two Se-jin suddenly in sync. What's happening? LOL. So the first attraction teams, after debate, split 3-2. Ryu Chongwoo team. Lee Se-jin, Cha Eugene, Park Mundi. Seon Ah-hyun team. Bei Se-jin, Kim Rae-bin. Here come the cowards again. LOL, the first team roster alone is so noisy. It's already so fun, guys. Naturally, when all the biggest scaredy cats piled into one team, fans excitedly envisioned the chaos. However, Park Mundi, Bose. Our resident coward, Park Mundi, was calm. What the heck? Did he take a chill pill? Was all that fear just an act? He gave up the character today? Viewers were aghast. Suddenly, the video cut to an interview segment, and the truth came out. Park Mundi, I did my homework. The calm guy said it, somehow proud. Viewers were even more shocked. How on earth did you do that? Did you take a crash course in horror? Comments erupted as the footage returned, showing Park Mundi's hotel room the day before. Park Mundi lay on the bed, intently studying his tablet PC. He was on various horror attraction websites. Occasionally his eyebrows twitched, but he kept checking. Then his interview line popped up. Park Mundi, I looked up all the famous horror spots websites and their WeTube videos in England. No way. That thorough. How much does he hate being scared? Seriously, Mundi. Why is he so serious? But he didn't stop there. Park Mundi. Then I saw a staff member vlog recommended. Wait. A vlog? Indeed. Just like park employees' vlogs, attraction staff personal vlogs existed too. Park Mundi. That vlog even linked to that person's SNS account. So from that web, he ended up finding the staff member's 10-year-old daughter's birthday party and their amazing vacation plans. On screen flashed the warmly permitted staff member's SNS feed. Park Mundi. I learned the staff playing the bed ghost is going on a fantastic vacation at a Spanish beach. Park Mundi. Thumbs up. Then the footage returned to the attraction. Oh, but this time, the bed ghost wore an in-heart filter and a heartwarming BGM played, just as Park Mundi had imagined. What? LOL. This is insane, lol. Park Mundi's overpreparedness had reached the point where the ghost looked like a hard-working member of modern society. We support bed ghost staff on their vacation. The producers. With that subtitle, Park Mundi cheerfully pressed on with the first attraction. Homework success. He closed the door behind him like a conquering general and completed the attraction. None of the other members on screen noticed the scheme. They only fussed over him. A perfect crime. Incredible. Mundi was brave and cool, not scared of ghosts at all. So awesome. He even gained affection for it. Still, Park Mundi likely felt satisfied, recalling his professional dedication. If it had ended there. But the next cut, spotlighting other members, returned once more to Park Mundi. Park Mundi's ambitious planning succeeded on day 2 as well. However, the subtitle cheerfully changed. It actually wasn't necessary. On day 2, the attraction was a survival challenge in a fog-shrouded cemetery. That line appeared. Lee Se-jin. I'll use the exemption ticket. Cha Eugene. I'll use mine too. Beaming smiles. Two of the members best known for impressive horror reactions gleefully used their exemption tickets. Park Mundi. The one who swore he wouldn't use it. Park Mundi quickly grabbed the team leader. Park Mundi. Cha Eugene, didn't you say you wouldn't avoid this? Cha Eugene, I'm not avoiding it. But I want to do that one. Indeed. The exemption ticket holder's content was zombie hunting. Cha Eugene. Hyung, you use your ticket too. Come with me. Park Mundi. Strained refusal groan. Cha Eugene. Oh. Cha Eugene looked hugely disappointed, but then enthusiastically disappeared with Lee Se-jin to hunt zombies. Lol. So Eugene. That looks way too fun, lol. At this rate Mundi might end up alone. Of course, the content didn't collapse. Kim Rae-bin. I will not use mine. The fewer people, the more one must endure fear alone, limiting the fresh enjoyment for viewers. Saintly type. Bet a buck Ray-Bin treated Monday to late-night snacks. Now I see why they love Ray-Bin. Understood. Thus, the remaining Taystar members were whisked away into the cemetery-style attraction for voluntary horror fun. Still, Park Monday held his own. Once the two biggest screamers vanished, his calm chase felt thrilling in its own right. Monday did well there. He was pretty composed, lol. Wow, Ryu Chong-woo, why do I find you so cool here? So ended the eventful day 2. On the final day, once again, Park Monday emerged before the crew, triumphant, only to hear the unexpected. Ryu Chong-woo. In England the schedule was tougher, so Park Monday. Ryu Chong-woo. We saved the last attraction for the next country. Park Monday. That meant his homework was all for nothing. Lol. Failed to predict the exam scope. P'Denim, you broke your promise. Second crushing defeat. So he ended up having a blast on Mexico's terrifying island of the dolls until his sports drink fizzed out. Sian Ah-hyun, Monday, I'm sorry. Let's use our exemption tickets together. Park Monday momentarily imagines what would happen. Park Monday, it's okay. It was not okay. Ah-hyun lol. Monday, cut Ah-hyun some slack. She's so sorry lol. Episode 4 thus ended with a genuine horror experience, and, fittingly for summer, scored huge views. A happy ending. All except one. Waha. Kuug. That night's retreat ended with Park Monday confiscating all the other members' popcorn. Still, Park Monday would claim victory next week. His team, Do What We Want, finally got to air the healing course they created. 421 chapter. Park Monday received fervent attention for a week after episode 4 aired. After a horrifying experience, he had disastrously over-rehearsed his preview. Since it went exactly as he'd predicted, he boldly accepted his fate as the group's designated laugh trigger. Wow. One fan even threw a ghost doll at him in concert. Too intense, son. Video. After some controversy online, that kind of stunt disappeared, but it meant his variety show persona was firmly established, the cowardly guy you just have to tease. On the way back from Doll Island, the Magne Bros patting Park Monday's head gif. Monday froze like a pup stepping on a creepy doll. Look at his shoes clamped together lol photo. Of course, that only lasted a week. Obviously, he may have been grossed out by ghosts, but he wasn't squeamish about any other thrills. Next episode. Great White Cage Experience. Inside a cage sunk to the ocean floor. The Taystar members, kitted out with snorkeling gear, screamed and pantomimed in terror, but Park Monday just stood there. Anyone watching might think it was an empty set. Whoa, right, this is totally Monday's style. He was utterly still, his hand propping his chin, expressing interest. Despite being trapped underwater in a cage facing a great white shark, he was calmly enjoying himself. He's actually super into it. Wow, Tibetan vibes. And just like that, Park Monday regained his dignity in one fell swoop. The funny thing was, he wasn't the only one who found it fascinating. A few minutes of collective hysteria passed, then, Kim Ray-Bin. It's surprisingly delicate in its features. Bae Sejin, I don't understand a word of that. Kim Ray-Bin, you don't agree? That's fine too. Bae Sejin, still clueless. Surprisingly, the Great White Cage Experience earned praise from most members, despite its fearsome name. It was safe enough to be commercialized, and after the horror episode their fear thresholds, NOVELIGHT, were sky-high, so they took it as entertainment. Besides, it truly was a unique and intriguing experience. The Do What You Want team's course was nothing short of a healing success. Seriously, doing whatever you want on a show is the best lol. Although this team's items had been chosen to push the extremes for TV, the leader knew that comment was spot on. Cha Eugene, my brother Monday, and I were in sync. In her interview cut, Cha Eugene beamed. Although behind her you could briefly see Park Monday catching everything she threw at him under the name, the two of us. They were a team, at least. Cha Eugene, teamwork, best. Then Park Monday snapped a two-shot with Sian Ah-hyun and the shark, soothing any lingering sense of betrayal. Sian Ah-hyun, like this? Park Monday, good. On the jungle speedboat that followed, he and Ryu Chong-woo displayed incredible chemistry, finally clearing the air, at least for himself. Finally, the cliffside zipline. Chai Eugene, woohoo! It was wildly exciting, yet nobody bailed and everyone had fun, so it never tipped into pain. Kim Rabin's full-course follow-up, then satisfied fans who had been expecting healing all along. Magne is the best. Our bunny. Ah, you're such a good son. Seriously, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. After a long string of thrills, viewers welcomed the sweet healing even more. Kim Rabin overtook Mung Ji and became the mascot of healing. Mung Ji, I miss you. Hurry back to Korea, Hyungs. With an outdoor night sky cut of waving at Mung Ji via video call back in Indonesia, the Healing Variety special wrapped up just as healing. 8 episodes total. A short but impactful original. It was really great. They ended on such a happy note, giving us exactly what we wanted. Perfect loudly crying face. And fans in Chile scored an unexpected victory. Taystar enjoyed Chile's beautiful scenery and traditional dishes. True satisfaction. Only Chile won, smiley. They were a bit wistful, though. Healing, shyly trekking the arduous 4-day Torres del Paine course. All of this was exactly what happened when Taystar fully embraced variety. Happy viewers, fan reactions. Park Mundy lay in bed and put down his smartphone. He'd already deleted the makeshift horror preview account he'd created for the show. Instead, the regularly rotated monitoring account name glowed at the top of his screen. This variety show was so good. It filled the tour hiatus so well. I'm amazed they never lose their spark for every content. I really want to love Taystar forever. Let's keep going like this loudly crying face. As if signaling that everything was returning to normal. Seeing the flood of comments, Park Mundy finally felt it fully again. The certainty and reality that he was back. Phew. He put down his phone. At the tail end of the tour, he slept deeply without dreaming the nightmare of waking in that vague skeletal system space for the first time in ages. It was a complete return to TSTAR's orbit. And the next day, Park Mundy made a certain decision. He agreed with the company and members who said, "Let's prepare the album." But something else had emerged that he wanted to do first. Gundal. Hey Hyung, are you free? What's up? There's somewhere I want to go. Huh? Ryu Jianwoo within Park Mundy closed his eyes and said, "To see our parents." His re-entry into Korea was quite a spectacle. Between the tour and filming variety, scheduling domestic dates had been hard, so it was his first return in a while. But after landing, he moved quietly. A few days spent on some private schedules, and today, I packed my clothes, left the room. Going today? Yeah. Have a good trip. Thump. I didn't push back when Big Sejin lightly tapped my back. Instead, I bumped my clenched fist knuckles to knuckles and kept walking. I couldn't involve any company staff in this, and public transit was out. And since I don't have a license in Park Mundy's body, I couldn't drive myself. I enlisted someone else. We're heading to the office first, right? Right. That was Ryu Chong-woo, who has a license and a car. His SUV, bought just before the tour, had proved handy even for camping. Thanks. For what? Chong-woo, who happily gave up his day off, took the wheel. Let's go. After picking up Gundal at the office and spending quite a while on the road, we arrived at our destination. Hello. It had been ages since I last visited the ancestral tomb hall. I approached the glass-fronted wall, and beyond one single pane, I saw the white ceramic urn. The urn containing ashes. The simple display featured only a name and a few photos around it. There hadn't been money for a private memorial. I was a minor, so it all went straight to cremation and placement in this columbarium, and I hadn't even chosen the spot, so it was mounted too high for my view, but now it felt fine. I wiped the glass lightly. Hello. Gundal, now Ryu Jianwoo, bowed deeply toward the urn. It felt meaningful. I raised a hand, opened the glass, and placed the bouquet I'd bought inside. The space was cramped. The flowers were nearly crushed. If it's okay, I'd like to move it to a roomier spot. Yes. Right, I said that to him. I smiled faintly. The urn's bracket. Since I'm useless at this, please sign for it. I'll cover the cost, of course. Of course I will. No, you don't have to pay. No, I will. If I didn't, it'd feel like I hadn't done anything. And if I didn't foot the bill, it wouldn't feel real. I pulled my cap low. It was a weekday, not a holiday. Hardly anyone here, But if we got spotted, it'd become a fuss. 3 is too many. The thought that people might gossip about me coming to a friend's parents' columbarium felt odd. But I didn't care. I looked up, took the flowers apart. They'd been preserved, so most blooms survived. I plucked a few stems, placed them in the niche, and closed the glass. Clack. It looked decent. As I turned to tell Chong-woo we could stay longer, I noticed. Did you cry? Hyung. Sorry, it just… Right. He is family too. In a way, my parents were his as well. I couldn't help thinking, looking at the white urn. It's happened. I didn't really expect my parents to be here, but seeing it made it real. Don't worry, I'm living well. Sorry my body changed. I hope you're doing well too. Whether from the inside or out, I hope bringing back a healthy Ryu Jong-woo would count for something. I smiled faintly. After wiping his tears, Chong-woo seemed to stand composed again. Sunlight filled the hall as we stood silently in front of the niche for quite some time. After moving the urn to a better spot, our return was quiet but not uncomfortable. Still, the topic had to come up. What about your parents? Gundal's shoulders twitched. Oh, they're at sea. They said long ago they wanted it that way. I see. Given his situation, I guessed they couldn't afford a tomb, and it had been arranged by someone else, but I let it go. Whenever you have time, we should go together. Too far. Well, it's Ganghwa Island. I figured as much. Then you're off on weekends. Ga? No, it's okay. You'll get busy again. How about we go today? That wasn't me speaking. Today's free. Let's go. I'll drive. Chong-woo from the driver's seat said it. After a few persuading words, we set the plan. Thanks. No, I'll get to see the sea again too. We swung by Ganghwa Island on the way. Whoosh. Late summer. The beach wasn't deserted, but it was quiet enough. Gundal could sit on a bench as long as he wanted, gazing at the sea. I sat on the bench beside him without a word, knowing there was no need to talk. Then Chong-woo lowered his voice politely. I'll grab us some ice cream. The driver goes to buy ice cream. Typical. But he left without waiting for me and headed off the beach toward the shops. Man, always the same, in every way. Then, the sea breeze blew at him from behind. Somehow, this scene felt familiar. And I realized, he'd come to Ganghwa for a variety show back in his steer days. A fledgling primetime variety that never really took off. Of course, it's so clear in my mind. The memories recovered after smashing the system settled in naturally, as if they'd always been there. It wasn't bizarre on the surface, but sometimes associations just clicked like this. Thinking about it, it is pretty weird. Being on the same idol team I once stalked, and now relatives too. I'd lived as Taystar for so long I hadn't registered it, but it felt strange. Chong-woo too, and the others. I rested my head against the bench, and then, Park Monday. It really is Park Monday. At last, the moment came. 2 high schoolers who'd run down to the beach. Excited, pulled out their phones. Please take our photo. Me too. Sure, just a sec. I lowered my mask and alternated looking at both phone lenses. Park Monday's face appeared on the screens. My parents and, well, no resemblance. Of course not. Thanks so much. No, thank you. That was enough. Don't get sentimental over a long time no see. That damn system's useless. Because it mocked my parents as Antarctic researchers the other day, my head must be full of air. If they knew how much I'd made, they'd give me a thumbs up from the urn whether I looked like them or not. I nodded inwardly and smiled on cue for the cameras. Take care. Sure. I bowed briefly to the students as they left, then clicked my tongue and looked away. Then, sudden status effect, if not then occurred. A hologram. What the wait? Oh, when I looked back, the lingering hologram window had vanished. I inhaled sharply. What is this? Status window. Even opening the full status window changed nothing. There was no urgent pop-up or anything. Hyung. No. As soon as the students departed, Gundal spoke from the bench beside me. I blurted out. Did you see that? You mean those kids earlier? The ones I took photos for. His face showed confusion and a hint of tension, no sign of lying. The truth. I spoke slowly. Yeah, I took their pictures. Right? I relaxed my shoulders. The one who'd detect a weird status effect first didn't notice anything. So why would it appear to me? I must be hallucinating from all the stress. I clicked my tongue and straightened up. I got us ice cream, want one? Thank you. Before long, Chongwu returned, and I planned to cool my head with ice cream. Maybe I'd just overheated. But the astounding news hadn't finished. And just now the company called. The company? Yeah. They said there's something important to discuss. Chongwu continued, puzzled. They want to push back the album release? 422 chapter. Strike while the iron is hot. In any field where money's to be made, that formula holds true, especially in show business. Even the same thing can explode or flop overnight, depending on the current trend. And now that variety shows are sending in a flood of momentum, the company wants to delay the album that our subsidiary label has already fully planned? Trends? They matter, sure. But Taystar has moved beyond needing a momentary spike in attention. We're indisputably a top idol now. By the way, I heard the previous director forced Taystar to self-produce their debut album in just 1 month, and it caused quite an uproar. Yes, and it became a massive hit, you bastard. I stared at the slick-faced executive director speaking to us. After the head of the main division got smacked around when our label went independent, it's interesting to see this guy suddenly calling us together to spout his mouth. Back then, rushing a debut to capture the broadcasting impact was crucial. But now Taystar is its own brand. Oh, so I thought it would be more fitting at Taystar's level to focus on each album detail, refining the quality. The director made his recommendation calmly, and Kim Rae-bin raised his hand at once. But our current schedule isn't overly tight compared to before. A week after producing a film OST mock-up, our workaholics comment made the director shrug. I suppose you anticipated as much. But if we have more time, we can identify additional improvements and develop them further, right? That's true. Kim Rae-bin accepted the logical point immediately. Cha Eugene almost shot him a look until she realized it was well said. Having cleared one hurdle, the director continued in a composed, polite tone. Of course, if Taystar insists on releasing the album now, the company will do everything to support you. Is that so? It's just a suggestion that this approach might suit you better. Is that your judgment, director? Well, it actually came out of our mid-level management meeting. Even the CEO agreed. Oh, blame passing. Since the former division head got burned when we went independent, this guy treats us like formal business partners, not subordinates to bark at. As if he's pitching investors. After all, Taystar is our most iconic, highest-grossing artist. We deliberated carefully before making this suggestion. Thank you. No need to thank me. That's the agency's job. He even cracked a joke, then seriously laid out a new plan. I'm not saying we should ditch the variety buzz. We've received an offer to air Taystar's concert tour live on network TV, and we'd like to pursue that. Being an entertainment person, the director presented the plan convincingly. The members listened intently. The atmosphere remained good. First of all, thank you for your suggestion. Could we discuss this more among ourselves? Of course. At Ryu Chongwu's cue, the director let us go, giving us space to decide. Back at the dorm, I don't think he needed to call us in so urgently. I appreciate their serious concern for our album's quality, but I feel we've had enough support recently. Some murmured doubts, others saw it in a positive light, and both sides found it odd that the higher-ups summoned us so abruptly. Meanwhile, one member stood aside with a wry grin. So they're starting to not want to invest as much. What? The album release is still an investment, after all. Exactly. That's the core of a label's conversation. They don't want to release it. Big Seijin said matter-of-factly, making Bei Seijin raise an eyebrow. This company has money. Well, not everything's about money. Quality staff or promotional ideas are. Limited resources, you know. Just as Bei Seijin's question mark face turned into an exclamation, I delivered the conclusion. We're better off running the tour and investing in groups with longer contract periods. That's more profitable for the company. Their eyes nearly popped. Looking again, Rae-bin and Seon Ah-hyun wore the same expression. So if that's the case, yes, that's the reality for a first-string idol whose contract is nearly up. From now on, we'll focus on maximizing consumption by fans we've already built, rather than a new album. Our next album might only arrive early next year, depending on contract renewal negotiations. It's lucky we aren't under contract for an album in Japan, otherwise they'd just milk that market. Bei Seijin's face went pale. I don't get it. We've even set up our own label. We'll renew our contract and stay, So why would they do this? What if we renew right away? That's not going to work. Any change in contract terms is a disadvantage for the party that negotiates first. And the better the terms, the worse it is for the company. Big Sejin shook his head and spoke. Typically, when you renew, artists get a higher revenue share. So from the company's viewpoint, that lowers their return on investment. Exactly. The better the artist settlement, the more the Nvidia LGRHT, don't copy, read here, company loses. And there's a more practical issue. Also, we're going to the military. VTIC doesn't have that looming so soon. Since we debuted older, we still have a few more years, but the point stands. I waited until the one directly affected processed the shock before continuing. And from the company's perspective, investing in a rising group looks more attractive than an already successful one. Really? Yes. Shareholders like seeing promising new ventures. Executives relish that sense of their own competence. Especially now, with the division head's business mania fueling the board. They even contractually promised to let Taystar be the cash cow. So the moment a junior group overtakes us, TSDR's role shifts. In short, from a business standpoint, they want to use TSDR's revenue to build up new groups. Phew. Take a deep breath, Hyung. Bae Sejin's face flushed, then slowly calmed. I had some good news to share. But Hyung, now you can finally pursue acting seriously. They'll allocate us to individual activities instead of an album. I raised both fists in encouragement. Fighting. I've already done enough. Muttering psychopath for under his breath, Bae Sejin slumped gloomily into the sofa. His acting experience in the system's fake world hadn't been wasted. Ryu Chongwoo cracked a wry smile and proposed. Since they said they won't stop us from releasing the album, should we start preparing it? They won't stop us, but it'll keep getting postponed. Due to some sudden company issue. The subsidiary label can plan independently, but the release schedule is set by headquarters. Lots of excuses, like overlapping with another artist's release, bad timing. Maybe we'll squeeze one out before renewal, but with weak promotion. The usual pattern. Well, I expected this much. Given the season, I predicted as soon as they proposed delaying our album that this would be the arc. But there's one more twist. They're not telling us everything. I smirked. Ray Bin, who looked stunned, asked in disbelief. There's more? Yeah. I fetched my laptop. A few members trailed behind. They didn't need to come, but whatever. I opened a file on the screen. This is our company T1 Star's Q4 plan for this year. How did you get that, Monday? It was announced at the shareholder meeting. All you need is a contact who can access the company document server. Anyway, if you look at the monthly plan, October, right when we planned to drop the album. This. I nodded. It's Spacer. Mid-October, Spacer first full album release/target. Increase overseas revenue. They blocked Spacer's album from being overshadowed by Taystar. And that's not all. So how does this connect? I shook the mouse and explained. Remember they suggested broadcasting our concert on TV instead of a comeback album? If that happens, they'll change their tune. We can't air the entire concert for copyright and VOD reasons, so we do only certain stages. Then fill the rest of the slot with another group, the label's rookie boy band. Spacer. We'll expand our concert broadcast into part 2 of the label special, slotting them in and using that buzz for our comeback. In other words, a bundled sale, expecting fans to switch to Spacer during our hiatus, kickstarting the generational shift. At that moment, Rabin snapped back to reality and yelled, Wait, Monday, you said they wouldn't do a generational shift. We're renewing our contract, remember? Yes, I thought so too, but they're doing it. We built a good relationship, so I didn't expect this blatant move. They must be frustrated by losing influence since going independent. These bastards are trying a transfer trick. And so overtly. Wah, isn't this against the principle of good faith? We could contest it. How do we pressure them? Probably tough. Even if Bae Sejin tried coercing the agency head to apologize, his options were limited. But a dispute with the company over this is hard. Because this isn't a fight with our agency. Then, they're just delaying the album, pushing us down the priority list. It's a natural flow for any agency raising rookies. This company isn't especially malicious. Bae Sejin sank back onto the sofa. The others gave wry laughs. Complicated. Tell me about it. After all those supernatural experiences, I never thought we'd be worrying about this. Even heroes saving the world have their issues. We'll win this too. Cha Eugene shrugged. It might feel infuriating that, after all our struggles and success, people want to exploit us, but capitalism is what it is. In a nation at the heart of capitalism, her crisp remark lightened the mood. Yeah, we'll come up with something. Right? We have Monday. You'd think I'm some magic wand. Of course, I'd rather not wait until next year for a new album. Raising the quality isn't bad, but their real goal is to milk existing fans dry. They think they made us famous just by investing. I clicked my tongue, just then. Sian Ah-hyun raised her hand and spoke firmly. What if we outperform Spacer? Ooh. If we rock the live broadcast, deliver a better performance, they might reconsider. If they see we won't be overshadowed. It was a bold suggestion coming from her, but it was the classic approach we'd always used. Meet them head on, dethrone them. But this case is a bit different. Spacer will still benefit. The reason is simple. We're not in the same weight class. Compete with them? Of course we'd do better. It's the bare minimum. Plus, since they're our label mates, we'd get the halo effect of senior group smashing it, capturing additional demand. I'm sorry. No, that was a cool, satisfying idea. Amid her encouragement, Ryu Chong-woo cut straight to the question. So do we want to refuse the concert broadcast altogether? Anger can make you consider extreme options. Several actually looked torn. But not everyone. Wait, we're getting too one-sided. Let's think on it a bit more before deciding. We can keep preparing the album in the meantime. Oh, right. He ended the discussion deftly. Big Sejin looked at him as if the answer was obvious, but it worked. The meeting paused there. Let's take a break. Okay. Each member left, deep in thought. I stayed seated, chin in hand, then made a call. The cleanest solution with no further conflict? There is one. Remove the alternative. Eliminate Spacer. Force the company to invest only in Taestar by erasing choices. Hyung, I should use my wish right now? Should I? No. Save it. Through the speaker, I heard Spacer's Kwon Hee-sung's long sigh of relief. I called to see if he knew about the concert broadcast, and he was perceptive. I owe him one anyway. Better to plan long-term. The agency will net new groups from TNET survival shows, so even if not Spacer, there are plenty of investment options. I'll need a different approach. I reached that conclusion. Meanwhile, the agency began showing exactly the schedule I predicted. They say they might add tour dates. That was the first step. 423. Chapter. Kim Rabin spoke up with a tense expression. To summarize, if our concert broadcast airs, the promotional effect will boost demand, so the company is planning an encore tour, additional concerts, to match that, correct? Yes. But all of this is a premeditated path, a sort of conspiracy to make us accept touring more without protest. Something like that. Not so much a conspiracy as flattering our egos. Kim Rabin's face fell as if he'd just realized his company was a global drug ring. In any case, understanding was enough. Won't the fans get suspicious if we keep delaying our album like this? Even if the fans suspect it, the general public won't know, so there won't be a wave of opinion. I figure most fans who casually enjoy content won't think that far. From TSDR's perspective alone, delaying an album doesn't make sense economically. People will assume it's late because we're filling it with self-produced tracks. It's not like we have decades of experience, nor did our last album perform poorly, right? Technically, we've only been together 4 years. Objectively, Taestar has just won a grand prize and entered the peak stage of being a top-tier idol group. Big Sejin gave a wry smile. Still, it's not a 7-year contract. It's 5 years, so nothing we can do. Exactly. The problem is that bizarre 5-year contract, and the fact that the agency is tied to a broadcaster that churns out high-profile rookie groups via survival programs. We created a label to keep our planning staff, but now nobody's scheduling our activities and everyone's sighing in frustration. But it feels weird to just tour endlessly. I love touring, but we can't lose. Let's boycott the tour. Protesting a tour we're organizing seems strange. It's our own company, after all. If we just say we don't want to do it, will that work? Protesting that we won't do the tour. I stroked my chin and imagined how that future would play out. Famous boy group. We won't do concerts, boardroom uproar. Who is this? Initials, please. Looks like TST are from the context. Can this rumor be trusted? It's a rumor, but if true, isn't it a disaster? They'll call us uncooperative, say our contract intent is low, and drive down our value in the press. Bayesian's face twisted with a bad memory. You know your stuff. Right. Early on I scraped info on my awful former agency. They were extreme, but outright cancellations are rare. So we decided not to refuse the broadcast concert, but to wait for the right moment. We're still preparing the album. Okay. As expected, at some point the broadcast changed from our full concert to distributing only part of the set list to guest artists. These bastards. Mundy really hit the nail on the head. They even used the phrasing featuring junior artists on a substage, cleverly avoiding calling it an agency concert. The title remained our Taystar show. They want to exploit TSDAR's buzz wholesale. It's infuriating, yet hard to refuse. The broadcaster, the agency, and the investors all have stakes, so dragging it into a copyright fight would just build our reputation as the angry party with no benefit. We need a knockout blow. Until then, we'll keep a low profile, acting as if we don't fully understand the big picture. Let's keep rehearsing. Of course, everyone, let's reset our foot angles. While we fine-tune the concert stages for broadcast, an unexpected call came from a junior group, but not Spacer. Hello, senpai. It was Park Minha of Marini, runner-up on Ajusa. She said it was about substage inquiries, but when I answered, she veered off script. Yes. Senpai, I have something urgent to discuss. Sorry to take your time. Is now okay? And no. Yes. Then why so flustered? You're not taking my time. Get to the point. Yes. Actually, Minha came right out with it. Is there any way we could transfer other groups to your label? She said, other groups. But there was only one group she meant. Her own. You mean Marini? Yes. Including us. Since we're under the same company, we thought maybe we could keep the same revenue split, yet change our affiliation. Is there any way? I figured as much. Why is she asking me instead? Of the label head. Having loudly announced at the awards show that we'd be under the label, I felt a bit awkward, but I gave a practical answer. You could negotiate it at contract renewal, but I believe Marini's contract still has a year or two left, right? Her voice dipped, and she hesitated. Is this? I asked pointedly. Is there another issue right now? Actually, she took a deep breath. Our album is going to be delayed a lot. Our staff, our producers, left due to the recent reorganization. I expected that. They didn't resign, but moved to another team? Yes, I more or less understood. But their case differed from ours. There's a new group debuting under this agency, the ones from the Be My Girls program. Oh, she meant the newly concluded TNET survival show. That broadcaster can't give up idol competitions. It lacked a Juice's impact, but did modestly well overseas, building a basic fan base. And from what I'd seen online, the final debut lineup is the most hopeful ever in a survival show. Interest spiked as soon as the debut list dropped. A clean-cut rookie group with an established fan base? The agency must be excited and staffing them up. Where did they find the staff? They poached from their own label. Our colleagues moved over there, and now our album production has stalled. So for them, contract length wasn't the issue. A promising new project emerged, so even core planners were diverted. Since they're not independent, the artists have little defense. Those staff always belong to headquarters. If so, I'm guessing they pitched additional tour dates to them too. Marini must have been slated as a slash guest at our concerts. They'll use the promotional excuse to keep us touring until new planners are onboarded. After all, Marini has a decent international fan base. Even if they scheduled it early, they won't announce it. Not many idols would happily tour all year. Minha, in second place, continued calmly. I thought, since you're an independent label, you'd have separate staff, so maybe things were different for you. I wanted to ask. Her honesty was refreshing. She clearly saw the seriousness of the situation. She probably figured our positions were similar, too. Still, it's bold to ask a senior group this. I admired her nerve. But there's no way we can move staff to her label. If I knew how, I wouldn't tell her. Even if you're independent, you're still under the umbrella. No major difference. And as for switching labels, I'm not actually the person with that authority. so I'm not sure. Ah, yes. I'm sorry for dropping this on you so abruptly. But before she could apologize further, I had an idea. Hearing her situation confirmed one thing. The company's attention always shifts to whatever looks promising. Uh, Worth considering. First, let's set the hook. I should have thought this through more before contacting you. I gave a poor first impression. I'll be more careful next time. It's fine. You'd think I was her boss. Suppressing a sigh, I began to lay the groundwork. And about the album? Yes? Actually, even without transferring labels, there might be a way to secure your core staff. Would you be open to cooperating on that? I can't guarantee it's risk-free, though. A moment of silence passed over the line, then she asked, "What kind of risks?" She was basically saying she'd take it. I chuckled and replied, "If things go sideways, the agency might dissolve." So TSDR's side is settled? Yes. We'll proceed without any other special matters. The largest conference room at T1 Stars. Staff attended the Monday morning all-hands meeting, nodding at each director's remarks, offering polished responses, and praying time would pass quickly. This time, we need to secure even more airtime than the running time, right? Yes, absolutely. This week's topic was planning the agency concert version 2, masquerading as the T-Star concert, set to air on network TV. The hiring discussion briefly surfaced and vanished, but in any case, a PR staffer, bright-eyed from years of experience, yet nearly bored to death, suddenly wondered, why are we doing this with a network instead of TNET? TNET always snapped up broadcast rights the instant they were mentioned. Lacking a good answer, the staffer only grew more puzzled before quickly dismissing it. Who cares? As long as my paycheck arrives, that's enough. Thanks, everyone. Let's all put extra care into this one, please. After hearing the same lines, the staffer quietly slipped out of the conference and finally joined peers in the hallway, whispering, "So Spacer's the one getting the line now? Looks that way, doesn't it?" Gossip about promotions, interdepartmental rivalries. They say Label T1's pushing Spacer hard, but who knows? They seemed chill when I met Orbit people, though. Right? Their workplace vibes are so different, it's obvious. Normally you'd expect them to be freaking out. Thinking of Orbit, the unofficial name for TSDR's label, employees chatted about fun planning, high autonomy, and nice artist personalities. Typical good company talk mixed with malicious worry that this little island might sink their careers. With the agency's tangled state, no one knows which act will rise or fall next. Pushing a new group over the current hottest one is the same gamble. The entertainment business. Even at their desks, they continued to chat over Messenger. That guy's face is cute too. Ugh, so annoying, lol. They said it as the management office chief passed by. This guy, known for handling T-Star matters, still had that slick, handsome mug. The staffer thought, T-Star must feel similarly. Well, they've earned a lot. The tour settlements are insane. If their comeback is sparse, that might be better. They could spend weekdays off touring to sightsee. Whatever happens, they're living better than me for sure. So the staffer decided to work only as much as paid. They rechecked Spacer's press materials one more time, unaware that a director would soon receive an urgent oral report and hastily call an emergency meeting. Regardless of how all these uncertainties played out, the T-Star concert special moved smoothly toward realization, and the broadcast date steadily approached. 424 chapter. Is it okay if I land here when I spin? Yeah, but let's be careful with our arms. Marini, TSDR's junior from the very next season after Ajusa, was busily preparing for a broadcast stage, even if it was just a side stage for her senior's T-Star concert. Of course, it felt awkward. Wasn't our chance to be in this over already? Not trying to be arrogant, just common sense. We weren't a rookie idol group with no foothold, and jumping on a senior act of the opposite gender looked, frankly, counterproductive. Still, Spacer might benefit from this. We weren't idiots. Every idol knew roughly what the agency was plotting. Feeling a bit conflicted, the members of Marini performed their solo dance. Phew, even if she wasn't as popular or visually central as Yulji, as the main dancer, she had to deliver on her allotted screen time. And right beside her, a member with quite a lot of screen time herself was staring seriously at her pad. That was Park Minha, who debuted second in Ajusa. In their leaderless group, she'd taken on almost all leadership duties, both appreciated and a little pitiable. But lately she'd been acting strange. Minha, are you dating someone? A few days ago she'd seen her fiddling with her phone anxiously or sneaking off with a determined look. Then, definitively, she'd overheard Minha in the dorm bathroom, secretly on the manager's phone. Senpai. And echoing off the tiled walls was unmistakably a pleasantly calm male voice. It's okay. She knew whose voice it was. Park Mundi, TSDR's main vocalist, aka Mundangdang. Okay. The member stopped and wiped her brow. Honestly, she could understand a crush at that age. He really is handsome. TSDAR's overall averages were ridiculously high. It's a scam. More than heartthrobs, her survival show instincts rang alarms. This could be trouble, not ruinous, but I hope we shine more. With that gloomy thought, Marini's member finished practice. Do you want water, Minha? Oh, I'm fine, Yuni. Listening to Jong Yulji and Park Minha's chatter, she slipped in her earphones and leaned against the mirror wall. Hey, Heron. Huh. Park Minha, sitting beside her, spoke up. But her expression was odd, like she'd made up her mind about something. Even if it might be a bit dangerous. No, never mind. No, it's nothing. I must have been imagining things. A bit dangerous, what? You're not about to introduce someone who's worth risking something, are you? Unease crept in, but she ignored it. The Minha she'd known would worry about a member causing trouble, not plot to set her up. Still, I'll probe a little. Rolling her eyes, she spoke. Minha, I'm just asking, are you and that senpai kind of vibing? Huh? Who? She whispered. Park Mundi. A Enk VLGHD. Exclusive on Enk VLGHD. Bona fide A-list male idol. And Park Minha. No. She straightened. Don't ever talk like that. Absolutely not. Impossible. She sounded like she'd heard a ghost story. Right, okay. Seeing Minha react like someone just suggested dating a demon from hell, the member grudgingly accepted it. Then what was that call about? It had seemed upbeat, like they were enjoying themselves. Shrugging, Song Heron continued practice. Shouldn't we be rehearsing the new song? With the title choreography for the new album indefinitely postponed, it barely even came up anymore. A few days later, at last they had a non-practice, non-event schedule. What is this? Oh, it's for a photo shoot and ad. Probably for a fashion magazine. Still, it feels kind of off for that. Marini's member examined her outfit's fabric and cut. With a critical eye, but work was work. I'll just take another shot for the spread. Thinking that, she entered the studio and spotted. Oh, it's Senpai from Taystar. Taystar was wrapping up their shoot and preparing to leave. Must have had a slot right before them. Good day. Hi. Oh. Her outfit was odd too, but good styling and a good face carried it off. I wonder how they manage it. She snapped a sharp salute and passed Kim Rabin, realizing he wore a similar outfit, and sighed. Could it be another joint ad shoot? She almost lost her composure remembering the ridicule from that early smart device commercial, but years of experience kept her steady. I just have to do well. Please wait here a moment. Okay. Without complaint, Marini moved to the waiting area. I'll adjust the fit one more time. Sure. But the moment Jong Yulji, the first in line, got up and headed off cheerfully, Park Minha sneaked out the back door, like she was meeting someone in secret. Wait. The only person or group she'd clandestinely meet here would be. Isn't this a huge signal? No way, she thought, and trailed after Minha to prevent any disaster. And she saw it. Park Minha and Park Mundi standing in the hallway. These two, aren't they same family clan by name? No. Calm down. The member turned her shocked gaze and assessed the situation. They were close, but not touching. Yet, the tension was palpable. Listening in. Senpai, could this be what you mentioned last time? Yes, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Understood. By sound alone, it was more like a secret agent conspiracy than a fling. Song Heron's pupils dilated, then she sighed and stepped away. Forget it. Minha wasn't the type to do something reckless, so it was best she stopped now. It already felt a bit over the line, and prying on Minha isn't great either. I'll just focus on idol life. With that, she returned to the waiting room and completed the shoot safely. Checking the monitor occasionally, she was relieved the photos looked great. On days like this, she naturally logged into SNS. Today's Heron delivery. Fire. They'd already approved posting the shoot's tops crop just above the waist weight clothes. Hold on. With a bad feeling, She paused the upload. She searched an account and sorted by latest, of course. It's hot, but I'm bearing it. Dizzy face, dizzy fire. Photo. Ugh. It was TSDAR's SNS. A playful shot of Lee Sejin and Cha Eugene laughing, and Park Mundy looking bewildered, all arranged with humor and vibrant colors. They shot first and posted first. Even the framing was almost identical. Same outfits, accessories, background, same emoji. That was begging for controversy. Even if the schedules overlapped and it'd be cleared up later, she couldn't risk any dating rumors or being labeled a show off. So annoying. Recalling the endless rumor-spreading reset cars on W Live, Marini's member ground her teeth and deleted her planned post. I'll make it big. She'd become a better charting idol than Taystar, so if any dating rumors surfaced, people would say she was the one wasted. It felt impossible, but ambition was meant to burn. Then she thought of her juniors. Will they shoot this too? That new girl group that had poached all her senpais. Song Haerin hesitated, then decided not to overthink it. I'll just practice. She couldn't control that anyhow. Better to pour effort into what she could. A few days later, an article confirmed her gloomy suspicion. T1 stars tussle, a joint line launch. Survival show powerhouse, Tnet Idols reborn as fashion brand. Tussle A's revolutionary attempt. With all the florid press hype. In short, T1 Stars is launching a collab clothing line. Considering having their idols as exclusive models and even collaborating on designs. Of course. Their agency did it solo, and it was tacky. Song Haerin nodded, ending her thoughts there. She wouldn't click their rookie group's spreads or skin the comments. No point. So she didn't notice. Did you see this? T1 Idol clothes, 12. I knew they were money-obsessed, but this is next level. 7. Let's get Kim Rabin to design stuff. 8. I kinda like it. I'm down for merch lol 3. Such lukewarm, but mixed. Reactions. This article sounds fishy, 534. That post marked a turning point. Then on the day of the Taystar concert broadcast, clothes only idols can wear. This blatant fashion hierarchy. Articles poured in. Platinum tier isn't for you kids. Houtnet's survival show shaped us. T1 Stars fans launch boycott. Tussle A's blunder. Backstage before the live show, Marini's member was slightly rattled by the commotion. Wow, it's chaos. Even managers were on calls and rushing around. She knew boycotts were par for the course, but the mood felt unusually tense. What's going on? These articles hadn't just appeared suddenly. An uproar had been building across SNS and W Live, boiling like lava. She hadn't known, having been offline for days. Something's trending, I think. At Sejin's remark, Kim Rabin raised his hand. Should we prepare to alter the stage numbers, or something? A vital question. Then, no. Ryu Chongwoo answered crisply. Just perform as planned. A ripple of smiles spread among them. Sounds good. Understood. When the standby sign lit up. Hyung, kill it out there. Cha Eugene patted Sean Ah-hyun on the back. The startled boy soon nodded firmly. Got it. That blasted VR system was exhausting. But returning to reality had its perks. For example, the years of professional ballet experience he'd acquired. Viewers are really going to be surprised. And regardless of the agency's fallout, 12 minutes later they were on air. Seon Ah-hyun began his intro solo dance. 425 chapter. Kim Rabin's fan was checking TSDR's movements as usual. She usually dismissed the notion that a mere tour fan cam was fodder, but this time, she had some real expectations. If it airs on broadcast, I'll count it as fodder. The problem was, when she actually tuned in, it wasn't just TSDR's concert in the content lineup. Spacer, to the world. They really bundled it in hard this time. She swore under her breath, watching terrestrial TV for the first time in ages. Make some noise. The opening and the first few stages were genuinely the concert live, but after that, in the slots for VCRs and concert event performances, other groups popped in, and that infuriated her. Especially if they were gabbing like this about us. Fuistar sticking on tight. Probably gonna become variety idols like Thalik LOL young handsome universe brats doing comedy bits while idols perform. Call it mass appeal. Read it as image burnout. Subject omitted. You freaking idiots. The haters, driven to desperation by all the insults, spewed their aggressive takes like a cornered rat biting a cat. But either way, upshot. They were screaming. Of course, she bit her tongue and refuted as coolly as she could. Oh, claiming the washed-up idols are rising hard, while insisting that first-tier brats are old news. What a rare sight. Since they were a survival show group from the start, except for the hardcore survival show addicts, nobody felt obligated to support the juniors because they're from the same agency. Taystar had even formed its own label by now. If they treated each other like strangers, it'd be fine. But the agency had been aggressively steering transfers this month. And here was the inevitable result. Oh, not bad. The stage is fun, so why the fuss lol? Fuck. General audience's interest and favorable reactions to Spacer's guest stage. Even fans couldn't openly criticize. It was an 11 p.m. primetime broadcast, and non-fans were tuning in by the droves. The agency must have hired some shill commenters too. If she didn't think that, she'd rage. And that wasn't the only issue. Shouldn't we boycott T1 idols too? Isn't it embarrassing to publicize then consume like this? LOL. Trolled at a rate of 1 bait comment per page. Despite furiously posting victim blame replies, Kim Rabin's fan muttered. Do well. They always did at crucial moments, but this time they really had to. Especially in a situation like this. The screen changed, and at last the rightful owner of this performance title appeared. Not the heated concert hall, but a silent stage under new lights. Click. A stark, pale white spotlight. Moonlight-hued, softly shimmering like half-dream beneath the stage. And a dancer appeared. A ballerino. Slashing through hushed silence, a live performer in a classical black poet's shirt and white mask began a solo ballet. To a melody long unheard, but familiar to fans. Quiet now? Forget song, forget dream. The elegant cello intro of TSDR's first album title track, Midnight and Beyond, filled the speakers via piano and strings. This is Midnight. Your Midnight. No lyrics, yet you could hear them. Movement and expression of uncanny, near-artistic quality, a flawless balance between existing choreography and classical ballet. Yeah, everything was great. But Taystar themselves? Were they really bundling in ballerinos now? Was Tnet hosting a ballet survival show too? Just as Kim Rabin's fan, mouth agape in disbelief, was about to erupt. The ballerino on the stage's periphery gracefully smoothed their posture as the music ended. And the white-gloved hand on the black sleeve removed the mask. Midnight intro, Sian Ahyun, Taystar. Oh, Sian Ahyun? Thought that was a real ballerino. It is Ahyun. What is this? Kim Rabin's fan thought her eyes would pop out. But it was real. If it wasn't CGI, the masked ballerino had just been Sian Ahyun. She checked again. It was correct. And this was live broadcast? Recalling the masked ballerino's physique, she watched the screen's sweeping orchestra, then saw Ahyun, hair swept. Aside, on second thought, that body is definitely Ahyun's. Even Mihyun's fans, though curious, hadn't shouted it out, because it was so patently impossible. Anyone could see it was a professional ballet performance. When could they have practiced this? Could you cram ballet at that level in a short rehearsal? Even if Ahyun majored in modern dance, she only said she'd briefly learned ballet as a child. Suddenly, a rumor flickered through her mind like lightning. From the tour's start, whispers not just about Ahyun, but the entire Taystar. The vibe seems different, better. The stage feels more intense. Definitely recommend seeing this tour live. Subtle changes that a fan cam can't convey. Did they go camping and practice under a waterfall or something? LOL. I thought they were just hyping themselves up because they had tickets, fueling each other's envy. But it seemed they'd truly entered some awakened state. There are always athletes like that. Wow, insane technique X-freak form was lit. Shut up. Kim Rabin's fan remembered her squabble with her brother and nodded inwardly. This was delightful. Whoever this group is, they must perform well. If they flop, they die for real. Unwittingly, the external threat had united TSDR's individual fan bases. Granted, it wasn't exactly the scenario she'd imagined, but some parallels remained, like that awakened vibe. Phew. On stage, Sian Ahyun raised his head and took a step forward. The spotlight camera followed. He appraised coldly. The performance had been solid. Of course, his body had changed, so there were limitations. He couldn't nail the hardest moves and micro details. Still, this is fun too. Newfound skills and experience fueled the stage's exhilaration. Effects rolled in as members dressed similarly joined him on stage. Welcome. Sean Ah-hyun offered a faint smile and fell into formation. Next came another old Taystar hit title, Burium Nightmare. Rearranged for orchestra, the once minor key track took on a deeper, sinuous groove. Call it. Yell out that name now. Clinging like honey, won't let go? Previously only in the medley on this tour, this decadent number was now a special showcase. And as always, the provocative sexy concept was powerful. Many members even temporarily changed their hairstyles for this stage, so the reaction was hotter than ever. Kim Rabin's fan was busy posting. Kim Rabin's secret two-tone? Can't believe a male idol can pull this off. Plus the specially prepared closing remarks for broadcast. Thank you for enjoying the concert with us for such a long time. We now have only the final stage remaining. Huh? Ah-hyun speaks so well. What the so cool? Seon Ah-hyun, with smoother, clearer diction than ever, held the cue card and the reaction exploded again. Now, we will play Promise. Thus, TSDAR's concert. Broadcast concluded successfully, not merely for stellar performances, but also the unexpected surprises and unique highlights that drew attention. Yet, ironically, that very reason magnified the agency's controversy. After the concert broadcast schedule ended, she returned home. You can't buy the outfits worn at TSDAR's concert. Jean I elbow talk and feel. The articles are getting harsher, huh? Oh dear, they tied it well into our concert story. So they did. She didn't know why they looked at her like that, but she wasn't responsible. I just planted the rumor, that's all. She pretended to send an early holiday gift to the management office head to get intel. Predictable outcome. She shrugged and wiped off the moisture, feeling refreshed after a shower. Just like a shower naturally refreshes you, this fiasco was inevitably going to happen if nobody intervened. The agency ignored the idols they were supposed to nurture and played around. T1 Stars, a rootless agency's clothing business collab. Still, compared to collabs like 127 section with games, this was mild. Idols do tons of fashion ads anyway. The real problem was the agency's reckless diversification of revenue ambitions. They hyped up this collab hard. From bronze to ink via LGT, official version, platinum, affordable basics to exclusive premium, options for everyone. Major quality differences in design and fabric by tier. They sliced the designs into multiple lines, apparently borrowing a Juice's tier system, even paying royalties to the show for it. Just pure profiteering. If they'd stopped there, they'd have been called tone-deaf, old-school hustlers, and laughed off. The next blunder came with a single press release. Only members can purchase certain idol-designed t-shirts. They'd blatantly shown they wanted to milk fans again, making them uncomfortable, but it might have been salvageable. If only they hadn't followed it up with the platinum outfits Minha and Marini wore. Platinum tier items are produced only in the single size worn by the idols for the most beautiful look. If they hadn't told the press that platinum was only sold in the exact one size idols can wear, they obviously aimed to stoke fans' urge to collect, but it backfired spectacularly. Not understanding the difference between merch and clothing, the result was, are they insane? Idols are broadcast as flat screens, so they're all in peak condition, but only the most beautiful size. Lol. You pay that money, then shrink your body to fit? Or live in the garment? Then a staff interview surfaced saying, we're planning a real wear certification event, and public opinion plunged into the abyss. Got it. Only people with idol bodies can wear it. Loud and clear. Going to the store and getting body scanned to refuse sale, trauma on. If I try to buy, they'll cut me off at the entrance. They only earned hatred. What idiots. Actually, they could have ethically cashed in by marketing, only idols can fit this, but they missed the psychological target and inflicted a lethal wound on themselves. If they wanted to profit from dividing tiers, they needed to be more subtle. Why does TNET's survival show brand keep people watching despite the backlash? Because it's provocative, sleek, and self-parodying, a content draw. But these clowns, nobody at that agency could do any of that. We'd cleaned house when we formed our own label. And those who stayed were all in operations. But who greenlit this clothing venture? The executives, chasing portfolio and profit. Therefore, the inevitable outcome. A complete wreck. Is that it? It was. Just that. She was innocent. All she'd done was post an anonymous comment fitting the context. Platinum tier. From Medusa, signifying the highest grade, sold only in the idol's one size. There are people of many shapes with many charms in the world. That's incitement. No, I quoted the article verbatim. Sure, yes. She'd even used a VPN to be safe. No risk of getting caught. Well, since the agency founders were just vultures, it was a foregone disaster. And the outfits we wore in the concert broadcast were originally slated for platinum tier sale too, right? Wow, our agency really is something else. So that's why all these articles popped up. Thanks to them, the concert broadcast success only fanned the flames. So did this hurt us, tied to the agency? Maybe briefly a bit. After all, it was their marquee brand. Taystar must have agreed to this too, right? Those idiots even knew what they were doing. But it wouldn't last long. When things blow up this big, headquarters steps in. They can't let it affect our stock price, right? Probably. Besides, from TI Entertainment's view, its subsidiaries just need to run their own show. For headquarters, other ventures are better off with other affiliates. Only the execs cared about side businesses. So unlike those execs, TI Entertainment's experts in this venture would act. They'd salvage whatever brand value they could by promoting the agency's best-selling idols. Looks like a damage control article is up. She refreshed the news page and saw headquarters moving. TI stars unauthorized actions, artists discomfort. Tussle A. No contract, still in discussion. Everything got blamed on the agency's clueless management. Beautiful, how the perpetrators paid the price. The board was cut loose by HQ. Some of them won't keep their posts. And to quickly bury this scandal, they'd surely stage an event for their main act. Ryu Sung-woo cracked a grin. What does that mean? She grinned too. They're releasing an album. Oh, the expected development. We'll release it for the top-performing team first. Need to cover this with good news. Then, Bae Se-jin didn't have to say it aloud. Taystar, obviously. And that was easy thanks to Ah-hyun killing it on broadcast today. Right, you did great. Thanks. Flattery flew across the studio at this late hour. The fools who messed around got wrecked. We get an album. Nice atmosphere. Just then, ring. Her phone rang. Already? A call. Could it be TI? At 2 a.m.? She was skeptical, but also a little excited. She glanced down at her phone and realized something. If it's about the album, shouldn't they call Ryu Chong-woo instead of me? Exactly. And sure enough, it wasn't the album call. It was someone she never imagined calling. Monday. She answered. Hello. It was Tick's voice, but someone who'd never called before. I hope you've been well, Monday SSI. It was Jude Danny, a guy heading to the military calling at this hour. I have a proposal I'd like to discuss. I believe it's a no-lose game for anyone involved. She already wanted to hang up. 426 chapter. Actually, after returning to reality, I hadn't completely lost contact with those VTIC guys. Because, right from the start, VTIC Chael Sunbeam, Monday SSI. VTIC Chael Sunbeam. You remember the Wish, right? Hee the Wish. They contacted me the very next day, obviously testing me. Gee, did you perhaps forget? What happened between us? Even if I had forgotten, they'd have pressed me on it anyway. In any case, the moment I barely dissuaded them from creating a Wishes group chat before we'd even shot a healing variety show. VTIC Chael Sunbeam. Ah, right. Since not everyone was on Wishes, some might feel left out, crying face. VDIC Shino Sunbeam. Then should I invite everyone into the old chat? Just a moment. I almost had every member replying daily to my senior group's greetings. After that it was quiet, so I thought nothing else had happened. I'd seen an article about his enlistment date and assumed I wouldn't hear from him for a while. If only that one guy hadn't suddenly called at this hour. What game is this? Who learned the crazy habit of calling a junior at 2 a.m. because they had an idea? When I asked Jude Danny, he answered, VTIC Jude Danny. Since the live broadcast recording was imminent, I assumed you hadn't yet gone to bed. I have my manners, you know. Right? That's called speculation, not manners. Anyway, he began to speak. VTC Jude Danny, I have a plan. Before enlistment, I'd like to release a fan song without prior notice. Though we'll be inactive, it would serve as a meaningful memento. Oh, we need to find a slot that doesn't overlap, so I'll have to dig up some release dates. Congratulations. When will you announce it? VTIC Jew Danny. It's under discussion. There isn't much time left, still under discussion. Did Chongrio Sunbeam withhold permission? VTIC Jew Danny. Don't tell me. A long silence passed. VTIC Jew Danny. We're, after all, members of the same company. Permission might be a clumsy term. So he hadn't gotten permission. Understood. VTIC Jew Danny. Also, this call isn't being leaked, is it? I turned away. Are you really Jew Danny Sunbeam? Yes. Oh, I see. Please send my regards. Nobody else cared much once they realized it wasn't album news. When I indicated it was a private call, Jew Danny lowered his voice. VTIC Jew Danny. The boundary of times known to him has already passed. After long years, stubbornness clouds judgment, doesn't it? Is he serious? That guy? Then perhaps you should speak to him directly. VTIC Jew Danny. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean right now. Please breathe and answer. In any case, the leader planned to persuade him somehow, and they wanted to ask Taystar a favor. From this point I put it on speaker. VTIC Jew Danny. So, the request is... Yes. VTIC Jew Danny. A charity concert. Suddenly, they'd leaped from albums to helping the underprivileged. That's a deeply meaningful idea. No, not yet. VTIC Jew Danny. A fan song is universally about gratitude and love, right? The thematic frequency aligns, so we're planning it. Summarizing his explanation, instead of regular promotions, VTIC would host a charity concert. VTIC Jew Danny. And we'd like Taystar to appear as guests. And I experienced DJ VU. Sure enough, Ryu Chongwu interjected cautiously. Chongwu, is this perhaps a continuation of the charity concert that Mundi hosted for us before? VTIC Jew Danny. If we structure the narrative that way, it right. Read more on our source. Might work even better. Exactly. The same charity concert we had done as a collaboration between Tix Circle and our company. They wanted us back as guests. Oh, that's a good cause. I'm all for it. They weren't inviting only us, but several teams. Then it'll just feel like a big event. Actually, having been invited as guests before, it'd be awkward to decline. The atmosphere was about to settle on a tentative yes. Right, it sounds so meaningful and wonderful, Sunbeam. But we should hear from our company. So could you give us a little time? VTIC Jew Danny. Of course. I'll contact you again around 10 tomorrow morning. He didn't consider sleeping, but anyway the agreement was left in limbo. Hey, we should reach out ourselves, can't make you call again. They ended the call smoothly. No one else tried to butt in, because the one who did was not one to do so without reason. When the call ended, the instigator, Consijan, sat in the living room with a wry smile. You had another thought? Isn't this odd? It might look like the company feels guilty over this controversy and is sending us out to a charity concert, like volunteering. Does that mean we can't do it? No, we can't. I spoke up. If we go along to share responsibility for the company's wrongdoing, it'll seem like we're at fault too. Correct. Our images would be tied together. We'd barely managed to detach the artists from the artists are victims to narrative about the agency's idiocy. Now a charity concert? It'd look more like the artists are self-flagellating. So considerate. T1 so considerate. Taystar LOL. See, they know they're guilty, so they're hitching onto a Sunbeam's charity concert for PRWW. Exactly that. They got sharper after struggling in Garope. I met Consijan's gaze and nodded. We need a careful approach, though it's good leverage to adjust the album schedule a bit. Compared to endlessly postponing the album, it's a happy dilemma, but HQ might rush to release it immediately. Then the promotion will be clumsy. Using the charity concert as an excuse to secure a few weeks for the promo team is a tempting bait. But no schedule adjustment is needed. We can finish album preparation within 15 days. You might, but the company's promo staff will be strained. Oh dear, our Ray-Bin. Not everyone in the world is a genius like Ray-Bin. So frustrating, right? That's too much praise. I never thought. Sheesh, she's going to break. Anyway, here's the plan. Anyone have good ideas? Honestly, we didn't have to do the charity concert. It was just a matter of ethics, so I told them to speak freely. Immediately, Cha Eugene raised his hand. Yeep. I met Cha Eugene's eyes. He grinned. The next day, tell them we're doing it because we're friends. Tell the fans that first. Cha Eugene loudly told Ju Danny. Exactly. VTIC Chael. As friends, we can do charity. We are now friends with those Sunbeam, so it's not a lie. Let's lean into the group camaraderie angle. As just one of many guest acts, we won't draw fan ire. And it'll bolster our image, showing we're worthy of a charity event lineup. VTIC Chael. Well, that should be easy with some prior prep. That part's up to Mundy Hyung to arrange. VTIC Chael. I thought so. Those who remembered us as groupmates chatted naturally. Right? Anyway, I gave a faint smile. Let's seize a bit more advantage. Sunbeam, I'd like to recommend one more guest. Actually, a few minutes earlier, I'd already made a phone call, not to Ju Danny. Marini Minha. Hello, Sunbeam. It was Marini's second place. Somehow her tone got more formal by the second. I didn't know why. Just as I was about to state my proposal, she spoke first. Marini. Minha. First, I want to say thank you so much. Huh. Marini Minha. Before I could respond, she sighed and sped up. Marini Minha. Just yes. Not for any specific situation. Just to thank you for always looking out for us juniors. Oh yes. That's all I had to say. Well, she could have at least mentioned the album. People might think I'd threatened her to keep quiet. Why are you saying this after cooperating so well? I recalled this junior's actions over the past weeks. Because labels had split, the intel I could gather was skewed. Marini's Park Minha, who'd reported every schedule change and company event from an artist's viewpoint, had earned her keep as an informant. So I'd thought of this suggestion too. I have a good proposal. I thought I'd mention it to you, so I'm contacting you. Oh, what? A charity concert. We'd highlight our personal friendship with VTIC first. But next in the lineup, if Marini joined, it'd look like Taystar invited them. If the stage grew that large, the meaning shifted. Fans would think, it's the agency washing their hands of it. Oh, they're severing ties with the agency lol. How dumb must the execs be for the artists to signal this? Then, after HQ, the artists themselves would send a signal distancing from the agency's management. We're choosing a positive influence, since we organized it. And anyway, the failed executives won't touch our schedule. Not bad. Marini's response, once explained, was positive. Marini Minha, that. I think all our members will like it. So the plan was finalized. Ju Danny nodded at the guest recommendations. VTC Ju Danny, sounds good. To broaden the audience, we planned to cast various genders and age groups anyway. Yes, it fit perfectly. Now only one final check remained. But how did you persuade Chongryo Sunbeam? How did they handle the leader's permission? Surprisingly, he'd gained approval with great confidence. VTIC Ju Danny. I used a variety of logic and evidence. I can't pinpoint which worked. He himself didn't know why. Anyway, he seems to find gains everywhere. I handed off the call to the others and replayed the situation in my mind. We'd gained time for proper album promotion. HQ cut loose the execs, 2 birds with 1 stone. It didn't seem like it'd collapse halfway, so I summoned a chat message. Hyung, are you free that day? Since it's in Korea and many acquaintances will be there, we can send him tickets. Come see the pre-recording. What? A few days later. It all began with a screenshot posted on TIC's official SNS account. We've succeeded in our first booking. Photo. Attached was a staged chat between Chael and me, fabricated to look casual with late-night snack and puppy photos, teased to the public without any prior announcement, piquing everyone's curiosity. What booking is this? Is that the puppy they sold off? Calm. LOL. The baby thief Chael is too young to enlist. Please save him. A fine start. And that day I received a text. The promise. See you soon. Attached was an image of a yellow dog draped in a beige blanket like a cape. Apparently charity concert merchandise. 427 chapter. TIC's charity concert quickly began to take shape. The lineup was spectacular. I can't believe Maximate is on it too. I thought VTIC was just playing with themselves. How did they talk everyone into this? Wait, the person they booked is booking someone else. Isn't this a pyramid scheme, like guest by Lucky Letter recruiting? LOL. From famous idols to solo balladeers and rappers, even trot singers. I'd even heard that Maling was reuniting for a rare appearance. It felt like a major variety show was putting it on. Popularity was through the roof. So we're going to go see those Testa guys first, then stay to watch everyone else? Not at all. The guests are purely for the broadcast. They'd split it into part 1, VDIC only, and part 2 with guests. Only part 1 would be offline with fans. Part 2, pre-recorded by the guests, would be mixed in and streamed online and on CVN. Smart move. If fans bought tickets just to see the full VTIC before their hiatus, they'd be furious if half the show was guests. At the same time, every guest's name added prestige to the event, strengthening TIC's brand as host. This scheme must be Chongrio's handiwork. Even the network was so excited they'd already started promoting it. If we'd turned it down, that would have been awkward. Seeing how it was set up, I had no regrets deciding to participate. Since the format was similar, there would definitely be slick YouTube commentators comparing it to our haphazard bundle deal TV concert. This is the difference in planning? Classy VTC versus doomed T1 stars' Testa. Exactly. When dealing with those VTIC bastards, you watch for traps. I nodded to myself, pleased to have avoided the minefield. Anyway, time passed until the second Sunday of October afternoon. Testa was in the TV station's waiting room, changing costumes. Come to think of it, it's been a while since we've all been tested together like this. That's right, Hyung, it's been quite some time since we last appeared on a music show. Today we were scheduled for the advance recording of this charity concert, TIC's Save the World. That meant the audience seats would be filled only with fans booked for broadcast. It really is just like a music show. I couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of our very first pre-recording debut. Someone tried to prove they got lunchboxes and set off SNS notifications at dawn. Everyone panicked. Maling seniors go right before us, yeah? And I hear VTIC seniors go right after us. Oh, today. In that case, I'll let them know we'll come to greet them after our stage. After some small talk and final preparations, we headed for the stage. Cameras were lined up all across it. They even have drones. Even though it wasn't a music show network, they'd clearly put some effort into it. Staff looked a bit scarce, but since it wasn't live, they could cover it in editing. We've got this. Hello, everyone. Is anyone hungry? Ah, you're good? Okay. Lights and cheers glittered before me. The audience section, big enough for about 1,000, was packed. Somewhere in the crowd had to be Jundle, but she wasn't popping up any fan-paid messages. That was so her style. I waved with a grin. The harness belt on my costume swung along. We've got 16 minutes, right? Perfect for 4 songs plus a special performance. So how about Savior, Promise, Black Hole, Wheel? Then at the final arrangement of Wheel, we'd add Drill and elevate it into Daybreak. I thought it struck the best balance between our latest tracks and crowd pleasers. Recording should take about 2 hours. All right, we'll get started. As with any pre-recording, we finished some banter and fan service toward the crowd, then formed up. Bending forward from my usual spot at the right flank, I thought, I'll be hidden behind the dancers, then pop out into frame. Got to nail that angle. Then, thud. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. Ugh. The lights and backing track warped. My ears rang, and colors flooded my vision. That was strange. Monday. It felt like I'd been sleep paralyzed. My body was off kilter. Poisoned. I felt some strange chemical reaction inside me. My heart pounded. The hairs on my arms stood on end. What did I do? Monday. I staggered, bracing myself with an arm. My elbow felt cold. The gritty stage floor pressed against my cheek. No. Was my face smashed into the floor? In that moment, my hearing cleared. Over here. Get him moved, move him. I felt tension flood to the tips of my limbs. Coming to, I seemed to be backstage, covered with a blanket or something. A hand gripped my shoulder. Monday, look at me. Where are you right now? It was Aishjin. I gulped air. At the TV station. What were you doing? Stage cough. My breathing started failing again. Fuck. I coughed as if choked, not from pain. From shock. So suddenly. Like being chased by a killer in the dead of night, or standing on one foot at a rooftop ledge. Overwhelming pressure slammed into me. My vision spun. Call 911. Get an ambulance, now. Let's assess the situation first. Monday can't breathe. What assessment? Now. I raised a hand, then struck my own face. Smack. My fist barely clenched, so the sound was pathetic, but the pain snapped me back. Wait. Get up. I didn't refuse Ah Hyun's offer to help me stand. Swallowing saliva, I said, if I rest a bit, I think I'll be fine. This was a mental issue. My body was fine. The problem was what triggered it. I don't know. In this industry, plenty of people have panic attacks. Everyone would assume that. But you need a trigger for it to make sense when it hits. There wasn't one. Fuck. I'd just been looking at the audience and forming up. So then, I collapsed on stage. Damn. What's the mood up there? Is this the time to worry about that? Hyung, wait. Aishjin spoke calmly. You probably didn't see it. Your spot was hidden. Got it. They'll just think you slipped. I knew that, but... Hyung, are you feeling cold? Like your temperature dropped? Just hold on. My hands must have been shaking. I heard people sprinting off to grab more blankets. Then I heard Chong-woo talking to staff. Give it to me. I'll call the ambulance myself. No, wait. My brain wasn't working. Don't call it. Give it to me. Chong-woo snatched a smartphone from a staff member like he was stealing it, then crouched next to me. In a low voice so others wouldn't hear, he asked, Hyung, did you see something weird up there? Tell me to clear it. I'll pass it on carefully. No, I didn't. That wasn't it. My head felt like it would explode. No, it was my heart, or spinal cord, amping up. What the hell is this? My thoughts were a wreck. I'd never experienced anything like this. My heartbeat echoed in my skull. My hair stood on end. Meanwhile, I heard arguing nearby, our manager wrestling with someone. He's taking calls. Get him to stop. A moment. I'll hang up. Who is it? The voices cut out. It was suddenly quiet. The manager looked flustered, then reflexively answered me when he saw I was conscious. Whoever it is. I read his lips. Damn. Hand it over. Hey. With trembling hands, I snatched the phone from the manager and brought it to my ear. Hyung. Chongryo. Apparently word of my meltdown had already reached the other waiting room. I had to think. This required thought. He wouldn't call unless. Obviously not just concern. How are your symptoms? That's when I realized. Are you feeling excessive vigilance? Unexplained pressure. If it's your first time, hyperventilation, fear, crisis. Everything feels out of place. Is it like that? Right. How did he know? A brief silence. Then his low voice returned, as if drained of color. Those are failure symptoms. What? Hyung, you called it a status ailment. What was he talking about? I'd purged that ages ago, and I'd long since climbed past gold too. But what the hell? Wait. Status ailment. I suddenly recalled the weird afterimage I saw at the beach after the ancestral rites. Sudden. Onset. Status ailment. Or, it sounded absurd, but if it wasn't hallucination. Hyung, what are you hearing? His voice buzzed from the phone. Hyung, have you recently felt you absolutely had to do something? The moment I registered that, I saw it. Through crackling noise, finally the notification scrolled up. Status ailment. Achieve results, or die. Fail to sell 1 million albums within the set period, and you die. But it didn't end there. Below was an extra line. Penalty of time reduced. And then it hit me. On that plane, the moment I regained consciousness, I checked the date on my phone. Saturday, July 9th. Now I recalled today's date. Second Sunday of October. Sunday, October 9th. Exactly 3 months. 1/4. 1/4 of a year. That meant if you looked further at that extra line. Remaining time, D1. Fuck. I felt a chill up my spine. Without even time to shudder, the thought struck me. They're calling it 1 day left. So I was anxious. My survival instinct screamed to do anything at once. My head answered, no. Let's calculate calmly. The dates had indeed passed. That meant it wasn't 1 day left. It meant the remaining time was less than a day, so it rounded to 1 day. And this was Hyung. Not encouragement, but a warning that I was fucked. Remaining time, D1. Remaining time, D0. Get up now. From now on, absurd things will happen. Beep. Failure. Status ailment. Achieve results or die. My heart pounded. Now. I stood up. Monday. Then I ran down the corridor. My head was ringing. Monday that way. Grinding. Thud. Stage rigging began falling above me. I rolled, and then broke into a sprint toward the edge of the stage. 428 chapter. Images flicker. A scream. A muffled crash and a cascade of afterimages and wavering lights. A massive impact bearing down from behind. And ugh. My eyes opened. Hyung. I smelled dust and iron. And at the edge of my vision, faint lights. A voice. Hyung. Cough. A fit of coughing cut me off. I could barely breathe. But I could see. Flash. The smartphone, flung by the impact, lay face up on the cracked floor, its screen blinking. A low voice, as if from somewhere blocked. You're alive. Right? I'm alive, you bastard. Weren't you the one who told me to live? But even saying that was impossible, my condition was still garbage. I feel like I'm gonna die. My vision wavered, and my heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst from my chest. It felt like agony. When did I lose consciousness? I had no idea where my arms and legs were. Anyway, I'm alive. I wiped my mouth. The back of my hand pressed my bottom lip against my teeth. I tasted blood. I wasn't dead. Did the stage rig collapse? Yeah. I clenched back a cough and forced my mouth open. I'd failed the status ailment mission. Failure means death. So if the system was going to kill me immediately, it might do so with some absurd event. An accident. A ridiculous accident. So it guided me toward assuming the most plausible scenario. Nobody was on the stage now, so I reflexively thought any collapse would just look like a structural failure. Thank goodness that guess was right. If I'd been in the corridor, I'd be dead. It had steered me toward a scenario that wouldn't drag others in and that I could predict. And somehow I survived that first blow. But this isn't over, is it? Right? I spoke calmly. If it had ended with this, you wouldn't have needed me to finish the mission either. Since it couldn't be avoided, you wouldn't have had me restart so many times. I held my breath and waited. Soon the phone crackled with that low voice again. Yes. I ground my teeth. When? Soon. Fuck. I lifted my head. Around me I caught glimpses of twisted steel beams and shattered lights strewn everywhere. Anyone would think the moment their balance slipped, those beams would crush me. If I get rescued before that. No, that would be even worse. I had no idea what might happen during a rescue. Too many variables. This was right. I steadied my breath and organized my thoughts. Then I spoke. Don't call anyone. Don't tell them I'm alive or that we're in contact or any of that. They probably know, but just in case. Don't worry about that. This situation must be fucked if he's talking like this. His voice continued quickly. And until the next event. Until what? But I heard no more. Silence. Shin Jae-hyun. I turned toward the phone and realized the faint glow had died. Fuck. I immediately reached out, groping the floor where the phone had been. Soon my hand found a sharp, angular fragment. Ugh. A stabbing pain cut into my knuckle. It burned. Damn. I wrapped my hand in my costume as best I could and flipped the fragment over. The phone was smashed to pieces. It must have been crushed by falling steel. So that's why the call dropped. Honestly, it was amazing it stayed connected this long. Which meant, face the truth. No matter what this fucked scenario was, I'd failed to clear the status ailment. And all communication with the outside world was completely cut off. I bit my tongue. Find another way, find another way. First, hearing. What happened? I strained to catch any outside sounds. Only a low rumble remained. Clearly not just the stage. Probably the ceiling had collapsed too. Then, movement. Move fast. Before it happens again. I hauled myself up. My side hurt. My previously broken rib must have cracked again. Or maybe I'm imagining it. I hope the latter. Anyway, I could at least stand, but something scraping my head. I felt cold metal brushing dangerously close above me. Probably debris from the stage rig. I closed my eyes and waited a moment. Though anxious, I needed to orient myself. When I opened them, night-adapted vision revealed the full shape. The stage area was a wreck. Steel beams had collapsed so utterly that nothing remained of the stage. All around me, hanging steel and ceiling debris blocked any exit. And where I was stood, just outside the opposite backstage door. I'd slid and rolled across here, narrowly escaping the collapse. Phew. I'd assessed the situation. Further observation would yield nothing useful. Move. Staying here meant another beam could fall any second. At least my limbs seemed mostly unhurt. My back felt odd, but I could still move. I steadied myself and headed toward the opposite backstage corridor. What I needed to find was a definitely safe place. Obvious safe spots wouldn't do. They might trigger gas leaks or something absurd. Somewhere I could predict the kind of accident I might face. And I had to be alone. I had to move away from everyone else. If I got pulled in, I'd lose the slim control I had left. So I couldn't stay here. Once the shock wore off and people realized the stage had collapsed, they'd swarm this corridor. I needed to keep moving. I chose to circle the backstage edge and head for the emergency stairs. Though the lights were out, I could see the green glow of the exit sign. Huff. Using a sweat-slick hand, I opened the emergency exit door. After a moment's hesitation, I ran upward. Descending could bury me if the upper floors collapse. So up the stairs, fast. Creak. An ominous sound from behind. No way. But over that creaking came a mechanical tone. Ding dng. A bell. A PA announcement echoed through some speaker. Attention, audience members. Due to unstable ground conditions, a safety incident has occurred. Please proceed via the emergency stairs as directed by staff. I stopped climbing and spun around. The upper corridor. People would flood down the stairs. Better to duck into the hallway. I climbed just one more flight, exited the stairwell, and stepped into the corridor. My hair stood on end. Thud. My footsteps echoed unnaturally loud. Next, a bone-chilling sense of dread and irrational ink via LG. Continue reading. Fear returned. Fuck. I clenched my teeth and bolted. Screech. Crash. A deafening roar as the floor beneath me collapsed without warning. I knew why. This is above the stage. The most unstable spot of all. And since this corridor was used to store materials by the station, no one was usually here. No one should be. They chose this on purpose. It's okay. I can do it. I can do this. I envisioned the station's layout in my mind. I'd avoid restrooms and major support pillars. They'd be designed for extra weight. If those collapsed, everyone inside would die together. This is hell. 1,000 fans sat in the audience. Ugh. Dust, air, and fragments sprayed around me. Where I needed to go. Storage room 303. There. Not directly above the stage. Instead of foolishly yanking the door, I threw my weight against it. Then, crash. The room shook. Fuck. Damn you, you fucked up system. I let the falling equipment crush me, then clung to the heaviest, sturdiest object I could find, some kind of shelving unit, pressing it against my head. The cacophony and shaking continued. Objects large and small battered my arms and hands. How long had it been? Hog. The noise and tremors at last ceased. I blinked repeatedly to clear my vision. I was gasping for air. First I checked the object in my white pale hand. It was metal, a combination of solid panels and pipes, likely a shelf. It had torn from the wall, exposing the dark void beyond. I turned my head. The door I'd entered through had jammed shut in the shaking. It wouldn't open. I realized I was trapped in this tiny storage room. And then, clatter. A marker pen rolled into a corner. It's tilted. The entire room was slanted, twisting toward the stage. It must be hanging precariously. I was trapped in a smaller, more unstable space than the stage. I couldn't move. Clinging to the metal shelf, I tried to accept reality. An hour ago, no, just minutes ago, my only goal had been to nail one stage performance. Now look at me. I'd survived twice before, but now a crazed supernatural force, determined to kill me, was hunting me. Ugh. Pain flared through my body. But stronger than the pain was helplessness. I don't know. How much longer could I hold out? I had no information. Actually, there was a way to reach someone else. I knew. Jundle. Even without my phone, I could call into her chat window. She might even know something. She could access the status screen. But the question was whether I could risk opening it now. What if it triggered some bomb switch, bringing the next absurd event faster, or a more certain death sentence? So I wouldn't call, no matter what. But still, I relaxed my grip on the shelf and bowed my head. The cold metal cooled my forehead. Maybe giving up is better. Logically, if everyone here dies and I die, what's the point of this bullshit? If the scale grows, human casualties will skyrocket. You idiot. I'm on death's door. How could I care for others? It's laughable. But if you have any conscience, you can't ignore it. They're not strangers. They're people I've spent years with. And they're all fans. 1,000 fans sat out there cheering me on. This was hell, an environment practically designed to make me give up. I exhaled deeply. The shelf. glistened with blood from the cut on my palm. Heavy. I closed my eyes, kept my mouth shut, bowed my body completely. Silence, like a void. How much time passed? Excuse me? A human voice. I lifted my head. The first thing I saw was a glow. Beyond the torn wall, where the metal shelf had ripped away, a soft yellow light shone through. And a moment later, I realized what it was. A light stick. Mumundi. The fan who'd been sitting in the audience moments ago had found me through the gap in the wall. 429 chapter. Direct one-on-one conversations with a fan are actually rare. Most communication is indirect, light sticks waving on stage or online posts. Fan signs are brief chats with many people in line. So a one-on-one moment like this is extremely rare. Even though I'm trapped here in a barely hanging, tilted room above the collapsed stage and could die at any moment. Why are you here? Why are you here? A shout came from beyond the wall, panic in her voice. Not terror, just shock at the stage collapse. She doesn't know? I slowly gathered my wits and assessed. Her light stick shone brightly, but it projected forward, not illuminating beyond my field of view, only making her visible to me. She could barely make out my costume or outline. She couldn't see my condition. I swallowed and spoke. I came to get something, got trapped. I'm okay. Am I okay? The wall blocked her anyway. In this unstable situation, nothing so bizarre would drag her in. Idiot. I should send her away. No need to add more variables. What do we do? Wait. I'll go get people. No. It'll be too chaotic if you call anyone. Even if I let her go, she'd summon help. And that would be trouble. Oddly, that gave me relief. Oh, right, sorry. Then should I go around and try the door on the other side? That could be dangerous. Better to wait like this until rescue arrives. Okay. I couldn't believe I had to stall for time by chatting. My eyes burned. I never thought I'd feel this, and it made me laugh bitterly. Stupid bastard. I stepped back, leaning as if against the wall, and grasped the metal shelf again. With more distance, I felt calmer. I wouldn't get drawn in. Then I spoke, almost carelessly. Are the others okay? I don't know, but the members all left. After the announcement, everyone evacuated with the audience. That was a relief. I bit my tongue to avoid any false comfort and asked, "What about you, Yenny?" Me? I'm fine. No injuries, and the shaking seems to have mostly stopped. She said she'd been searching for the storage of phones confiscated to prevent spoilers. Carefully climbing the emergency stairs, she spotted me through the collapsed wall. I was late getting out. I was in the front row. I forced a weak laugh, bitter at having involved her. You saw me. You saw me? Yes. You were sitting at the front on the left, so from your perspective, on the right. Ugh. I'd seen her occasionally since debut, but I'd never spoken about it. I intended not to. I just kept talking. How did you get here? Were you free on the weekend? Yes. I'm not working right now. I'm a grad student. She studied biotech and had a dog. She seemed anxious, so she shared personal details she normally wouldn't with a stranger. She told me why she liked me, what stage performances and broadcast moments drew her in. In that warm, unfamiliar conversation, I almost forgot the situation. I see. Listening quietly didn't feel bad. As she relaxed, she realized her own predicament and asked, did they stop the stage because you felt something was wrong? Something like that. She hadn't seen me Inc. VLGHD, exclusive on Inc. VLGHD, collapse. And since I didn't surprise her by staying alive, she must not have realized I was the one who dashed out. They'd likely just assumed someone had died under the rigging. Thank you for worrying. What are you saying? Of course, this is downtown Seoul. Rescues are on the way. Don't worry. Let's just wait a bit longer. Her voice rang out, pitched up bravely. I smiled. Yes. I made up my mind. Then, creak. A sound from the door behind me. A premonition. Cold sweat. Renewed anxiety. That razor-sharp sense of looming failure all crashed back. It's over. My quick judgment returned. Should I leap forward now, past the fan and through that hole in the wall, just like I did into this storage room? If I time it right. Mundy, are you hurt anywhere? But then I'd almost certainly pull her in, too. No. Right. I released the metal shelf. At the same moment, a foreboding crack rang out behind me. The door shattered. Screech. Concrete ground together and tore apart. The tiny storage room, with its eerie noise, detached and began to fall. At the same instant, I lunged through the broken doorway. Thud. But the corridor beyond had collapsed too, so far that only my hands could reach the broken edge. Below was black void. Huh. Thump. I barely caught the fractured corridor edge and hung on. This can't be. My grip was failing. My arms, used already to extremes, could no longer hold my body. I'm going to fall. Over the roar, I thought I heard cries and someone calling me. But it was okay. This was the right choice, not the other side. If you can't avoid it, at least choose how you die. I clutched a protruding concrete fragment and prepared for what would likely be my last moment. Hyung. Even now, there was one final attempt left. Status screen. Open it. Contact Jundal. Calculating. At that moment, my blood-slashed hand slipped as if by magic. I fell into the void. A fleeting vertigo. Then the cruel impact and pain that should have enveloped me. Search request. 101. Search request. 102. Search request. 103. Confirm. The world froze. Time slowed infinitely. Consciousness accelerated like flash images. And the status screen that appeared before me, suddenly opaque yet crystal clear, hundreds of pop-ups overlapped, glowing. A fresh pop-up appeared. Search complete. Result. Title unlocked. What? Title. The one who succeeds, idol. You have succeeded. Permanent removal of status ailments. Oh, I remembered. After I'd last cleared a status ailment and confirmed the truth at Bei Sijin's house, I received this perk, Jundal's Rule, translated by the system into language. A guarantee in the status screen that I'd never suffer a status ailment again. Then, this fucked situation conflicts with the title. At that moment, wish, pain. I stopped midair, clutching my wrist as an immense crushing force threatened to snap me. Time resumed. A voice called. Mundi. I looked up. On the concrete above me, a pale face and a hand gripping my arm appeared. It was Ahyun. I had no idea how she got here or what was happening, but the pain confirmed reality. Wait. Ahyun used astonishing strength to pull me up. Then, over her desperate face, words flashed beyond the status screen. Error. Error detected. Status ailment. Triggered. Attempting recovery. I gasped. Correcting. Status ailment failure. Mission failure. Restoring penalty. The status screen changed, became steadier. Sudden event. Mission failure. Building collapse. Disaster in collapsing building. Next disaster in 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 1 hour. Ugh. It's okay, it's okay. My breath steadied as the tension and irrational pressure ebbed like a tide, leaving exhaustion, pain, and reasonable fear. You're okay. I leaned heavily on Ahyun, slowly accepting. That I was still alive. Here, water. Thanks. I took the bottle Ahyun handed me. My teeth clipped it, but I drank and wiped my mouth. The label came into focus. This. They hadn't prepared for cameras. You don't have coins for a vending machine. We were all in stage costumes, nothing in our pockets. It was ridiculous. The answer came soon. Mundi Hyung, are you okay? As Ahyun supported me, Kim Raebin approached, clutching an emergency flashlight and water. Apparently, when they judged I was cold, they dashed for blankets from the waiting room, then got separated by the collapse. They don't know the stage rig fell on me. No need to mention it. Your injuries are bad. There's a first aid kit in the waiting room. Let's disinfect first. Got it. I calmed Raebin, on the verge of tears, then asked as steadily as I could. So this is the second floor, where the waiting room is? Exact. That water had come from the waiting room. The route down to the first floor backstage was blocked by the fallen ceiling. Then, where's the rest of the staff? They evacuated, got separated, we're not sure where they went. I narrowed my eyes at them. They, too, looked like dust-covered wrecks. Surely they didn't hang back to hear some weird rumor and then find me here. But there'd be time to ask after we escaped. Right. Escape. I checked the status screen pop up again. Honestly, I hadn't closed it for fear it might disappear. Mission failure. Building collapse. Deadly disaster of collapsing structure. Next collapse in 55 minutes and 37 seconds. Switched from status ailment failure to mission failure. More focused, slightly more helpful. Maybe because I have the mission-oriented trait and it linked to that. They'd shoehorned it somehow. Still, If I'd seen that pop up before this started, I'd have gone insane. Now it oddly reassured me, an hour is something. At least I can try. If an idol I loved died mid-conversation, that'd be real trauma. I wanted to leave some sign that I'd survived. I headed to the waiting room for the emergency care Ray-Bin insisted on. My back. Get proper treatment when we get out. Her hand shook as she treated my back. What were you doing upstairs before this? Oh. I hesitated, then changed the subject to what needed doing next. I was actually looking for Jundal. Jundal? You saw her in the gold chat before. Ah. She must have been the one making endless search requests on the status screen. It's the only one who can access it. And she tried to link it to my title and mission trait to find a loophole. She'd done something akin to what I'd often had her do. In other words, she'd tried to save me. If so, I need to find out what more she knows and whether she can handle this similarly. But right now we couldn't communicate. Mission failure penalty. Status screen extra features restricted. Now every time I try to pop up chat with Jundal, that appeared. No choice but to meet in person. To get her cooperation, I had to be honest so far. The status screen warned me about this collapse like a preview. After explaining briefly, I swallowed and said, so I need to find Jundal and see what she knows. No, you can't. Monday, you're too injured. Until rescue arrives, I'll look after you. I want to, but I admitted, even if reluctantly. Anyway, if we stay here, in 49 minutes 31 seconds, the building collapses again. She might find a way to stop it, so we have to try something. I got to my feet. I felt some strength returning. Time to move. Jundal, knowing her, would stay in the building even now. Chongrio pressed the call button on his phone. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please leave a message after the tone. Beep. The same message. No answer. But the signs before him didn't lie. He opened the emergency door and looked down the collapsed third-floor corridor. He must have run this way, and he's alive. At least this far. He shone his phone's light down. Concrete and metal shards lay jumbled. No bloodstains. Maybe we should find the PA speaker. Quiet. Juden fell silent. Did I come for nothing? He had followed the leader out of the waiting room on a hunch, only to be trapped by the collapse. There was a game like this. Juden frowned and followed Chongrio down the emergency stairs. 430 chapter. Talk. The drip of water echoed through the dark corridor. Looks like the power's completely out. But at least the emergency lights are still on. That's a relief. By the time they'd treated my back in the waiting room and I'd changed my top, even the flickering lights had gone out, and the second-floor hallway felt bleak and deserted. One corner of the wall even collapsed. It was dangerously unstable. Thanks to the flashlight Kim Ray-Bin brought, we could at least pick our way along. And Monday, lean on me. I said I'm fine. We couldn't afford to slow down anymore. I could still walk. A moment later, at the stairs leading backstage, we faced the reality. Through the gap where the ceiling panels had fallen onto the stage and torn away the door, we could see chunks of concrete. When I heard the second crash, it was already blocked. That meant the hall on the third floor, where I'd been, had collapsed too. No wonder they told us not to come here after the first rig fell apart. Too dangerous. If we tried to clear that debris, it'd take at least an hour, so we abandoned the idea. There was only one way through. We have to go down this way. I headed to the spot where Sian Hyun had helped me earlier. The wall beside the stage was completely gone. I shone the flashlight downward. A cool, musty air brushed past as the space opened up. I saw the wreckage of the collapsed stage, but everything that could fall had already fallen, so it looked fairly stable. Let's go down onto the stage, then. The stage spanned from the first-floor audience seats up through the second-floor rigging. They'd blocked off the right side of the second floor, where the waiting rooms were, so nobody could go upstairs. It was good design for keeping outsiders, performers and staff, away from crew areas, but now we were trapped. So if we want to move at all, this is our only route. I grabbed something from the waiting room. A makeshift rope, twisted from the thick curtains they'd hung for changing. Will curtains hold as a rope? I twisted it several times. It'll be fine. Even now, time was slipping away. 33 minutes and 12 seconds. 33 minutes left. Time's tight. We have to try moving. If we wanted any chance to prevent another collapse, we had to act. Kim Ray-Bin squared his shoulders and spoke with determination. I'll go first. No, wait, let me. Got it. I'll hold on tight. Thank you. Fine. Do as you like. I'd brace myself to catch you if needed. Ray-Bin cinched his belt tight around his waist, and Sean Ah-hyun secured the other end of the curtain rope as he asked, Mundi, do you know exactly how that 1-hour timer was determined? That's something I'd like to know too. So it's uncertain, then. He nodded, then carefully set a foot onto the edge of the concrete. If it really collapses exactly 1 hour later, it sounds less like a prediction and more like someone warned us they'd bring the building down. That's why I asked, that kid, let's talk after we get down. Be careful. Yes. He was sharp in theory, clearly itching to ask how the status window knew that. If I say the system's targeting me, they'll overprotect me and stall everything. Better to stay quiet. I climbed down onto the stage debris after confirming Seon Ah-hyun's safe landing, then turned to look at the audience seats, but, is anyone there? Only a faint echo answered. It felt wrong. Why is nobody here? When we met that graduate student fan earlier, he implied others had been trapped too. If anyone in the audience saw us descending with flashlights on that wrecked stage, they'd have reacted. Yet there was no sound, no response, very unsettling. Mundi, I'll look for a way through. Right. I gathered the curtain rope and carefully descended into the dark seating area, fanning out in every direction. The doors are crushed. As the student said, all escape routes were blocked. The twisted debris had jammed them shut. If we try to force them open and it collapses, we're done. No way out to the first floor lobby. And no one else was here. Mundi, the grand hall you're looking for would have come as an audience member, so they probably evacuated already. True, but I'm sure Grand Haldal stayed behind, so if they're not here, maybe they moved somewhere else. Have you seen anyone else, Mundi? I had. There was a fan over by the emergency stairs on the opposite side. I spoke through the gap in the collapsed wall. Since my room caved in, I don't know where they went afterward. Worry and confusion flashed across their faces, but I offered the practical answer first. Then they might have gone up. Right. But the emergency exit leading to the opposite stairs was half buried in rubble. They must have blocked it when I fell earlier. We were trapped. 26 minutes and 51 seconds. Meanwhile, under 30 minutes remained. Stay calm. Panic wouldn't help. Think. Clearing the stairwell in 20 minutes is too tight. Maybe we should try prying open a door and at least get these two out. I swallowed my dread and peered into the half-exposed darkness beyond the stairwell. It was too narrow to pass through unassisted. All three of us are too tall. Yelling might damage the building further. If only we could communicate somehow. Even a broadcast would help. Wait. Ray-Bin. Yes. I lowered my gaze. Though our exits were blocked, one route remained. Backstage. And it hit me. They brought new shooting equipment this time. Can you fly a drone? This network had PPL'd cutting-edge tech and tested a new drone during our shoot. I'd seen a couple buzzing around before, and I'd noticed wreckage in front of the stage earlier. Then there should be at least one backup. I slipped into the makeshift control room backstage, where they managed the live feed. It was pitch dark, but expensive equipment always goes in obvious spots. Here we are. Under a desk, in an open box, lay a drone. I grabbed it. Let's send this through the stairwell gap. Ingenious, Mundi. I didn't know you were into drones. I'm not. I gripped Ray-Bin's shoulder. I believe you can do it. He was the type who mastered musical gear and electronics. Surely he could handle this. I'll do my best. All right. The computer has no power. Use my laptop. No internet, but the drone had its own cellular system, so it'd work. Then, it's working. Ray-Bin skimmed the manual, grabbed the joystick, and with shining eyes, connected and powered the drone in an instant. Amazing, Ray-Bin. I got lucky. It was already paired with this laptop. Sending it to the emergency stairwell now. Right. He'd be wasted as an idol. I briefly admired his skills, but now wasn't the time. 17 minutes and 52 seconds. Time halved again. Huff. I clenched and unclenched my fists, then headed to the stairwell. Creak. Seon Ah-hyun held the metal door open with one foot. Ray-Bin sat down with the joystick. Okay, launching. Go. Wire. The drone flew into the black gap. Good thing the battery's full and the attached light is doing its job. Yeah. On the laptop feed, the shaky, beginner-piloted drone wobbled as it ascended the stairs, its light revealing. There's a hole in the wall here. This is where I was standing. Earlier, when I spoke with the grad student, that cracked wall slanted from the third floor into the void where the prop room should be, but now the drone's light shone straight across empty air. On the opposite side was the path connecting to backstage through another metal door, but a drone couldn't open that. So where did they go? Keep going. Yes. We searched for any sign of people, climbing past the red fire hose cabinet light and green exit signs. Around the banister corner, the view rose to, it's blocked. Thunk. Beyond that, debris from the third-floor entrance had sealed it off. The floor collapse must have caused it. The search was over. No trace, no clue. Oh, what should we do now? 15 minutes and 47 seconds. Damn. I swallowed and racked my brain. If the upper routes are blocked, let's try going underground. Oh, the emergency stairs should lead to the basement parking. Though people instinctively avoid going down in a collapsing building, rationally it's a viable escape. They'd built it to support heavy loads, and the entrances are large enough to have survived. Grand Haldell might have thought of that. All right, let's go that way. 14 minutes and 25 seconds. The drone flew again, down. The door is open. Remarkably, we saw a metal door held open by a fire extinguisher brace. They anticipated twisting under weight and propped it. There must be someone inside. I'll send it in. Rabin deftly maneuvered the joystick. On screen, the drone's light flickered down a corridor that didn't look like the parking entrance. It seemed to be a maintenance area, break room, or CCTV control room. Could everyone have evacuated here? But there was no sign of people. Wait. Look. Ah, that's a person. Next to a rough gray door at the corridor's end, a figure stood. Rabin zoomed in. It was someone all right, but Sunbay. It was Jude Dan. He stood guard at the door as if on sentry. He met the drone's light with a curious expression, rested his chin on his hand, and nodded. Why wasn't he surprised? No, more importantly, why are you here? VTIC had been in the waiting room, so he could have escaped with them. Actually, they were in the waiting room too, and they couldn't get out. I glanced at Sean, Ah-hyun, and Ray Bin. Both were stunned by the unexpected senior contact. This is insane. 12 minutes and 46 seconds. I shifted my gaze between the pop-up's remaining time and Jude Dan on the laptop. Think. If I think too hard, I'll overload. Suddenly, a bell rang from behind. Ding ding dash. Not a smartphone tone, it was an announcement. At Seon Ah-hyun's voice, I tore my eyes from the laptop and looked up. From the speakers hung around the collapsed stage, a flat, distorted voice filled the hall. To everyone still inside the building, the shaking has mostly stopped. However, attempting to break doors or other drastic actions can be dangerous. Please wait for rescue in a safe area such as the emergency stairwells, restrooms, or around the central pillars. It NVLIGHT was a calm, resonant male voice, perfect for an emergency broadcast. The problem was, it was a voice I knew, and the others next to me did too. Sejin. That was Bae Sejin. Why the hell was he still here doing announcements? Instead of evacuating? 431 chapter. Talk. I took a deep breath. Let's sort this out. On the announcement, Bae Sejin NOVLIGHD was holding the mic, and on the drone feed, Tix Jude Dan appeared. You've got to be kidding me. 12 minutes remained until collapse, but there was one guy underground and another somewhere doing the broadcast. The manager and staff aren't idiots. Why did only the artists get out safely? Ding ding dash. The announcement has ended. Bae Sejin's voice cut off. Then, first things first, lure whoever's still traceable out, fast. If we dawdle here, we'll all die. I clenched my teeth and stared at the laptop feed. But Jude Dan, where did he disappear to? Where did he go this time? He probably went back into that room. Luckily, he reappeared on screen, holding up a fresh A4 sheet of paper. Are you a survivor inside the building? He was trying to communicate. Gah. I don't think this drone can send voice. What do we do? Move it up and down. Oh, at Kim Ray Bin's prompt, the drone's view bobbed. Jude Dan scribbled another line and held it up. Are you looking for an escape route? Rabin nodded. Technically, we're searching for people, so we should answer no. Wait. No, that won't work. It'd be weirder if trapped people weren't looking for a way out. Let's say yes. Brilliant. We had to start there and steer the conversation fast. He'll ask if we've had any luck or guess who we are next. I ran through likely replies in my head as Dan once again bobbed the drone and wrote quickly. Then he held up a sentence I hadn't expected. There is an escape door in the underground staff area. The message continued. It leads outside and is powered by emergency electricity. Then, while preventing collapse is important, with time so short, securing an exit is critical. Right, exactly. He was right. If we had to, we'd get whoever remained out first. But the problem was, I need to ask how long it's been powered. Even emergency backup probably wouldn't last more than an hour. How much time remained? And why hasn't he used the door himself? One more catch. Doors usually don't need power to open. Dan watched the wobbling drone and added another line. But you need a staff access card. Of course. He'd found the staff-only door that opens with a security badge. Please find a staff badge and come to the underground area. The stairwell was blocked. Damn him. Who knows why he'd ended up alone underground. But the mission had just been updated. Find the staff badge and get underground. And do it. 10 minutes and 34 seconds. Within 10 minutes. There wasn't a badge in the edit room, but I'll look again and come back. If so, I'll find another way to reach the basement. Monday. I set the laptop on the floor. 10 minutes left. That's impossible for both of you. I need to try something else. Yes. We had no choice. I stood and grabbed the curtain rope. Dan lifted his head as a beam of light cut through the dark corridor. A drone, the now familiar modern disaster apocalypse tool. He propped his chin on his hand and nodded. Survivors trapped in a building were finding exits in all kinds of ways. He'd better respond traditionally. He ducked into the room behind him. Could I borrow your phone? No answer. What did he expect? He switched tactics, grabbing a fresh A4 sheet. Are you a survivor inside the building? The drone bobbed up and down. He was fairly responsive. Dan seemed interested and obliged with earnest info. Going myself, that's a stretch. Better to act within reason. He shrugged, then staggered as the drone suddenly fell. He must be scrambling for that staff badge. He'd done his human duty now. The drone just flew in and we had a short exchange. It's not rescue. It's another survivor trapped here. I see. Meanwhile, someone with him wasn't paying attention. At the underground facilities office, Chong Ryo was expressionlessly toggling devices. He'd expected no power for CCTV, but she'd used a portable wireless charge security device to pull up the last minutes of footage in tiny windows. An idol would never instinctively know that trick. Experience from all those loops, I guess. Perhaps she'd once lived under such pressure that she became a killer, but Dan resolved to treat her politely from now on. Disregarding him, she flipped through CCTV screens mechanically. Dark, flickering monitors, and then another. There he was. Chong Ryo spotted Mundy beyond the broken wall at the second-floor emergency stairs, lit by a faint glow stick. She watched without flinching as the entire equipment room collapsed where Park Mundy had been. Her deduction based on experience was eerily accurate. She felt no special joy, just confirmation of what she already knew. There was no CCTV over the collapsed stage wreckage, so she couldn't verify it here. Though she'd seen no blood earlier, he could be buried under the rubble. She lowered her hand. She knew the remaining battery could still scan the audience seats. Yet she hesitated. Because it's too quiet. If Park Mundy were alive, the disaster's chaos would still be raging. But quiet meant it was over. Why did I need to confirm this deduction? Without expression, she stared at her device. Dan watched her blankly, as if expecting flashbacks. Then, high above, somewhere on the upper floors, a massive crash and tremor ripped through down to the basement. Objects fell, the world shook. Dan dove under a desk, covering his head. A setup? Giving the drone flyers good intel, only to have the basement collapse on them. That'd be bad. He readied himself, lifting his head to look at his team, and froze. Chong Ryo was faintly smiling. Standing still amid shaking devices and flickering lights, her smile felt unreal. Is she sensing the thrill of surviving danger? That was absurd. Then, above the chaos, he heard her murmur. Shall we go find him? 8 minutes to collapse. Mundy. Hold on. I returned to the collapse stage and carefully climbed back up. The spot we came down earlier. I reevaluated the structure around me. The second floor formed a U shape around the central stage, splitting the right and left halves. We descended using the right side's waiting room area. On the right, the wall gaped open. The left second floor was the office area for staff and executives. Upstairs access, but inaccessible. Huh. I caught my breath and turned to the two. I have a request. What is it? I need to go back up there. Could you support me? They looked startled at my plan to return to the waiting room corridor. Are you going to look for a staff badge? Something like that. No time to explain. I spoke quickly. If I go up, there's no time to explain. Hurry. Sean Ah-hyun bit his lip, looked ready to refuse, but then nodded with a determined face. Okay, I trust you. Right. Damn it. To stave off unnecessary guilt, I turned away and tied the curtain rope around my waist. If I slipped, I wouldn't die, and once up there I could anchor one in so they could climb after me. Rely on me. Stand firmly, please. Got it. I braced their thighs and shoulders, reached into the void, and leapt. Got it. I gripped a rebar, pulled myself up, and swung my other hand onto the second floor ledge. My stomach slammed roughly against broken concrete. Thud. Fuck. It hurt like hell. But the important thing was, I made it. Huh. I rolled onto the second floor and loosened the rope. From below, voices cried. You okay? Yeah. The stage is too dangerous. Move to the central pillars and wait. We'll call you. Understood. How much time's left? 4 minutes and 31 seconds. 8 minutes. Even if panic hit, I wouldn't lose it before 4 minutes remained. Satisfied they heard me, I moved on. Flashing my flashlight, I searched several rooms for the staff card, but found none. Of course not. This area was for outsiders. 1 minute and 57 seconds. No badge backstage either. I need to go to the office area on the opposite second floor side. But there was no path. Then I'll make one. Judging distances, I headed around the stage toward the corridor's end. Huff. Here. Beyond this small waiting room wall lay the office area, probably. I had no way to smash through. Clearing the emergency stairs might be more realistic, but there was no time. Then, consider this. We knew the building would collapse again, but that wouldn't clear the already fallen debris. However, a sturdy wall could still be brought down. 1 minute and 3 seconds. I began moving heavy furniture in front of the wall. That wall targeted me precisely once before. If Grand Haldao, presumed, noticed the contradiction and downgrading to mission failed, the disaster probably shrank in scope. They even kindly warned us of the collapse. We'll turn it back against them. Having survived twice already, I'd do better this time. I steadied myself and prepared mentally. The countdown hit. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Click. Silence. I pressed against the wall. Midnight. Then swung to the side. At the same moment, a thunderous blast rocked the room, and the heavy furniture and metal props I'd piled crashed down on the spot where I'd been. Screech. Crash. Even the massive ceiling lamp plummeted. Fuck. For a moment, regret stabbed at me. No, shut up. This is right. Move. I rolled aside. Huh. I slid under a vanity. Sharp debris spat sparks against my cheek. Zthi? Then the final collapse's roar. As it subsided, an unexpected sound rose above everything. Scream. Mommy. Screams and cries. I staggered out from under the vanity. Rubble littered the floor, and through the half-collapsed wall, light and sound streamed in. I walked forward, stepping over debris. Beyond that wall lay. There's people here. Mundi. Over 10 people sat before the elevators. And it didn't end there. Flickering emergency lights revealed sounds coming from corridors beyond. Who are you? What's happening now? The people missing from the audience seats were all here. What the hell? I blinked, and a beat late from shock saw it. Facilities office. A nameplate on the open door and an announcement mic inside. Then someone burst out, stumbling. Park Mundi. It was Kun Sejin in his stage outfit. He stared at me in disbelief, then ran up and grabbed my head with both hands. And that wasn't all. Mundi. More people emerged from the room. Mundi Hyung. Yu, Cha Eugene, harness torn. Ryu Chong Woo, sleeves rolled up. And even Bei Sejin, who'd been broadcasting earlier. No, this was the worst. That they'd all stayed here was a nightmare. Yet, I was damn glad to see them. I managed to speak. I'm sorry. You crazy, crazy bastard. Uh, Hearing Kun Sejin curse like that, for the first time, in front of fans, didn't anger me. Even the ribs I'd bruised from the hug were bearable. So heavy, you jerk. I paused all questions and accepted the reunion. But the pop-up updated again. Sudden. Mission failed. Building collapse. Disaster of the collapsing building, complete. Time until final disaster 29 minutes and 59 seconds. 432 chapter. A few hours earlier. After Park Mundy had dashed onto the stage, and as if on cue, the rigging collapsed in a heap above him. Kaya. Ugh, ha. Backstage erupted in screams, stumbling bodies, and utter chaos. Lee Sejin stood frozen, his thoughts racing. Is this a nightmare? No reasonable explanation could account for a healthy member collapsing, sprinting onto the stage, and then the whole rig toppling down. Even after everything supernatural he'd experienced, this was beyond absurd, impossible. This can't be happening. Snap. Pain. Wake up. He turned to see Bae Sejin, pale as a ghost, slapping him on the back. He could still be alive. He has to be alive. We have to check. Lee Sejin inhaled sharply. The cacophony of panic poured in around him. He looked back at the wreckage covering the stage, a dense tangle of steel and concrete with no clear gap to slip through. Yet, there might be some hidden space. We have to check inside. Ryu Chongwoo's voice, rarely so emotional, spoke up behind him. The opposite side of backstage. Let's go that way. Cha Eugene darted off like a spring, and the other members, caught in the confusion, followed staff through an open corridor around to the far side. But at the far end, they found only a monstrous pile of twisted girders blocking their path. Huh. Crackle. Sparks leapt from a smashed lighting rig. A few streaks of blood stained the metal. Lee Sejin shuddered at the thought of anyone buried under that. They couldn't leave him there. He has to be alive. Then, boom. Creak, crash, crack, boom. As if to mock their efforts, another section of concrete ceiling buckled and fell. Over here. Hurry. The wall shuddered. Go inside. The members vaulted up the emergency stairs Cha Eugene yanked open, and amid the screams and pounding footsteps all around, they followed staff instructions and escaped, no question, even without seeing them leave. There's blood here. Bae Sejin's flashlight found Park Mundy's blood trail leading upward. So that's what happened. Ryu Chongwoo summarized rapidly. They gathered survivors on the second floor after the first collapse, but another collapse sealed both the first and third floor exits, trapping them all on level 2. Then Lee Sejin realized something. The metal door on the second floor they'd seen from the drone didn't lead to the backstage door he'd used to escape. In his panic, he'd confused the two. The backstage exit must have been next to where we launched the drone. The locked iron door on level 2 actually opened into the office wing. Ryu Chongwoo finished. That's why. Sejin Hyung improvised the broadcast. The walkie-talkies are rechargeable, so fortunately he could use them. Lee Sejin understood. Because he'd allowed himself to hope he might still be there, they lost the chance to escape together. Bloody hell. Thanks. But next time, he'd meant to scold himself for that reckless hope, but realized he'd no right. If he hadn't looked like he was dying, none of them would have stayed behind. I'll explain when there's time, but right now it's urgent. Ryu Chongwoo looked as if he had 100 things to say, but held them back. Lee Sejin had already explained enough. It's still not enough time. Let's get up. All right. Whether it was the system or not, the status window had just displayed the collapse countdown. 26 minutes and 3 seconds. So we need to find this grand Haldao first. Yes, but getting everyone else out is the priority. Lee Sejin pushed open the facility's office door, and someone burst out. Here I am. Cha Eugene was holding 3 staff badges, found in mere minutes. Thus, manpower mattered. With enough people, you could rescue both the audience and the idols. Great job, you fans. Let's all get out of here quickly. Ugh. Lee Sejin turned at a sudden scream from a fan. P. Park Mundy. Hyung, you're safe. Through the broken wall he saw the two they'd rescued earlier. They must have climbed up using the rope and were covered in even more dust now. Both looked as if they'd burst into tears. From their perspective, the building collapsed early, someone they knew vanished, and then reappeared. No wonder they were shaken. Damn. He racked his brain. I miscalculated the time. Oh, come on. That was bad. Park Monday you. I really messed up. Lee Sejin accepted Bae Sejin's suspicious glare and, flanked by Seon Ah-hyun and Kim Rae-bin, moved on. Rae-bin even carried the laptop and drone joystick. Impressive. Rae-bin, is everything okay? Drop whatever we don't need. You can't judge value by appearance. Rae-bin eyed the crowd briefly, then declared, this is something we might need to escape with. The problem, dozens of fans were watching them now, whispering. Did the others stay behind? Oh, what do we do? If they vanished to talk privately, especially if Lee Sejin tried to show his status window, the crowd would panic further. They were celebrities. Even their fans worried more about them than themselves. And that was why he'd pulled Ryu Chong-woo aside earlier for a quiet word. He needed to direct the panic outward to avoid rumors. But time was even tighter now. 24 minutes and 1 second. Unsurprisingly, some people were still unsettled. Is something wrong? It's okay. I got separated earlier by mistake. That's what spooked everyone. Oh. He forced a mild smile, hoping for a vibe like a fan meet. One fan eyed his change of clothes. Everyone else was in stage costumes, so he stood out. They probably haven't noticed the bruises. Still, I'm so glad to see you all safe. Let's focus on getting out of here together. Kun Sejin tried to lighten the mood, patting his shoulder. He must have struggled after his own outburst earlier. Thanks. Let's go outside and talk more. He'd have explained had there been time. Now he shifted to the urgent task. Is there any man in the audience left here? Among the scattered office dwellers might be Grand Haldao. He could have been so fixated on the status window, he hadn't noticed the chaos. Why don't we all help with this? No, it's about finding one person. Oh, he looked genuinely desperate, so they all started searching for that one man. But there were only women, fans and female staff. Wasting any more time was stupidity. What now? It's okay. Let's begin evacuation. He signaled Ryu Chong-woo, who calmly began gathering people to head to the basement. You see what Rae-bin's holding? It's a controller. They confirmed a door underground with it. Let's form a line. Hearing hope, the crowd rose eagerly. Even someone squatting in a corner peeked out. Mundi. He'd heard similar cries all day, but this was different. He recognized that glow stick and that voice. It was the grad student fan from the prop room. He'd escaped #NVIOLite hashtag. Safely. Hey, hello. You remember us from earlier. Meeting eyes, the fan blinked back tears. He'd internalized his terror. I won't amplify this fear. He spoke as gently as he could. No time. But, hell, this was necessary. Ah-hyun caught me and helped me out. Thanks for worrying. No. He remained calm, either because he was a grad student used to stress or because he had an iron nerve. Either way, this wasn't the moment to dwell. Lee Sejin followed suit. He needed eyewitness accounts now that men were scarce. Did you see a tall guy with glasses, late 20s maybe? He was handsome, they say. Kun Sejin chimed in even in his shock. Helpful or not, who knew? The fan looked blankly confused. Of course. Wait, I remember. When I ran out of the front row, I tripped and couldn't use the exit. Someone helped me up. What? The grad student pantomimed. With a cap and glasses, tall, fair-skinned. Yeah, definitely handsome. That fit perfectly. Did he make it out? No, the exit was already blocked. The members called me to the stairs, but he looked around as if believing the man was somewhere nearby. But he wasn't there. Where did he go? Damn. When was this? When the second chaos hit. Right after the stage fell. He went up the emergency stairs. Yeah. Lee Sejin breathed deeply and mapped it in his head. The fan had been in the front left audience. He must have run back to the exit, tripped, and Mundi Hyung helped him up. Then the stairwell got blocked. But there was no sign of him at that stairwell. The third floor above was destroyed. Then, bloody hell. He turned and sprinted down the corridor. Hey, someone's still here. Everyone else go down to the basement via the emergency stairs. He yelled, then vaulted the wall. Seon Ah-hyun and Kun Sejin flanked him in an instant. I think we found him. He didn't stop for the waiting room, but headed back onto the collapsed stage where the rope still hung. He saw them. The audience seats beyond the stage. Why are you back here? Panting, he gripped the rope. He must be here. Grand Haldao was indeed in the seats. And we couldn't find him earlier because he was incapacitated. He must be lying down. Why else would he vanish from the route? He simply couldn't move. Maybe he drowned in the status window again. He couldn't follow them up, so he was still here. I'm sure he's in the audience seats. His mind cleared. He wrapped the rope around his waist. He intended to descend and search thoroughly, but then, there's a problem. Now that he was lucid, he saw the vast, dark audience area. This hall held 1,000 people. How long to find and wake one man, and then have time to discuss anything? 19 minutes and 35 seconds. Before this, time could pass, and then climb back up to the basement exit? He was screwed. He knew he had to act, but instinctively his strength drained. The rope slipped from his grasp. From beside him, a low voice. Park Monday, you're hurt. Not much. No, I'll go down quickly. Give it here. Consijan, face set, held out his hand. Sian Ah-hyun also stepped forward without hesitation. No, I've used the rope. I know the way down. I'll go. Damn it. He'd tied the rope securely, and maybe luck would be on his side. He considered just diving down. Then, toot-a-duck. In the vast darkness of stage and seats, at the far corner of the hall, he heard a faint sound. The emergency exit light. That's the gap where they'd flown the drone. Half blocked. Yet, impossibly, a polished men's dress shoe emerged. Dusty but still fine. A long leg followed, and at last, under the emergency light, a face emerged. Chongryo. Without glancing around, she fixed her gaze on him. On the collapsed stage, on him and his flashlight. What on earth was happening? Under that flickering exit sign, she gave a faint smile and spoke. What are you looking for? In her hand was a portable surveillance device marked for facility staff. CCTV. 433 chapter. I halted my hand. It wasn't the first time an unexpected face showed up in a collapsed building, but it had never felt this unreal. Chongryo. I would have thought he'd already be outside giving an interview. I thought he'd escaped without a hitch. He had experience, after all. But even with the audience seats dark, flash Chongryo under the emergency lights wasn't a hallucination. And even if he had been left behind, how could he have come through a half-blocked emergency exit? There was no time or space to ponder. In the stunned silence, as if someone had seen a ghost, he started walking. The thud of his shoes echoed and his voice followed. Junior. In that moment, I knew what to do. What's in your hand? I swallowed hard. A CCTV unit? He stopped before the stage and lifted his head. So you were looking for something after all. A person. I lifted the rope again. There's someone collapsed in these seats. Chongryo paused, then shifted his gaze into the stands. I barely noticed the rope slip from my hand to Sian Ah-hyun's as I gripped it with cold sweat and stared at him. Then he spoke. Well, I think you've already found them. He held up the CCTV device. The infrared cameras near the main exit were still running. There. I swung the flashlight. Under a seat at the left outer edge, I saw a leg sprawled. Consijan dashed forward and shone her light on the upper body. Wait. As she rolled the body from beneath the chair, a familiar face emerged. Ryu Jianwoo's face, his hat. Knocked off. It was Jianwoo. I exhaled. On Chongryo's CCTV feed, where he'd coincidentally been pointing at the audience, you could even rewind to see Jianwoo suddenly collapsing during evacuation. I have a lot to say about that, but not now. I'll get him up. Wait. This was urgent. I checked the status window while holding Jianwoo. 15 minutes and 53 seconds. No change. A glance won't do it. We need to speak to him directly to piece together what happened. Jianwoo, Park Monday, Ryu Jianwoo. I used every name he'd called him, patted his shoulder, shook him. But Jianwoo didn't flinch. He simply swayed where I held him. No way. I moved my hand under his nose. He was breathing, even looked peacefully asleep. That meant he still wasn't waking. Something might still be happening inside the status window. There's no sense wasting time. The clock was ticking, but carrying him out is fine. I was about to hoist him up. Are you crazy? You can't. But in the end, we moved together, supporting him alongside the others. We need to line up single file. Right. The path down to the basement wouldn't be wide enough for a group. Still, it was lucky the passage from Chongryo's emergency stairs had been cleared so we could circle back. I, Sian Ah-hyun, and Consejin lifted Jian Wu. As long as we kept our balance, one person's weight wasn't an issue. Shall I lift him? Don't bother. I didn't need anyone else handling him. But unexpectedly, Changryo took the lead at Jian Wu's neck. What was this bastard up to? I'd think about that bizarre cooperation later. Let's move. First priority, escape. We hurried toward the emergency stairwell. The dark seats blurred behind us. Up front, I heard Consejin's silhouette speak. Senior, I never expected to see you here. How did you end up staying behind? I don't know. Consejin clenched her teeth, but managed to mask it, the beam of her flashlight revealing her effort. Not exactly reassuring. I needed to avoid questions. 13 minutes and 6 seconds. 13 minutes left. Ahead of us, the stairwell's entrance was littered with debris, but if you watched your step, you could pass. Someone must have cleared it. Careful now. Okay. We eased Jian Wu inside, making sure nothing twisted. Then suddenly, a voice whispered right by my ear. You've arrived. I nearly struck him. When I turned, it was the same guy from the drone feed. Sian Ah-hyun's startled voice cut through. Say, Senior. Pleasure to see T-Star members. I knew you'd rescue at least one person. It was Tix Ju Dan. Why was he here, after scouting the basement exit? Could it be? I looked him over. Unlike the suited Changryo who'd been emceeing, Ju Dan wore street clothes. Just what you'd want for heavy lifting. So he'd been helping. Clear the way. Let's go. It made sense. Changryo alone couldn't have cleared so much. There was extra manpower. Ju Dan shrugged off dusty gloves. I've been cooperating to ensure perfect timing. I didn't know what nonsense that was. And it looks like a textbook happy ending. Think whatever you want. Anyway, thank you. Meanwhile, my eyes, now adjusted to the dark, spotted fans moving behind him, their heads covered by shadows. They must have finished clearing and started evacuating. Ju Dan. Some whispered his name automatically, but everyone kept their mouths shut and moved frantically. If someone fainted in the crowd, they'd get trampled. We need to let people go first. Right. We paused to catch our breath, Jian Wu leaning heavy on us. I watched people descend in single file, spacing themselves. Then I spoke. I got you all on the phone, right? He glanced at his suit pocket. He hadn't called anyone. Better to keep moving than stop to report. Huh. Strange. What is? Nothing. Don't argue. Escape first. He continued, changing topics. You seem stable. What? Your condition. He meant. Despite failing the status condition, he didn't look in immediate danger and his mind seemed okay. What do you know? I could stay silent, but Sian Ah-hyun and Consejin were watching. Damn. Better to explain, even roughly. I can see the next collapse. Time. Yes. The next one is the final. It said last. A hush fell. They realized too. Final. Yeah. Seems like the end. That could mean plenty, but before anyone could dwell on it, a shout came from above. There you are. They cleared the door. People from the audience who'd gone first were now running down from the second floor. Are they all here? Yeah. The rest of T-Star spotted us and cheered as they ran over. You? Talk first next time. Welcome back, right? Cha Eugene was the first to reach us yelling. Hyungs, we're here. Everyone Oka. Who the hell was that? I found the person you were looking for, remember? Oh. He drew out a long. Then nodded at Jian Wu's limp face. Give him to me. I'll carry him. No, it's fine. Jian Wu passed between hands like a restaurant bill until Cha Eugene had him strapped to his back. Let's go. Ju Dan and Changryo were surprised too, but we all moved under the unspoken rule. Get down first. Now we can leave, right? Yes. We'd done everything we could. Tension eased just before escape. Changryo muttered. Well, one of two things will happen. Either the disaster ends, or... He was still calculating? Either Junior's chance ends. A breath. What does that mean? Park Monday. I stayed silent. Changryo finished. The building completely collapses. Then, thud, thud, thud. A tremor. Hyung, could it be distorted time again? No. I checked the pop-up. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Plenty of time remained. There's time left, definitely. Bae Sejin muttered, pale. Doesn't earlier collapse symptoms mean a bigger collapse? Brief silence. Changryo spoke again. So it was the latter. Now was not the time for that. Run if you know. I started sprinting with the others. Crash. A scream echoed from below. I shouted, Key, Key, where are you? I gave them to the person in front. Both of them. Ryu Chong-woo wasn't lying. So people should have been escaping already. Why were they clustered? We reached the basement corridor packed with dozens of people. Creak, crash. Each time a roar came from above. People shielded heads with glow sticks or hands. What the hell? Excuse me. I pushed through the crowd. A person standing by a locked steel door labeled Facility Security yelled as soon as our eyes met. This door won't open. What? I smashed through to the front, snatched the card key from someone's hand, swiped it myself. Beep. Unauthorized card. Denied. Fuck. I tried another. Beep. And another. Beep. No way. Why won't it work? Amid panicked hyperventilation, I racked my brain. There had to be a reason. Unauthorized authority. I examined the keypad and door. Then I read the plaque. Facility Security. Damn it. Monday. Wait. I nearly shouted, pushing through the crowd. What are you doing? Need the security team's card. I yelled. We brought office staff cards. We need the security team's badge. No wonder it wouldn't open. I gritted my teeth. Maybe someone got left behind. If we search the next room, damn it. But Dan didn't find it. Still worth a shot. I told everyone to spread out and search in unison. Then, Junior. Thunk. A gold-logoed plastic badge swung before me. Chongrio had just pulled it from his jacket. Here. Seaton Security. It was in the CCTV drawer. I snatched it and raced forward. And swiped. Click. A short, crisp major chord sounded. Clack. It opened. Cheers, screams, and hurried steps mixed with cracking sounds as people poured through the open door. The outside air hit my face. I pressed a hand to my face. That was close. No wonder he hadn't escaped. He'd been holding out knowing this was the only way. You didn't share it to guard against betrayal, did you? No. You were right beside me when I disabled CCTV security. Could Dan really not recognize it as a badge? Anyway, it was open now. I held the door, letting people stream out in order as if commanding them. 6 minutes and 16 seconds. Tom was fine. Everyone, get out quickly. We will. Fans exiting called words back to me, and I nodded. You all out. Let's go. Some responsible folks hung back, and I held the door open for them as if urging them to go first. Their eyes narrowed. You're not planning to? I said no. Who'd willingly stay in a collapsing building? Rat-tat, thud. Another heavy crack came from above. I spoke sharply. I want to be the last out, you see. Get out now. The longer we wait, the later we'll be. But Sian Ah-hyun took a deep breath and stopped. Or, if we don't all go at once, I won't go. Damn. I wanted to keep some distance in case another crazy event happened. I glanced at Chongrio, but he just stared back. Not only Sian Ah-hyun, but others held the door and watched me. A stare down? This was maddening. 5 minutes left, you maniacs. I looked between the crowd and the outside, sighed, and spoke. They'll have to make the move eventually. Fine. Let's go together. Okay. I pushed Sian Ah-hyun's back and stepped outside. At that moment, outdoor air flooded in. The cool, early autumn breeze. We emerged into a dark courtyard behind container walls, but once we rounded the corner, sunlight poured down. It was sunset. The anxiety, tension, and cold dread of survival instincts vanished instantly. All of it drained away, leaving only calm. I took a deep breath in, then out. My head cleared. And just in time, the pop-up changed. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Target lost. Released. A sense of security returned. I turned to look at the building we'd come from. The roaring collapse was gone. Unconsciously, I said, "It's over." It seems over. The collapse. The others turned to the building too, then exhaled long sighs or finally let out small laughs. It never felt so refreshing. Our bodies were heavy, but the mood was friendly and hopeful. Phew, you all did great. I'm just glad everyone made it out safely. Still, we should keep moving. If it collapses again, we could get caught. You're right. At Consejin's words, everyone hurried their steps and kept talking. Where could this be? I think it's a hidden rear exit no one outside knows. Oh, then the front must be swamped with media. That wasn't certain. What a perfect setup. Maybe rescue teams were delayed because the press had already claimed the spot. Anyway, since my exit seemed to have stopped the collapse, even if anyone remained trapped above the third floor, they'd be rescued soon. Everyone the media wanted was out. Recovery. A first-tier idol charity show with first-tier idols trapped and then freed? Hell of a story. Don't think about PR. Monday, let's go to the hospital. I could pass. For someone who ignored modern medicine. Yeah. Anyway, the front is that way, so if we head back. Right. We trudged out, looking worse for wear, walking along a weed-grown back path to the front. I can hear screams building. But why is nobody here? There was nothing in front of the building. No pedestrians, sirens, reporters, or onlookers. Only silence flowed. Not a single car on the road. What the hell? Wait. What about the fans who came out? Bay Sejin called frantically. Even without media, they should be here. But the sunset-lit front remained empty, like everyone had left through somewhere else. Oh, that's it. I turned around. Chongryo looked down at his jacket with a strange expression, where his smartphone should be. I thought it was weird we got no calls. Right. If the building had collapsed, people trapped inside would have their phones ringing non-stop. Yet he'd received nothing. He'd been cut off from the outside. Then, Jian Wu carried on Cha Yujin's back, opened his eyes and shouted, I won. A new pop-up appeared. Mission failed, scenario complete. Victory. Player Park Monday, Ryu Jian Wu. Reward. Fragment of 1/4. 434 chapter. A few hours earlier. Guang. Wah. As the stage equipment collapsed and screams filled the air. Quick, chew quick. Kun. Dao tried to access the status window to talk with TSDR's Park Monday, that is, Ryu Jian Wu, to check if he was okay. But it was impossible. Instead, he saw a glaring red warning pop up. Status ailment failure. I swear, the moment Kun Dao came back to reality, he didn't let his guard down. Park Monday had even handed him an extra hostage. After all, don't you feel the system resonating again, like it's going to absorb you? He'd meticulously checked for any trace of the system, worried it might still be active. But there was none. No, I feel nothing like that anymore. Good. That's a relief. Suddenly, status ailment failure. Then wouldn't it mean dying? Jian Wu. What should I do? He still sensed the system's powerful presence. But it was too late. Even as his mind went blank, Kun Dao racked his brain desperately. And then, miraculously, it struck him. The clear celebration title he'd given Park Monday. Status ailments permanently disabled, and yet here was status ailment failure. A logical contradiction. How can I exploit this? From past experience, he knew such logical flaws could trip up the system. Besides, he'd essentially been the status window itself. Maybe it's possible. He grit his teeth and began feverishly hacking at the status window. So, you mean you tried to downgrade the disaster to a mission failure instead of a status ailment, but in the process you lost consciousness, dumping all your focus into the status window. Yes. On a bench in front of the sunset-lit broadcast station building, with no one else around. It almost felt peaceful as we listened to his story in a circle, except there wasn't a single ant in sight. I sat and watched Kun Dao gratefully accept the water Kim Ray-bin handed him. We were still alone in the station's empty forecourt. And confirming my guess about him waking up was reassuring. But honestly, I still had no idea what was going on. What's with this reward window? I glanced again at the pop-up that had appeared as he regained consciousness. Mission failed, scenario complete. Victory. Player Park Monday, Ryu Jian Wu. Reward. Fragment of 1/4. I had a million questions about the scenario, the victory, the fragment, but I couldn't ask. There were 8 of them staring blankly at us, and one had even tentatively raised a hand to interrupt. Kun Sejin. Sorry for prying into something so personal, but since we all went through this together, I have to ask. Yes. So that means Park Monday knew this was targeted at him and that he might die. Is that right? The mood went ice cold. I averted my eyes. If I'd stayed quiet, I'd have escaped, damn it. It felt unfair. Luckily, someone defended me. You did great, Monday. I get you. Hyung, you wanted everyone safe. Cha. Eugene said the most mature thing I'd ever heard from him. But understanding and accepting aren't the same. Your actions were too cruel. Huh. So this was the build-up. The situation was so urgent there was no time to debate. I couldn't ask anyone either, so I stayed silent. I calmly explained. I was moving for my own survival, not sacrificing myself for others. Huh. The tension eased. Kun Sejin wiped her face, then nodded in reluctant agreement. Okay, you did well. Good. Before more objections could surface, I turned to Kandal, just in time for the next questioner to step forward. I have a question too. It was Ju Dan. He was the most entertained by all this. So is this place, like last time, a mental alternate world you created? Of all things to wonder about. Kandal, NVLIGHT, answered readily. No, it's still reality. Except because you escaped successfully, the building collapse penalty never applied. This reality will disappear soon. Here's the explanation. Originally, I'd had to endure the final collapse for mission failure penalty to complete. But I avoided that. So the penalty was erased, and retroactively, the fact that the building collapsed was wiped from existence. It sounds insane to me who knows the details. The others must think it's total nonsense. Maybe the system uses the same power when it rewinds time, erasing reality and restarting. From the past. And only one other person here could follow that, Changryo. He listened impassively. Kundal continued. He guessed that because we all exited together, the system left us here instead of sending us back. Anyway, you'll soon return to before the collapse happened, just like everyone else. Ooh, that's a relief. Apparently they liked that conclusion. The ragged survivors nodded with calm faces. Ju Dan even marveled. So it's like choosing one parallel world and abandoning the rest. You get it? In theory, yes. I could recommend some reading if you like. I ignored Cha Eugene mouthing nerd at Kim Ray Bin. Ryu Chong Wu asked gently. When will we go back? Right now. And at that moment, the others sitting on the bench vanished like a puff of smoke. But I stayed. Instead, I saw Kandal take a deep breath and look at me. I have something I should tell you in person. So I sent you back a bit early. Quite considerate. But the problem was not everyone had disappeared. I see a countdown. Gasp. It seems GM privileges remain. Changryo was still seated on another bench. I checked the countdown he mentioned. 100 seconds until scenario deletion. So we had 100 seconds left. No time to waste. Whatever, just tell me quickly. If the countdown's about to start, we're tight on time. Yes. I'd answer. Questions about the system later. First, I needed to hear what he had to say. Kandal tried to look calm as he spoke. Hyung. Yes. If you return like this, the collapse won't have happened yet, but everything before it did. Everything before it. Then I realized. The first thing I interfered with was after you got a status ailment failure and faced death. The first failure alert. Kandal swallowed and spoke quietly. When you return, it'll be at the moment the stage rigging falls on you. You got hit then, right? You avoided it, but it was still dangerous, so I had to tell you so you could dodge it again. I understood then. He thinks I only barely avoided the first hit. He didn't know I dodged it completely. Got it. I'll watch out more carefully. Yes. I looked at Changryo to signal be quiet, but then realized it was his turn to worry. Maybe you should plan how to deal with falling stage gear too. This was a charity concert by VTAC. If an accident and an event mix, it'd be a nightmare. Changryo didn't smile. He spoke expressionlessly. Maybe you should worry about yourself. Even if he cared, damn it. Oh well, I had enough on my plate. Prioritize protecting your head. Yeah, I know. I took a deep breath and reviewed my plan. Luckily, time was almost up. The countdown's nearly over. Yes. I counted down. And when I blinked, Park. Monday. I was sprinting back onto the stage. Instead of the choking dust from cracks, I smelled dry ice and felt the warmth of stage lights heating the cool air. I'm back. Then the rig fell. Woa dar dr drik. But this time my mind was crystal clear. I knew exactly what to do. I knew how far it would fall. Faster. Instead of just running, I accelerated into a slide. My thighs stung from the friction. Coo-coo-coo-coo-cum. Amid the roar. Behind me, I heard a chill as debris crashed down. There were screams. Wah. Arg. And when my slide stopped, I took stock of my position. I was completely off the stage, in the backstage area. I looked back. The smashed rig lay behind, But this time, it was at least my hideaway. A perfect avoidance. I did it. No pain in my back or ribs like last time. I waited a moment longer. My thigh burned, but that was it. It was over. My stunned members appeared from backstage, rushing up in relief. And the building neither collapsed further nor shook. Phew. I threw myself backward, lying down. There were still lingering questions, but I couldn't stop smiling. Laugh. We made it. No one died or was hurt. We escaped. What happened next unfolded strangely. Naturally, the audience members, after getting their phones and evacuating, flooded SNS with posts and news articles. SBC broadcast station stage collapse. Breaking news. Unprecedented stage collapse, no casualties. Everyone's safe. The headlines were sensational, but since no one was hurt, the public uproar wouldn't last long. Even though the stage had collapsed, with everyone's phones confiscated, there were no photos of the wreckage. And no fatalities? That guaranteed a short shelf life of the story. I half expected a rescheduled pre-recording elsewhere, but then, by a hair's breadth, TSDR's Park Mundy avoids stage accident. Planning rest. Who wrote that? He must feel the steel threatening him every time he reads the article. Is Park Mundy trying to absorb bad luck? He ran onto the stage on purpose? Terrifying like he wanted to get hit. Who sent him? The stage manager. People almost died, and some jerk leaves comments like that. Why gamble your rich, handsome idol life on stuff like this? Fantasizing losers raffle. Somehow those comments leaked and slowed our schedule. Thanks a lot. And since then, blame for the collapse shifted around, and I still haven't seen how VTIC responded. Because I look like this right now. I should contact the company. Just lie there. Get lots of rest. W on an apple, Monday? That's right. I've been hospitalized for a week now. For the record, apart from a minor thigh abrasion, I had no injuries. It healed in 2 days, even. Why on earth? I want to be discharged. The doctor says not. Yet. Why yeah? They all rehearsed that lie together, it seems. This is driving me nuts. And so began my forced rest. 435 chapter. Injured nowhere, yet hospitalized? Thanks to my superhuman recovery from Bacchus and Nectar, I'd long since stopped fooling people about injuries, and never imagined I'd end up in this bull's tea. No, my brain's going to atrophy. I set down the e-reader base Sejin brought me as a gift and spoke. This was 4 days into my hospital stay. There's a shortage of beds. Don't you think using one like this is unfair? This is a suite. I heard it's rarer to have the whole thing occupied. But I'd rather be out. Monday, even if you ask me, I'm not medical staff. You understand I can't help it, right? This insufferable wait. Is she imitating what I did during the collapse? I stared at Sejin in disbelief, but she just flashed a wide grin and left the room. Rest up. Next up, Kim Ray-bin surprisingly showed up in the evening lugging a turntable that could play LPs. Classical music helps calm the mind and body. So avoid modern music, huh? I tried a logical approach with someone clearly blocking albums and promotions from his brain. I have no injuries. This extended stay doesn't make sense. You went through an extremely dangerous situation. You need a few more days of observation. Kim Ray-bin seemed to truly believe it. A few of them must have conspired to cook up this plausible excuse. You could do that at the dorm. It's a waste of money, honestly. Don't worry. The company's covering the cost. If they expense it, our net profit drops, and so do our payouts. A question mark and exclamation flickered across Kim Ray-bin's face, but he nodded as if he understood. Did it work? No problem. I believe the whole group won't mind that expense for your peaceful rest. I lay back down, suppressing a groan. Next hitter. My muscles will waste away. Time to get back to my routine. Really, Ryu Chong-woo, who visited that morning, reacted positively. I'd planned to build up to a request, but he booked me the hospital's solo workout room next to the rehab center. Come to think of it, if the company covered the room, Chong-woo must have arranged it. He was practically the mastermind behind this ordeal, and I'd considered appealing to him. Not likely to work. The equipment's great. Let me know if you want it longer. Enough. I gave up and approached the machines. Lower body, I guess. Serves you right. Serves you right. Whatever. Cha Eugene, acting as caretaker, shrugged and bit into an entire apple. I grit my teeth and said quietly, anyway, Give me my smartphone. I don't have it. You can watch on the smart TV. I snapped at the Suites OTT apps. I counted 4. The Wi-Fi was blazing. Fast with 0 delay, yet I couldn't use it for internet. They've crossed a line. 2 days ago, the manager gave the same excuse. The doctor warned it might hurt your mental health, so please limit usage. Bullshit. This was overkill. But you have to bear with it. You know already, right? You need to regain what's most important now. Trust. Right. I pressed my temple. Honestly, in this insane situation, it wouldn't be hard to grab a loophole and get discharged. The hard part is persuading everyone else that I should be discharged. But this time I couldn't ignore it. After all, these idiots had been trapped in a collapsing building because of me. They must have been freaking out I might have died. Since everything was undone, no one to consult. If this was some twisted revenge, fine. But that has limits. How long do they plan to keep me here? When will I release an album, prepare year-end events, plan next year's activities? Patience only goes so far. I decided to give one last try. Hey. What? At least tell me what's going on outside. I could endure a few more days just on intel. Cha Eugene shrugged. Nothing much. No terror, no buzz. I've only seen ordinary traffic accidents in the headlines. Oh, and bank fraud. Not that. Who asked for a news briefing? I meant, what's the online public opinion about our group and VTIC? I don't know. That's not my concern. I balled my fist, but pictured Cha Eugene scrolling through forums and SNS, which didn't suit him at all. Better find the next candidate. I spent the afternoon de-stressing with jazz LPs and detective novels. That evening, Bei Sijin visited, and no, he avoided my gaze. I can recommend more books. I didn't need that. I resisted letting him slip up, then devoured the mung bean chicken soup he'd brought. It felt like getting food in prison from a visiting lawyer. The last hope, though I figured it was hopeless. Sian Ah-hyun had visited fairly often, but since day one I'd never asked him directly to help me get discharged. He clearly wasn't shameless enough to say, I don't know it. So I cut to the chase. Monday, you're okay, right? You know I'm anything but. He, too, looked away while peeling a tangerine. But now is the time. Staying here is tougher. I want to practice. Sian Ah-hyun avoided my eyes. Unlike Kun Sejin, he lacked the gall to fake ignorance. So I spoke bluntly. I'm serious. I can't stay like this. Let me out of the hospital. But his voice trembled. You lied to me. About something bigger. He peeled a tangerine and set it in front of me. His hand shook. I stifled a sigh. The shock must have been huge. When I faked evacuation up to the second floor and then contacted was abruptly severed by the collapse, it was inevitable. I just needed to level with him. I was scared too. No one would be calm at the thought of sudden death. Plus, if I died, someone else could get caught in it. And I felt helpless. No one could help. I'd never faced an experience that felt like I was doomed, either. So I couldn't explain properly. But if you felt betrayed, I'm sorry. I meant it. Sian Ah-hyun's mouth moved. Then he forced out. It's okay. I'm sorry too for not believing you. You've nothing to apologize for. Honestly, for being blindsided, that was a pretty mild reaction. I chose my words. I like resting too, but right now there's too much on my mind to feel rested. I want to leave the hospital. He seemed to hold back tears, then nodded resolutely. I'll talk to them. Thanks. A sign of resolution. That evening. Got your things? Yes. I finally could start discharge procedures. It had been over a week. Done. I felt relieved, but had a lot to do. First scan public opinion, plan activities, then visit the company. And make time to debrief the others at the dorm. Let's go. Yes. Ryu Chong-woo volunteered to drive me through the discharge process. But the car didn't head to the dorm. It sped in the opposite direction. Wait. Where are we going? Not the hospital. Then where? Haha. Answer me. We got on the highway, then turned toward the outskirts of Gyeonggi province and arrived at a secluded country house with a white stone wall. Chong-woo chirped. We're here. Go ahead and get out. They'd hold me up in a pension. Sian Ah-hyun. This isn't different from hospitalization. Discharge only meant moving here. But escape routes were already cut off. By the way, the dorm's being remodeled, so we'll all stay here. And we've agreed to avoid going out. It'd be awkward if sightings leaked. Since when did these idiots become so thorough? Inside, Kim Ray Bin and the others awaited with a get-well-soon cake and party poppers. Pop, congratulations on your discharge. Only Chong Wu had come to fetch me. Everything had been planned. I had to admit it. I lose. I silently brushed cake crumbs from my hair. But luckily, it turned out I hadn't gained nothing. Here, after an irritating celebratory meal, Cha Eugene called me to his room and handed me my own smartphone. It had my cracked screen and all. Thanks. My persistence in demanding outside news had paid off. You owe me delicious food now. I'm your traitor. He'd tried so hard to persuade me, and apparently still hadn't told Bei Sijin the truth. Cha Eugene shrugged. Let's rephrase, you were loyal to me. I happily texted back in English. It's fine. Honestly, everyone's overdoing it. Forcing someone to rest doesn't guarantee they actually recovered. He emphasized recovery with one hand, explaining, but if you overuse it, I'll be proven wrong. Promise me that won't happen. Okay. I promised and returned to my room, plugged my drained phone into the charger, and powered it on, addressing Kendall. Can you hear me? Suddenly a pop-up struck like lightning. Hyung, you've been discharged now. Yes. I answered gloomily. The pop-up flinched. Even he hadn't mentioned a word of outside news all this time. Who the hell muzzled you? But instead, we'd had some good conversations. I remembered my first day chat with him, about the status ailment failure and the reward pop-up. Mission failed, scenario complete. Victory, player Park Mundi, Ryu Jianwu. Reward, fragment of 1/4. What is this fragment reward? I'd realized that calling mission failure a scenario meant the collapse became a scenario, not reality. But the fragment made me quite pessimistic. I don't know either. When I forced a mission failure, the status window naturally generated that form. Oh, really? Yes. So I replied. Then actually, the system remains shattered, and by defeating a fragment, I get it as loot. How about that interpretation? The pop-up froze. Then in trembling handwriting it chattered. Actually, I wondered if the system only remained as fragments, which is why I didn't notice. Of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing for? I thought you'd wiped it out. I made a sour face. I thought it was ink via LGT. Only on ink via LGT, completely gone. Not beads or pizza. Pieces remained. And the 1/4 annotation bothered me. 1/4. While we're on the topic. Yes. Surely we won't have 3 more of these incidents. A short, dizzy silence fell. Oh no. I missed the system fragmentation this time. So I've monitored the fallout and scoured your status window. You're clean now? Okay. That was positive feedback. But I wouldn't fully trust it. I'd been blindsided too many times. In that spirit, I decided to start planning how to prevent a second status ailment failure. Let's see. They say the strongest urge defines your status ailment symptom. Like how I fixated on releasing an album. Yeah, looking back, I did obsessively want to drop an album. It must have influenced me. Then the thing I most want to do now is... What else? Situation awareness. That's all I can think of. So before diving into smartphone searches, I get a quick summary. First, to prove I'd been discharged, I texted Kendall. Any word on the VTIC charity concert? Cancelled or downscaled? After that chaos, one or the other. I was going to take that stance before scanning SNS. But then, it's being promoted successfully? What kind of magic is this? 436 chapter. TIC's charity concert pre-recording collapsed. During the VTIC over it. And a hot junior idol almost got crushed by it. Just listing these facts, there seems no way to avoid the barrage of people gleefully finding excuses to roast VTIC. But they dodged it. No, they didn't just dodge it. They turned it into viral gold. Yup. I immediately started searching on my smartphone, setting the date range from the day of the accident until now, and scrolling back from the latest public sentiment. Oh, even the guy sharing his screen was impressed. I touched my chin. They've shifted the frame. They made the broadcaster the public enemy. Is it okay to go after the network? Kim Se was talk. The stage collapsed. But no one was injured, so it's fine. If you had to summarize SBC's 2-sentence statement on the October 9th collapse of their stage set, it would read something like that. The public broadcast music show, where you have to greet the PD before you can go home, values hierarchy over substance, even at the moment of disaster. What fell wasn't the stage set installed by TIC's concert staff. but the lighting rig maintained by the broadcaster itself. This mistake happened just after the first collapse's shock had settled and right before VDIC would have taken all the blame. That's seriously creepy. 3 solid days of pre-recording, anyone could have been hit by steel beams. They still don't know the cause, says they're checking. Feels like they're just waiting for this to blow over LOL. There's a rumor they halted the set right before airtime because someone in production thought something looked off. Whoa, so someone almost got nailed checking it. This is headline news material. Damn, I'm so pissed I could scream. Only a matter of timing. If it had collapsed hours later, VDIC would have been the ones crushed by steel. Whether host or performer, anyone on that stage could have been the victim. It was incontrovertible. Then the narrative solidified. The real problem is the network's abuse of power. By splitting victims and perpetrators cleanly, only the perpetrator bears responsibility. And given the network's notorious history of mistreatment in music broadcasting, this frame stuck. Underpaying talent is standard in this industry, LOL. How many times have bad sets or slippery stages hurt idols and staff? This happens every year. Someone actually has to die before they fix this. They tapped into public outrage over the music show's heavy-handedness and indifference, pointed out the outsourcing of stage maintenance, and exposed the safety negligence as a societal issue. Then everyone eager for a soundbite chimed in, offering unverified but plausible insights. I was at the recording that day. There was nobody checking the stage, I swear. Maximite recorded on the same stage the day before. I heard Letso complained about the lights. Could it be? Blurry leaked screenshot. Thanks to that, rare accusations even emerged. Let's draft a joint statement from the performers' fanbases. We can't miss this chance. Demand an apology and compensation now. Made a link to gather opinions for the statement. Link. Some VTIC and Taystar fan communities even planned a joint statement to boost their own influence. VTIC fans are deliberately angrier. Realizing the backlash could turn on them, they courted other idols' fans and tore into the network. Fueled by anger that this might be TIC's last event before enlistment, and panic that VTIC could have been seriously hurt, they had all the righteous indignation they needed. Official joint statement on SBC's stage accident, photo. VDIC shed all blame and assumed the victim role. Clever. They herded opinion, so definitely no trace of manipulation remained. But this created a problem. So what happens to the charity con? It's awkward for a broadcast to keep this concert going. With the frame set that the higher-ups at the network are the problem, there was no scapegoat to cut loose. The network's leadership must have been furious. As a result, the charity concert's broadcast was thrown into doubt, risking all their agency's acts losing future airtime. A bold move. If they were an active group, they couldn't do this lightly. But these guys are enlisting soon. With 18 months before military service, they could afford to skirmish and make up later. And here's what they did with the charity concert. VTIC Charity Con on SBC canceled. Whoa. They brazenly canceled the terrestrial broadcast. Citing scheduling issues due to the accident, they effectively boycotted first. They're owning their mistake. TIC's fans and the general public loved it. LOL, that's badass. No wonder they're top 3 agencies. A Billboard-charted idol agency would never let SBC off the hook, LOL. On the internet, when friends argue, you're told to cut them off. This mega soda straightener move was the perfect gut punch. Then the build-up continued. Watch TIC's Charity Con here. Link, an infinite, interactive platform, no sign-up needed. The concert wasn't canceled outright. It just moved exclusively online, heavily promoted on WeTube and socials. Though it seemed they'd lose viewers, the outrage drove massive traffic instead, straight to WeTube recaps. KPOP's top idol agency teaches broadcasters a lesson. Letty class credibility. 1-minute recap from collapse to now. Where to watch VTIC Charity Con? Right here. Issue Talk. Soon after those videos trended, the donation page and early release clips went live on that platform. The collapse turned Charity Con into a hot keyword, and donations soared. And they'll spin it again with the donation total. A virtuous cycle. I nodded after skimming the latest PR articles. This was old hat. Wow. I had no idea they pulled off the concert like this. Amazing. Grand Haldao, following my search trail and commentary, popped up in a chat-style pop-up to praise me. But that's not all. Huh. P&L match? Survived unscathed? This isn't just that. I tapped the screen with a wry grin. They've made a killing. Do you know what platform this is? It's their own. Exclamation point. Letty holds half the shares in that livestream platform. They hooked an enormous number of new users with this viral moment. Even people who wouldn't join for a normal promo. Plus, platform awareness skyrocketed. Letty profited hugely as a platform operator. But just because the agency profits doesn't mean the group does, right? Like your agency. Oh, he already arrived at that inference. Right. I confirmed coolly. He'd made similar comments when T1 stars chased revenue diversification. But this case was different. Letty isn't T1 stars. Their circumstances with T-Star were worlds apart, in tenure and nature. I muttered without expression. VTIC practically owns Letty. Whoa. VTIC, when renewing their contract, took a hefty stake in Letty's stock. In medieval fantasy terms, if T-Star was a hastily adopted ward, VTIC was the agency's true heir. Having debuted on Letty, albeit fictionally, I know the CEO cares about the group beyond mere profits. Like a gamer bonding with their avatar. In an environment where TIC's brand value matters more than company gains, they've truly begun. No wonder not a single male idol debuted from Letty's direct junior lineup after VTIC. Unreal influence. Look how T1 stars and Spacer tried to poach them. They were shut out. Whoever holds decision-making power is ruthless. Chongrio. As long as she's pulling the strings, we won't see any similar male idol debut from Letty. Unless she becomes executive herself. Either way, without someone with that level of control, it's impossible and highly profitable. Chongrio will keep using this platform brilliantly for years. Hyung, can't T-Star just go independent and start their own agency? Don't be ridiculous. Not. Unless you can manipulate things from behind the scenes, an idol-founded agency is a path of hardship. T-Star needs more time and experience. Not yet. I flicked the screen down and shrugged. Anyway, the CharityCon public narrative was settled. Next up, public perception of me. Oh, there's an article saying you're taking a break. From everything I saw, people figured I wasn't posting on SNS because, thanks to the unharmed article, they assumed I was laid up. Classic Monday. I like that none of the groups posting. Don't pick a fight with the network. Our golden boy. He'll hit us with a selfie bomb soon. Yeah, I'll work on that. Now, on to the next step, the phone function. Missed calls. 64. Park Minha from Marini. Hal Jin Ha from Golden Age. Hee Sung Kwan from Spacer. Quite a few. Early on, when my phone was off, missed calls piled up, but they've mostly stopped over the past few days. Word must have gotten out that I'm resting. Still, a steady trickle of messages came in. Photo. A flood of texts. Not surprising anymore. It's like they need proof of life. Scrolling through a few days' worth of dog-walking snaps, I called back the sender. After a brief ringtone, a voice cut in. Your NOVLIGHD phone's on. Yeah. I propped the phone up and said casually. My doctor told me not to use it, so I stayed away for a few days. How are you holding up? First, check. Remember the building collapse? I'd speculated everyone might lose that memory when this accident was written off. But T-Star remembered. Since we escaped together, it would have been odd otherwise. I wondered if the others did too, and got the expected reply. Yes. The same for Judan. Well, would you rather he not remember? So he does remember. Got it. I just asked to guess how they recall it. In a curious tone, Chongrio answered. What are you thinking? We were once infected by glitches in that false world. Maybe it's leftover system immunity. That ability Cian Ahyun's power gave him to ignore system laws. If it remains, it makes sense they'd remember. Like I still have GM privileges. Right. Could be. He agreed easily. The conversation flowed without tension, unusual for him. Could this be the effect of digital detox? Maybe it loosened my mind. No, that's not it. They're just grateful to be alive. On a whim, I spoke up. And something I should have said that day. Thanks. For finding the key back then. I survived because of it. He still said nothing, struck silent. It had been a long time since I saw him this rattled. I see. His delayed reply was short, as if unsure how to respond. Was I too scary? If he'd nearly died in that chaos, this calm resolution might feel novel. Seeing one's own strategy succeed at last could lift long-standing resignation. I nodded. So here's the thing. No doubt he and Jude Dan contributed to our escape. Normally, I'd keep my distance and mark the line. But since they're heading into the military break anyway, this much I can do. I'm not looking to collect a debt. And I won't let them hog all the credit. We earned our share too. It's still before the charity con broadcast. I smiled. I have a proposal. Even hold up in this pension, under their close watch to make sure I'm resting. I had something in mind. And a few days later, a notice went up on TIC's official account. 437 chapter. No more teasers. Muttering gloomily as she mindlessly scrolled through SNS, a Kim Rae-bin fan spotted a shared post beyond her timeline. It was from TIC's official account. Save the World Charity Concert D7 special announcement. Our indomitable guests are returning. Photo. And the account that shared it added a brief, ominous comment. Could it really be our idols? The fan's heart sank. It was the gut feeling she got when her instincts were right. Oh, please no. After all that chaos, Taystar was going to appear at TIC's charity concert? She felt both pleased and annoyed. With the concert already a hot topic, it was smart to jump on the buzz and declare their participation. More content was great too. But it also felt like VTIC would be doing all the good works again, and Taystar just riding their coattails. They're just as responsible, too. They almost got crushed by that rig. They can't shamelessly pretend to be victims. It was a transparent ploy, but the network got even angrier and let it slide, which stung even more. Now with Taystar on board, the charity concert would be an even bigger success. The Kim Rae-bin fan huffed, but eventually accepted reality. She was a senior student job hunting, so her online combativeness had worn off. Well, will they do a stage? She couldn't be sure until the day itself, since the collapse happened before any performance. But they'd probably do a few title numbers. Then one thought naturally sprang to mind. Is Park Mundy really okay? No matter how tough he was, almost getting buried under stage ink right. Read more on our source. Equipment would leave trauma. Yet just yesterday, Taystar had resumed SNS activity. Exciting board game dogface. The attached short video showed Lee Sejin rolling the dice badly, and Cha Eugene roaring with laughter. It looked cozy. The setting was indoors, and everyone seemed to be having a good time. Of course they'd only post that. She captured a frame of Kim Rae-bin in neat pajamas, then resolved to focus only on actual teasers, not wasted emotions. But the expected big teaser wasn't what she'd foreseen. That afternoon, alongside TIC's post, TSDR's official account published. TSDR's counseling CAF. Opening soon flexed biceps. Location, Save the World Charity Concert Lounge. She clicked the explanation in surprise. Help teenage breadwinners and share your adolescent worries with Taystar. Photo. That's right. Taystar wouldn't perform. If they'd done the stage they prepared, it would have reminded everyone of the collapse. Turning it into a triumphant narrative felt awkward since no one was hurt. Viewers enjoying the show might only think of the accident. So they chose an alternative. VCR bonus content. Chat with Taystar. They called it counseling, but it was really a video call style fan meet. The Kim Rae-bin fan quickly found a summary of the details on her timeline. Donate to the charity box, choose the member you want, and write your story to enter. The counselor's face will be hidden, and your story may be broadcast anonymously. And the members pick the stories. One-day event only. She looked back at the PPT she'd been making, then tore at her hair. Seriously, she had all night. Having never won in an insane fan meet raffle before, she decided to boldly gamble this time. Of course, with so many applicants, her chances were slim. Kim Rae-bin. She opened word. And 2 days later, seeing she'd won, she let out a roar. Naturally, she had no idea what Park Mundy went through to plan this. I won't deny it. Surprisingly, pension life was pretty decent compared to being hospitalized. Bae Sejin seriously tried to convince me to give up my phone again, but it was bearable. It was almost funny. Those few days felt leisurely rather than dull. Could having my smartphone really make such a difference? No, I'm not an addict. It must be that all the small, harmless variables kept things interesting. A cat's here. Wow, what pattern is that? The kitten has yellow stripes. It looks like water. So weird. Watching Cha Eugene attempt to pet a stray cat like a dog and get startled, I nodded. Moments like that. Besides that, life wasn't bad. Working out, cooking, practicing drawing. I even thought retirement could be like this someday. Since coming into this body, I've never had time like this. To put it crudely, feeling like a rich layabout spending time however I pleased. Of course, I couldn't stay forever, so after a few days I gathered them in the evening and said bluntly, I'm most comfortable when I'm working. Rest is fine, but it's real rest only if I choose it. They didn't eye roll at me, so I pressed on. So, I know. Big Sejin replied with a neutral expression. But even if you're uncomfortable, you should rest when you have to. The doctor insisted. Your lactate levels were too high. That's not a lie. You feel it too. I looked around at the others. Even the easiest to read one showed no shake. That meant it was true. He also said if you use your phone too much, you should cut back. Me? An immediate outburst. Yes, you're totally addicted. You're like Park Mundy with his bottle. No one objected. Cha Eugene just shrugged. Only Kim Ray Bin ventured. But modern people tend to have dopamine addiction symptoms, so don't worry too much. You say that because you're attached to devices. He sank back as Ryu Jianwu took advantage of the lull to speak, as smoothly as if well practiced. But Mundy must have been shaken. Right. We were all shocked. We'd been through a lot pre-debut, but no one expected to risk their life, especially in such a supernatural way. That was true. So I'd gone along with their concerns, but I should have said this first, though. A bit late. Ryu Jianwu smiled and reached out to pat my back. Thanks for staying safe. Something churned in my stomach. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. As if prearranged, similar voices chimed in around the room. Each made me queasier. Damn. I took a deep breath and replied calmly. Same here. Thank you. I'm glad we all got out safely. Right. The living room, tension eased. The odd anxiety from avoiding the topic during my hospital stay melted away. Bei Sejin, cheeks still flushed, cleared his throat. I think I was too tense too. Nothing like this ever happened. But won't it help when you play a role with a similar vibe in the future? No, that must never happen again. He glared at me, then asked earnestly, could something like this happen again? I don't know. Hey, I hope not, but honestly I'm not sure. We need to look into it more. I half expected another outburst. But Bei Sejin simply nodded and said, thanks for being honest. You can't get answers by grilling me. Anyway, I'll look into things too. Reading SF novels now? Great. We're all grateful. If Mundy Hyung has anything to say, say it. As Cha Eugene finished, Lee Sejin cracked a wry smile and spoke. So Mundy wants to work? What exactly do you want to do? He was surprisingly supportive. I can say it right. Here. Even though it wasn't necessary to leave the pension. Oh well. Like this. I explained my plan. They listened attentively. Sounds fun. In the end, I got the green light, and our new participation format was announced on TIX accounts. TSDR's Counseling CF. Hello? Thank you for taking my call. Yes, hi. The Kim Ray Bin fan swallowed. On screen was Kim Ray Bin looking at her, but it didn't feel real. Yet it was reality. Reality. Her story about betraying her younger sister had been selected, and she was on a video call with Kim Ray Bin. She fought to keep her expression steady. He's insanely handsome. Kim Ray Bin wore a small ponytail. Not a sloppy one. She could see he'd styled it carefully, along with his piercings and chunky gray sweater. Beneath his hair peeked a subtle two-tone of lavender beige and ash purple, a dream. The fans sighed. This is paradise. Not a joke. Kim Ray Bin could run a country well, or scam one, maybe. Regaining composure, she calmly shared her prepared story. I fight with my sister so much. Roughly, her family and life were falling apart from constant fights. Kim Ray Bin listened intently and nodded seriously. Since I also grew up with an older sister and faced many conflicts, I think I can help you, Jawan. Let's talk. He'd requested the conversation. What a choice of words. Not offered, but requested. Anyway, she wasn't sure. She needed help, but she was curious what he had in mind. On screen, Kim Ray Bin's handsome lips formed a serious expression. Could you tell your sister exactly what upset you, without holding back? I've disappointed my sister many times too, but I believe I can fix those faults with precise feedback. It's a bother, I know, but please consider it. So he just listened to his sister's scolding fully and earnestly? Lucky. The fan clenched her teeth. What had she done to deserve being Kim Rae-bin's older sister? Did I really win? Is this a scam? But it's not real. He's so ugly in my imagination, no matter what ga. Is it my fault he's ugly? A montage of years living with a less-than-attractive sibling flashed by. She'd just shoot away someone trying to peek over her shoulder. In short, worthless advice that infuriates people. But the Kim Rae-bin fan beamed and nodded. I'll try it. Thank you for saying that. Kim Rae-bin looked genuinely moved, and it was truly worth it. I'll ask about his own experiences too. She'd even get him to say a cute, encouraging phrase. The fan pumped herself up with strong motivation. And at the same time, a third-floor room of the pension. Hello. Hello, Un and I. Park Mundy also broke into a cold sweat as he began his first video call. On screen was, my adolescent worry was always being compared to my sister, Ryu Seo-jin, the sister of writer Ryu Seo-rin of Idol Inc., and the senior in photo club who drank well in our journalism department. Oh, please call me Puppy No, Ryu Seo-jin. And Park Mundy's twin home manager. He just realized it himself. Is this for real? 438 chapter. The situation's surreal. A club senior who used to buy me drinks suddenly appears in a video call as my fan. Exactly at the moment my job is being an idol. It's deeply disorienting. Yet my years of professional training compel my mouth to speak truthfully. Yes, Seo-jin Yuni. Yes, I'm losing it. Seeing Ryu Seo-jin's satisfied face on the screen only makes me more unsettled. I vaguely remember that senior saying something at a drinking party, which helped me sneak into the Ajusa karaoke casting. But did she even like idols? I was too busy making a living to care what the club crowd's tastes were, and she mainly shot portfolio photos. She never sent me any paid gigs as a proxy, and yet, she kept it secret for the sake of her social life. She's even a home manager. Puppy Bear, the account that posts photos of Lee Se-jin and me, has produced so many high-quality shots that even I remember its name. Judging by the posting frequency and guidelines, I was sure Taystar wasn't its first idol. I either hadn't paid attention, or she hit it expertly. No wonder everything looked so natural. Maybe we learned similar composition in the photo club? No, stop it. Work. Just work. I must think of her only as a grateful fan participating in this event. I can't let any odd cues creep into the recorded live video call. If I think of her purely as a fan. But another question nags me. Why did she send a story about me instead of Big Se-jin? I thought maybe she liked him but wanted to expand her reach by including me, the most popular member. Then I realized. They rushed it and forgot to limit one application per member. If she were meticulous, she'd have crafted 7 distinct stories, one for each member. Journalism majors would certainly have the edge. And the story this fan submitted for me was, back in high school, I chose a career path similar to my sister's. Can I ever learn to accept and love myself now? She'd written a truly plausible tale of sibling rivalry, low self-esteem, and a sudden rise to first place via a survival show, essentially my story. And of course that sister was none other than Ryu Seo-rin, writer of Ajusa. First, your sister is someone with extraordinarily strong goals and great drive. Absolutely. I nearly twitched, thinking of that spotlight-grabbing author. Yet I masked it and nodded thoughtfully. She sounds amazing. I'm surprised at myself. Yes. So working in the same field felt difficult. I kept comparing myself to her. Ryu Seo-jin recited her polished, press release level some story with flawless diction, like a fabricated self-intro letter. But the overall flow was clear, making it easy for me to reply. I remember the first time I joined an idol survival show, I looked at the other contestants and felt the same way. Calmly writing that narrative, I felt as if I were reading from a script. By the end, I'd completely found my pace. Hearing us discuss our worries like this, I'm certain Seo-jin Yuni is just as driven as your sister. It was a predictable but lovely conclusion. Trust yourself more, and don't compare yourself to others. And the fan on screen, surely expecting a rote broadcast-style response to her sweeping novel-length story, listened intently. Right. Whether she's a senior or anything else, I mustn't forget she's a hardcore fan spending her time and money on me. So, could I get your puppy version cheer, Mundy? My lip trembles. Of course. Fuck, seriously. What do you call this feeling, shame? Fighting. Despite myself, I pinched my cheek, flapped my hand over my head, and cheered back. My mind went hazy, but after a few more signature fan meet gestures, the first call ended successfully. Ding. I feel like ashes. Drained, I collapsed to the floor. The staff didn't stop me. Just then the door swung open. Monday, this is fun. It's kind of meaningful, too. The guy in the next room, who I guess had been waiting outside, shouted excitedly. I just did a call with my fan. If he'd barged in earlier, he might have gotten more out of the story. Time compared to his own submission. What a shame. My first call was a shock, but in itself it was no big deal. Inc. VOIIT, original source, sitting in a pension with staff, chatting a few minutes with a fan? I'd do it for free. Each member only had 7 fans assigned, enough to pick 1 or 2 decent clips for the concert VCR. I could have had more. With 5 or 10 minutes per call and a 10-minute break between, it wrapped in 2 hours. Felt like they didn't squeeze enough value out of it. I smiled at the next prompt. Has Monday ever struggled living here in the dorm? Any answer's a minefield, but they meant no harm. Once we had to camp out in the living room because a bug showed up, and the members wouldn't go into the room. A response that sidesteps but stays relevant. Whoa, who was it? Perfect, they took the bait. And with that little anecdote, I finished another call. I'd pre-selected stories with clear cause and effect, ones easy to empathize with, and randomized them. So about half the fans had never imagined talking to an idol, making it quite fresh. Of course, some familiar faces popped up, too. On the 4th or 5th call, my first home manager fan appeared. OMG, hi Monday. Is your story about liking another idol, not me? Oh no. Just kidding. It was about debating dropping out of high school over career worries. Less than 3 minutes in, it drifted from counseling to a standard fan meet. Chat, but I kept the conversation going. Thank you so much, Monday. Let's meet again. I just wanted to say that back. And suddenly I thought, it's been a while, hasn't it? I haven't done something this hands-on as T-Star in over a year. After breaking the system and returning, I only toured, no album. Feeling so directly like an idol in T-Star again was nostalgic. Well, I resolved to keep at it. I tidied my hair one more time and looked back at my phone. My final counseling call started just then. And this time, hi. Wow, what do I do? On screen was the face I'd seen a few days ago, the fan I'd spotted among the cheering lights against the dark concrete walls. Hello, a graduate student fan. It's my first time winning something like this. Her bright face, surely someone who's never lived through a building collapse. My fist clenched under the table. The excited fan launched into her personal story before even stating her worry. I'd already heard it then, past the collapsing storeroom. She must always be this cheerful and optimistic. I said offhand, "You're a grad student." Yes. Because it was an academic worry, I thought my experience of passing the high school equivalency test might offer a fresh perspective. But I don't recommend it. Oh, it was about grad school. I let out a small laugh. I think having research or study you want to pursue is admirable. You're amazing for that. Heh, yum. A weird sound, but typical at fan meets. I listened and reacted sincerely, just as before. When time was up, the grad student's face brightened. Thank you. Really, I'm still struggling, but I feel I draw strength from you and T-Star, truly. She smiled warmly. No, I'm the one who's grateful. It was genuinely nice. Only after we hung up did I realize she hadn't requested any specific lines or poses. Damn, missed that chance for extra impact. Maybe I'll see her again at the next fan meet. Anyway, the video calls that began at 7 p.m. finally wrapped up near midnight. Once we filmed the ending shot outside the room, today's shoot was done. Great work, everyone. That was fun. Because the work wasn't grueling, the crew's faces were bright, and so were the members. I think we could hold fan meets like this sometimes. Standing in line at live events doesn't feel like one-on-one conversation. Diversifying how we meet fans using modern media. I like it. They seemed pretty into it. I scrolled through today's feedback, chuckling. Bei Sejin asked for textbook recommendations. No questions taken. Requested a heart challenge from Jian Wu. Awkward to say something unrelated to my concerns, but it was worth the embarrassment video. Kim Ray Bin. You dare put your hair up like that? Call me Yinny. Steal my clavicle knit looks? I will. Everyone had a memorable experience. I finished reading Big Sejin's Kakao Talk Boyfriend Profile Generator Review and Cha Yu Jin's top Spanish tutor for travelers, then went back to my phone. One voice quietly asked, Hyung Mundi, are you enjoying this? Yes. Thanks to me smuggling my phone out. I hope they remember and treat me to something good later. And not just Cha Eugene. The atmosphere felt like a company dinner was imminent. Can we get delivery here? If not, I can go out and buy it. Oh, we'll go. We were just heading to the mart. The charity concert staff, joining the chat, offered to fetch pizza. I appreciated it, though I suspected they just wanted to escape a dinner with unfamiliar celebrities. Understandable for working folks. After seeing off the rushing staff, then let's set the table before they get back. Oh, the cat's here again. We'll take care of this cat. Eugene, Bei Seijin Hyung, is allergic to cat fur. Oh, after a brief cat-led chaos, we set up for dinner. Then, ding dong, the doorbell rang. The guys setting glasses looked up in surprise. Already back? No way. They'd left just 10 minutes ago. The pizza wouldn't even be in the oven. They must have forgotten something. I'll get it. Because I was closest to the entrance, I went. Ding dong. I hurried and grabbed the door handle. Click. Light and sound poured in through the crack. Hello, that voice. Surprise. Wow, applause. I froze. VDIC members in plain clothes were standing outside the pension's front gate, bursting in. What the hell? Mundi SSI hot. What on earth was happening? Chongrio stood there beaming and waving. It felt like some insane description, but it was real. Behind them, I saw the cause. Above the camera, gleaming lights shone, and the ones holding the lights were the staff who'd just gone out. Oh, I grasped the situation and let my fist unclench. We had agreed on a surprise mini-stage at the end of the CharityCon VCR. So this was the plan. I never expected we'd be the ones surprised. We've come for a special stage with Tay-Star. Jean Chai-Yel grinned in front of the lights and waved. They've nothing to lose before enlistment, do they? A bizarrely infuriating reunion. Yet, welcome. There was no reason to refuse. I smirked and stepped aside. Let's do it. 439 chapter. Controversy, publicity, even synergy effects. The VTIC charity concert was executed with meticulous precision and perfect timing by the NKVRLGRHT. Don't copy. Read here. Former Reset Syndrome idol who'd spent his entire life as an idol. Of course, he was the one who planned the concert. Zhu Dan nodded as he watched everything proceed smoothly. An enormous, descending collapse event that should have devastated the building had been restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. If the final curtain had fallen so perfectly and happily, it was only natural that a tension-free success story would follow immediately. Everything will go well. Zhu Dan. Yes. The moment he heard that voice, Zhu Dan hastily put away his smartphone. Not because he felt his leader Hyung's habitual pressure, but because it was a reasonable request. And honestly, at the species level, wasn't it natural to feel a certain amount of intimidation and fear? Though his face was fresh and youthful, Chongrio was someone whose ego had been built over incredible expanses of time. There must be a reason humanity has long respected its elders since ancient times. Stay calm. Zhu Dan mumbled inwardly. And Chongrio, the person in question, glanced at Zhu Dan's behavior and said, I would have told you it was fine even if you hadn't checked. It's a hobby. Rather than saying, don't do it if I tell you not to. Chongrio gave him a slight look and left. An unspoken permission. Generous? No, it wasn't generosity. Permission. Even a leader was overstepping his authority. But he's been that kind of character since before debut. As a group leader, he was an efficient type. Isn't that why VTIC had remained strong for so long? When it came time for the recontract, I thought I'd be ruined. Someone else got ruined instead. Zhu Dan decided to set that thought aside. Instead, he recalled the internet reactions to the VTIC concert he'd been watching. First, the negative ones. They copied TSDR's charity concert, right? They rented it out in advance. A small minority thought it reminded them of TSDR's charity concert held on the same platform right after TSDR's traffic accident, though that talk had almost disappeared thanks to the guest announcement. He did admit they used the fairly novel audience participation format. But that's a niche policy that only works for internet aficionados. What VTIC had planned was a more classic and glamorous charity concert. And it had worked. This is actually fun to watch. It's been ages since a concert only played familiar songs, and the live audio is so clear lol. He didn't deny that Taystar had helped to some extent. Taystar's already announced surprise VCR appearance in the second half was quite entertaining. Park Mundy. Hello, I'm Counselor Mundying for today. Maltese, silent scream. The Maltese puppy character raised its front paws and covered its mouth. It was a fan who'd requested counseling from Park Mundy. For anonymity, the members' animal characters counseling applicants via VR-style compositing was cute and heartwarming. It was funny too. A humor device to adjust the tempo in the middle of a hectic stage. Sian Hyun. First, have a cup of warm water. Rudolph. Hiccup. Sian Hyun. That should help with hiccups. Ah, you're so cute. Hyun is working so earnestly. It's really nice to see. While filming the VTIC reaction to the charity concert with the other members, Ju Dan inwardly nodded several times. Of course, that reaction footage itself would soon be released as content. Right after they enlisted. My goodness. Enlisting. He thought he'd quit before that large hiatus, but strangely he kept going. Ju Dan nodded. But since there's been nothing to consume so far, fans won't really drift away as outsiders. With 3 in-house content releases, 2 free songs and music videos, and even a cinematic trailer for world building, he felt confident. All made by Chongrio. I wonder how long they'd been preparing. They were releasing so much hiatus content for just 6 months next year. That must be why it was hard to rebel against this superhuman leader. Anyway, the screen moved on. After the VCR ended, when it was time for the stage. Visiting Taystar's counseling session. Suddenly, VDIC appeared at Taystar's pension on a surprise visit. Gulp. That was a true surprise. If Ju Dan had checked the internet on his hidden smartphone, he would have seen countless exclamation marks and excited reactions. Whoa. Hyungs. Even Taystar in the footage must have had his eyes pop out. That hadn't been agreed upon. Ju Dan felt a secret pride. It was all for great reactions. They'll pass out lol. Look at Mundy pretending not to freak out my precious sorry dog. Bae Sejin ran out in slippers lol. Is that Taystar's dorm? Probably rented somewhere since they can't reveal the dorm. Anyway, after warmly greeting each other, they shared pizza and briefly talked about the charity concert and its meaning. Then the scenario called for them to bond. Park Mundy kicked it off. I'm really sorry that I can't participate on stage. Don't apologize. You even did counseling to try to join. Right? You did more than enough. Amid their embarrassed glances, Ryu Chong-woo laughed and said, Thank you. Then just being here is enough. Then, Cha Eugene answered with a bright face. He was the perfect member for that. How about a short performance right here? On stage! Exclamation point. There are lights here, and we're all performance pros. Waha. Thus, an impromptu-looking stage was confirmed. Let's go. It was already after sunset outside. Though the pension was in a remote, natural spot, it had one advantage. A large front yard like a pension's, lined with lamp lights. Oh, they counseled in a cool place. Excited, VDIC and Taystar ran onto the front yard, paused for a moment, and giggled. Shall we dance? I haven't thought about that. Then Lee Sejin of Taystar linked arms with the members and beamed. It's Senior Hyung's concert, so naturally we'll do the seniors' songs. Wow. Of course, the lineup was pre-prepared. Yet he delivered that line so naturally. He really was so sociable that he wasn't uncomfortable at all. Ju Dan nodded. Anyway, they applauded the chosen songs and the idols formed a circle in the yard. Music please. Under the sparkling lamp lights and the stage lights from the staff, the night grass shimmered. As the familiar intro played in the dim backdrop. I love this so much. The idols rushed out, and their upbeat, energetic steps crisscrossed. Then the opening chorus sounded like a mass sing-along. Hey Parter, I wonder if you're thinking of me. Night Sign. Tick's immortal hit, released at the same time as Taystar's debut song, filled the front yard. Though normally excluded from the charity concert setlist for its dark, languid sexy concept, it felt different here. And again I remember. Night after night. As the crowd's mood rose at the concert, the party-like vibe showcased the song's advantage as a hit. Everyone knew the tune. The excitement born of shared familiarity. Even though it wasn't choreographed for that feel, it worked. The two groups laughed and mixed, taking turns stepping forward to match the choreography. Sometimes VTIC deliberately stepped back to let the juniors have their moment, and Taystar, careful not to overstep, enjoyed the seniors' song. Since they'd already spent time together, the balance looked easy and natural. At the chorus, until the end of this night, remember my eyes. They improvised a formation and delivered the signature choreography. Born from a spontaneous party atmosphere, the perfectly matched moves looked even more splendid. The camera captured individual members laughing or enjoying themselves. Though their movements were more excited than the song usually called for, it strangely fit. Like a night sign, gestures and cool freestyle dance filled the song's quick tempo. Then they definitely let loose. Woo! Following that collective exclamation, the idols dropped the choreography and smiled brightly. Oh, that was so much fun. Watching the reactions being filmed, the VTIC members reminisced excitedly. And Ju Dan glanced over. Chongrio was faintly smiling too. Yeah, night sign. After shouting the final line like a mass chant, the members checked each other's moves and struck a dramatic ending pose. Screech, bang, and fireworks exploded above, ending the impromptu stage. Amid laughter, wow, thank you. Behind the waving faces, the fireworks' colors glowed in an emotional shot. It was a moving mid-finale perfect for a charity concert. Viewer reactions matched. It was so heartwarming. I didn't expect them to participate like that. Great inclusion. Our country's idols are amazing. How can they sync up like that instantly? No, it's VTIC and Taystar who are amazing. But one question remained in both fandoms' minds. Why are they so close? Oh, that was fun. Thanks for the fun show. After Tick's sudden stage in the pension yard, VTIC, busy toward the end of the concert, immediately began preparations to leave. Taystar, as juniors, gave them a courteous send-off. I was replaying the stage in my mind. That was fine. It had been a while since he'd pulled off such an impromptu song choice as if hearing it for the first time, but since they were all veterans it came out naturally. If they'd chosen from Tick's songs, picking one of TSDR's pre-debut hits would have been safer, but really no problem. They're enlisting. In idol group relationships, all issues outside romance come from rivalry. Since they won't be rivals during the hiatus, fans will probably respond more forgivingly. Just then, Monday SSI. Yes. Now we're back to formal speech. Rechanged into street clothes, Cha Eugene grinned. Can I contact you on leave? Let's see each other often. And then we can speak informally like before. I'd always like that. Of course, there'd be times when he'd be busy if something came up. Anyway, Eugene nodded vigorously, dipped his head briefly, and whispered. And after we've all enlisted, Hyung is alone, you know. Emotionally. He probably hadn't felt much different before enlisting either. You and Kong I will keep in touch, right? Like I said before, you're like a mountain spirit. I worry you won't even eat properly. No, Chongrio would probably take in plenty of protein and fiber. But I nodded. I'll do my best. Great. Eugene smiled brightly, gave an unnecessary hug, and left. Ju Dan, who'd been listening, silently approached with a mysterious expression and said, Eugene Hyung has some emotional and irrational aspects. He attaches too much meaning to relationships. Still, socially, people tend to accept what he says more easily. Amazing, right? No. Anyway, I decided not to forget Eugene's words. Just that much. And a few days later, Tick's charity concert ended successfully. With a surprise event, they even released a high-production fan song MV, and all members except Chongrio truly enlisted that month. Seeing the press photos felt strange. Maybe because I'd been in a group with those under 20s not long ago. Loyalty. I'm off now. VTIC salute by Shino Hansung star photo. When we enlist, the cultural replacement service law should pass. Hyung, the higher your expectations, the greater your disappointment. Our turn will come soon enough, but we still have years ahead. I might receive a national medal allowing me to defer enlistment. That should be my next goal. I nodded. Why are you nodding? Because I think I'll have a good song. I set my smartphone, which I'd been using in the middle of the studio, down. Siana, Hyun, tense, was recording in the booth. And the next in line, Lee Sejin, glanced at VTIC news on my smartphone, and as our eyes met, she said offhandedly, a January comeback? A January comeback. A condition for receiving a national medal? In K-pop, precedents exist. Global recognition and evaluation. You can't just do well. You have to be the best in this genre. VTIC had completely held that top tier so far. I'll dominate during the hiatus. Starting with the special stage at this year's awards, where VTIC was gone. We don't have much time left. We cheerfully began planning our raid on the empty house. And so year-end came. 440 chapter. It's already been more than 5 years since we first rang in year-end after debut. By now, everyone follows a pattern when preparing for award shows and year-end music programs. The prepare at ease type. Thanks to years of experience, they stay calm in mind while pushing themselves hard physically, or pushing hard physically so they can remain calm. Phew, I think we can take our time on the next move. Okay, then let's skip ahead and lock in everything from Part B today. Chong Woo Hyung sound good. Yeah, should we extend practice time? Let's do that. Most of the group falls into this category. Next, the prepare anxiously type. Worries, concerns, and insecurities about mistakes. They brood over every possible outcome and fall into anxiety whenever they rest. Is it because of me that we're taking extra time? Don't answer. Either way, we'll work hard. Right, we've given ourselves plenty of time. Hyung, if we devote that much time to the bridge, it means the choreography's focal point, T shifts there. Then my prearrangement will sound awkward. Enough. If you cut them off at that point, they calm down, inspired by those in Group 1. When you rest, don't think about anything. But don't. I made their breaks feel like real breaks. And the smallest group is the easygoing fun type. You know, cramming's basically cheating, right? Got it. They go through the motions of practice, but aside from synchronizing the group, their moves and gestures are already stage ready. True skill matters most. So if you can't do it, practicing is pointless? Nope. Effort becomes true skill. Ahem. They're glib. In any case, preparing for year-end always creaks along, but works out fine. Stop it. Ray Bin eat. I dodged the dried sweet potato Cha Eugene hurled at Kim Ray Bin and replayed our practice video. It looked solid. Actually, if we kept classifying, there'd be one more. The anxious yet playful type. But no one here fits that category. It's common when studying for exams, but once money's involved, it heals itself. In other words, we earning money don't apply, though I, in unpaid fields, sometimes do. Anxious yet paralyzed. Could the next status ailment be getting a national medal? What? On a weekend night after practice, I lounged in the bathtub with a cold non-alcoholic beer and my waterproof smartphone in hand. Isn't it weird I'm so worked up over a medal that only postpones enlistment for a few years? I'm telling you, Hyung, it's not weird. On the other end, Gundal nearly wailed. Hearing his real voice after so long made me appreciate the difference from chat pop-ups. Anyway, his opinion was steadfast. He saw no strange signs in me. And why I obsessed over a medal was, everyone hates the military, right? And as the date nears, even more so. That's true. Since I'll enlist twice, like a biological imperative, the closer it gets, the more I fixate. Those who've been through it know it's cruelty. But you're not going, so what do you know? Sorry. Swapping bodies with an older person, I deserve at least a military exemption medal. And I know he's not the expert on the military. No, you must have observed me closely to be certain. Yes, exactly that. Gundal explained breathlessly. I really examined everything as if my own status window would open. No one-quarter system residue in you, Hyung. Seriously. Okay, I get it. The wall might cave in. I lowered the call volume and conceded. So what if a mission fails? I said it's not. Fine. I told Gundal I'd allow him to run regular status checks. Like a rap routine, then drop the subject. If the feeling's bad like last time, I'll run toward wherever no one is. After all that, the thrilling year-end settlement period arrived. Monday, our Q3 settlement deposit is December 20th, right? Yeah. No, not that settlement, but the time when everything we did over the past year gets quantified in sales and qualified in public recognition. Yes, award season. The artist of the year is Taystar. Congratulations. An album of the year goes to Taystar. Last grand prize, singer of the year. Congratulations, Taystar. Purr puff. Fireworks, drum rolls, announcements, cheers, and Taystar's signature song playing under it all. Thank you. We'll work even harder. We're coming back soon. Screams, applause, roar. At every ceremony we attended, we cleanly took a grand prize because our company didn't send us anywhere they wouldn't grant one. Efficient. Backstage at headquarters, we moved to shoot promo photos of our trophies and received endless congratulations from coworkers. Hyung. Wow. Spacers, newly debuted female idols, AR team staff, management director, even Marini. Congratulations. Congratulations. In this industry, competitors glare as if they want to smash your head and claim your trophy, yet they still say congrats. That junior, Song Haerin SSI, does she dislike us? Probably. Anyway, year-end was pretty fun without any anomalies. Who hates doing well and winning awards? Our special stage drew praise too. Taystar Saber stage was insane. What's that called? Sword dance? Almost drooled watching. Currently a staple among real-time trending vids. Taystar T1A stage. It tasted like the end of trials and tribulations, the peak of our prime. Of course, we didn't win every category. Digital single went to Yang Rin, album to VTIC. That dynamic held even after VTIC enlisted because the leaders stayed to attend. Thank you. Chongryo arrived solo at the most prestigious awards in a navy semi-formal suit instead of stagewear. I dedicate all congratulations and awards to our hard-working members fulfilling their duties. He showed no awkwardness or haste at attending alone, only his usual composed, flawless self. He even hinted, "I'll show you more next year." Wah. Thank you. As Chongryo bowed slightly, Big Sejin, smiling admiringly, whispered over dramatic BGM. A solo album, right? Yeah. Here we go fighting again. With him, if he drops hints at a full VTSE reunion or sneakily builds in a group track arrangement, I'll put up the colorful K-pop star award. I stared at the company's clumsily made sponsor placation plaque, a brand new category added this year for no reason. Instead of crafting this, they could have subdivided rookie awards. But it'll probably disappear next year, so it's rare. It's an award, congrats. Yeah. Chongryo, whom I met backstage, praised it too. I handed it to the staff, and Chongryo, watching calmly, said something unexpected. Haven't you heard the good news? What? Has your dog had puppies? Junior, did you fall asleep in science class? He meant, what nonsense is that? I felt the same. I glared at him to speak properly. Chongryo regarded me as if pondering, then smiled slightly. Never mind. I just meant, let me know if there's good news. Why? I'm curious. He left in a car, then texted a short video. Happy birthday. Video. The clip showed a dog receiving a new bed instead of a torn one. What does it mean? I figured it'd be fun to ask, so I left it. By now he'd learned that messing me over backfires on him too. Thus, the final music awards of the year concluded, leaving behind countless temporary trophies. What remained was, we're coming back. Yes, a new year, a new activity period. We'll make our comeback in the January when all performance metrics are fully recorded. And instead of regular music shows, we'll use a format with far more attention and airtime. We'll come back at the January awards. Yay! Even though everyone already knew, the excitement was palpable. It was our first comeback in a while. The head office had nearly pressured us to come back on Tonia in December. It was their awards show, after all. But we refused. Good call resisting until we could polish the stage. Solid. Judgment. Happy New Year comeback? Best idea ever. Maybe we were overly hyped, but seeing them already humming victory tunes and doing all-night practice was impressive. All right. I'm positive this will go well. Hyung, I have a superstition about that. I'm kidding. Hey. And so, on Monday, January 9th, right before our comeback, we'll appear on a New Year's late-night radio special. Of course it's calculated. It's not real promotion, more like viral marketing. I love that it's daring but not over the top, with a touch of unpredictability. Since it's talk-focused, we can say just what we want. We're not newbies anymore. We want to give fans the joy of guessing what album will drop. And because it's a limited medium, there's no fear of all our promo being used up. It's like a pre-party. I smiled and greeted staff in the radio booth's media room. Looking forward to working with you. Wah. Yes. Writers and staff welcomed the group warmly. Everything went smoothly. Taystar, you're on in 16 minutes. Yep. We sat on a couch in the outer chamber, waiting to enter. Since it's a surprise appearance, we planned to feel like we were breaking in. Monday. Thanks. I squeezed the stress ball Cian Ah-hyun offered and blinked slowly. This waiting is the worst. I'll stay alert, but do nothing. I mentally rehearsed what to talk about on air. Blink. Greet. Manage audio feedback. Blink. Make sure Kim Rae-bin doesn't spoil the songs. Blink. For the final goodbye, Bae Sejin will. Blink. I saw a dark ceiling. I closed and reopened my eyes. Blink. Nothing changed. Wait, dark? I sat up, realized I was lying on a bed. What? Not a couch, a bed. This isn't right. I felt around and tapped a button on the wall. Lights came on, revealing a cozy bedroom. Walls plastered with Taystar posters. The layout looked familiar, but first, I'd woken up somewhere else. Phew. I took a deep breath. Having survived anything, I shouldn't be surprised, yet. How can something happen so out of nowhere? No pop-ups. No status window. No psychological clue. First, check the status window. Then it happened. Hyung. Ugh. A sound echoed in my head, like a vibration carrying meaning. A vibration? I realized it was a sensation I'd experienced before, when Jeon-woo lost control of the study session in Ryu Jeon-woo's body, and I used it. No way. This can't be. I fought the tremor and wanted to reply to that inner voice. Whoosh. Strange calculations flashed in my mind. Then a pop-up appeared before me. Underscore, 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 underscore. What is this? What is this underscore? Okay, got it. It's a chat pop-up. Like Gundal used to send me. And it meant one thing. Damn. I recognized my own voice with a different nuance, then raised my smartphone to see my face on the front camera. I really am Ryu Jeon. Woo, damn it. Damn. Hyung, are you in my body right now? Yes. They said there were no more system features left for me. Even that thought went out as a chat pop-up, but whatever. What can I do? Connect. Gundal could access Park Mundi's status window, sharing eyesight and all. I wasn't sure if I could, but I'd try. How do I call up the status window? I focused. Park Mundi, status window, system, connect, link. Connect dash. Suddenly, I felt his sight and sensations. The pre-broadcast radio standby of Park Mundi. Gundal was right. We could share perception. I barely had time to feel relieved. A hologram popped up in the shared view. A familiar status window pop-up. Sudden. Status abnormality mission failure. Restoration to original state. All things return as if nothing happened. Ends in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. One day? I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. It only says mission failure. And instinctively I realized what had happened. Ah, shit. It was on your end. What? It was on your end. This damn one-quarter system abnormality didn't strike me. It struck him 10 minutes before radio standby, with a body swap. Yeah, that was just the beginning. 441 chapter. Hup. I took a deep breath in and let it out. The pale face of Ryu Jeon-woo on my smartphone screen moved in sync. There's no way to stay calm, but I have to sort this out as clearly as possible. Park Mundi, me, and Ryu Jeon-woo, Gundal, have swapped bodies. Park Mundi is the main vocalist of a top-tier idol group, about to make a comeback. But Ryu Jeon-woo, Gundal, now in Park Mundi's body, has no idol experience and doesn't care about comebacks. Park Mundi's live radio broadcast starts in 10 minutes. This is insane. I've been through enough absurd situations to know real craziness when I see it. A live broadcast standby 10 minutes before go time. Are you for real? The only hope is that, like Gundal did, I can still share Park Mundi's vision. Whatever status ailments, or whatever, I have to figure out how to make it through the live show. Wait, Park Mundi's vision is blurring? The radio waiting room was fading to gray. This felt bad. What if the problem isn't that Park Mundi's system glitched again, but that a total novice like me messed up the connection? Fuck. I could practically hear the broadcast plunging off a cliff. I scrambled to send a chat pop-up. Are you okay? Vision connection problem. Tears. I'm sorry. I understood. But Gundal's tears pooled in the shared vision, and through the haze I saw several people hurrying toward the radio booth. The producers. Hyung. They say we should go in now. Hold on. There was no time for feelings. Give me your lock pattern. Debut date. Taystar debut date. A lock pattern based on the idol debut date? Who thinks of an unintuitive pattern like that? I raced my mind through the possibilities. No zero key on the keypad. 3 points would be too few. Adding the year makes 5. 5 digits. I traced the 5-point pattern and lifted my finger. The screen slid open. Of course. I immediately downloaded the broadcaster's radio app on Park Mundy's phone. It would substitute for his hearing. Better than risking a mistake sharing his hearing mid-live. Honestly, I barely knew how I was still sharing vision. Let's get to work. Once the download finished, I opened the radio app and used those few seconds to plan, discard, and refine my strategy simultaneously. Then I rose from the bed. Listen up. Yes. You've got a surprise live radio appearance right before the comeback. The script is maybe 5 or 6 lines at most, and you can see incoming questions in real time. Since it's multiple people, only answer when a question comes directly to Park Mundy. Otherwise, speak only when everyone speaks, and only after I signal you by chat, and speak slowly then. That way, while I type out the answer, you can sprinkle in filler exclamations to cover the gap. But one rule is crucial. When you add filler exclamations before answering, whether positive or negative, don't include any nuance. You have to control that carefully. A single sarcastic or inappropriate inflection could doom us. Once the broadcast airs, there's no take back. Tension is mandatory. Gundal sent a death rattle in the chat window. I clench my jaw. Too much pressure, and he'll crack. I relax slightly. A reflex reaction or two is fine. You're not exactly confrontational. Then the chat exploded. Please, just manipulate me. I'll do every reaction you tell me. Just write it out for me, okay? He was desperate. But I couldn't adopt a puppet arrangement that pleased us both. Not happening. Huh. I perched on the sofa and bowed my head. This is live radio. You're on camera too. Meaning he had to control every facial muscle and reaction. Save me. Isn't that why I'm doing this? I sighed. If you really can't handle it, there's a surefire way to cancel the broadcast. What is it? Just collapse on the floor. The most certain way to cancel a schedule. Get carried out in an ambulance. After a moment of silence. Sorry, I can't do it. I expected that. Taystar was already receiving their final briefing outside the booth door. If a complete amateur could collapse with a clear head, he wouldn't have come this far. There's nothing to apologize for. But yeah, this would be too much for you alone. Yes. Okay. I'd already thought of this. Throwing an amateur with no live experience on the air, they'd stick out with awkward timing. And they'd be compared to the on-air Park Mundy I showed before. Worst problem. We needed one person to back him up, to riff with on the spot. But sharing with all 7 would cause chaos. There was only one answer. I pressed my fingers to my temples and spoke. You only talk to one person. A taut, appropriate tension filled the booth entrance. Taystar had been active on broadcasts for over 5 years now, so this was natural. Even members who frequent variety shows weren't especially relaxed. For example, Lee Sejin. He'd already read the script looped in his head and checked his parts. Next, he considered another crucial step. I could jump in there, too. Although it wasn't explicitly assigned to him, he memorized which lines he could steal. A habit since the survival show debut. Always claim your share. Taystar had grown so big as a group that there was no controversy, but the survival show mentality of ranking individuals persisted. Moreover, there's no harm in it, right? On stage, in photos, in producing, in interviews, there was always someone who could score extra points. I swear there's a point collector in this team for any activity. Sitting it out while others work? That's akin to standing still. Lee Sejin wasn't about to miss a point score opportunity, ever, until retirement. Need anything else? No, we're fine. By now, members other than Lee Sejin were quite familiar with talk format broadcasts. They needed to do even better. Well, it's nice that the members are reliable. Lee Sejin remembered the previous waiting room. Everyone managed their tension expertly and waited when suddenly a faint whisper crawled into his ear. Excuse me. A pleading tone edged with tears, 2 adjectives that never fit this composed person. Lee Sejin snapped his head around reflexively, and locked eyes with someone whose eyes shimmered with tears. Park Mundy. Lee Sejin nearly jumped from his seat in shock. then steadied himself. His next words nearly came out. I don't think you're Park Mundy. I suddenly woke up in a different body. I'm Gundao. Like, I'm in Ryu Jian Wu Hyung's body. Almost before he could think, Lee Sejin dismissed any possibility that Park Mundy would pull such a prank for minutes and 50 seconds before going live. The would-be trickster, claiming he's someone else in Park Mundy's body, begged his case in a rush of words. He said he was communicating with Mundy Hyung by some magical method. He says Park Mundy Hyung will tell us how to speak on the radio. Telepathy. A few cheesy movie and drama tropes flashed through Lee Sejin's mind. But after several unreal experiences, he developed some shock absorption. Instead of questions, one thought rose first. Worry. The last impossible incident had been a building collapse. Shivers ran down Lee Sejin's spine as he spoke. Is he going to be okay? He'll be fine. I was just in bed. A brief relief passed, then, he told me to say this. A sentence followed, like reading from a textbook. Don't tell anyone. Only you know. You know what happens if the live show fails. He was oddly coherent. That really is Park Mundy. My head spun, and Gundao's desperate mosquito buzz plea ended like this. Save me. Mundy Hyung said to trust only Sejin Nim on the radio. Park Mundy. Lee Sejin yelled inside without changing his expression. Then Ryu Chong Woo turned his head from the front door. Everything all right? Lee Sejin hesitated briefly, but then, oh no. Let's go in. Come on. Let's do this radio show right. Park Mundy was right. If the conversation tempo tangled up in sharing, it would be hell. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Grabbing the back of Park Mundy's, his own, neck, he cheerfully entered the booth. But Lee Sejin and Park Mundy both missed one thing. Seon Ah-hyun was waiting right next to them, close enough to overhear most of the exchange. A gap created by the overlap of a live broadcast and a bizarre phenomenon. Ah-hyun, it's time to enter the booth. Seon Ah-hyun swallowed hard, then with a pale face but determined steps, followed them inside. And thus, Monday, January 9th, 11:47 p.m. On that night, when everyone else was busy wrapping up the new year and the week ahead in reality. This is Song DJ's Midnight Radio, Monday's highlight, Weekly Lucky. She was just starting the final Monday corner. Today, we have very special invited guests. The seasoned radio host smiled as 7 tall idols filed in. Her gentle voice that comforted listeners so well rarely presided over such commotion. They're so young. Taystar greeted the production crew warmly as they entered. Like true top stars, they skillfully found their seats and smiled naturally. I'm sure listeners will be very surprised. She glanced around #EnkVia Light #the table, checking faces. She already knew their names. Surprisingly, all 7 were famous enough she didn't need notes. That blonde youth must be Cha Eugene. The guy with the ponytail is Kim Rae Bin. The handsome one in the hoodie is Bae Sejin. And the charming friend seated immediately to her right was the famously composed Park Mundy. Except, his hands were trembling like motorboats. The host nearly rubbed her eyes. Then, with practiced poise, she delivered the planned introduction. Awarded Singer of the Year at the recent Golden Disc Awards, the undisputed kings of K-pop, Taystar. Her right hand slid under the table before she realized. Did I really see that? Instinctively, Lee Sejin nudged her elbow. And so, the hair-raising live radio broadcast began. 442 chapter. I tapped the sofa's armrest. At the same time, my smartphone's radio app blared a cheerful greeting. Hello? Take your star, Taystar. And a few seconds later, that was just Taystar. Turn on SBC radio right now. Radio? Why is Taystar on the radio? My browser refreshed continuously. I pressed my palm to my forehead. If they had announced the radio appearance in advance, it would have drawn less attention. People usually watch YouTube. You don't go out of your way to find a radio station. At most, a few clips might get shared later. But the surprise, unannounced factor actually drove the chatter up. It's like how a randomly stumbled upon movie on TV feels more thrilling than one you actively seek out on an OTT platform. So that was the plan all along. Damn it. Karma, I guess. Whether my head hurt or not. The host barreled on from the greeting straight into catch-up talk. And my browser kept refreshing. Taystar, you must have some great plans for this year, being here with the Daysang winners. Aha. Thank you for inviting us. We're more grateful and more nervous. And yes, we're working hard, so you'll see us more often this year. That's right. We'll come back looking our best for our fans. And we came today just for that. We'll do our best, DJ. Oh my. Ryu Jian Wu must be used to this kind of banter by now. Cha Eugene also knew how to shape his words when needed. The mood was warm with laughter. The problem was what came. Next, my turn in the script. Ugh, thank you. Shall we start our segment? Have any of you listened to our late-night radio? I decided to pop up a chat message just in case. I could say it myself. And at that moment my voice as Ryu Jian Wu and Kundal's voice in the app overlapped. We drive a lot, so we naturally listen. Later we'd tune around and find it. We like it. A calm voice. Really, we're all listeners, so we requested to be on DJ's song. That's right. Phew. I leaned back against the sofa. Good. Passed. Kundal actually imitated my tone pretty convincingly. Which means, just how often has that thing been binge-watching Taystar content? Hyung, how was it? You did well. It was identical. Keep going like this. Yes. Wait. But I had to be careful not to puff my chest out and draw attention. Just as Park Monday was about circle dasterisk operator Ingva Eliota GHD circle dasterisk operator. Read the full story. To straighten his neck, someone threw an arm around his shoulders. It was Consijan. He pressed Park Monday's head down. Thanks. Damn it. I pinched the bridge of my nose. There's no need to stay glued to your spot, but if you move every time my pop-up shows, it'll look weird. Why, yes, you're right. I understood. Suddenly having to follow the host's words, the cameras, the script, and my pop-ups. It must be overwhelming. It's the same for me, juggling the app, the